Chapter 190, Unsealing the Seal. Although the corridor was not extensive, its winding nature was somewhat unexpected. As she trailed Habadong through the maze-like passages, the monotonous surroundings induced a slight weariness. Fortunately, Luyun possessed commendable composure, so the experience was not overwhelmingly intolerable. Merely a hint of oppression lingered in her heart. The corridor was dimly lit, with a lamp emitting a faint glow every 10 meters or so. In this somber ambience, the two maintained a silence, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly in the lengthy corridor, an unsettling resonance that lingered in the air. Despite the corridor's linearity, Luyun sensed they were descending. After nearly 20 minutes of this oppressive journey, Habadong abruptly halted, turning to Luyun with a smile. "We've arrived." As her gaze passed over Habadong, Luyun scanned the area ahead and beheld a sturdy iron door illuminated by the soft glow of the lamps. The door was dark and imposing, exuding a sense of weightiness. Observing the door, Habadong quickened his pace, and upon reaching it, he manipulated a black iron lion's head positioned before the entrance. With a series of clicks, the iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a brilliant light pouring forth. "Come in." With a flourish of his hand, Habadong beckoned Luyun to enter, stepping inside with a smile. Hesitating briefly at the threshold, Luyun surveyed the area around the grand door before stepping into the basement. Upon entering, the temperature plummeted considerably, a chill enveloping her. As she glanced around, Luyun was astonished to discover that this basement resembled an underground ice cavern. The ceiling and thick walls were adorned with layers of pristine ice, and sharp icicles hung precariously like lethal blades above her. A gentle mist of cold air swirled within the basement, lingering perpetually. It was evident that Habadong had invested considerable time and effort into this expansive subterranean space. My cultivation technique leans towards the cold and shadowy energies. Thus, training in such an environment yields superior results. Moreover, being situated underground, the ice and earth can obscure our presence, preventing detection by other powerful entities, Habadong explained, seemingly aware of Luyun's curiosity. Indeed, nodding slightly, Luyun made herself comfortable on a chair situated centrally within the basement, gazing at Habadong calmly. "Elder, please expedite the process. I am not particularly fond of this environment." "Understood." Nodding with a smile, Habadong retrieved the blood-red serpent seal from his storage ring. He then lightly tapped his toes on the ground, propelling himself onto a platform composed entirely of solid ice. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his energy and directly infused the serpent seal into his body. As a burst of crimson light flickered, the blood-red serpent seal transformed into a stream of sanguine energy, penetrating Habadong's being. Within the icy confines of the basement, as Habadong gradually entered a meditative state, the atmosphere shifted towards a profound stillness. This tranquil ambience persisted for nearly half an hour before a surge of ferocious energy rippled forth, shattering the silence. On the icy platform, Habadong, who had been in a state of quietude, suddenly began to tremble violently. Waves of fierce energy emanated rapidly from within him, shattering nearby tables and ice pillars with explosive force. Luyun raised her head, observing the approaching energy ripples, her heart racing. The ethereal azure flames of her battle armor swiftly materialized around her, incinerating the dispersed energy into nothingness. It appeared Habadong remained oblivious to the chaos he had unleashed. After a period of intense shaking, his aged face suddenly tightened, an eerie azure energy coalescing upon his forehead. In a moment, it formed into a serpentine pattern, coiling above him and sealing his tumultuous battle aura. As the serpent pattern emerged, a blood-red energy began to envelop his neck, swiftly intertwining with the azure serpent. The clash of these two potent energies resulted in the earlier waves of rippling force. The blood-red and azure energies grappled atop Habadong's forehead, their faint luminescence casting an eerie glow upon his visage. The agonizing struggle between these two energies in such a critical area caused Habadong's expression to twist in discomfort, presenting an almost grotesque appearance. With fingers interlaced before her, Luyun raised her gaze, intently observing Habadong's face illuminated by the two-color glow. Her curiosity piqued regarding the efficacy of this so-called serpent seal in unbinding the confinement. The blood-red and azure energies continued their fierce contention, but after approximately half an hour of stalemate, the azure serpent pattern began to dim, evidently indicating that the serpent seal indeed possessed the potential to restrain the seal. It appears Medusa has not played any tricks. Watching the serpent pattern fade amidst the crimson glow, Luyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Harnessing its restraining effect, the blood-red energy gradually encroached upon the territory held by the serpent pattern. As it pushed the latter away from Habadong's forehead, the blood-red energy surged with ferocity, forcefully expelling the serpent pattern from Habadong's mind. The moment the serpent pattern detached, it shuddered violently before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. As the serpent pattern departed, Habadong's tightly closed eyes snapped open, a fierce light emanating from them as if a lion had awakened from slumber, a torrent of power surging forth from within his body, which had been suppressed for nearly decades. Under the might of this overwhelming energy, The icy layer in the basement began to crack. Haha. This accursed seal has finally been vanquished. I have once again become a Do Huang. With his feet firmly planted on the icy platform, Habadong's body soared into the air like a bolt of lightning, his face alight with ecstasy as he threw his head back and erupted into boisterous laughter. The violent sound waves, propelled by his fighting spirit, reverberated through the fractured ice surrounding him, causing a thunderous explosion as it shattered beneath him. After indulging in his raucous laughter for a while, Habadong gradually calmed himself in the void. "Thank you so much, Lu Yun," he said sincerely. As he approached Lu Yun, "You're too polite, Elder," Lu Yun replied with a gentle smile, before casting his gaze upon Habadong. "Elder, now that I have helped you lift the seal, what about the fragmentary map?" Upon hearing the mention of the map, Habadong's lips twitched slightly. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he could not bring himself to go back on his word after Lu Yun had expended so much effort to assist him. With a bitter smile and a deep sigh, he traced his fingers over his storage ring, and soon a small, ancient-looking piece of yellowed parchment materialized in his palm. Tenderly caressing the relic, he lamented, "I have spent decades crafting maps, yet I have never encountered one as intricate as this." Shortly after acquiring it, I attempted to replicate the routes according to this fragment, but the resulting map turned out to be bizarrely different from the original. I tried several times, only to abandon the endeavor. Perhaps it is due to the map's incomplete nature. Lu Yun's gaze fixated intently on the fragment as he noted the change in Habadong's expression. Though he understood the reasoning behind it, he refrained from voicing any explanations. When he first obtained the initial fragment from the monster Beast Mountain range, Lu Yun had discovered that these fragments concealed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, subtle enough that only those with the heightened mental acuity of an alchemist could detect it. This spiritual energy did not pose any direct harm, but if someone attempted to replicate the map's routes and patterns, it would insidiously erode their consciousness, resulting in a final depiction that would deviate drastically from the original. After lingering over the fragment for a considerable time, Habadong finally shook his head in frustration and handed it to Lu Yun, offering a resigned smile. "Take it. In my experience, these fragments are likely divided into several pieces. Holding on to just this one is of little use. And searching for the others across such a vast continent is undoubtedly more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack." Chuckling softly without speaking, Lu Yun accepted the smooth fragment, examining it closely. A faint aura of antiquity and weariness emanated from it, suggesting it had endured a lengthy passage of time. Holding this small fragment, Lu Yun also retrieved the other piece he had previously taken from Habadong and began to gently piece them together. Upon discovering that there were no gaps where they connected, he let out a relieved sigh. "Hey, Lu Yun, you seem rather intrigued by these fragments," Habadong remarked, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "What exactly is their purpose? Once the fragments are assembled, what can be achieved?" Rubbing his hands together, Habadong could hardly contain his curiosity as he asked, "Elder, to be honest, this is my first time acquiring a fragment outside of seeing one at an auction, so I am not entirely sure what it conceals," Lu Yun replied with a light-hearted shrug. Hearing this, a smirk spread across Habadong's face as he chuckled. "You mean to tell me you don't know? Only a fool would brave the dangers of the desert for a map of unknown origin. You certainly don't strike me as a fool." Understanding Lu Yun's words, Habadong realized that the young man was unwilling to share the secrets of the map with him, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Carefully placing the fragment into an exquisite box and then into his storage ring, Lu Yun felt a small sense of relief. After much effort, it was finally in his possession. "Old Hai, now that your strength has been restored, you surely won't continue to play the role of a shopkeeper here, will you?" Lu Yun suddenly smiled at Habadong, his hands tucked into his sleeves. "I initially remained here to study the fragments and seek a way to break the seal, but now that it has been lifted, there is no reason to linger any longer," Habadong acknowledged, glancing at Lu Yun with a knowing smile. "Do you have something in mind?" "Indeed. There are a few matters I wish to discuss," Lu Yun replied, his fingers lightly tapping against his sleeve as he chuckled softly. "Since you no longer wish to stay here, why not return with me to the Middle family? After so many years away, I imagine you must miss it. Stop playing coy. What do you need from me? Speak plainly. I will not refuse as long as it's within my capabilities," Habadong said, stroking his short beard with a smile. "Very well, I shall be direct. My coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, and I anticipate that the other elders will oppose my ascension as the Middle family's heir. I hope that elder can stand up for me and quell their dissenting voices. Furthermore, I wish to take full control of the Middle auction house in the Imperial City. I would appreciate it if you could discuss this with my grandfather." Taken aback by Lu Yun's request, Habadong's expression turned peculiar. "Is there anyone in the Middle family who would dare oppose you given your strength? They are unaware of my true identity and the power behind me. I do not wish to reveal all my cards," Lu Yun explained. "Are you implying you want me to act as your shield?" Habadong quickly grasped Lu Yun's intention. "What does elder think?" Lu Yun smiled as he looked at Habadong, knowing that if Habadong accompanied him to the Imperial City, many unnecessary troubles could be avoided. Upon hearing this, Habadong fell into contemplation, seemingly weighing his options. After a moment, Lu Yun's gaze swept over Habadong, and he cheerfully inquired, Elder, what is your current star rank? 2 stars. Why do you ask? Habadong's expression stiffened slightly at the question. May I inquire how many stars you had before the seal was placed? Lu Yun's smile became cunning, reminiscent of a fox eyeing a rabbit. 5 stars. Habadong shot Lu Yun a sideways glance, somewhat irked. 5-star Do Huang. It seems that although your seal has been lifted, you have yet to return to your former peak state, Lu Yun remarked with a hint of regret. Habadong's lips twitched as he waved his sleeve dismissively. I have been sealed for decades. Naturally, it is impossible to regain my full strength all at once. Just give me 4 or 5 years, and I will automatically return to my peak. That statement might be something even you do not fully believe. It is well known that when one's strength diminishes, the time required to regain it can often exceed that of initial ascension. Lu Yun chuckled, shaking his head. Lu Yun, what exactly are you trying to say? Habadong frowned at Lu Yun's peculiar smile, feeling a sense of unease. I merely wish to convey that I might be able to assist the esteemed elder in fully restoring the powers diminished by the seal within a year's time, and without significant aftereffects. Lu Yun's fingers gently tapped upon the wooden cup as she chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the aged visage of Habadong shifted subtly, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, moments later, his expression returned to normal, and he cautiously regarded Lu Yun, hesitating before inquiring, what method do you propose? Have you heard of the revitalizing purple pill? Lu Yun's slender fingers danced lightly, observing the slightly bewildered expression on Habadong's face, and couldn't help but smile. It is a 5th-tier elixir, although its rank is not particularly high. The materials required are quite rare. Its function is to completely restore powers that have waned due to seals or internal injuries, making it remarkably suitable for the esteemed elder. Elder, you should be aware that relying solely on your own strength, barring any extraordinary fortuitous encounters, it would likely take you a decade to regain your peak prowess. However, should you agree to wholeheartedly support me upon entering the imperial capital, you could save a decade's worth of time. This exchange appears rather advantageous. Consider how much you could accomplish in those 10 years. Lu Yun's ethereal voice incessantly struck at the fragile defenses within Habadong's heart. The revitalizing purple pill? With a hint of delight still lingering on his face, Habadong murmured the name several times, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Yun. Licking his lips as he said, very well, I accept your offer to act as your shield in the imperial capital. Upon hearing Habadong's words, a triumphant smile graced Lu Yun's face. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Lu Yun retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring and handed it to Habadong. Esteemed elder, this vial contains the revitalizing purple pill. At this, Habadong's heart stirred, and he promptly accepted the jade vial, slightly opening it to reveal a solitary purple pill resting within. A rich medicinal aroma wafted forth, invigorating his senses. Esteemed elder, please take the time to recover your cultivation. I should remain here for another couple of days and will notify you when it's time to depart, Lu Yun advised. Very well, I shall enter seclusion in this basement. Once you have concluded your matters, simply come find me, Habadong remarked, casting a glance at the basement. That is acceptable, Lu Yun nodded, offering a few more instructions before retracing her steps back to the shop. Moments later, Lu Yun had returned to the inn. Creak. Arriving at Queen Medusa's chamber, Lu Yun pushed the door open without hesitation. Now may I take my leave? Queen Medusa regarded Lu Yun with a cold stare, her voice indifferent. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Yun's lips. Of course, my queen, you are now free. Humph. At least you are somewhat trustworthy, Queen Medusa huffed coldly, preparing to exit the room. Wait a moment, my queen. Just as Queen Medusa reached the doorway, Lu Yun spoke up suddenly. What, do you intend to go back on your word? Queen Medusa halted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. No, please do not misunderstand. I wonder if Her Majesty would be open to engaging in another transaction with me. Lu Yun explained with a smile. Not interested, was Queen Medusa's swift and dismissive response, showing no inclination to consider. After her cold refusal, she attempted to leave once more. What if this transaction pertains to the exotic flame? Lu Yun remained unperturbed, speaking calmly. Exotic flame. Upon hearing the term, Queen Medusa's expression shifted dramatically, and she stopped in her tracks. The exotic flame truly resides within you. Queen Medusa's purple eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she regarded Lu Yun. What kind of transaction do you wish to propose? 3 years. If Her Majesty is willing to serve me for 3 years, I shall lend you the exotic flame for 1 month. What say you? Lu Yun stated his demands without hesitation. Serve a mere human for 3 years? That's impossible. Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, Queen Medusa immediately rejected it without a second thought. My queen, you must consider carefully. The exotic flame is of utmost importance to you. It is elusive, and you may not encounter it again for a long time, Lu Yun kindly reminded her. Do you know my purpose in seeking the exotic flame? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa cast a suspicious glance at him. Naturally, Lu Yun replied with a confident smile. I once stumbled upon a record in an ancient tome regarding the Queen of the Serpent Folk, which stated that when Queen Medusa reaches the pinnacle of Do Huang, should fortune favor her, a peculiar evolution may occur. After this evolution, not only would Queen Medusa be able to transform freely into human form, but her strength would also ascend seamlessly to that of a dozong. However, it appears that the success rate for such an evolution is rather low, and most crucially, it necessitates the exotic flame. I believe, Your Majesty, that your desire for the exotic flame is indeed tied to this intention of utilizing it for evolution, Lu Yun remarked, tilting his head slightly, speaking plainly. Chapter 191, Journey to the Imperial Capital. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa's expression hardened, her gaze towards him growing increasingly frigid. She felt a jolt of astonishment. These were secrets recorded within her serpentfolk lineage. How could this human possibly know? Sensing the frigid glimmer in Queen Medusa's eyes, Lu Yun remained unfazed. So, what do you say, my queen? How shall we proceed with this transaction? At this, Queen Medusa fell into silence. Lu Yun did not rush her, but instead approached a nearby table and poured himself a cup of tea, patiently awaiting her response. Queen Medusa's eyes flickered with contemplation as she weighed the pros and cons of the transaction, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the figure of Qing Lin standing beside Lu Yun. After a moment, Queen Medusa squinted her eyes, having reached a decision. 1 year. Queen Medusa turned to Lu Yun, her voice as cold as ever. What? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Queen Medusa had reduced the 3 years to just 1. To expect the exotic flame in exchange for merely 1 year seems rather excessive, my queen, Lu Yun remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction as he looked at Queen Medusa. 1 year is all I can offer. Should you agree, I will be at your service for that duration. Otherwise, this transaction is not worth pursuing, Queen Medusa stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment, he slowly nodded. Very well, I accept. However, during this year, you must harbor no ill intentions and must obey my commands. For 1 year, based on my current rate of progress, it is likely that no one in the entire northwestern region will be able to rival me. By that time, Queen Medusa may serve little purpose. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa scrutinized Lu Yun deeply, before finally stating, it is a deal. In that case, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. At this, Lu Yun finally revealed a satisfied smile. Queen Medusa, however, maintained her cold demeanor, merely casting a fleeting glance towards Qing Lin, her mind already formulating plans. Within a year, I must ensure this girl changes her mind and willingly accompanies me to the serpent folk. One as a human servant, the other as the serpent folk's holy maiden. The disparity in their status is immense. Queen Medusa believed that Qing Lin would eventually come to understand. Well then, now that matters here have been settled, you must accompany me to the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire for a time, Lu Yun stated, directing his gaze towards Queen Medusa. To the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire? Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's brows furrowed. Given her status, appearing in the Gamma Empire's imperial capital would likely draw numerous enemies, and it would be uncertain whether she could even leave alive. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, I shall not expose your identity. Observing the expression of Queen Medusa, Lu Yun naturally comprehended her concerns and promptly assured her, at the very least, for the duration of this year, you shall remain under my protection. I will not allow you to find yourself in perilous circumstances. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa's demeanor softened slightly, her cold gaze fixed upon Lu Yun. I hope you can keep your word. Lu Yun nodded with a smile, naturally. Subsequently, he approached the amethyst-winged lion king lying nearby, and before the creature could react, he swiftly stored it within his system space. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossed Queen Medusa's eyes. What manner of ability is this? It can truly make a being vanish into thin air? After completing this act, Lu Yun turned his attention back to Queen Medusa. My queen, I kindly request that you take refuge in my treasure space for a time. Once I have settled matters in the imperial capital, I shall release you. No need, I have my own means of concealment. Queen Medusa coldly declined, transforming into a flash of purple light, which then morphed into a serpent that quickly slithered into Qing Lin's sleeve. Observing this scene, Lu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. This woman possesses such abilities as well. However, he harbored a question in his heart. Why does Queen Medusa hold such closeness to this girl, Qing Lin? Upon feeling Queen Medusa slip into her sleeve, Qing Lin was initially startled. You need not worry, I shall not harm you. It was only when the soothing voice of Queen Medusa resonated from within the sleeve that Qing Lin felt a slight sense of relief. Casting a helpless glance at Lu Yun, hearing Queen Medusa's words, Lu Yun's confusion deepened. Such a tone does not align with Queen Medusa's usual demeanor. He then noticed the tension etched on Qing Lin's small face and gently reassured her, fear not. With me here, she would not dare to harm you. At his words, Qing Lin nodded, her complexion gradually returning to normal. Let us depart. With that, Lu Yun took Qing Lin's small hand and exited the inn. Seeking out Habadong, where is Queen Medusa? Upon their meeting, Habadong inquired about Queen Medusa's whereabouts, his tone laced with suspicion. Lu Yun offered a mysterious smile. She has already departed. What? Does the esteemed elder harbor intentions of revenge for the past sealing? At this, Habadong's expression turned slightly unnatural, huffing disdainfully. Am I the sort to take advantage of others' unpreparedness? However, your cunning nature makes it hard to believe that you would let her go so easily. Habadong scrutinized Lu Yun with doubt. After all, Queen Medusa is the queen of the serpent people and a peak Do Huang powerhouse. Would you truly allow her to leave without a struggle? Although he had not interacted with Lu Yun extensively, Habadong had already witnessed his craftiness and thus held reservations. Ahem. In response, Lu Yun's expression darkened, irritation bubbling within him. Esteemed elder, one cannot speak so recklessly. How am I being cunning? Do you not know what sort of person I am? Habadong regarded Lu Yun with a knowing look, his tone leisurely. Precisely because I understand, I harbor doubts. Esteemed elder, if you continue this line of thought, it may come off as somewhat ungrateful. Noting Habadong's continual revelations about his past in front of Qing Lin, Lu Yun's tone grew somewhat strained. Do not forget, were it not for me, could you have broken the seal? It is worth noting that Queen Medusa is concealed within Qing Lin. Lu Yun genuinely feared that if Habadong continued his discourse, Queen Medusa might suddenly retaliate. Seeing Lu Yun's anxious demeanor, Habadong chuckled, finally refraining from further teasing. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and shifted the conversation. Esteemed elder, how is your cultivation recovery progressing? At this, a glimmer of excitement appeared on Habadong's face. Thanks to your assistance, I have regained the strength of a 5-star Do Huang. Haha, then allow me to extend my congratulations. From this day forth, the Ice Emperor, once renowned throughout the entire Gamma Empire, has returned. Lu Yun said with a cheerful grin. With Habadong's strength restored, he would undoubtedly command respect upon returning to the Mitre family, and with his backing, achieving his goals would be a mere formality. Haha, in the end, I must thank you, Habadong remarked, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes as he regarded Lu Yun with appreciation. With such a talent in the Mitre family, their future is destined for greatness. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed the city together. Within the small shop where Habadong had resided for decades, he took nothing with him. As he stated, perhaps one day in the future, weary of conflict, he might return to this place and spend the remainder of his days in peace. Standing atop a towering sand dune, Habadong took one last glance at the grand city perched at the edge of the desert, letting out a gentle sigh, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Years of seclusion had fostered a certain fondness for this place in his otherwise indifferent nature. Let us go. At our pace, we shall reach the imperial capital before long. Habadong smiled, a faint chill emanating from his body, coalescing into a pair of crystalline ice wings behind him. Lu Yun nodded slightly, his back shuddering as the dark, tattoo-like thunder wings unfurled, soon transforming into a pair of wings larger than Habadong's ice wings. With a curious gaze sweeping over the thunder wings on Lu Yun's back, Habadong, despite having witnessed them before, could not help but exclaim, "Flight Do technique. Such a thing I have only heard of but never seen. You truly are fortunate to have acquired it. Haha, compared to the esteemed elder's ice wings, my speed is still somewhat lacking. There is no need for envy." Lu Yun chuckled, shaking his head. He then lifted Qing Lin into his arms, and with a powerful flap of his wings, soared into the air. Let us set forth. With a spirited shout, Lu Yun's wings beat rapidly, using the buoyancy to propel him forward, becoming a streak of light racing towards the distant horizon. Watching Lu Yun fly ahead, Habadong smiled, activating his Do Chi wings to swiftly pursue. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital's Mitre family, in the main hall, the high-ranking members of the Mitre family gathered. The atmosphere was tense, marked by solemnity and anger. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Entering was a woman clad in a vibrant red, fitted brocade robe, exquisitely crafted to accentuate her enchanting curves. The shimmering white of her long legs was accentuated by a silver belt cinching her slender waist, creating a captivating silhouette. The woman in the red brocade robe stepped gracefully into the hall, a playful smile gracing her exquisite face, exuding an alluring charm. Esteemed matriarch, esteemed elders, I have arrived. The sudden entrant was none other than Yufei, her beguiling smile directed towards an elderly man with graying hair seated above. May I inquire why the matriarch summoned Yufei? Upon Yufei's entrance, the formerly solemn elder's expression softened slightly, though he remained serious. Yufei, have you any news of that young rascal Lu Yun of late? The elderly man with graying hair was none other than the patriarch of the Mitre family, Mitre Tingshan. Hearing this, Yufei paused momentarily, then shook her head. I too have sent people to seek news of the young master, but alas, no information has come to light. At this point, a hint of reproach entered Yufei's heart. That young master truly is something. He promised to return to the imperial capital together, yet here he is, having been absent for so long. As the coming-of-age ceremony approaches, should he fail to return, it is likely that these old fellows will once again seek excuses to create trouble. This rascal is truly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Mitre Tianshan's face briefly flashed with anger. At that moment, an elder below, with a discontented expression, spoke up. Patriarch, When you initially designated Liu Yun as the heir of the Mitter family, I found it most inappropriate. Now, he has become utterly reckless, even forgetting such a significant day as his coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, we should revoke his status as heir. The elder's remarks directed the conversation towards Liu Yun, his words laced with dissatisfaction. This elder is none other than Mitter Huayuan, the grand elder of the Mitter family. This old man is once again fabricating stories about the heir. Hearing the elder's words, Yifei raised her beautiful eyes and cast a glance at him, a hint of derision flickering in her gaze. When you old folks come to realize the power backing the heir, I wonder what expressions will grace your faces. Perhaps you will be begging him to reclaim his position as heir. The position of heir is something I have already concluded in my heart. There is no need for the grand elder to remind me. Upon hearing the grand elder's words, Mitter Tianshan's expression darkened slightly, his demeanor growing somewhat impatient. Noticing Mitter Tianshan's rising anger, although the grand elder felt somewhat aggrieved, he hesitated and ultimately refrained from speaking further. Within the Mitter family, Patriarch Mitter Tianshan, a formidable Do Wang and one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, wields absolute authority. Even Mitter Huayuan, as the grand elder of the Mitter family, dared not offend him excessively when angered. Subsequently, Mitter Tianshan turned his gaze towards Yifei in the hall, his expression grave as he inquired, "Yifei, did Liu Yun divulge any information about his whereabouts when he departed?" In response, Yifei shook her head and replied, "The heir has always been elusive. I had no knowledge of his whereabouts. Where on earth has that rascal gone? Has he truly forgotten his coming-of-age ceremony?" Upon hearing Yifei's words, a hint of helplessness flashed in Mitter Tianshan's eyes. "Patriarch, with the heir still absent, shall we proceed with the coming-of-age ceremony scheduled for 10 days from now?" After a moment of silence, the grand elder spoke up once more. Upon hearing this, a flicker of annoyance crossed Mitter Tianshan's eyes. However, as this matter was of importance, he could not reprimand needlessly. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "We shall proceed as planned. Furthermore, issue a decree to dispatch all members of the family to search for the heir. He must be brought back before the coming-of-age ceremony." In response, the elders below exchanged glances, revealing traces of discontent, yet they respectfully replied, "Yes, Patriarch." Chapter 192, Kneel Before Me. In the void, two figures streaked by swiftly, resembling shooting stars. After 3 days and nights of flight, Liu Yun and Habadong finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, the magnificent Gamma Holy City. As the grand city came into view, Liu Yun exhaled slowly. "I am finally back." When he first traversed here, he had no strength, no advantage, leaving Gamma Holy City solely to cling to Xiao Yan's ambitions. Now, upon his return, he possessed formidable resources. This magnificent city, once an insurmountable fortress in his eyes, no longer seemed so unattainable. Indeed, with his current prowess, conquering this holy city would not present any difficulty. Beside him, Habadong gazed at the distant Gamma Holy City. A look of nostalgia etched on his aged face. After decades, he had finally set foot here once more. "Old friends, I, the Ice Emperor Habadong, have returned to the world. Grand Elder, let us descend." As they approached a distance from Gamma Holy City, Liu Yun suggested to Habadong, "You lad, always so fond of keeping secrets. Nonetheless, I admire your humble nature." Upon hearing this, Habadong understood Liu Yun's intentions, his eyes shining with approval. In Habadong's view, with Liu Yun's strength and the might behind him, no force within the Gamma Empire could threaten him. Yet this young man remained utterly unassuming. Such temperament is indeed rare. Soon, the two slowed their pace and descended towards the ground. Moments later, Liu Yun, followed closely by Qing Lin and Habadong, entered the grand and awe-inspiring Gamma Holy City. "Let us head directly to the Mitter family. I suspect my old man is beside himself with worry." The thought of his father caused a smile to unconsciously appear on Liu Yun's lips. He mused, "I wonder if bringing back the grand elder will astonish him." Navigating through several streets, the three soon arrived at a vast estate. At the entrance, the words Mitter were inscribed in a flamboyant script. Gazing at the familiar estate, Liu Yun chuckled lightly before leading Qing Lin and Habadong directly towards the gates. "Stop right there." As the trio approached, they were immediately intercepted by several guards stationed at the entrance. "This is the Mitter family. May I ask what brings you here?" The guards inquired of Liu Yun and his companions. "Are you new here? You do not even recognize your own heir." Liu Yun frowned, feeling displeased at being halted at his own doorstep. "Go summon your captain, Zhu Shi, to come see me." "Young master, you are the heir?" The guards trembled at his words, exchanging startled glances. One of them hurriedly dashed inside, presumably to fetch someone to confirm. Liu Yun felt somewhat exasperated. Had it not been for the fact that he had given his identity token to the little medicine fairy, he could have simply presented it to avoid such trouble. Habadong, however, possessed a token representing the Grand Elder's identity. Yet, Liu Yun was not keen on spreading the news of Habadong's return so swiftly. Before long, the guard who had rushed inside returned, accompanied by a burly middle-aged man. "Where's the heir?" The man bellowed as he emerged, immediately spotting Liu Yun and his companions, excitement flooding his eyes. In the next moment, the middle-aged man rushed toward Liu Yun, rebuking the guards. "How dare you block the heir? You have the audacity to impede him? At his words, the guards hastily stepped aside, fear evident in their eyes as they regarded Lu Yun. This person truly is the heir. Young master, you have finally returned. The middle-aged man reached Lu Yun, visibly emotional. Do you have any idea how anxious the patriarch has been these days? Captain Zhu, is my father at the estate? Lu Yun inquired with a smile, looking at the middle-aged man. Of course. The patriarch has been planning your coming-of-age ceremony and has remained at the estate all this time, the middle-aged man replied. Lu Yun nodded lightly, a smile adorning his face. Very well, I shall go meet my father now. With that, Lu Yun stepped forward through the estate's entrance, while Qinglin and Habadong followed closely behind in silence. The middle-aged man observed Qinglin and Habadong trailing after Lu Yun, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Who are these two? Could they be the heir's friends? Soon, the trio disappeared from the guards' astonished gazes. You newcomers, keep your eyes peeled. If you anger the heir, I cannot guarantee your safety. The middle-aged man scolded the guards. Once inside the estate, Lu Yun navigated with great familiarity. Qinglin followed closely behind, calm and unhurried, her gaze wandering around the opulent residence. The towering, grand structures left her somewhat awestruck. Is this truly the heir's home? This was her first encounter with such a vast estate. Qinglin, do you like it here? Lu Yun turned to glance at her, noticing the astonishment on her face, and smiled as he asked. Upon hearing this, a rosy hue appeared on Qinglin's cheeks as she gently nodded. As long as the young master is here, Qinglin will love anywhere. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and nodded, saying, rest assured, young master will always take you along, no matter where we go. Noticing that there was no one around, Habadong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly teased Lu Yun. I never expected that you, young lad, would have such a commanding presence in the residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but recall certain memories and, with a hint of pride, remarked, this is nothing. Before I left the imperial capital, I was far more audacious than today. Which guard would dare to recklessly obstruct me? In Lu Yun's recollections, his previous incarnation had been doted upon by the clan leader, Mitre Tingshan, since childhood, leading him to become quite the prodigal. Relying on the elder's affection, he had developed a fearless disposition from a young age. Lu Yun also remembered that when he expressed his desire to venture to Wutan City for training after crossing over, the elder had displayed a look of incredulity. Clearly, he found it hard to believe that the usually wayward Lu Yun would suddenly request to go to such a remote little town for training. However, as Lu Yun had proactively proposed to undergo training, the elder naturally could not refuse and readily agreed to his request. Little did the elder anticipate that Lu Yun would be gone for so long, almost missing his coming-of-age ceremony. Upon hearing this, Habadong showed a hint of surprise. I never realized you were still such a wayward disciple. This does not seem to be in character for you. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he mused. A wayward disciple, you say? From this day forth, I, this wayward disciple, shall turn the entire Jiam Empire upside down. Soon, Lu Yun led Habadong and Qinglin to a lavish hall. Observing the grandeur before him, Lu Yun smiled faintly and naturally walked inside, with Qinglin and Habadong following closely behind. No one here. Could they be in the side room? Noticing the emptiness of the hall, Lu Yun turned to Habadong and Qinglin, saying, Elder, Qinglin, please sit for a moment. I shall be right back. Habadong understood Lu Yun's current state of mind and did not mind, chuckling. No worries, go meet your grandfather. Qinglin nodded obediently, saying, young master, I will wait for you here. Lu Yun acknowledged with a nod and then proceeded towards the side room. Is there still no news of the young master? Inside the side room, Mitre Tingshan regarded a cloaked figure with a somewhat grim expression. Reporting to the clan leader, I have dispatched all members of the Dark Soul. As of now, there is still no news of the young master. The figure replied respectfully. Where on earth has this young lad gone? Why is there suddenly not a single word? Mitre Tingshan said, feeling a headache coming on. Then he thought of something. A look of concern appearing on his aged face. I hope he is merely indulging himself somewhere and has not encountered any danger. Continue to investigate. It is imperative that the young master is brought back before the coming-of-age ceremony, Mitre Tingshan said, his expression marked by a sense of resignation. Understood, clan leader. The figure responded respectfully. No need for that. Grandfather, I have returned. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Creak. The door to the side room was pushed open, and a figure clad in white slowly walked in. Initially startled by the voice, Mitre Tingshan was taken aback. But when he saw the figure in white at the entrance, a look of joy sprang to his aged face. Good grandson. However, before he could finish his words, Mitre Tingshan's expression changed again, quickly morphing into one of fury. You rascal, where have you been? Kneel. Mitre Tingshan's complexion darkened, pointing at Lu Yun and shouting. Faced with Mitre Tingshan's sudden outburst, Lu Yun was at a loss for words. In his memories, Mitre Tingshan had never been so stern with him. Quickly regaining his composure, Lu Yun forced a smile. Grandfather, please don't be angry. Let me explain first, all right? Upon hearing this, Mitre Tingshan huffed. Explain? What could you possibly have to explain? It seems I have spoiled you too much. Now you even disregard my words. Mitre Tingshan pointed at Lu Yun, saying, if you wish to explain, you shall do so while kneeling. At his words, Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and he replied helplessly, grandfather, did I not return before the coming-of-age ceremony? Mitre Tingshan was furious. You little scoundrel, you have truly gone too far. He then turned to the cloaked figure beside him, angrily ordering, seize this lad. I want to see today if his wings have truly hardened. Yes, clan leader. The cloaked figure, a death warrior secretly trained by Mitre Tingshan, had always obeyed only his commands. At this moment, he paid no heed to Lu Yun's status as the young master and approached Lu Yun directly upon receiving Mitre Tingshan's order. Lu Yun cast a glance at the cloaked figure, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. It seemed that today, he would have to display some strength to pacify the elder. He recognized this cloaked figure from before. He appeared to possess the strength of an initial stage great fighter. Being the captain of the Dark Soul squad under the elder's command, the cloaked figure had now arrived before Lu Yun, apologizing. I'm sorry, young master. The next moment, the cloaked figure launched an attack, extending a sharp claw towards Lu Yun, clearly intending to subdue him. Lu Yun's expression remained impassive as he calmly regarded the cloaked figure's assault. Just as the claw drew near, he suddenly gathered his battle energy in his palm and struck out decisively. Boom. As the two forces collided, the cloaked figure was immediately sent flying backward, landing somewhat awkwardly on the ground, unconscious. The cloaked figure had not used his full strength, likely to avoid injuring Lu Yun. Lu Yun understood this and naturally held back. Otherwise, with his current prowess, he could easily have killed the cloaked figure with a single blow. This witnessing the sudden turn of events, Mitre Tingshan displayed a look of astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. It was only upon seeing the unconscious cloaked figure that Mitre Tingshan seemed to awaken from his stupor, incredulously gazing at Lu Yun. You little rascal, what is your strength? Clearly, Lu Yun's intention had been achieved. Mitre Tingshan was taken aback by the strength Lu Yun had just displayed. The cloaked figure was a great fighter, yet he had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yun's strike, indicating that Lu Yun now possessed the strength of a great fighter. Grandfather, may I now explain? Lu Yun asked with a smile, looking at the astonished Mitre Tingshan. Mitre Tingshan fell silent for a moment, then deeply scrutinized Lu Yun, saying, very well, you shall explain yourself thoroughly. I hope your explanation will satisfy me, otherwise, you will still kneel before me today. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle this little rascal. Is mere great fighter strength truly impressive? I am still a Dowang. Mitre Tingshan glared at the unconscious cloaked figure, feeling a mix of shock and anger. This lad actually dared to act in front of him. What audacity! Did he truly believe that some strength granted him the right to be arrogant? Nevertheless, despite his anger, Mitre Tingshan was intensely curious about how Lu Yun had acquired such strength. After all, when this lad had left the imperial capital, he had not even broken through to a fighter. In such a short span of time, how had he attained the strength of a great fighter? How could this be possible? Mitre Tingshan's heart was now filled with both shock and delight, eagerly awaiting Lu Yun's explanation. Grandfather, the matter is as follows. After I left Jiam Saint City, I encountered my teacher. Seeing that Mitre Tingshan was finally willing to listen to his explanation, Lu Yun felt a surge of joy and promptly recounted the tale he had spun for Habadong. Thus unfolded the story. Half an hour later, Lu Yun finally concluded his narrative. At this moment, Mitre Tingshan, having listened to the fabricated tale spun by Lu Yun, found himself utterly engulfed in a state of shock. Chapter 193, The Astonishment of Mitre Tingshan. After hearing Lu Yun's concocted story, Mitre Tingshan stood frozen in the room, his mind awash with tumultuous waves of disbelief. An 8th-rank alchemist? My grandson has actually taken an 8th-rank alchemist as his mentor? My grandson possesses a heart as exquisite as the 7 apertures Linglong pill. With unparalleled talent for alchemy, my grandson is already a 4th-rank alchemist? Mitre Tingshan was completely taken aback by Lu Yun's assertions. Observing Mitre Tingshan's dazed expression, Lu Yun remained silent, allowing ample time for the gravity of his words to sink in. After all, the information he had shared was profoundly shocking for someone of the Dowang realm. Moments later, Mitre Tingshan slowly regained his composure, his gaze fixed on Lu Yun, eyes still reflecting disbelief. You impudent lad, are you telling the truth? Seeing that Mitre Tingshan remained skeptical, Lu Yun felt a flicker of irritation. With a mere thought, he summoned 1,000 5th-rank magic crystals from the mountain of magic cores in his system space. In the next instant, a dazzling purple radiance enveloped the ground where they stood. The brilliance of the violet light was so blinding that Mitre Tingshan instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the sight of the ground strewn with purple light caused his pupils to constrict. What is this? Gazing at the spectacle before him, Mitre Tingshan struggled to believe his eyes, instinctively rubbing them in disbelief. His expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Could this truly be 5th-rank magic crystals? He bent down to pick one up and quickly recognized it as a 5th-rank magic crystal. All of these are 5th-rank magic crystals? Staring at the heap of purple crystals before him, Mitre Tingshan was utterly dumbfounded. As the patriarch of the Mitre family, He understood better than anyone the immense value of a single 5th-rank magic crystal. The sheer quantity of such wealth was beyond comprehension. Then, Mitre Tingshan turned his gaze to Lu Yun, his lips quivering slightly as he asked, "Grandson, where did you acquire these 5th-rank magic crystals? Now you are truly astonished, aren't you? Let us see if you still doubt my words." Lu Yun chuckled inwardly at Mitre Tingshan's bewildered demeanor. Upon hearing Mitre Tingshan's inquiry, Lu Yun responded nonchalantly, "Grandfather, these 5th-rank magic crystals? They are merely a token of goodwill from my teacher." "What? A token of goodwill?" Upon hearing this, Mitre Tingshan's expression shifted dramatically, and he stammered, "Such a multitude of 5th-rank magic crystals, all given to you by your teacher as a token of goodwill? That's rather intimidating." Lu Yun shook his head. "No, these are merely a small portion of what my teacher gifted me." "What? Just a small portion?" Mitre Tingshan was taken aback. "Are 8th-rank alchemists this generous?" He looked at Lu Yun, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "What else did your teacher bestow upon you?" Lu Yun, feigning seriousness, extended his hand to count, murmuring, "Well, there are celestial tier techniques, celestial tier combat skills, numerous high-level alchemical formulas, and a plethora of other treasures." Then, gesturing towards the 5th-rank magic crystals on the ground, he added in a calm tone, "And I still have a mountain of these 5th-rank magic crystals." With that, he waved his hand, releasing another 1,000 5th-rank magic crystals into view. Mitre Tingshan was left utterly speechless at the sight of yet another pile of purple crystals before him. In truth, he had already been rendered dumbfounded the moment Lu Yun began speaking. Celestial tier techniques? Celestial tier combat skills? High-level alchemical formulas? Each revelation from Lu Yun only deepened Mitre Tingshan's astonishment. Were he not already a Do Wong, he might have suffered a heart attack from the sheer shock of it all. After all, the items Lu Yun mentioned were far too distant from his realm of understanding. In contrast, the presence of these 2 piles of 5th-rank magic crystals felt somewhat more digestible to Mitre Tingshan. After a prolonged silence, he gradually processed what Lu Yun had just conveyed, his expression becoming serious as he regarded Lu Yun intently. "Grandson, the matters you just spoke of must never be disclosed to outsiders." The first thought that crossed Mitre Tingshan's mind upon regaining his composure was to caution Lu Yun against revealing the details of their conversation. Hearing this, Lu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, the only person who genuinely cared for him was this old man before him. Lu Yun nodded earnestly. "Grandfather, I understand." Mitre Tingshan patted Lu Yun's shoulder with a sense of relief. Then, recalling something, he glanced at the 2 piles of 5th-rank magic crystals and advised, "You impudent brat. Quickly gather the magic crystals from the ground." Lu Yun smiled slightly. "Grandfather, these are gifts from me to you." Upon hearing this, Mitre Tingshan was momentarily taken aback. Yet a look of appreciation spread across his face. However, after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. "These are gifts from your teacher to you. I cannot accept them." Lu Yun dismissed this notion. "Grandfather, have no worries. I have plenty of such magic crystals. Moreover, I offer you these as a gesture of respect. And I have a request for your assistance. If you refuse, I would feel too embarrassed to ask." Mitre Tingshan chuckled. "You rascal. When did you start treating me with such formality? When you sought my help in the past, you never thought to show me any respect." Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly. "I was just a child then, wasn't I? It's never too late to show respect to you now." A trace of helplessness crossed Mitre Tingshan's face. "Very well, if that's the case, I shall graciously accept your filial piety." With that, he waved his hand over the 2 piles of purple crystals, collecting the 5th-rank magic crystals into his spatial ring. After completing this, Mitre Tingshan turned his gaze back to Lu Yun. "Now, tell me, what is it that you wish for me to assist you with?" Without hesitation, Lu Yun stated plainly, "Grandfather, I wish to take over the Mitre auction house." Mitre Tingshan frowned. Perplexed, "What do you intend to do by taking over the Mitre auction house?" Lu Yun responded mysteriously, "Grandfather, that is something I cannot reveal. Consider it a personal interest of mine." Upon hearing this, Mitre Tingshan scrutinized Lu Yun closely, hesitating for a moment before slowly saying, "This matter is not solely up to me. Even if I agree, those old codgers will not necessarily concur." Lu Yun smiled mysteriously, confidence radiating from his demeanor. "Grandfather, as long as you agree, I will certainly find a way." Mitre Tingshan's curiosity was piqued. "What sort of way could you possibly have? Those old fellows are quite stubborn. I had to forcefully appoint you as the young master of the Mitre family. Even now, those old men harbor significant dissent. Fortunately, you managed to return before your coming-of-age ceremony. Otherwise, your position as young master would have been truly jeopardized." Thinking of this, Mitre Tingshan's tone turned somewhat exasperated. Lu Yun, brimming with confidence, smiled. "Are they merely relying on their seniority? Just because they are older doesn't mean they hold all the cards. If I can present someone who is both older and stronger than them, I wonder what they will have to say." A sly grin appeared on Lu Yun's face. Mitre Tingshan, observing the smile on Lu Yun's lips, regarded him with suspicion. "What scheme do you have in mind this time? Besides, within the family, who could possibly be more senior than those old fellows?" The smile upon Lu Yun's face grew even more pronounced as he mysteriously declared, "Grandfather, just wait. When you see that person later, be sure not to be taken aback." With that, Liu Yun swiftly darted out of the side room. Midder Tingshan, perplexed by Liu Yun's antics, muttered to himself, "What on earth is that brat scheming?" Moments later, Liu Yun returned, and just as Midder Tingshan opened his mouth to inquire, he noticed another figure trailing behind Liu Yun. A flicker of doubt arose within Midder Tingshan's heart. Could this be the individual that the mischievous boy had summoned? This is truly absurd. As he prepared to chastise Liu Yun, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. "Tingshan, you useless wretch. After all these years, your cultivation remains stagnated at the Warrior King realm." Upon hearing that voice, Midder Tingshan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a surge of anger welled up within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Many years ago, it seemed there was indeed someone who often admonished him in such a manner. In an instant, a familiar figure flashed through Midder Tingshan's mind, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at the figure behind Liu Yun, and when he clearly discerned the person's face, shock and excitement flooded his features. "Why, you are Elder Hai." The individual behind Liu Yun was none other than Habadong. Observing Midder Tingshan's overwhelming excitement, Habadong smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? After all these years, have you forgotten this old fellow?" Hearing Habadong's words confirmed Midder Tingshan's thoughts. "Elder Hai, is it truly you? I never expected you to still be alive after your long absence." Midder Tingshan gazed at Habadong with palpable excitement. Habadong, regarding the fervently enthusiastic Midder Tingshan, displayed a rare glimmer of satisfaction as he remarked, "Indeed, I never anticipated I would return to the Midder family." Midder Tingshan was filled with countless questions, but was at a loss for how to voice them. He could only exclaim, "Elder Hai, where have you been all these years? When you vanished suddenly, I sent people searching for you for quite some time." However, Habadong did not wish to delve into the matter of his sealing by Medusa. Instead, he cast a glance at Liu Yun standing nearby and sighed. "My return this time owes much to your precious grandson. Had it not been for him, I wouldn't have known if I would ever have the chance to return to the Midder family." Upon hearing this, Midder Tingshan cast a surprised glance at Liu Yun. He had never imagined that Elder Hai's return was related to this young lad. Liu Yun, noticing Midder Tingshan's astonished gaze, smiled faintly and said, "Grandfather, I trust you won't be angry with me now?" Seeing Liu Yun's carefree demeanor, Midder Tingshan shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, "You little rascal, you finally did something commendable." Then, recalling Liu Yun's earlier words, he suspiciously glanced at Habadong and inquired, "The person you mentioned earlier, it wouldn't be Elder Hai, would it?" Liu Yun nodded, his expression somewhat smug as he replied, "Indeed, with the Grand Elder backing me, those old geezers can no longer rely on their seniority to oppress me." Hearing Liu Yun speak so irreverently in front of Habadong, Midder Tingshan's eyelids twitched, and he shot Liu Yun a stern look, admonishing, "Nonsense. They are the family's elders. How dare you disrespect your superiors like that?" Liu Yun scoffed. "Those old fossils only know how to cling to their age, monopolizing important positions in the family and preventing the younger generation from rising. Do they even deserve to be called family elders?" Witnessing Liu Yun's audacity in front of Habadong, Midder Tingshan feared Habadong might become enraged and was about to reprimand him again when Habadong's voice interjected, "Indeed, those useless individuals should step aside. Opportunities should be granted to the younger generation." Midder Tingshan's eyelids flickered. He had not anticipated that Habadong would endorse Liu Yun's outrageous claims. Noticing Midder Tingshan's unusual expression, Habadong calmly asked, "What? Do you find any fault in my words?" Midder Tingshan's heart raced at this inquiry, and he quickly responded, "No, Elder Hai speaks most accurately." Liu Yun, observing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Then seizing the opportunity, he said, "Grand Elder, those elders have been managing the Midder auction house for years without achieving any success. I firmly believe that if I were to take charge, I could perform tenfold, even 100-fold better than they ever did." Liu Yun unabashedly addressed Habadong, "I hope Grand Elder will agree to let me oversee the Midder auction house from now on." Midder Tingshan's heart leapt into his throat upon hearing this. This little rascal truly dares to speak so boldly. However, to his astonishment, Habadong showed no signs of irritation. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement, saying, "I have already witnessed your capabilities. It is indeed most suitable for you to manage the Midder auction house." With that, Habadong turned his gaze to Midder Tingshan and stated nonchalantly, "What do you think of my suggestion?" Midder Tingshan, upon hearing this, dared not voice any objections and promptly nodded, "I have no objections, but what about the other elders?" Habadong's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Those useless individuals can be disregarded. If they dare to oppose, just eliminate them." Chapter 194, Agreed. Upon hearing Habadong's domineering declaration, Midder Tingshan's heart skipped a beat, and he forced a wry smile. Yes, Elder Hai speaks quite rightly. Deep down, he was astonished. Habadong's unwavering support for this little rascal was beyond his expectations. This audacious young man, yet Habadong exhibited no signs of anger. Clearly, their relationship had surpassed his preconceived notions. This realization brought a hint of joy to Midder Tingshan's heart. Initially, he had been troubled by the opposition of several elders regarding his decision to appoint Liu Yun as the Midder family's heir. But now, with Elder Hai's staunch support for this little rascal, Mittertingshan felt reassured. With Elder Hai stepping forward, what could those old geezers possibly do? Just as the little rascal had said, the tactic of relying on age would not suffice in the presence of Elder Hai, regardless of tenure or strength. Habadong was undoubtedly the foremost figure of the Mitter family. Habadong was unconcerned with Mittertingshan's thoughts, having witnessed Liu Yun's strength and background. He understood that if Liu Yun could fully take over the Mitter family, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for them. With his esteemed 8th-grade alchemist mentor backing him and this young man's talent, it was not out of the realm of possibility for the Mitter family to emerge from the northwest and step into the central continent. Although Habadong's support stemmed partly from the transaction involving the rejuvenation pill, even without it, he would still willingly support Liu Yun's ascension. After all, he was eager to see just how far a talented descendant like Liu Yun could grow. With that in mind, Habadong turned to Mittertingshan and solemnly stated, "I have high hopes for this young man, Liu Yun. Do your best to accommodate his requests in the future. If anyone opposes, let them come to me, and I will personally persuade them." Upon hearing this, Mittertingshan was momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, his heart swelled with joy. Elder Hai's attitude indicated his full support for Liu Yun. Liu Yun was his grandson, and Mittertingshan had no objections to Habadong's words. Without a second thought, he immediately replied, "Yes, Elder Hai." Liu Yun, upon hearing Elder Hai's words, could not help but smile broadly. "Grand Elder, you truly are formidable." With Elder Hai's endorsement, he would practically be able to navigate the Mitter family with ease from now on. As for those few family elders who take pride in their seniority, Liu Yun is perfectly capable of ignoring them. Habadong nodded slightly and then addressed Mittertingshan, saying, "You two can take your time to chat. It has been many years since I returned, and I should pay a visit to those old friends from back in the day." Mittertingshan nodded in agreement and then inquired, "Elder Hai, you won't be leaving again, will you? Should I arrange for accommodations for you?" Habadong glanced at Liu Yun beside him and pondered before responding, "That would be fine. Please tidy up the courtyard where I used to reside. I shall dwell there from now on." Mittertingshan respectfully replied, "Understood, Elder Hai." Habadong then turned to Liu Yun and said, "Liu Yun, feel free to proceed with your plans. If I have agreed to support you, I shall certainly follow through." Liu Yun, fully aware of Habadong's intentions, could not help but smile upon hearing this. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your unwavering support. I assure you, I will not let you down." Habadong nodded in satisfaction before turning to exit the side hall. After Habadong departed, Mittertingshan looked at Liu Yun with surprise and could not resist asking, "What is your relationship with Elder Hai?" It was evident that he had discerned the seemingly profound connection between Habadong and Liu Yun. Liu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the question and then explained, "Grandfather, I owe my life to Elder Hai, so what do you think our relationship is?" Mittertingshan was astonished. "A life debt? Are you pulling my leg?" Overjoyed, Mittertingshan realized that if this were true, it would justify Elder Hai's unconditional support for Liu Yun. Liu Yun, somewhat helplessly, replied, "What reason would I have to deceive you? If you don't believe me, you can always ask Elder Hai yourself." Mittertingshan shot Liu Yun a stern look. "I doubt you would dare to deceive me." Liu Yun rolled his eyes and then added, "Grandfather, since Elder Hai has already spoken, I should be able to take over the Mitter auction house now, right?" Mittertingshan nodded, saying, "Since you have Elder Hai backing you, you can have your way. With Elder Hai as promise, how could I possibly oppose?" Hearing this, Liu Yun felt a surge of excitement and quickly urged, "Then please convene a family meeting tomorrow, as I wish to take over the Mitter auction house as soon as possible." Liu Yun was eager to organize an auction, prompting him to hasten the arrangements. Mittertingshan contemplated for a moment and said, "All right, with Elder Hai's support, I need not concern myself with the opinions of those old geezers any longer. Tomorrow, I will demand they relinquish their authority." At this point, a glint of determination flashed in Mittertingshan's eyes. For years, these so-called family elders had clung to their power, leveraging their seniority to retain significant control over the family's affairs. If it were not for Mittertingshan's formidable strength, he might have already been overshadowed in his role as the head of the Mitter family. He had long sought an opportunity to deal with these individuals, but their elder status had always held him back. Now, with Habadong's return and support, Mittertingshan had finally resolved to take decisive action. This time, he intended to purge these parasites from the family. Liu Yun seemed to grasp Mittertingshan's thoughts and wholeheartedly supported him. "Grandfather, you may proceed without worry. I will ensure Elder Hai accompanies us tomorrow." Mittertingshan nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, that would be best. Let us see what those old fellows have to say then." As he spoke, a hint of excitement appeared on Mittertingshan's face. The return of Habadong had significantly bolstered his confidence. This newfound assurance was not only directed at the internal workings of the Mitter family, but also at their standing within the Gemma Empire. With the Ice Emperor Habadong, the Mitter family was no longer the same as before, with the Do Huang in their ranks. The Mitter family had ascended to become a top-tier force within the Gemma Empire. The Nayland and Mu families, once on par with the Mitter family, would no longer be able to compete. Moving forward in the Gemma Empire, aside from the Yunlan sect, and the imperial family. The Mitter family would have no need to fear any other powers. Contemplating this, Mitter Tingshan could hardly contain his excitement. After a moment, he composed himself and looked at Lu Yun with a proud gaze, solemnly stating, "Grandson, prepare yourself well. Your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. I have already sent out invitations for the prominent families to attend. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Mitter family." Lu Yun displayed a confident demeanor. "Rest assured, grandfather. I will not bring you shame." Then, recalling something, Lu Yun retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to Mitter Tingshan, saying, "Grandfather, this is an earth-tier cultivation technique for you to practice." Earth-tier cultivation technique. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Mitter Tingshan was taken aback as he accepted the scroll from Lu Yun, opening it to reveal the 3 characters, Qiyangju. Mitter Tingshan looked at Lu Yun, visibly moved. "Grandson, is this earth-tier technique also given to you by your teacher?" Lu Yun nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this was left for me by my teacher. It aligns perfectly with your fire attribute, making it ideal for you." A flicker of desire crossed Mitter Tingshan's eyes, but he hesitated. "But this was given to you by your teacher. Would it be appropriate for me to take it?" Lu Yun, understanding Mitter Tingshan's concerns, confidently replied, "Grandfather, do not worry. I possess many such techniques. Haven T, I mentioned that I have numerous heaven-tier techniques and skills. Once you reach the Do Huang realm, I can directly gift you a heaven-tier technique to try out." Heaven-tier technique? Try out. Mitter Tingshan's lips twitched slightly at this. Observing Lu Yun's nonchalant demeanor, Mitter Tingshan found himself somewhat envious of his precious grandson. Was this the advantage of having an 8th-grade alchemist as a teacher? Truly extravagant. However, seeing Lu Yun's relaxed attitude eased Mitter Tingshan's worries, and he accepted the earth-tier technique with a sense of relief. After all, if his grandson possessed heaven-tier techniques, then this earth-tier technique seemed insignificant by comparison, and it would not be inappropriate for him to cultivate it. He could consider it as his grandson's tribute to him. Holding the earth-tier technique in his hands, Mitter Tingshan felt a surge of excitement. Who would have thought that he would one day have the opportunity to practice an earth-tier technique? Lu Yun, observing Mitter Tingshan's exhilaration, could not help but reflect. His grandfather's strength was still too low. During the next auction, he would see if he could acquire some treasures to rapidly enhance his grandfather's prowess. Then, realizing that Qing Lin was still waiting for him in the main hall, he suggested leaving. "Grandfather, take your time to study this earth-tier technique. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave." At this moment, Mitter Tingshan was entirely absorbed in the Qiyangju, eager to start his training, and waved Lu Yun off, saying, "All right, you may go. Just do not forget about the family meeting tomorrow." Lu Yun nodded and then left the side hall, making his way to the main hall. "Young master, you've finally come out." Qing Lin, having waited for a long time in the main hall, joyfully approached Lu Yun upon seeing him emerge. Chapter 195. "Young master, have you missed me?" A moment later, Lu Yun, accompanied by Qing Lin, traversed several pavilions and arrived at a courtyard. "Qing Lin, from now on, this will be our home," Lu Yun said, pointing at the courtyard before them. "Our home." Hearing this, Qing Lin's beautiful eyes brightened, and she surveyed the courtyard with a look of delight. Lu Yun gently took her hand and stepped into the courtyard, asking with warmth, "Do you like it?" Feeling the warmth emanating from the palm of Lu Yun, Qing Lin's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently nodded and replied, "I like it." In her heart, as long as she could be with her young master, she would willingly reside anywhere. Lu Yun gazed upon the familiar courtyard before him, noting that the ground remained unchanged since his departure, free of dust despite his long absence. He surmised that this was likely due to the old master frequently summoning someone to maintain its cleanliness. The thought warmed Lu Yun's heart. Surely, the old master often thought of him after he left. Turning to Qing Lin, he smiled and said, "Qing Lin, go choose a room that you like. We shall reside here for a long time." Hearing this, Qing Lin obediently nodded. At that moment, Lu Yun sensed a wave of energy emanating from Qing Lin, prompting him to focus his gaze upon her. A flash of purple light appeared, and a bewitching figure materialized beside Qing Lin, the queen of Medusa, who had possessed her. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the queen, Lu Yun expressed his annoyance. "Your Majesty, did we not agree that you would refrain from appearing without my command? It could lead to complications if our identities are revealed." In response, the queen of Medusa cast a cold glance at Lu Yun, remaining silent. Lu Yun felt exasperated. How unreasonable could this woman be? Nevertheless, he understood her nature well enough to know that keeping her hidden was a futile endeavor. After a moment's thought, a smile spread across Lu Yun's face. "Since your Majesty seems to be feeling restless, you may indeed come out. You might as well choose a room in this courtyard as well. However, let me make it clear that you are absolutely forbidden from stepping outside this courtyard without my command." His tone grew serious as he conveyed this warning. The queen of Medusa paused momentarily before giving a barely perceptible nod. Satisfied with her response, Lu Yun turned to Qing Lin and instructed, "Qing Lin, take her to select a room. If you need anything, let me know later." Qing Lin nodded, about to speak when the queen of Medusa interjected. "I wish to share a room with Qing Lin." Lu Yun was momentarily stunned, then regarded the queen with suspicion. Could it be that this woman harbored feelings for his Qinglin? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. A dignified queen of the serpent folk could not possibly be so. Why, then, was she so drawn to Qinglin? Was it because of the serpent blood flowing within her? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Yun's mind. He turned his gaze to the somewhat bewildered Qinglin and gently asked, Qinglin, what are your thoughts? If you are unwilling, I will have her stay alone. Hearing this, Qinglin cautiously glanced at the queen of Medusa. Noticing her hesitation, the queen offered a rare and stunning smile, her voice softening. Qinglin, do not worry. I would never harm you. In that instant, Lu Yun was left dumbfounded. What did he just witness? This woman actually smiled. It was the first time he had seen the queen of Medusa display such an expression, and surprisingly, it was quite enchanting. Perhaps influenced by the queen's smile. Qinglin hesitated for a moment before softly saying to Lu Yun, Young master, I am willing to share a room with this sister. Upon hearing Qinglin's words, Lu Yun snapped back to reality, responding nonchalantly, If it becomes uncomfortable, do let me know. With that, he cast a warning glance at the queen of Medusa. However, the queen chose to disregard his gaze. This irked Lu Yun, making him ponder whether he had been too indulgent towards her. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson and assert his authority. You may go choose your rooms now, he said, dismissively, as he made his way toward his own quarters. After Lu Yun departed, the queen of Medusa took the initiative to grasp Qinglin's small hand, saying warmly, Let us go, Qinglin. Feeling the icy touch of the queen's hand, Qinglin shivered slightly, looking up at her with a suppressed discomfort. Yes, sister. Seeing that Qinglin no longer resisted her, a flicker of joy welled up in the queen's heart. It seemed her efforts had borne fruit, at least. The girl was no longer afraid of her. A smile crept onto the queen's lips as she contemplated the time it would take to win Qinglin over completely, convincing her to willingly accompany her to the serpent folk. Thud. Lu Yun collapsed onto the soft couch in his room, feeling the plushness beneath him as a wave of relaxation washed over him. It felt comforting to be home. Although he had gained much during his recent endeavors, Lu Yun had been in a state of constant motion, leaving him utterly fatigued. Now, back in his own abode, he could finally unwind. As he relaxed, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he instinctively closed his eyes, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after Lu Yun fell asleep, a gentle knocking roused him from his dreams. Clearly, he had been exhausted, having unknowingly succumbed to sleep. With a wry smile, he rose to answer the door, assuming it was Qinglin and the others who had finished selecting their rooms. Creak. As he opened the door, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and a figure clad in crimson suddenly leaped into his embrace. Young master, did you miss me? The red-clad figure clung tightly to Lu Yun, her rosy lips brushing against his ear, her voice laced with irresistible allure. The intoxicating sound and her delicate fragrance filled the air, prompting a smile to grace Lu Yun's lips. Sister Yafei, let us speak of matters later. With that, he effortlessly swept Yafei's soft and enchanting form into his arms, eagerly making his way toward the couch. Before long, garments in shades of red cascaded to the floor and melodious sounds filled the room. Chapter 196. The Heavenly Stage Auction House. After their intimate encounter, Lu Yun and Yafei lay entwined upon the couch. Young master, where have you been during this time? Did you not say you would return to the Imperial City immediately? Yafei, resting her head on Lu Yun's sturdy chest, breathed in his unique masculine scent, a hint of satisfaction flickering across her delicate face, though her words carried a note of complaint. Lu Yun, sitting slightly upright, inhaled Yafei's alluring fragrance, his right hand idly toying with a piece of jewelry, a look of contentment spreading across his features. After being pinned up for so long, he had finally found release. It's a long story. According to my initial plan, I should have returned to the holy city of Jama long ago, but some unforeseen circumstances delayed my return. He explained in a calm, unhurried manner. What about you? Upon returning to the Imperial City, your family must have promoted you, right? Lu Yun inquired. Given the benefits brought to the family by the branch of the auction house in Wutan City, and Yafei's nominal position as the head of the auction house, she should have been well rewarded upon her return. The clan leader intended to promote me to the position of elder supervisor, but several elders within the family obstructed the decision. In the end, I was only appointed as the acting elder supervisor, responsible for overseeing certain auction items in the Imperial City branch of the auction house. Yafei's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction as she recounted her situation. Though she bore the title of elder, the actual power she wielded was minimal, leaving her feeling somewhat unfulfilled by the promotion. After all, when it comes to achievements, the Mitre Auction House branch in Wutan City is more than capable of overshadowing its competitors. The family elders, humph. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. He then gazed at the displeased beauty in his arms and softly reassured her, do not worry. Those old fogies will not be able to prance about for long. Tomorrow, your man shall take care of them and avenge you fiercely. Upon hearing Lu Yun's resolute words, a flicker of delight crossed Yafei's brow as she inquired with surprise, young master, are you going to reveal your identity? In Yafei's view, As long as Lu Yun unveiled his esteemed master, a high-level alchemist, it would be sufficient to make the family hierarchy comply. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Yun chose not to elaborate further, offering only a faint smile. You shall know tomorrow. Seeing Lu Yun's reluctance to divulge more, and being naturally perceptive, Yafei refrained from pressing him, content to nestle in his embrace and savor their intimate moments together. In the past month, you have indeed not been idle. Your cultivation has astonishingly broken through to the Dosha realm. Sensing the faint aura emanating from Yafei, Lu Yun felt a wave of relief. As Yafei was now his woman, he naturally wished for her to be more than just a pretty vase. Initially, Lu Yun had presented the creation golden pill to Yafei with the hope that she would earnestly cultivate in the future. It seemed now that she had not disappointed him. Hearing the appreciation in Lu Yun's voice, Yafei's heart swelled with joy. As an ambitious woman, after taking the creation golden pill to enhance her innate talents, she would no longer rely solely on her beauty and cunning to achieve her aims. She understood that to ascend to a higher status, one must possess formidable strength. Now that the young master had granted her this opportunity, Yafei was determined not to let him down. Ever since I consumed the creation golden pill you provided, my talents have undergone a dramatic transformation. If I do not cultivate diligently, how could I justify the precious elixir bestowed upon me by the young master? Yafei expressed her heartfelt sentiments while gently wrapping her arms around Lu Yun's waist. Lu Yun nodded slightly and smiled. Very well. Given your relentless efforts, your man shall gift you a token of appreciation. As he spoke, Lu Yun's mind delved into the system space, retrieving a vial of companion violet crystal essence along with a black pill. What is this? Yafei's beautiful eyes widened in curiosity as she gazed at the jade vial and the black pill in Lu Yun's hands. Lu Yun picked up the companion violet crystal essence and explained, this item is known as the companion violet crystal essence. It contains an incredibly formidable energy. You only need to add a drop each time you bathe, and it will significantly accelerate your cultivation speed. Upon hearing this, Yafei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to take the jade vial from Lu Yun's hand. With a beaming smile, she looked at him and planted a kiss on his cheek, saying, young master, you are truly wonderful to me. Feeling the softness against his face, Lu Yun smiled faintly and held the black pill up to Yafei's eyes, saying, this mere vial of companion violet crystal essence is nothing compared to this pill, which truly qualifies as a valuable treasure. At this, Yafei's beautiful eyes glimmered with surprise, her gaze shifting to the black pill in Lu Yun's hand. Her heart brimming with curiosity. What could this unassuming black pill possibly do? Lu Yun then proceeded to explain the properties of the Wan Du Zhu. After listening, Yafei's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the black pill in Lu Yun's hand, exclaiming, this tiny pill can neutralize all toxins below the 7th rank? If you doubt it, you need only consume it to find out, Lu Yun replied, bringing the Wan Du Zhu to Yafei's lips. Without hesitation, she opened her alluring mouth and swallowed it whole. As the pill descended into her belly, a warm sensation began to rise within her, spreading outward and circulating throughout her entire body. Yafei could sense that some change was occurring within her physique, though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was. At that moment, Yafei let out a soft exclamation, quickly sitting up and closing her eyes to circulate her internal do qi. Unbeknownst to her, the exposure from emerging from the covers revealed a tantalizing sight that left Lu Yun thoroughly captivated. Moments later, a muffled sound emanated from within Yafei, and her aura began to shift slightly. After a brief pause, she slowly opened her eyes, joy radiating from her gaze. 4-star dosha. Just moments ago, she had astonishingly broken through to the 4-star dosha realm. She had not anticipated that consuming the Wan Du Zhu would yield such unexpected results. Young master, I've jumped 3 ranks to reach the 4-star dosha realm, Yafei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled gently and remarked, the Wan Du Zhu is at least a 6th-tier treasure, while its primary function is detoxification. It can also slightly enhance one's cultivation while altering one's physique. With a hint of excitement on her face, Yafei replied, then I can consider myself immune to toxins from now on. Lu Yun nodded slightly in agreement. As long as you do not venture into the Qian Empire, you may indeed be considered toxin-free. After all, aside from the peculiar poison masters of the Qian Empire, it is rare to encounter situations where even Do Huang experts succumb to toxins elsewhere. The two continued their conversation for some time, and Lu Yun gleaned some information about Xiao Yan from Yafei. Half a month prior, Nalan Yinran had already traveled to Wutan City to annul her engagement with Xiao Yan. Much like in the original story, they had agreed on a 3-year term. Even now, despite Xiao Yan having regained his former talent, he remained unworthy in the eyes of the proud Nalan Yinran. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yun's eyes narrowed. Nalan Yinran's visit to annul the engagement signified the official commencement of the original plot. It seemed he needed to hasten his efforts to enhance his strength. With this thought, Lu Yun could not help but glance at the beautiful Yafei in his embrace and ask, how long until the next auction? Taken aback, Yafei hesitated. Although she was somewhat puzzled by Lu Yun's persistent interest in the auction's timing, nonetheless, she replied honestly, in half a month, there will be a low-tier auction. A low-tier auction? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's expression shifted. At the Miter family headquarters, auctions were strictly classified into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, much like martial arts techniques. Among them, the Heaven tier is the highest, but it is rare for the Heaven tier auction to occur even once every year or two. However, when it does take place, it signifies that the items up for auction at the Miter auction house are of substantial significance. At such times, a considerable number of powerful figures and leaders from across the Gamma Empire flocked to attend. Lu Yun had heard his elders speak of a past Heaven tier auction, where the Miter auction house auctioned a 6th tier fire-scaled crocodile egg. It was said that once the fire-scaled crocodile was successfully hatched, it would inherently be a Do Huang level powerhouse. And if nurtured properly, it would inevitably reach the Do Huang level. For the Gamma Empire, any 6th tier treasure is invaluable, let alone a 6th tier magical beast egg. As for the low tier auction, it is seldom held, typically occurring only twice a year. The Profound tier is more common, almost once a month, while the Yellow tier is held continuously. In half a month, Lu Yun would have already surpassed his coming-of-age ceremony. If all goes according to plan, he would take command of the Miter auction house headquarters. For Lu Yun, who sought to rapidly elevate his strength, a low-tier auction would no longer suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun turned to Ye Fei and declared, "Ye Fei, 3 days from now, you shall announce to the public that the Miter auction house will host a Heaven-tier auction in half a month." With Habadong's support, Lu Yun was confident that after tomorrow's family meeting, power within the Miter auction house would gradually shift into his hands. With ample time at hand, one can meticulously plan for the upcoming Tianjie auction, scheduled for half a month hence. The mere mention of the Tianjie auction caused Ye Fei's eyes to widen in astonishment, her delicate features reflecting her shock. "Young master, the Tianjie auction is not something that can be easily convened." After a moment of surprise, Ye Fei finally gathered her thoughts. "Moreover, with those esteemed elders present, it is unlikely they would permit me to disseminate such news." Ye Fei gradually articulated her concerns. "Do not fret about that. After tomorrow, all authority of the middle auction house will be transferred to me, and at that time, I shall delegate power to you. Feel free to proceed," Lu Yun stated confidently. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei assumed Lu Yun intended to reveal his trump card, which would indeed compel those so-called family elders to remain silent and relinquish their authority. However, she harbored worries regarding the auction items necessary for the Tianjie auction, which, she feared, could not be assembled in such a short span of time. Historically, the middle auction house required a 2-year preparation period to hold a Tianjie auction. Now, to gather the requisite items within a mere fortnight seemed as daunting as scaling a mountain. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Fei, and she gazed at Lu Yun. "Young master, could it be that you?" She recalled how, during their time in Wutan City, Lu Yun had consistently produced rare treasures for auction, even offering flying combat techniques for sale. Now, with Lu Yun's bold proposal to host the Tianjie auction, was it possible he had already made preparations? "You need not worry about the items for the Tianjie auction. I have already made ample preparations," Lu Yun replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. Ye Fei inwardly acknowledged that Lu Yun never undertook endeavors without certainty. After a brief moment of intimacy, Ye Fei donned her attire and slowly exited the courtyard. Once she had departed, Lu Yun summoned the void-burrowing beast. Squeak! The little creature, upon emerging, immediately nestled in Lu Yun's embrace, as it always did. "Now, my little friend, let us attend to some tasks, and I promise you a treat afterward," Lu Yun said with a gentle smile, soothing the void-burrowing beast. Squeak! The creature responded a few times before, at Lu Yun's behest, transforming into a purple beam of light and burrowing into the ground. Before long, a familiar purple circle manifested beneath Lu Yun's feet. With the emergence of the purple circle, a spatial passage was successfully established. Currently, Lu Yun had created 4 spatial passages linking Blackrock City, Stone Desert City, and Desert City with this latest addition. Whenever the void-burrowing beast willed it, it could transport Lu Yun freely between these 4 cities. Squeak! Once the purple circle stabilized, the void-burrowing beast transformed back into a purple light and once again nestled in Lu Yun's embrace, seeking its reward. "Rest assured, you shall not be forgotten," Lu Yun replied with a slight smile, retrieving 3 vials of companion-born purple crystal essence from his system space to present to the little creature. Considering the timing, the auction in Blackrock City should be approaching soon, Lu Yun mused as he stood atop the purple circle. He recalled the Blackrock auction house, a stronghold he had established. Under the management of the Li family, he merely needed to attend the auction monthly to reap substantial rewards. He calculated the timing, estimating that the auction at the Blackrock auction house should be imminent. With this thought, Lu Yun resolved to visit the Li family that evening to ascertain the preparations for the upcoming auction. "Wu Ming, accompany me to Blackrock City," Lu Yun called into the void. "Yes, master," Wu Ming's voice resonated softly. In an instant, a shadow clad in black appeared atop the purple circle, standing alongside Lu Yun. "Little one, take me to Blackrock City," Lu Yun instructed the void-burrowing beast. With a flash of purple light, Lu Yun and Wu Ming vanished from the room. Chapter 197, The Family Gathering. As night descended, darkness enveloped the entirety of Black Rock City. At an unknown hour, a dense forest outside the city suddenly erupted in a blaze of purple light. The purple radiance formed a circle, emanating waves of spatial force. Soon, the purple light faded, and two figures abruptly materialized within the forest. "Let us proceed to the Li family," Lu Yun remarked, surveying his surroundings. Ensuring no one was watching, he led Wu Ming out of the forest and into Black Rock City. Meanwhile, within the Li family hall, the upper echelons had gathered. At the head of the assembly sat the family patriarch, Li Yuan, overseeing the multitude of Li family elders. At the forefront stood the eldest elder, Li Yin. "Congratulations, patriarch, on your breakthrough to the 5-star Do Spirit realm." Li Yin stepped forward to offer his heartfelt congratulations to Li Yuan. Li Yuan had been in seclusion for some time, emerging only today, having successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the 5-star Do Spirit realm. Just a step away from achieving the same strength as the city lord of Yuguang, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, patriarch." The other elders echoed Li Yan's sentiments in unison. I owe this breakthrough to the companion-born purple crystal essence bestowed by the master," Li Yuan remarked with a smile, clearly in high spirits due to his recent advancement. "Elder, you too have made strides in your Do spirit cultivation," Li Yuan acknowledged, casting an appreciative glance at Li Yin. It was merely luck," Li Yin said with a self-satisfied grin. Li Yuan could not help but twitch his lips at the elder's perpetual arrogance. Yet he also felt a sense of joy when contemplating the current strength of the Li family. With two Do spirit powerhouses, the Li family stood as the unrivaled first clan within Black Rock City. Even should the city lord's residents dare to provoke them again, the Li family's current might would hold firm. "Elder, the auction will take place in 3 days. How are the preparations coming along?" Li Yuan inquired, recalling his master's instructions. The success of this auction was of utmost importance. He could scarcely imagine the consequences should it falter. Li Yin was well aware of the stakes involved. However, recalling the hard work he had put in, confidence shone on his face. "Patriarch, we have made extensive preparations for the auction. The news of this event has been disseminated throughout all of Black Rock City, and I have even dispatched personnel to neighboring cities to ensure ample promotion. Reports indicate that many powerful individuals from other cities have already arrived in Black Rock City, with more still en route." Li Yin confidently recounted the achievements of the past month. "Excellent work." Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then inquired, "And what of the auction items? How are they prepared?" After all, the quality of the auction items was paramount to the event's success. Without hesitation, Li Yin produced a list and presented it to Li Yuan. "This is the inventory for the upcoming auction. Please review it, patriarch." Li Yuan accepted the list and scrutinized it carefully. Moments later, a satisfied smile reappeared on his face as he turned to Li Yin and praised, "Elder, well done. The quality of this auction's items is nearly on par with the last event." Receiving Li Yuan's commendation, a smile spread across Li Yan's face. But soon a serious expression overtook him. "Patriarch, I have received secret intelligence indicating that the city lord's residence seems to have sought assistance from the imperial capital. It is rumored that there are ties between the city lord's residence and the royal family. They may attempt to sabotage this auction." Li Yin expressed his concerns. "The royal family? Do you know which member is involved?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan's countenance darkened. With his current strength, he was still unable to contend against the imperial power. Unless, of course, the master personally came to oversee the situation. "No. The identity of the newcomer is shrouded in mystery. My scouts have failed to gather any specific intelligence," Li Yin replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Li Yuan fell silent. The might of the royal family was not something they could currently withstand. What is there to fear from a mere royal family? At that moment, a calm voice emanated from outside the hall. Upon hearing this voice, Li Yuan and the other high-ranking members of the Li family felt a surge of hope. Their gazes swiftly directed towards its source. "Master." In the next moment, upon recognizing the identity of the visitor, Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise and immediately descended from the main seat to greet them. At the entrance of the hall, two figures, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone, were slowly making their way inside. "We, your subordinates, pay our respects to the master." Upon reaching Lu Yun, Li Yuan led the members of the Li family in kneeling before him. "Rise," Lu Yun said with a casual tone, then strode past the crowd to take his place on the main seat with an air of authority. "You mentioned that the royal family is intervening in this auction?" After settling in, Lu Yun looked down upon Li Yuan and the others. "Indeed, master," Li Yuan responded respectfully. "You need not worry about the royal family's influence. During this period, I shall assign someone to safeguard the Li family," Lu Yun stated nonchalantly. "Yes, thank you, master." Upon hearing this, joy flooded the faces of Li Yuan and the others. With Lu Yun's assurance, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. "Now tell me, how prepared are we for this auction?" Lu Yun inquired, turning his gaze towards Li Yuan. Following this, Li Yuan recounted Li Yan's earlier words. After listening, Lu Yun nodded slowly and said, "Bring me the list of items prepared for this auction." Li Yuan promptly handed over the meticulously prepared list. After receiving the list, Lu Yun casually perused it and nodded slightly. The Li family had indeed put in considerable effort. The items listed were commendable even in his eyes. A 5th grade elixir, a 5th tier magic core, a 5th grade recipe, a 5th tier spiritual herb. Most of the items were 5th tier, and such quality was sufficient to rival the Earth tier auction at the Mytel auction house. However, Lu Yun was most surprised by the centerpiece of the auction, a combat spirit powerhouse from the Serpent Man tribe. The Li family had truly demonstrated remarkable capability in acquiring a Serpent Man of such strength. Moreover, this was a female Serpent Man. The Serpent Men were known for their proclivity to toy with human women, and similarly, some human nobility also had a penchant for serpent women. If this serpent woman were to be auctioned, it would undoubtedly drive certain eccentric nobles into a frenzy. Nonetheless, Lu Yun couldn't help but lament the audacity of these individuals. Openly auctioning a serpent woman would surely provoke the wrath of the Medusa queen. How did you come by this serpent woman? Lu Yun inquired, casting a curious glance at Li Yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan hesitated briefly, instinctively glancing towards the elder Li Yin beside him. Sensing Li Yuan's gaze, Li Yin stepped forward and replied, Master, I personally ventured into the Tagar Desert and procured her from a mercenary group. They happened to encounter this injured Serpent Man powerhouse and, under the cover of darkness, captured her. Li Yin answered respectfully, Excellent, well done, you shall be richly rewarded for this. Lu Yun praised, then waved his hand, causing 20 jade vials filled with primal purple crystal essence to appear on the ground. These 20 vials of primal purple crystal essence are a reward for your successful execution of this task. Once the auction is flawlessly conducted, there shall be further rewards. Lu Yun declared generously, We shall serve the master with utmost loyalty, regardless of the cost. Observing the 20 vials of primal purple crystal essence, the members of the Li family were filled with excitement, and they couldn't help but kneel before Lu Yun once more. Now, focus on your duties. I shall personally attend the auction day, Lu Yun said as he rose slowly, departing the Li family estate with the enigmatic Nameless. Nameless, during this time, you will assist in safeguarding the Li family to ensure the auction proceeds smoothly. Outside the Li family, Lu Yun turned to Nameless and instructed, If any members of the royal family attempt to interfere, capture them directly. I wish to see who is truly orchestrating matters behind the scenes of the city lord's manor. Lu Yun's voice was icy. Yes, master, Nameless replied respectfully. The following day, in the Mytel family's conference hall, the spacious room was filled with numerous attendees. Seated at the head was the patriarch of the Mytel family, Mytel Tingshan. Below him sat several elderly figures with indifferent expressions. These were the elder statesmen of the Mytel family, possessing considerable authority within the clan. At that moment, the grand elder of the Mytel family, Mytel Huayuan, suddenly stood up and addressed Mytel Tingshan. Patriarch, I have heard that the young master returned yesterday. Why has he not attended today's family meeting? Hearing this, Mytel Tingshan furrowed his brow, slightly impatient. I have already sent someone to urge him. Mytel Tingshan harbored some grievances against Lu Yun. It was agreed that he would attend the family meeting, yet this insolent boy had failed to show up without reason. Did he not realize that he was the focal point of today's gathering? Upon hearing this, Mytel Huayuan's face revealed displeasure. Patriarch, the family meeting is of great solemnity. For Lu Yun to delay his arrival is an act of utmost disrespect, showing disregard for his elders. In my opinion, we should take this opportunity to strip him of his title as young master. Mytel Huayuan's aged visage was etched with anger, and he no longer referred to Lu Yun as young master, but directly by his name. I shall make the decision regarding this matter. There is no need for the grand elder to concern himself, Mytel Tingshan replied coldly from his position of authority. Hearing this, a flicker of darkness passed through Mytel Huayuan's eyes as he discreetly glanced at the other elders. The grand elder speaks wisely. Lu Yun shows no regard for his elders and is unworthy of his position. He ought to be stripped of the title of young master. In the next moment, another elder stepped forward, echoing the grand elder's sentiments. Patriarch, the title of young master is crucial to the future of our Mytel family. I hope you will deliberate carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, several other elders exchanged glances and also stood, their tones grave as they implored, We urge the patriarch to reconsider. Witnessing this scene, a shadow of darkness crossed Mytel Tingshan's gaze. These old fellows had finally lost their patience. It seemed that the return of that insolent boy had pressed them to their limits. In a corner, Yafei observed the unfolding drama in the hall, a hint of derision flickering in her beautiful eyes. Just these few old geezers thought they could strip the young master of his title. It was truly a delusion. Knowing the formidable background that Lu Yun possessed, Yafei was utterly unfazed. If these old fellows were aware of the terrifying forces backing the young master, they would likely be begging him to retain his position as the young master of the Mytel family. However, Yafei felt a twinge of confusion. Why had the young master still not arrived? Reflecting on Lu Yun's words from yesterday, she was eagerly anticipating the moment when these individuals would be slapped in the face. The title of young master cannot be so easily revoked. Are the elders being overly harsh? Just as Yafei awaited anxiously, Lu Yun's calm voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. It is the young master. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yafei's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly turned her gaze. At the head of the hall, Maitel Tingshan felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing Lu Yun's voice. Finally, this insolent boy had arrived. A sudden sound abruptly captured the attention of everyone within the assembly hall. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where the figure of Lu Yun slowly emerged. Following closely behind him was the aged silhouette of the Ice Emperor, Habadong. His tardiness to this meeting was not intentional. Rather, he had been delayed due to a visit to Habadong, consuming a considerable amount of time. Lu Yun surveyed the hall with a sweeping glance before swaggering in alongside Habadong. Having already greeted the clan leader, he approached Maider Tingshan and respectfully acknowledged him. Subsequently, he cast a languid glance at several elder members of the clan and nonchalantly greeted them, saying, "Greetings, esteemed elders." Witnessing Lu Yun's dismissive demeanor, the elders' ire intensified, and they rebuked him fiercely. "Lu Yun, as the young master, you ought to concern yourself with the family's welfare instead of frolicking about. Arriving late to a family meeting shows a blatant disregard for your elders. You are utterly unworthy to be the young master of the Maider family. We implore the clan leader to revoke Liu Yun's position. Whether I deserve to be the young master is not for you to decide." Lu Yun retorted coldly, his impatience evident as he regarded the elders. The audacity of his words left the assembly momentarily stunned. Impudence, boldness, a madman. The elders, upon regaining their composure, glared furiously at Lu Yun. The Grand Elder, Maider Huayuan, even revealed a glint of cold fury in his eyes, and in the next moment, he swung his hand towards Lu Yun with intent to strike. Unperturbed, Lu Yun remained expressionless, allowing the Grand Elder's hand to approach. Humph! At that moment, Habadong, standing behind Lu Yun, let out a chilling grunt and extended his own hand. With a resounding slap, the Grand Elder was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground. Upon landing, he clutched his reddened, swollen cheek, glaring at Habadong with a mixture of surprise and fury. "Who are you?" With a venomous gaze directed at Habadong, the Grand Elder questioned. "This is a family matter of the Maider clan. Your interference is highly inappropriate." Habadong shot a cold glance at the Grand Elder, sneering without offering a response. Angered by Habadong's apparent disregard, the Grand Elder felt a surge of indignation but hesitated to retaliate, recalling the display of power he had just witnessed. "Lu Yun, this is a family meeting. What do you mean by bringing in an outsider? Do you intend to betray the clan?" With no means to confront Habadong, the Grand Elder redirected his ire towards Lu Yun. After voicing his concerns, he turned his attention to Maider Tingshan, who sat at the head of the table. "Clan leader, this man is not a member of the Maider family. He has openly assaulted an elder. I hope you will take action on my behalf." Maider Tingshan, rising slowly, replied in a calm tone, "I regret to inform you, Grand Elder, that I cannot intervene in this matter. Moreover, you are mistaken. This individual is far from an outsider to the Maider clan." He then descended from the high platform and approached Habadong, bowing respectfully as he said, "Maider Tingshan pays his respects to the Grand Elder." Upon hearing Maider Tingshan's words, a look of discontent crossed the Grand Elder's face. Just as he was about to voice his objections, he was taken aback by Maider Tingshan's gesture of deference. The revelation that Maider Tingshan held Habadong in such esteem left the Grand Elder and the other elders in a state of disbelief. The Grand Elder? How can this be? As they observed Maider Tingshan's respectful demeanor towards Habadong, a flicker of recognition sparked within the minds of the elders, and Huayuan's eyes widened in shock. You are Elder Hai?" Suddenly, as if confronted by a specter, Maider Huayuan exclaimed in astonishment. At his cry, the remaining elders were momentarily stunned, but soon their faces were etched with incredulity as they turned to regard the aged figure before them. "It seems that even after all these years, you have not forgotten the presence of this old ghost," Habadong remarked coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. His gaze then fell upon Maider Huayuan, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "You are the same waste of a person as you were back then, Huayuan. It is astonishing that after so many years, you remain a fool." Habadong's chilling aura enveloped the room as he surveyed the assembly. "In my view, among that generation, only Tingshan here is somewhat competent. The rest are utterly useless." Faced with Habadong's merciless disparagement, Maider Huayuan and the others fumed with indignation, yet none dared to speak out against him. The formidable reputation of the Ice Emperor had instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Even after decades of absence, Habadong's commanding presence remained unchallenged. His return was marked by an aura of authority that was as potent as ever. Observing the scene, a flicker of disappointment crossed Habadong's eyes. It appeared that these individuals had truly become ineffectual. Compared to Lu Yun, they were vastly inferior in both temperament and talent. Lu Yun was right. The Maider family desperately required a thorough overhaul. With that thought in mind, Habadong bypassed Maider Tingshan and took his seat at the head of the platform. "Now that I am here, I shall speak briefly. However, I wonder if my words still hold any weight in this family after all these years." His icy gaze swept over the elders, and he spoke with an impassive tone. Sensing the frigid intensity of Habadong's stare, Maider Huayuan stiffened and stammered. "If the Grand Elder has any instructions, we shall heed them." In the hall, Lu Yun observed the unfolding events silently, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed that his decision to invite Habadong back was indeed the right one. The esteem Habadong commanded among the elders surpassed his expectations. In a corner of the hall, Yafei watched the scene unfold with wide, astonished eyes. She had anticipated that the young master would reveal his identity and showcase his hidden strength today. However, she had not expected him to summon the long-absent Grand Elder. The young master's methods were always so unexpected, leaving one in awe. With this in mind, Yafei regarded the young figure standing in the hall, her eyes filled with admiration. At the head of the hall, Habadong surveyed the assembly once more, his gaze finally resting upon Mitre Tingshan. Mitre Tingshan, heed my words. Upon hearing this, Mitre Tingshan stepped forward at once. Grand Elder, please give your orders. Then, Habadong's cold voice resonated within the hall. From this day forth, the Mitre family shall abolish the so-called Elders' Council. Positions will be filled by those competent enough to assume them, prioritizing the elevation of the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Mitre Huayuan and the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they could no longer contain their protests. Grand Elder, what? Do you have objections? Habadong slowly lifted his head, his icy gaze directed at Mitre Huayuan and the others, instantly enveloping them in an aura of extreme chill. No, we do not dare, they stammered, feeling the temperature plummet around them. Mitre Huayuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Habadong withdrew his gaze and turned to the figure standing in the hall. Lu Yun. From this day forth, Lu Yun shall be the heir of the Mitre family. His commands shall embody my will. Those who defy him will be expelled from the Mitre family. Chapter 199. The meeting concludes upon hearing Habadong's first decree. The attendees were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the elder would so staunchly support Lu Yun, the notorious scion. A flicker of struggle crossed Mitre Huayuan's face. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, his voice quaking. Elder, according to our regulations, Lu Yun must accept challenges from other young talents of the family during the coming-of-age ceremony. Only upon triumph can he ascend to the position of heir. Despite his fear of Habadong, Mitre Huayuan could not suppress his urge to speak out against Lu Yun's appointment. Over the years, he and Lu Yun had been at odds, harboring numerous grievances. Should Lu Yun indeed become the heir, it would not be long before he ascended to the position of patriarch, leaving Mitre Huayuan with nowhere to stand within the family. Therefore, he could not bear to witness Lu Yun claim the title of heir. Are you questioning my decision? Habadong's eyes glinted with coldness upon hearing Mitre Huayuan's words. And no, Elder. I am merely adhering to the regulations, Mitre Huayuan stammered, sensing the displeasure in Habadong's tone. Silence. Before Mitre Huayuan could finish his explanation, Habadong struck with a powerful palm. Bang. In an instant, before the Grand Elder could react, he was sent flying, his frail body crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the other elders, who had been poised to echo Mitre Huayuan, were struck with dread, their faces reflecting sheer terror as the hall fell into a heavy silence. Now, does anyone harbor any objections? With the Grand Elder dispatched, Habadong calmly settled back into his seat, his frigid gaze sweeping across the gathered elders, his tone icy as he inquired. Feeling the chill emanating from Habadong, the elders fell silent, lowering their heads. Habadong surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting upon Lu Yun. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Though Huayuan's concerns may be somewhat valid, his incessant noise is unwarranted. The remaining elders exchanged glances, perplexed by the contradiction. If there is merit to his words, why resort to violence? They mused silently, knowing better than to voice their thoughts for fear of incurring Habadong's wrath. Very well. Your coming-of-age ceremony is imminent. On that day, you must accept challenges from your peers within the family. Should you falter, your claim to the title of heir shall be temporarily set aside until you possess sufficient strength, Habadong declared, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes as he regarded Lu Yun. He was aware that Lu Yun had long sought to conceal his true capabilities. However, this time, Habadong insisted that he unveil them. After all, Lu Yun's reputation had not been particularly favorable during his time in the imperial capital. If word of Habadong's support for Lu Yun as heir were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule from his old acquaintances. Conversely, should Lu Yun showcase exceptional prowess during the coming-of-age ceremony, it would paint Habadong as a discerning judge of character. Sensing the mockery in Habadong's gaze, Lu Yun felt a twinge of irritation. Yet, considering the present circumstances, he could only respond with a smile. Elder, your words resonate. I shall strive diligently. The other elders exchanged glances, a flicker of delight passing between them. In their estimation, Lu Yun's abilities were insufficient to contend with the family's other gifted youths. With the elder's decree firmly in place, should Lu Yun falter, even the elder would be left without recourse. Let us hope you do not disappoint me, Habadong remarked coolly. He then turned his attention to Mitre Tingshan, stating, one last matter. From this day forth, Lu Yun shall be entrusted with the complete management of the Mitre auction house. All matters, great and small, shall be under his purview. Mitre Tingshan, already aware of the meeting's agenda, was not at all surprised by Habadong's pronouncement. He respectfully replied, "I shall comply with the elder's command." While Medusa maintained his composure, the other elders were visibly unsettled. Lu Yun is yet to undergo his coming-of-age ceremony. How can he be entrusted with the auction house? They thought, incredulous. What? Do you have any objections? As the elders grappled with their confusion, Habadong's chilling voice echoed through the hall. Upon meeting Habadong's icy stare, the elders felt a wave of trepidation. They instinctively glanced at the Grand Elder, still sprawled on the ground, and quickly shook their heads in unison. "We have no objections." "Since there are no objections, we shall proceed as I have stated," Habadong affirmed, nodding slightly. His gaze shifted back to Medusa. "Within 3 days, ensure that all matters of the auction house are transferred to Lu Yun. Anyone who dares to defy this order will be expelled from the Metel family." "Yes, Elder," Medusa replied with utmost respect. "That will be all from me. The rest is up to you," Habadong concluded, rising nonchalantly, and, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, gradually exited the conference hall. As Habadong's figure receded, a smile crept across Liu Yun's lips. Indeed, having Habadong confront these old-timers was the most effective strategy. "Esteemed elders, you all heard Elder Hai's words, did you not?" After Habadong's departure, Medusa returned to his position at the head of the table, surveying everyone present. "If you wish to avoid expulsion from the Metel family, I advise you to fulfill Elder Hai's directives within 3 days. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy when the time comes." As he spoke, a trace of coldness appeared on Medusa's countenance. With Habadong's backing, he could finally act without restraint. Upon hearing Medusa's words, the elders were left speechless. After all, they were executing the elder's orders and dared not resist. Seeing no dissent, Medusa promptly declared the meeting adjourned. "Grandfather, you must urge them to expedite the process. I wish to acquire control of the auction house as soon as possible." After the meeting, once everyone had departed, Lu Yun could no longer contain his impatience and urged Medusa. "Very well, I shall press them to act swiftly. You, my boy, now have Elder Hai's support." "You hardly regard me anymore," Medusa remarked with a resigned expression. "Grandson would never dare." Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly before turning to exit the conference hall. Chapter 200. The Arrival of the Princess, a Night Visit to the Li Family Heir. "You truly are remarkable. Even the elder stands by your side." In a room, Yafei sat upon Liu Yun's lap, her excitement evident as she embraced him, her delicate features radiating exhilaration. The hem of her long chi-pao revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin. Resting his chin on Yafei's fragrant shoulder, inhaling her subtle fragrance, Lu Yun smirked playfully. "Have you not already witnessed my prowess?" Upon hearing the profound implications in Lu Yun's words, Yafei's delicate face flushed slightly. With a gentle tap of her jade hand upon Lu Yun's shoulder, she playfully chided, "How annoying. I was discussing serious matters with you." Lu Yun, wrapping his arms around Yafei's slender waist, responded lazily, "Go on, I'm listening." A hint of confusion crossed Yafei's alluring visage as she glanced at Lu Yun, inquiring, "Young master, why has the Elder Supreme, who has been missing for so many years, suddenly reappeared? And what is the nature of his attitude towards you?" Lu Yun chuckled softly and explained, "I saved the Elder Supreme's life. Do you think he would not come to my aid?" "Saved his life?" Yafei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. It was no wonder the Elder Supreme had placed such importance on the young master during today's meeting. It all made sense now. Lu Yun smiled again and retrieved several items from the system space, placing them on the table. Yafei, surprised by the sudden appearance of the items, asked, "Young master, what are you doing?" Lu Yun replied with a calm smile. "Once the Grand Elder and the others transfer the management rights of the auction house to me, you must immediately begin preparations for the auction. Effective promotion is essential." His gaze then fell upon the items on the table. "As for these, they are treasures I have prepared for this auction." "Treasures?" Upon hearing this, Yafei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Young master, could you introduce these treasures to me? That way, I can also assist with the promotion." Lu Yun smiled gently. "Of course. That is not a problem." With that, he picked up a jade box from the table and slowly opened it, revealing a crimson lotus seed. This lotus seed is known as the Earth Fire Lotus Seed. It takes a century to condense even a single one, containing an exceptionally pure fire attribute energy. Even a Do Huang strongman would see a significant enhancement in strength after consuming it. The Earth Fire Lotus Seed. Upon hearing Lu Yun's introduction, Yafei was taken aback. It takes a century to condense one. Moreover, it can enhance the strength of a Do Huang strongman. This Earth Fire Lotus Seed could undoubtedly be considered a 6th-tier item for auction. With this seed, we can preliminarily meet the conditions for hosting a heavenly tier auction. Lu Yun then picked up a blue lotus platform and introduced it to Yafei. This blue lotus platform is formed from the earth fire after a millennium of condensation. Anyone who cultivates while seated upon it can expect their cultivation speed to increase, not by 10-fold, but at least 3 to 4 times. Moreover, when confronted by enemies, activating it with Do Chi will unleash the hidden earth fire, making it impossible for even a Do Ling strongman to withstand. Such an extraordinary lotus platform? After hearing Lu Yun's description, Yafei's lips parted in astonishment. Just the ability to enhance cultivation speed alone would incite fierce competition among the scions of noble families at the auction. Not to mention, this platform could potentially save one's life in critical moments. In Yafei's eyes, even if it does not compare to 6th-tier treasures, it would undoubtedly stand out as a premier item among 5th-tier treasures. Lu Yun then picked up 3 jade vials from the table, saying, "As for this one, it contains the accompanying purple crystal source I gave you yesterday. It is produced by the purple crystal winged lion king and is extremely rare, being born alongside the beast itself, a treasure that is invaluable for practitioners of fire attribute techniques." He continued, "This is the wand poison pearl I had you consume yesterday, which condenses from the body of the 8th-tier magical beast, the wand poison beast, and can neutralize all poisons below the 7th tier." Moments later, Lu Yun had introduced all the items prepared for the auction to Yafei. Looking at the treasures on the table, Yafei's face blossomed with joy. With these treasures, the upcoming heavenly tier auction is bound to be a resounding success. Finally, Lu Yun retrieved 1,000 5th-tier magic cores from the system space and handed them to Yafei. "While we still have time, use these 5th-tier magic cores to gather as many 5th and 6th-tier treasures as possible for this auction." Yafei stared at the treasures on the table, along with the 1,000 5th-tier magic cores, her head spinning in disbelief. "Young master, how do you possess so many treasures?" Lu Yun embraced Yafei and suddenly grinned mischievously. "I have another great treasure to show you later." With that, he lifted Yafei into his arms and headed toward the bed. In the City Lord's mansion of Black Rock City, it was deep into the night. Yet the main hall was brightly lit. City Lord Yuguang sat in the hall, occasionally glancing toward the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Half an hour later, 2 figures descended outside the grand hall. Hearing the commotion, City Lord Yuguang's expression brightened, and he hurried out to greet them. 2 tall women were slowly approaching the hall. One, a middle-aged woman clad in a green robe, exuded the aura of a Do Wong strongman. The other wore a splendid robe and a black cloak that obscured her features. "I have seen the crown princess." Upon reaching the 2, City Lord Yuguang bowed deeply before the cloaked figure, showing utmost respect. "There is no need for such formality, just call me Yao Yi," came a cold voice from beneath the cloak, as the woman removed her hood, revealing an exquisite face. She radiated an air of cold elegance, intermingled with a hint of authoritative gravitas. In her presence, the usually composed City Lord Yuguang appeared somewhat ill at ease. Hearing her words, a sheepish expression crossed his face, as he ultimately refrained from addressing her by name. "Crown Princess, please, take a seat inside." Yao Yi cast a dispassionate glance at City Lord Yuguang before slowly making her way into the hall. Once seated, Yao Yi turned her gaze towards City Lord Yuguang. "In your letter to Mother, you mentioned that a mysterious force has infiltrated Black Rock City, threatening your position as City Lord. Since I had some free time, I came to investigate. May I ask where this mysterious force is now?" Upon hearing this, City Lord Yuguang dared not conceal anything and laid bare the situation regarding the Li family. "You mean to say that the Li family has already allied with this mysterious force? And the treasures displayed by the Li family at the last auction were also provided by this mysterious force?" City Lord Yuguang nodded in affirmation. "Qing Yi, please pay a visit to the Li family and ascertain whether this mysterious force truly exists," Yao Yi instructed the middle-aged woman in the green robe. "Yes, Crown Princess." The green-robed woman acknowledged and promptly spread her wings, swiftly departing from the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 201. Lu Yun's expectations, Crown Princess's anxiety. The night was dark and windy, and the Li family was eerily quiet. Outside the Li residence, the green-robed woman referred to as Qing Yi descended gracefully, her wings retracting. "Is this the Li residence the princess spoke of?" she mused, gazing at the 2 characters Li Fu above. After a moment's hesitation, she flew directly into the Li family's courtyard. Subsequently, she extended her spiritual energy, searching for any traces of the mysterious force. As she cautiously released her spiritual energy, a gigantic palm print suddenly descended from the heavens. "What is this?" The unexpected appearance of the colossal hand filled Qing Yi with dread. The overwhelming force emanating from it rendered her utterly motionless. In the next moment, before she could utter a single cry, the gigantic palm struck her down, leaving her unconscious on the spot. In a corner of the courtyard, a nameless figure emerged from the shadows, gazing down at the unconscious woman with a slight furrow in his brow. A Do Wong level? He pondered. Sneaking into the Li family, could she be one of those so-called royal figures? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to seal Qing Yi's cultivation without inflicting harm, opting to leave her fate to his master. Having made his decision, he swiftly vanished into the night with the unconscious woman. Soon, tranquility returned to the Li family's courtyard. Qing Yi's infiltration and disappearance stirred no commotion. The Li family remained oblivious to any anomalies, as if nothing had transpired. The following day, what is the meaning of this woman? As Lu Yun gazed at the woman in the azure robe before him, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he turned to Wuming. After concluding matters concerning the Meitel family, he had traversed through the void channel within the room. arriving directly in Blackrock City. Upon his arrival, Wu Ming promptly located him, bringing along a middle-aged woman who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene left Lu Yun momentarily bewildered, though a sense of gratification soon followed. Indeed, Wu Ming, having accompanied him for so long, had finally grasped the nuances of his expectations and had brought a woman to him. However, was this woman not a tad too aged? Moreover, was this truly to his taste? Did Wu Ming harbor some misunderstanding regarding his preferences? Lu Yun pondered with a hint of vexation as he regarded the middle-aged woman before him. Unbeknownst to Wu Ming, who lacked insight into Lu Yun's thoughts, he recounted the events of the previous night. Master, this woman stealthily infiltrated the Li family, and I dispatched her with a single strike. At this, Lu Yun was taken aback for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged woman and inquired, could this woman be the royal power mentioned by Li Yuan? A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to ask Wu Ming, what is her precise level of strength? Wu Ming replied, she has likely just recently broken through to the Do Wang level. Astonished, Lu Yun expressed surprise at the revelation that she was indeed a Do Wang powerhouse. It seemed that the royal envoy was of considerable significance, for it was uncommon for a figure of such caliber to be in attendance. Wu Ming glanced at the woman on the ground and queried, Master, how shall we deal with her? Shall we eliminate her? Lu Yun shook his head, a sudden idea flashing through his mind. It would be a pity to kill her. She may prove to be quite useful. With a wave of his hand, he stored the woman in the system space. After completing these actions, Lu Yun turned his attention to Wu Ming. Wu Ming, tonight you shall continue to guard the Li family. Should anyone else attempt to infiltrate, incapacitate them and bring them to me. Wu Ming responded respectfully, yes, master. Thereafter, Lu Yun made his way to a modest inn, where he secured a room with discretion. With the protection of the 6-tiered magical beasts, the 10,000 poisons beast, and the void burrowing beast, he felt no fear of danger. The auction in Blackrock was set to commence the following day, and he wondered what treasures he might acquire this time. In his room, Lu Yun's thoughts wandered as he murmured to himself, eagerly anticipating the upcoming auction. He then produced a vial of primordial amethyst essence, consuming half of it before entering a meditative state to cultivate. In the city lord's mansion, the cold gaze of the Grand Princess Yao Yi fixated on the city lord of Yuguang as she inquired with a hint of reproach, is there still no news of Aunt Qing? Feeling the intensity of her stare, the city lord felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, yet he responded truthfully. Your Highness, I must report that no trace of her has been found. I have stationed spies within the Li family, and according to their reports, everything has remained tranquil. There has been no sign of disturbance. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed the Grand Princess's face. Is it possible that Aunt Qing has simply vanished into thin air? How could a Do Wang powerhouse suddenly disappear? A wave of confusion washed over her. Could it be that the Li family's hidden strength had grown so formidable that even a Do Wang was disregarded? Tell me, what is the true nature of the power that lies behind the Li family? She demanded, her voice laced with fury. She had dared to venture into Blackrock City solely due to Aunt Qing's protection, yet now, the esteemed Do Wang had inexplicably vanished, leaving her in a state of alarm. To make a Do Wang disappear without a trace indicated a power far beyond her expectations. Had she known the situation would unfold like this, she would never have risked her safety by coming to Blackrock. Faced with the Grand Princess's ire, the city lord paled, fearing to respond. Investigate immediately. I demand to see her alive or dead. I must obtain news of Aunt Qing, the Grand Princess commanded, her voice icy. Yes, Your Highness, the city lord replied, hastily exiting the grand hall. What kind of power does the Li family conceal? The auction is tomorrow. I shall see what schemes they are plotting, she mused. Standing within the hall, a sense of foreboding creeping over her as she questioned the wisdom of her decision to come to Blackrock. Chapter 202. The auction commences, forces from all sides converge. The next day, before the Blackrock auction house, throngs of people surged, and the clamor reached a deafening crescendo. In front of the auction house, a dozen men clad in black, their expressions impassive, bore sharp weapons at their waists, their hawk-like gazes scanning the bustling crowds. From the faint aura emanating from these men, it was evident that they were all Do-Shi-level fighters. Observers from various external forces marveled at this sight. Such formidable guards at the door indicated that the Li family had truly risen in power. It was known that even the Meitel auction house would hesitate to employ Do-Shi-level fighters as mere gatekeepers. Master, this way please. Inside the auction house, Li Yan led Lu Yun to a private room. Very well, you may attend to your duties. Feel free to act without restraint. With my presence, no one shall disrupt us. Lu Yun gestured dismissively, his tone indifferent. Li Yan's spirits lifted at this, and he replied with fervor, yes, master. Lu Yun, accompanied by Wu Ming, slowly pushed open the door to the private room and entered. Wu Ming, keep a vigilant eye. I've heard that many outsiders are attending this auction. With so many people, it is easy for chaos to ensue. Should anyone attempt to disrupt my auction, regardless of their identity, subdue them immediately, Lu Yun declared, settling into a chair. Yes, master. I will remain vigilant. Wu Ming responded, bowing respectfully before quietly unleashing his spiritual senses to survey the auction's proceedings. Second uncle, have there been any updates on Aunt Qing? In a nearby private room, the Grand Princess's tone was devoid of warmth as she addressed the city lord of Yuguang. Upon hearing this, the city lord recalled the news he had just received, his expression wavering. Finally, he glanced at the Grand Princess and spoke slowly. Your Highness, I suspect that the esteemed figure has been captured by the Li family. The Grand Princess froze momentarily, a flicker of hope lighting her features. Second uncle, have you received news of Aunt Qing? The city lord's face darkened as he continued. I just learned that the auction's centerpiece is a Do Wang-level female servant. What? A Do Wang servant? The Grand Princess's expression shifted dramatically, and a realization dawned upon her, causing her countenance to darken. Are you implying that this Do Wang servant for auction is Aunt Qing? The city lord nodded gravely. It is highly likely. Do Wang-level fighters are not easily found, especially female ones. Outrageous. The Grand Princess's expression soured instantly, a frigid aura radiating from her. How dare they? In the heart of Lord Yu Guangqing, a wave of anxiety surged, fearing that the Crown Princess might unleash her fury here. Your Highness, please temper your anger. We are in the Black Rock Auction House, on the territory of the Li family. Given their ability to effortlessly subdue even a Do Wang expert, their strength is indeed formidable, and we must tread carefully to avoid offending them. Ever since Aunt Qing disappeared after visiting the Li family, Lord Yu has lived in a state of constant trepidation. This was his first real understanding of the terrifying power behind the Li family. The fact that even Do Wang experts could vanish without a trace was a source of great dread and a hint of fortunate relief for him. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting rashly against the Li family. Otherwise, he might have already ceased to exist in this world. Upon hearing these words, the Crown Princess fell silent for a moment, finally regaining her composure. She turned her gaze towards Lord Yu Guangqing. No matter what happens later, we must ensure that Aunt Qing is acquired at all costs. Feeling the icy intensity of her gaze, Lord Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly assented. Yes, Your Highness. Seated in the private room, the Crown Princess observed everything unfolding at the auction with a glint of cold light in her eyes. Li family, how dare you treat my people in such a manner? Regardless of the forces that stand behind you, upon my return, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. At the entrance of the auction house, Li Yin greeted an elderly man with warmth. Elder Mo, it is an honor to welcome you. Please forgive our lack of proper reception. Elderly, you are too kind. The old man replied with a smile. I have heard that this auction features a snake woman of the Doling realm, and I have come to Black Rock City specifically for her. Li Yin clasped his hands together and said, I wish Elder Mo all the best in fulfilling your desires. Nearby, many local forces in Black Rock City were taken aback by Li Yan's politeness towards the elder, sparking a flurry of whispers. Who is this elder that even the Li family's head elder treats him with such deference? Did you not hear? He is Elder Mo from the Mo family. The Mo family, one of the 4 great clans in the northeastern province of the Jaimar Empire, although not as powerful as the Nalan family, should not be underestimated. They have long been entrenched in the northeast, akin to local overlords, with few daring to provoke them. The man who just entered is the strongest of the Mo family, and also its elder. I believe you've heard of his reputation. I know of him. This Elder Mo is called Mo Cheng, and his name carries significant weight in the eastern part of the empire. He once single-handedly eradicated the notorious Black Whirlwind Bandits, a ruthless group that boasted 3 Do Shi and a dozen more Do practitioners. Efforts by the empire to subdue them had only led to losses, resulting in a bloodbath, thus earning him the moniker the Butcher Mo. With such a reputation, this Elder Mo must be a Do Wang expert, correct? Someone inquired. Not quite. Elder Mo is merely a Do Ling expert. However, his esteemed status is largely due to another identity. The speaker's expression shifted, revealing a hint of disdain. What identity? Another asked. When he was young, Elder Mo was an apprentice at the Yunlong sect. He left to manage family affairs but remained astute, providing substantial tributes to the sect annually. He would personally attend significant events, showcasing his smooth demeanor. It is said that when the sect's leader accepted disciples over a decade ago, he was invited to attend, an event he has since boasted about. Despite these accolades, the speaker shook his head slightly, clearly harboring some contempt for Mo Cheng's character. After a brief period of idle waiting in the private room, Lu Yun observed that the auction hall had finally filled to capacity. Following a moment of anticipation, a clear chime resonated throughout the auction venue. As the sound of the bell echoed, the previously raucous chatter began to dwindle, and countless eager eyes turned toward the auction stage, filled with fervent anticipation. At that moment, the host and auctioneer, Elder Li Yin of the Li family, gracefully ascended the auction platform. Upon his arrival, the previously noisy auction hall fell into a hush, with everyone's attention focused on him. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have grown somewhat impatient. Henceforth, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries, Li Yin said with a smile, surveying the sea of faces before him, his gaze subtly sweeping over the various powers in the private rooms. His resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. As an experienced auctioneer, He understood precisely what the audience wished to see and what they did not. Thus, he bypassed the customary opening remarks, which indeed earned him applause, even from Lu Yun, who nodded in approval. As the only auction house in Black Rock City, I assure you that this event will not disappoint, Li Yin declared confidently. Considering the quality of the items up for auction, with a light clap of his hands, he proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of the Black Rock auction. The first item to be auctioned was introduced. Chapter 203, Douling Pill, Transformation Pill. As Li Yan's words fell, a maid gracefully ascended the auction stage. Carrying a brocade box, Li Yan approached, opened the box, and retrieved a jade vial. Esteemed guests, our first auction item is a gathering chi pill. As Li Yan elaborated, the auction erupted into a flurry of competitive bidding. The gathering chi pill, a mere third-grade elixir, did not capture the attention of the aristocracy seated in the private rooms. However, their disinterest did not equate to a lack of interest from others. For those at the great dosher level, this gathering chi pill represented a valuable asset. Thus, after Li Yan's introduction, numerous bids rang out within the auction hall. The initial bidding, after several minutes, concluded with a frail man securing it for a handsome sum of 150,000 gold coins. At the moment the gathering chi pill was sold, a long-lost system notification resonated in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! Third-grade gathering chi pill successfully auctioned. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return. You have acquired a 6th-grade Douling pill. The Douling pill has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it, host. A Douling pill? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system notification in his mind. The 6th-grade Douling pill is a coveted elixir that would make even Do Wang experts envious. Its effects are straightforward yet immensely desirable, as it enables a Do Wang level cultivator to elevate their rank by a full star. In other words, if a 2-star Do Wang consumes the Douling pill, they could potentially rise to a 3-star Do Wang within just a few days. It is well known that at the Do Wang level, the disparity between each star is monumental. Many Do Wang experts toil for years, yet remain stagnant at a certain star. Such occurrences are common, highlighting the immense value of the Douling pill. Certainly, while the Douling Dan possesses effects that are exceedingly enticing, it is accompanied by a formidable resistance. Once an individual consumes one, the efficacy of a second Douling Dan is rendered virtually null. In essence, a Do Wang can only partake of a single Douling Dan throughout their lifetime. Nonetheless, despite this limitation, the Douling Dan remains the most coveted elixir among the ranks of the powerful, with countless individuals willing to pay exorbitant prices for just one. The old man, being at the Do Wang level, shall reserve this Douling Dan for his use. In an instant, Lu Yun resolved the purpose of this Douling Dan. Following the successful conclusion of the first auction, Li Yin, standing upon the auction stage, uttered a few brief words before commencing the second auction. The next item up for bid was introduced. With a broad smile, Li Yin accepted a small silver tray from a maid, upon which rested a transparent jade vial containing a faint azure pill. This elixir is known as the Qingling Dan, Li Yin remarked cheerfully, and I am certain many of you have heard of its reputation. It has the potential to assist those who have long lingered at the pinnacle of the dosher to break through their barriers, and it belongs to the second-tier category. For those fortunate enough, consuming this Qingling Dan may even propel them to a 2-star prowess. As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, a wave of excitement rippled through the auction hall, with numerous eager eyes fixated on the jade vial within the silver tray. Such a pill, capable of aiding individuals in transcending their class barriers, is a rarity even within the entirety of the Jiama Empire. The distinction between dosher and dosher may seem minimal, yet only by stepping into the latter can one truly claim to have entered the realm of genuine mastery in doqi cultivation. This leap represents a near qualitative transformation, which is why countless individuals find themselves stalled at the pinnacle of dosher, unable to make that decisive step forward. However, all these dilemmas can be effortlessly resolved with a single Qingling Dan, thus sparking the interest of even some of the major powers seated in the front rows. After all, a Qingling Dan has the potential to nurture a dosher, making this investment quite advantageous in the long run. While peak experts may reign supreme in the Jiama Empire, the dosher level serves as the backbone for many factions. Thus, augmenting their ranks is undoubtedly beneficial. Of course, since many of you are familiar with the name of the Qingling Dan, you are likely aware of its side effects as well. Li Yin chuckled, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He did not elaborate on the backlash of the Qingling Dan, merely glossing over it before waving his hand. The starting bid is 330,000. 334,000. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, someone in the back shouted loudly, 335,000. Clearly, there were numerous individuals interested in this second-tier Qingling Dan, and within a mere minute, the previous bid was surpassed. The bidding voices rose and fell in a cacophony within the auction hall, and in just 10 minutes, the price of a Qingling Dan soared from 335,000 to around 480,000. At this juncture, the fervor of bidding noticeably began to wane. After all, a price of 480,000 for a single Qingling Dan was deemed exorbitant by many. 550,000. Just as the price hovered at 490,000, a somewhat indifferent voice finally emerged from a private room. Upon hearing this sudden jump of 60,000, Li Yan lifted his gaze, a look of astonishment lingering in his eyes as he focused on the source of the voice, murmuring inwardly. It seems a major power has made its move. As this voice called out the bid, the previously raucous auction hall fell into a hushed silence. Some individuals who had initially intended to raise their bids exchanged glances, reluctantly settling back into their seats. Although they possessed some funds, they were acutely aware of their limitations in comparison to the individuals within the private room. Given this realization, they opted to concede. With no further bids forthcoming, Li Yan promptly stepped forward, inquiring 3 times before finalizing the price. Meanwhile, a notification chime echoed within Lu Yan's mind once more. Ding! The auction for the 4th grade Qing Ling Dan has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the 7th grade transformation elixir. The transformation elixir has been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. It is indeed the transformation elixir. The effects of this elixir flashed swiftly through Lu Yan's mind. Such a pill is capable of driving countless Do Huang-level magical beasts into a frenzy, for with just one, they can entirely shed their beastly forms and henceforth possess both the longevity of magical beasts and the cultivation talents of humans. The synergy of these 2 extraordinary effects may result in a being destined to become a legendary powerhouse, potentially reaching the realm of Do Zong or even Do Sheng. Chapter 204, The Undying Pill. Having once promised the Lion King a transformation elixir, it seems I can fulfill that promise ahead of schedule. Reflecting on the transformation elixir brings to mind the vow made when I first subdued the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, the agreed-upon year is still some time away. Should it wish to receive the transformation elixir early, its subsequent performance will determine that. A glimmer of calculation danced in Lu Yan's eyes, accompanied by a faint smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for our 3rd item. On the auction stage, Li Yan noted the sudden quietude and stepped forward to address the audience. As soon as Li Yan's words fell, a maid gracefully ascended the auction stage, carrying a silver tray. Li Yan approached, unveiling a red cloth from the tray and retrieving a scroll. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item is a 5th grade pill formula. This formula is known as the Shengji Dan. Holding the scroll aloft, Li Yan began to introduce it to all present. Upon hearing Li Yan's proclamation, an uproar erupted within the auction hall. At long last, a 5th-tier item had emerged. Naturally, the appearance of a 5th grade pill formula elicited excitement primarily among the alchemists present. A 5th grade pill formula is akin to an unparalleled technique for an alchemist, brimming with allure. The auction for this 5th grade pill formula begins at 150,000 gold coins. After a brief introduction, Li Yan wasted no time and initiated the bidding. As soon as the starting bid was announced, a cacophony of eager voices erupted within the hall. 160,000 gold coins, 170,000 gold coins, 190,000 gold coins, 250,000 gold coins, 300,000 gold coins. Before some could fully grasp the situation, the price of the 5th grade pill formula had already surged to 300,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the bidding fervor showed no signs of abating, with the price continuing to escalate rapidly. 310,000 gold coins, 320,000 gold coins, 330,000 gold coins, 400,000 gold coins. In no time, the price of this 5th grade pill formula had skyrocketed to 400,000 gold coins. At this point, the clamoring voices began to diminish slightly. In a private room, Fakilon observed the fierce auction with a tinge of nervousness. Otto, don't you think it's my turn to place a bid? Fakilon inquired of the nearby Otto. What's the rush? We're only just getting started. This is a 5th grade pill formula. Do you think a mere few 100,000 gold coins will secure it? Otto retorted, his expression one of disdain as he glanced at the anxious Fakilon. I say, can you not keep your composure? Being with you is truly embarrassing. Do not be deceived by their current exuberance. The main event is always saved for last. Upon hearing Otto's words, Fakilon was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had somewhat lost his composure. Gradually, he regained his calm demeanor. However, his gaze remained fixated on the 5th grade pill formula on the auction stage, his eyes still ablaze with fervor. This 5th grade pill formula was a prize he simply must obtain. Perhaps the opportunity for him to break through to become a 5th grade alchemist lies within this very scroll. Long before the auction commenced, he had learned from the Li family that a 5th grade pill formula would indeed be auctioned. Moreover, he had also learned that the upcoming auction featured a 5th-tier spiritual herb, which was one of the primary ingredients for the body rejuvenating pill. Thus, he was well prepared this time, armed with ample funds. This scroll containing the 5th grade alchemical formula was destined to be his. With this thought, Falkland's expression gradually calmed, and his gaze slowly turned towards the auction stage. At this moment, the price of the 5th grade formula was continuously escalating. Numerous alchemists present were fiercely competing, showing no signs of retreat. 550,000 gold coins, 600,000 gold coins, 610,000 gold coins, 650,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins. In no time, the price of the body rejuvenating pills formula had soared to 700,000. Observing this figure, many alchemists sighed inwardly and chose to withdraw, clearly indicating that their financial preparations were insufficient. 800,000 gold coins. Just then, Falkland finally made his move. Upon reaching 800,000 gold coins, the price of the 5th grade formula was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Falkland could no longer contain his impatience. He had to acquire this 5th grade formula, and failure was not an option. He raised the bid by a staggering 100,000 gold coins, clearly demonstrating his determination to secure the formula. Many alchemists present hailed from Blackrock City, and upon hearing Falkland's voice, their expressions shifted slightly. As the president of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild, his voice was unmistakable to them. Now that their president desired this 5th grade formula, it placed them in a difficult position. If they continued to raise the bid, they risked offending the guild president, and even then, there was no guarantee of success. Weighing the pros and cons, the alchemists of Blackrock City ultimately chose to withdraw. However, their retreat did not signify the withdrawal of others. The Lee family had prepared thoroughly for this auction, with extensive promotional efforts. Therefore, not only were the alchemists from Blackrock City present, but many from other cities had also arrived. 850,000 gold coins. As Falkland's voice echoed, a new bid immediately followed, emanating from a 4th-tier alchemist from another city. Falkland's expression darkened slightly, and he continued to raise the bid. 900,000 gold coins. 950,000 gold coins. 1 million gold coins. 1,150,000 gold coins. 1,100,000 gold coins. 1,200,000 gold coins. Thus, the two 4th-tier alchemists clashed fiercely, unwilling to yield, and the price swiftly climbed to 1,400,000 gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. Ultimately, due to Falkland's ample preparations, he secured the 5th grade formula for 1,500,000 gold coins. This gentleman bids 1,500,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Upon noticing that no other alchemist was willing to increase the offer, Li Yin immediately stepped forward to inquire. After 3 counts, seeing that no one spoke, Li Yin directly announced the final result. Since no one is willing to raise the bid, I declare that this 5th grade formula now belongs to this gentleman. Hearing Li Yan's words, a look of relief washed over Falkland's face in the private room. After such a long preparation, the 5th grade formula was finally in his possession. Simultaneously, as Li Yan announced the final result, a notification sound resonated in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the 5th grade formula body rejuvenating pill has been successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtaining the 8th grade formula for the immortal pill. The immortal pill formula has been issued to the system space. Please check it. Chapter 205. 9-colored longevity grass. The immortal pill formula? Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he focused his thoughts and directed his consciousness into the system space. Within the system space, a black scroll was suspended in midair. Lu Yun sent a portion of his consciousness towards the black scroll. Subsequently, a surge of information flooded into Lu Yun's mind. After assimilating this information, he understood the specific effects of the immortal pill. The immortal pill truly grants one an undying body. As the information about the immortal pill flashed through his mind, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in Lu Yun's eyes. The immortal pill, being an 8th grade elixir, was indeed remarkable. Upon consumption, any injury would heal rapidly. And even if one were to lose limbs, new ones would swiftly regenerate. Yet, this was not the most extraordinary aspect. The most astonishing feature of the immortal pill was that even if the heart were shattered, it could quickly restore itself, unless one's head was severed by an enemy. Consuming the immortal pill would mean that as long as the medicinal effect within the body was not exhausted, one would essentially possess a true, undying body. This immortal pill was indeed extraordinary. A hint of awe flickered in Lu Yun's eyes. After consuming the immortal pill, his life-preserving capabilities would increase by several tiers. However, this was merely a single immortal pill formula. Given his current strength, he was still far from being able to refine 8th grade elixirs. He could only wait until his strength was sufficient in the future to make plans. With this thought, Lu Yun focused his mind and gradually withdrew from the system space. As Lu Yun's consciousness returned to his physical form, Li Yan had already prepared to auction the 4th item. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the 4th item of this event. Li Yan clapped his hands, and a maid slowly approached with a silver platter. Li Yan opened the silver platter and retrieved a vibrant green plant from within. The item up for auction this time was a 5th-tier spiritual herb known as the Emerald Spirit Root. With a smile, Li Yan added, as a reminder, this Emerald Spirit Root is also a key ingredient for the previously auctioned 5th grade body rejuvenating pill formula. Upon hearing this, the attendees could not help but direct their gazes towards the private room where Falkland was situated. Since he had already acquired the formula, it was likely that he would go to great lengths to obtain this spiritual herb as well. After a brief introduction, Li Yan wasted no more time and initiated the auction. We shall now begin the bidding for the Emerald Spirit Root. starting at 100,000 gold coins, 110,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins, 130,000 gold coins, 140,000 gold coins. As Li Yan announced the prices, a thunderous chorus of bids erupted from the crowd. After 10 minutes, the bidding gradually quieted down. As expected, the Emerald Spirit Root ended up in Falkland's possession. However, he had to expend a staggering 1,600,000 gold coins to secure it. Damn it! In the private room, Falkland glared at a nearby room with a furious expression. The occupant of that room was the very alchemist who had previously contested him for the 5th grade formula, perhaps due to their prior competition. This individual bore a grudge and persisted in raising the bid for the Emerald Spirit Root until Falkland had driven the price up to the exorbitant sum of 1,600,000 gold coins before finally relenting. The opponent had clearly calculated that since Falkland had acquired the 5th grade body rejuvenating pill formula, he would never pass up the opportunity for this primary ingredient. Well, it's done now. Money is but a material possession. If I've lost it, I've lost it. At this, Otto, beside him, spoke up to offer some consolation. Indeed, hearing this, Falkland fell silent for a moment before regaining his composure. He turned to Otto and said, "Old man, I owe you one this time. If it weren't for you lending me your entire fortune, I might not have been able to acquire this Emerald Spirit Root. Don't make that face. Remember, what I lent you must be repaid." Otto retorted with a look of disdain, followed by a teasing scold directed at Falkland. Just as the Emerald Spirit Root was successfully auctioned off, a notification sound echoed in Lu Yun's mind. 5th tier spiritual herb Emerald Spirit Root auctioned successfully. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtaining the 8th tier spiritual herb 9-colored longevity grass. The 9-colored longevity grass has been delivered to the system space. Please check it, host. Upon hearing the notification echoing in his mind, Lu Yun initially paid it little heed, considering it merely an 8th tier spiritual herb, of which he possessed several in his system space. However, a fleeting thought of the immortal pill's formula suddenly struck him, causing his expression to shift with surprise. The primary ingredient of the immortal pill appeared to be this very 9-colored longevity grass. Lu Yun's countenance took on an unusual hue. The cooling root currently auctioned on site served as the main ingredient for the 5th tier healing pill, while the 9-colored longevity grass he had obtained through a 10-fold return was, astonishingly, the primary ingredient for the immortal pill. One cannot help but marvel at the serendipity of fate. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes as Lu Yun's consciousness delved into the system space. There, he beheld a stalk of 9-colored grass radiating a mesmerizing spectrum of hues. As his awareness swept over the 9-colored longevity grass, he immediately grasped its profound effects. The 9-colored longevity grass, cultivated over a century to achieve its vibrant colors, displayed 9 distinct shades upon maturation. Lu Yun's face registered astonishment. This grass not only held medicinal properties, but also possessed remarkable benefits when consumed directly. Remarkably, if ingested whole, the 9-colored longevity grass could extend one's lifespan by an astonishing 900 years. Each hue represented a century of vitality. Truly, as an 8th tier spiritual herb, its effects were nothing short of terrifying. Lu Yun could not suppress his astonishment, feeling an impulsive urge to devour the 9-colored longevity grass before him. However, after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately dismissed the idea. He was still young and had no immediate concerns regarding the finite nature of his lifespan. Moreover, given his rapid cultivation pace, he was unlikely to encounter any bottlenecks that would impede his progress or lead to an early demise. What he truly lacked were means of self-preservation. As the primary ingredient of the immortal pill, should he succeed in refining it, Lu Yun would effectively forge an immortal physique. With this thought, he completely abandoned the notion of consuming the 9-colored longevity grass. With a mental shift, Lu Yun exited the system space. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, Li Yan had commenced the auction of the 5th item. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now begin the auction for the 5th item of this event. A maid gracefully approached, carrying a purple brocade box. Li Yan promptly stepped forward to open the box, retrieving a transparent jade vial from within. The attendees observed a purple pill gently rolling inside the vial. What we have for auction now is a 5th tier medicinal pill known as the Spirit Elevation Pill. Chapter 206, the Holy Spirit Pill. As the medicinal pill made its appearance, it instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. After all, medicinal pills differ significantly from the previous 5th tier formulas and 5th tier spiritual herbs. The latter is primarily suited for alchemists, whereas the former holds a compelling allure for nearly all individuals. It is essential to note that medicinal pills are regarded as essential commodities, comparable to martial arts techniques and combat skills. Particularly, those capable of directly enhancing one's strength attract throngs of eager seekers. Earlier, Li Yan had introduced the name of the medicinal pill, the Spirit Elevation Pill. Upon hearing Li Yan's introduction, many attendees familiar with its effects displayed ecstatic expressions. Their gazes fixated on the pill in Li Yan's hand, suffused with fervent desire. Surely, many of you have heard of the Spirit Elevation Pill. Its purpose is to assist those who find themselves stagnating at the spirit dough level, unable to break through, allowing them to overcome barriers and elevate their strength by 1 star. If fortune favors them, they might even achieve a 2-star increase. On the auction stage, Li Yan, pointing at the pill within the jade vial, cheerfully elaborated. As soon as Li Yan's words fell, a wave of excitement rippled through the auction venue, with countless eyes burning with eagerness as they gazed at the jade vial in his hand. Such a pill, capable of aiding individuals in breaking through tier barriers, is a rare find, almost unattainable. The Spirit Elevation Pill can elevate one's strength by 1 star at the Spirit Dough level, or even 2 stars. The disparities between stars in the Spirit Dough realm are exceedingly pronounced. To elevate one's strength by a star would signify a transformative leap in capability. Yet, upon reaching the Spirit Dough level, even those of mediocre talent can find it profoundly challenging to attain an additional star of strength. Some individuals, whose talents are lacking and bodies aged, may find themselves trapped at a certain tier for decades, unable to achieve a breakthrough even until death. However, this predicament can be effortlessly resolved with a single Spirit Elevation Pill. Thus, when this pill was introduced, even some powerful factions in the private boxes displayed a hint of interest. After all, a Spirit Elevation Pill could empower a family member struggling at the Spirit Dough level to gain 1 or 2 stars of strength, an investment that proves worthwhile in the long run. While in the Gamma Empire, it is the Do Wang and Do Huang who reign supreme. The Spirit Dough tier serves as the backbone of many factions. Enhancing strength at this level is undoubtedly advantageous. Naturally, since many of you are familiar with the Spirit Elevation Pill's reputation, you should also be aware of its value. Observing the crowd's reactions, Li Yan silently smiled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He had only expounded upon the advantages of the Spirit Elevation Pill, deliberately omitting its drawbacks. While the Spirit Elevation Pill can enhance strength at the Spirit Dough level, it simultaneously halts any future progression for the individual. In essence, once one consumes the Spirit Elevation Pill, further breakthroughs become a distant dream. Typically, only those who believe they have reached the limits of their cultivation and hold no hope for future advancement would opt to consume the Spirit Elevation Pill. After a brief introduction, Li Yan waved his hand. We shall now commence the auction for the Spirit Elevation Pill, with a starting bid of 200,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins. A voice rang out, echoing through the auction hall. 400,000 gold coins. Clearly, there were numerous individuals intrigued by the Spirit Elevation Pill. As the bidding price quickly escalated within a minute, Li Yan stood calmly at the auction stage, holding the jade vial containing the pill. A faint smile gracing his aged features as he listened to the rising bids. It seemed that the Spirit Elevation Pill's popularity far exceeded his expectations. At this rate, it would undoubtedly yield significant profits. 500,000 gold coins, 600,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins, 800,000 gold coins, 1 million gold coins. The auction hall reverberated with the sounds of escalating bids, and within a mere 10 minutes, the price of the Spirit Elevation Pill surged from 400,000 gold coins to approximately 1 million gold coins. However, as the price reached this threshold, the frequency of bids noticeably diminished. After all, 1 million gold coins represented a staggering sum for many. 120,000 gold coins. Just as the price seemed poised to plateau at 1 million gold coins, a somewhat chilling voice unexpectedly broke through. Upon hearing this sudden leap of 20,000 gold coins, Li Yan lifted his gaze, a look of surprise settling on his face as he focused on the private box from whence the voice originated, inwardly murmuring, "The Grand Elder of the Mo clan. He too has an interest in the Spirit Elevation Pill?" Li Yan recognized the voice as belonging to the Grand Elder of the Mo clan, and many from other factions were equally aware. Consequently, the Grand Elder's bid significantly quieted the previously boisterous auction hall. Those who had intended to raise their bids exchanged glances, reluctantly choosing to sit back down. Although they possessed some funds, they could not help but feel outmatched when compared to the Mo clan of Yen City. With that in mind, it was perhaps wiser to concede 130,000 gold coins. Yet, just as Li Yan believed the price would stagnate at 120,000 gold coins, a soft voice suddenly rang out. As his gaze followed the voice calling out, it finally settled upon a private room. Li Yan raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, "This is the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent clans of Yinqing." Although the Mo family stands as the largest clan in the northeastern province of the Gamma Empire, the Yi family possesses formidable strength as well. While their influence may not rival the flourishing Mo family, years of accumulation have rendered the Yi family a force not to be underestimated. Upon hearing a bid, the expression of the Mo family's Grand Elder darkened slightly. He turned his head to glance at the Yi family's room, sneering, 140,000 gold coins, 150,000 gold coins. The head of the Yi family called out calmly from within their room. All eyes in the venue converged on these 2 private rooms. The other families present chose not to interfere, instead watching with keen interest to see how high the bidding would escalate between the 2. Grand Elder. A Spirit Elevation Pill at 150,000 gold coins is already top tier. Any further increase could result in a loss. And we need to reserve funds for the final showdown. The Mo family's second elder whispered urgently, sensing that the Grand Elder was contemplating raising the bid again. 160,000 gold coins, the Grand Elder stated, his brow slightly furrowed as he deliberated briefly before announcing his final price. He had resolved that should the opposing party counter, he would withdraw from the bidding. However, much to the surprise of many, there was no further response from the Yi family after the Grand Elder's bid. The head of the Yi family's behavior left the Grand Elder momentarily stunned. But he soon appeared to comprehend something, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly declared, "Very well, if this experiment succeeds, I shall annihilate your Yi family. Ah, this gentleman has bid 160,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the stakes? If not, this spirit elevation pill shall belong to him." On the auction stage, Li Yin expressed his satisfaction with the price, smiling as he inquired. After receiving no response, he decisively struck down his auction hammer. As Li Yin announced the final outcome, a notification chime echoed in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the 5th grade spirit elevation pill has been successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving an 8th grade Holy Spirit pill. The 8th grade Holy Spirit pill has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. Chapter 207, Auction of the Serpent People. An 8th grade Holy Spirit pill. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lu Yun's expression flickered. He had encountered the Holy Spirit pill during his training under the Pill Emperor. Information about the Holy Spirit pill rapidly flashed through his mind, and a smile soon graced Lu Yun's face. The Holy Spirit pill, an 8th grade elixir, grants a 50% chance of elevating a semi-saint's cultivation to the Do Saint realm upon consumption. What a remarkable treasure! Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Clearly, the Holy Spirit pill holds immense value, possessing a 50% chance to elevate a semi-saint to a genuine Do Saint. However, after a moment's contemplation, Lu Yun realized that this Holy Spirit pill would be of no use to him at present. He would need to wait until he had someone with semi-saint strength at his disposal for this pill to serve its purpose. With that thought, Lu Yun temporarily set aside the Holy Spirit pill, redirecting his attention back to the auction. At this point, as the auction resumed its tranquility, Li Yin gradually took the stage, declaring loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the 6th item of the evening." As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and 4 burly men slowly carried a steel cage onto the stage. The cage was entirely shrouded in black cloth, obscuring its contents. What is this? Observing the scene at the auction stage, those who had not received any secret notifications from the Li family displayed curiosity. It requires 4 men to lift. It must be heavy, right? Could it possibly contain a magical beast? Many in the audience began to speculate about the cage. In the private room occupied by the Mo family's Grand Elder, a cold smile crept across his aged face as he beheld the steel cage. "Second Elder, I trust we have sufficient funds for this. I must acquire this serpent person." The Grand Elder coldly addressed the second elder beside him. Upon hearing this, the second elder's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a confident smile, assuring, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, this serpent person will be ours." Meanwhile, on the auction stage, seeing that the crowd's attention was captivated, Li Yin revealed a smile and pointed towards the steel cage. "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item is rather special, for this item is alive." Li Yin's tone carried a hint of mystery. Without further ado, he approached the cage, forcefully pulling away the black cloth that covered it. As the cloth fell away, a figure emerged from within the cage. In the next instant, all present stared, astonished, at the sight revealed inside the steel cage. In the center of the cage stood an incredibly alluring woman, her physique stunningly voluptuous. Despite the distance, one could easily perceive the softness of her tightly toned waist. Beneath her, a sinuous, azure serpent tail swayed slightly, exuding a primal allure. Upon seeing the enchanting woman trapped within the steel cage, many attendees swallowed hard, their throats tightening. However, around the woman's neck was a silver collar known as a binding ring. Once affixed, it completely suppresses one's internal fighting spirit. Such devices are favored by slave traders for subjugating others. "Is this truly the auction item? A serpent person woman," exclaimed the crowd. "She looks absolutely captivating. Ha ha, who would have thought we'd encounter a serpent person? This auction is turning out splendidly." Recognizing the serpent tail beneath the woman, everyone immediately identified her as a serpent person. On the auction stage, Li Yin observed the atmosphere building and began, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction item is this exquisite beauty within the cage. I trust you have recognized that she is a serpent person woman." Pausing for dramatic effect, he continued, "But have any of you delved into the identity and background of this serpent person woman? This woman possesses the cultivation of a doe spirit and is a minor leader managing hundreds of serpent people." Li Yin extolled the identity of the serpent person within the cage, seemingly inflating the value of his merchandise. "Such a beauty. Do you not wish to take her home and cherish her well?" Unquestionably, Li Yin's words had a substantial impact. Following his introduction, the venue erupted into a clamor. Most attendees were individuals of high status or immense wealth. For them, a beautiful woman might not be remarkable, yet if that beauty were a rare serpent person, endowed with strength and noble lineage, it would indeed be a different matter altogether. As they beheld the untamed allure radiating from the serpent person in the cage, her enticing form ignited the hidden desires of the men present. In the private room where Lu Yun resided, he observed the grand elder Li Yan on the auction stage with an amused smile. This elder from the Li family certainly possessed talent. His previous discourse had stirred something within Lu Yun as well. While Lu Yun was pleased, the Mo family's grand elder, witnessing this spectacle, felt his face contort with frustration. What on earth was this man saying? Observing the ravenous expressions of the men at the auction, the grand elder's mouth twitched in irritation. Realizing that this old fool's words had significantly heightened the difficulty of securing the serpent person for himself. Upon the auction stage, observing the fervent gazes of the assembled crowd, Li Yan recognized that the atmosphere was ripe for the occasion. Without further delay, he proclaimed, "We shall now commence the bidding for this serpent woman, with a starting price of 200,000 gold coins. Gentlemen, please place your bids. 210,000 gold coins, 220,000 gold coins, 230,000 gold coins, 240,000 gold coins." The moment Li Yan's words echoed in the air, the men present transformed into ravenous wolves, zealously raising their bids. In but a fleeting moment, the price surged to 300,000 gold coins. The pace of the increase showed no signs of abating, continuing to escalate with fervor. 310,000 gold coins, 320,000 gold coins, 500,000 gold coins, 600,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins. After a brief interval, the price of the serpent woman had reached an astonishing 700,000 gold coins. From the Mo family of Yinqing, bid 1 million. At that moment, a chilling yet authoritative voice resonated through the auction hall. However, I felt a pang of unease. For the main storyline of this tome revolves around the auction itself. What do the readers think? Chapter 208. Let him dance for a while longer before he meets his end. Ladies and gentlemen, my Mo family has a keen interest in this serpent woman. I hope you will show your generosity. The voice of the Mo family's elder suddenly rang out, causing the faces of those present to shift in apprehension. A threat. This was unequivocally a threat. By openly revealing the Mo family's identity, it was clear that anyone daring to continue bidding would be positioning themselves as adversaries to the Mo family. The Mo family. They are the dominant force in the northeastern province of the Jimar Empire. Who would have imagined they would participate in this auction, and that they would have an interest in the serpent woman? It is rumored that the Mo family has a penchant for transplanting beast organs. Could they desire this serpent woman for some organ of hers? In the auction hall, and even within the private boxes, whispers circulated regarding the Mo family. Yet, out of trepidation for the Mo family's might, no one dared to place further bids. In the Lu Yun private box, Liu Yun's gaze was fixed on the serpent woman within the iron cage, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Given her high standing among the serpent folk, she must be acquainted with Queen Medusa. If I were to present her before Queen Medusa, would it not compel her to owe me a favor? As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of a smile graced Liu Yun's lips. However, in the midst of his contemplation, he suddenly heard the elder of the Mo family making his bold declaration. This old fellow is quite domineering. Upon hearing the elder's voice echo throughout the auction hall, a glint of coldness flickered in Liu Yun's eyes. Beside him, Wu Ming sensed the murderous intent emanating from Liu Yun and promptly inquired, "Master, shall we eliminate him?" After a moment's reflection, Liu Yun slowly replied, "No need for that. Let him dance a little longer." Information regarding the Mo family flashed through Liu Yun's mind. The Mo family's ancestor had once been an apothecary, albeit one with little interest in conventional alchemy. Instead, he focused on the study of peculiarities, such as extracting robust claws or bones from magical beasts and transplanting them into humans. Despite his eccentric pursuits, he managed to create some remarkable results, and many members of the Mo family underwent such enhancements, gaining considerable strength, though at the cost of their humanity. After extensive research on magical beasts, he turned his attention to humans possessing unusual organs. In this world, there are indeed individuals with extraordinary traits, and the Mo family's ancestors sought to capture such beings, excising their unique organs to implant them in his kin, thereby augmenting their power. In the original tale, the Mo family met its demise at the hands of Xiao Yan, who sought revenge upon them for coveting the Azure Luan's three-colored serpentine pupils. The elder's desire for the serpent woman likely stems from a wish to transplant something from her. If he wishes for her, then so be it. I wonder if he will survive the journey back to Yinqing. A cold smile crept across Liu Yun's lips. At this moment, on the auction stage, Li Yan regarded the now silent auction hall, his expression darkening. The elder of the Mo family's intervention had undoubtedly breached the auction's rules. He was torn between anger and caution. After all, the Mo family was a dominant force in the northeastern province of the Jimar Empire, and provoking them over such a trivial matter could yield adverse consequences. As a family running an auction house, the principle of their trade was to foster goodwill. With this thought in mind, Li Yin hesitated momentarily before donning a renewed smile. This gentleman bids 1,000,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to raise their bid? If not, this exquisite beauty will belong to this gentleman. His tone was laden with temptation, yet the attendees remained unresponsive. The elder's words had been crystal clear. Any further bids would undoubtedly antagonize the Mo family. To offend such a powerful entity over a serpent woman would be a folly of the highest order. Even if one were to acquire this serpent beauty, they might not live to enjoy her company. Within the private boxes, as the auction floor fell silent, the elder of the Mo family couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. These fellows are quite astute. If they dared to compete with him, it would lead them to certain doom. This serpent woman shall belong to him alone. With this thought, the elder's gaze shifted back to the auction stage. He admired the serpent woman's voluptuous form, a hint of lust flickering in his eyes. In my lifetime, I have indulged in countless women, yet I have never experienced a serpent woman, let alone one of her caliber. I wonder if she is even more exquisite than ordinary women. Just as the elder's mind wandered through such fantasies, a voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. 110,000 gold coins. The crowd was taken aback. Who dared to challenge the Mo family? But soon, they recognized the voice's owner. It was the head of the Yi family. The elder's countenance darkened upon hearing the bid. That damned fellow. Once I succeed with the transplant, the first to be eliminated will be you, Yi family. The elder seethed with rage. This gentleman bids 110,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, then this beauty will belong to this gentleman. Li Yin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling broadly. I bid 120,000 gold coins. The elder of the Mo family's voice erupted in furious indignation from his private box. 130,000 gold coins. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the head of the Yi family's voice coolly chimed in. 140,000 gold coins. 150,000 gold coins. Before long, the price escalated higher and higher amid their fierce competition. It wasn't until the elder of the Mo family called out 180,000 gold coins that the head of the Yi family finally ceased his bidding. What a lavish expenditure by the elder of the Mo family, spending 180,000 for a woman. I wonder if, at your age, you are still capable of satisfying such a beauty. A mocking voice echoed from the Yi family's private box. Upon hearing this, the elder's lips curled into a sinister smile. Yi family, you shall pay for this. This gentleman bids 180,000 gold coins. Are there any higher bids? If not, then this beauty shall belong to this gentleman. On the auction stage, as Li Yin observed the head of the Yi family cease raising bids, he understood that the opponent had relinquished their pursuit. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, Li Yin felt a profound sense of satisfaction at having reached such a price. He immediately spoke up. Chapter 209, The Dozong Serpent Person. Ding. A successful auction of a Doling Realm Serpent Person has triggered a 10,000-fold return, resulting in the acquisition of a Dozong Realm Serpent Person. The Dozong Realm Serpent Person has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it, host. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. A Dozong Realm Serpent Person? That seems rather intriguing. With a smile gracing his lips, Lu Yun focused his thoughts and directly entered the system space. Inside the system space, a humanoid silhouette floated in the void, its lower half resembling a serpent's tail. Is this truly a Dozong Realm Serpent Person? Gazing at the figure before him, Liu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, he would possess yet another formidable Dozong warrior at his command. Ding. Does the host wish to summon the Dozong Realm Serpent Person? Just as Liu Yun's consciousness approached the humanoid silhouette, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. In response, Liu Yun shook his head. It would be prudent to summon it in a secluded location. With a thought, he exited the system space. Upon returning to his physical form, Li Yin had already begun preparations for the final auction item. The mere thought of this last item brought a smile to Liu Yun's face. Though uncertain about the royal power backing the city lord's mansion, he felt grateful for the arrival of a Do Wong-level warrior. After this auction, he would once again gain a powerful ally. He pondered what heights a Do Wong could reach after obtaining a 10,000-fold return. With anticipation, he turned his gaze to the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the auction of the grand finale item for this event. Please stay tuned. Li Yin stood upon the auction stage, his voice ringing out. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the auction hall. Clap, clap. Seeing the audience quiet down, Li Yin promptly applauded. In the next moment, two strikingly beautiful maidens appeared, gently lifting a woman clad in a blue gown onto the auction stage. The woman was evidently unconscious, and upon being set down, she lay still upon the platform. Below the auction stage, the crowd gazed at the blue-gowned woman with expressions of confusion. Surely this auction item is not merely this woman? What is the high-end auction house up to? Auctioning off a person? First, a serpent person, and now a human woman. Are they truly intending to auction her? Murmurs of dissatisfaction rippled through the crowd, clearly indicating that many were displeased with the high-end auction house's practice of presenting humans for sale. Observing this scene, Li Yin merely smiled, unfazed, and seemingly well-prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, The woman on stage is the centerpiece of this auction. 3 days ago, she stealthily infiltrated my Li family, killing anyone in her path. Had it not been for a mysterious expert who appeared at a critical moment to subdue her, my Li family might well have perished by now. As Li Yin recounted the tale, a look of indignation crossed his face. This woman has committed numerous atrocities. To avenge my fallen kin, I have decided to bring her here for auction, thus allowing us to humiliate her thoroughly. Oh, and I must mention, this woman possesses the strength of a Do Wang. At his words, the auction hall erupted in a frenzy. What? This woman is actually a Do Wang level warrior? The Li family has truly gone mad. Bringing a Do Wang to auction. Do you think this Do Wang was truly subdued by a mysterious expert, as the Li family claims? Rumors suggest the Li family has aligned with a mysterious force. It appears there may be some truth to that. The crowd gazed at the blue-gowned woman, their discussions growing animated. Damn it. Damn the Li family. In the private chamber of the city lord's mansion, the eldest princess's face contorted with rage upon witnessing the blue-gowned woman being brought forth for auction. Although she had mentally prepared herself, seeing her aunt truly placed on the auction stage ignited a tempest of fury within her. Calm yourself, your highness. Beside her, city lord Yu Guang, noticing her about to erupt, quickly interjected, at present, it seems this esteemed elder is not in danger. The Li family merely brought her here to send us a warning. Please, do not act impulsively. This is the Li family's territory. If they find a weakness, it could spell trouble for you as well. Though Yu Guang's words trailed off, the meaning was abundantly clear. Hearing this, the eldest princess paused, her expression softening as she took a moment to regain her composure. Uncle, no matter what, you must help me rescue my aunt, she asserted with a serious tone. Rest assured, your highness. I vow to secure the elder's release, Yu Guang replied earnestly. After Li Yin concluded his introduction of the blue-gowned woman's abilities, he sought to further enhance her value, saying, this woman has been afflicted by a peculiar poison, exceedingly difficult to cure, and the antidote resides with my Li family. Should anyone among you successfully bid for her, the antidote shall be included. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several prominent families in the private chambers shifted dramatically. This Do Wang level warrior has been poisoned, and the antidote is solely in the possession of the Li family. Does that not imply that whoever holds the antidote could control the very life and death of this Do Wang? Perhaps they could even leverage the antidote to compel her to serve them. With this thought, many among the esteemed families gazed at the blue-gowned woman with fervent eyes. Noting the intensity of their stares, Li Yin smiled subtly, aware that his aims had been achieved. The poison afflicting the blue-gowned woman originated from the Wan poison beast, administered by Lu Yin himself. Should the Wan poison beast will it, the woman would perish in an instant. Without the Wan poison beast's antidote, no one else could hope to counteract the lethal toxin she bore. After briefly explaining, Li Yin wasted no time and declared, we shall now commence the bidding for this Do Wang level warrior, with a starting price of 250,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. 300,000 gold coins, 400,000 gold coins, 500,000 gold coins, 600,000 gold coins. As Li Yan's words echoed, the fervent cries of bids erupted, reverberating throughout the auction hall. In mere moments, the price soared to 600,000 gold coins. Chapter 210, 9 stars Dozong. 700,000 gold coins, 800,000 gold coins, 1 million gold coins, 120,000 gold coins, 140,000 gold coins. With the introduction of the Do Wang level warrior, the atmosphere of the auction reached a fever pitch. Faced with the opportunity to control the life of a Do Wang level warrior, the high-ranking individuals in the private chambers finally unleashed a torrent of fervent bidding. Leaving onlookers agape, the bidding for the Do Wang level warrior commenced, and the price skyrocketed to 140,000 gold coins in the blink of an eye. This astonishing rate of increase left Li Yin astounded. It was the most astonishing bidding he had witnessed in years of hosting auctions. Such lavish spending, such boldness and audacity, was laid bare before the allure of the Do Wang level warrior, showcasing the extent to which these powerful factions were willing to go. The prices, continually surging, maintained an atmosphere of fervent excitement in the auction hall, with no respite in the cacophony of ecstatic shouts. Beneath the rapidly escalating astronomical bids, many attendees were acutely aware that they had long forfeited any hope of competing for the coveted item. Yet, merely witnessing this exhilarating contest of wealth made their journey feel worthwhile. After nearly half an hour of intense and bloody bidding, the prices finally began to slow. At this juncture, the bid for the formidable Do Wang had reached a staggering 2 million gold coins. Such an immense sum was nearly equivalent to the annual income of a powerful family. In the holy city of Gamma, few families could afford to part with such a vast fortune without a second thought. As the price reached this staggering height, some of the lesser factions began to concede defeat. In a private room, the elder of the Mo family rose slowly, his expression darkening as he cast a cold glare at the Do Wang on the auction stage. He had nearly exhausted all his gold coins on the spirit elevation pills and the earlier bidding for the Serpent Clan. Now, faced with this Do Wang, he realized he had lost the capability to compete. With this thought, a tempest of fury surged within the elder of the Mo family. Damn the Li family. Why didn't they announce that another Do Wong was up for auction sooner? His eyes, full of malice, fixated on Li Yan on the auction stage, wishing he could strike him down immediately. Elder, please do not act impulsively. The second elder of the Mo family, noticing the elder's grim demeanor, interjected with a note of caution. The Li family must have their own reasons for auctioning off this Do Wong instead of keeping him. It is rumored that the Li family has aligned itself with a mysterious power, and this Do Wong might be a provision from that very force. The second elder's expression turned serious. This is the Li family's territory. If we act rashly, we may attract the attention of that mysterious power behind them, and we might not even be able to leave Haiyan City safely. I understand. At this, the elder of the Mo family finally managed to compose himself, albeit reluctantly taking his seat. Had he known earlier that another Do Wong would be auctioned off, he would have preserved his strength for the final bidding. 230,000 gold coins. At that moment, urged by the princess, the Lord of Yugong abruptly raised the bid to 230,000 gold coins in one fell swoop. This figure immediately caused a stir throughout the auction hall. A sudden increase of 30,000 gold coins signaled his intent to declare to all, "This Do Wong is mine." For a brief moment, silence enveloped the auction hall. Then, a calm voice resonated from the Yi family's private room. "My dear brother, you are indeed quite generous. But the Yi family is also quite interested in this Do Wong. Therefore, I regret to inform you, 270,000 gold coins." Upon hearing the Yi family patriarch's bid, the Lord of Yugong's expression shifted slightly. He then glanced at the princess, whose face was as cold as ice, and braced himself to raise the bid once more. The Yi family patriarch was undeterred and continued to escalate the bidding. Minutes later, the Lord of Yugong, his face twitching, finally announced a staggering 3 million gold coins, rendering the entire auction hall into a stunned silence. A Do Wong for 3 million gold coins. After several minutes of breathless quiet, the auction hall gradually returned to life, as gazes exchanged with one another, all captivated by the terrifying bid that sent chills down their spines. 3 million gold coins, a sum that would require an entire faction years to accumulate. The audacity of the Lord of Yugong to offer such a price caught the other factions, including the Yi family, completely off guard. After exchanging uneasy glances, they all retracted their bids, their faces pale. The elder of the Mo family cast a cold glance toward the direction of the Lord of Yugong's private room, speculating about which faction he belonged to. Seeing that no one else dared to raise their bids, the Lord of Yugong felt a slight sense of relief, then turned to the still-dazed Li Yan on the auction stage and barked, "Li Yan, why are you standing there in a daze?" "Oh, please, Lord of the City, do not be angry." Li Yan, coming back to his senses, flashed a hint of mockery as he smiled towards the Lord of Yugong's private room. After following the auction protocol and calling out 3 times, he finally brought the auction hammer down decisively. With the fall of the hammer, the Do Wong was irrevocably secured by the Lord of Yugong. "Princess, your humble servant has not disgraced his mission." Upon successfully bidding for the Do Wong, the Lord of Yugong let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced the cold visage of the princess. "Uncle, I owe you one this time. The gold coins you spent will be reimbursed in full when I next visit Haiyan City." At this, the Lord of Yugong displayed a relieved smile. He had emptied his coffers to secure this Do Wong, and if the princess did not reimburse him, it would indeed be a significant loss. Meanwhile, seated in the private room, Lu Yun was jolted by the system's notification in his mind. "Ding! A Do Wong has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10-fold return and receiving a 9-star Do Zone. The 9-star Do Zone has been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement. A 9-star Do Zone. At this moment, a singular thought raced through his mind. "I shall be invincible." Chapter 211. The Elder of the Mo Family's Dread. Lu Yun glanced at the auction stage, where the bidding for the Do Wong had concluded, and the auction itself was officially over. Now, after announcing the ownership of the Do Wong, Li Yan turned to the still silent crowd and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction has concluded. Please proceed to the hall for settlement, and I wish you all safe travels." As Li Yan's voice faded, the various factions in attendance ceased their lingering and began to exit. In the private room, Lu Yun did not rush to leave. Instead, with a thought, he submerged his consciousness into the system space. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that beside the shadow of the Serpent Clan, another humanoid silhouette had appeared. This was the 9-star Do Zone he had just acquired. Gazing at the figure, excitement gleamed in Lu Yun's eyes. With this 9-star Do Zone to protect him, he could finally move about freely in the Northwest region. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the shadow of the Serpent Clan. System, summon the Serpent Clan Do Zone. As Lu Yun's command echoed, the figure in the void flickered and then vanished from the system space. Lu Yun's consciousness then withdrew from the system space, returning to his physical form. "Greetings, master." As Lu Yun opened his eyes, he found a middle-aged woman kneeling before him. However, unlike the Serpent Clan's typical appearance, this woman bore human legs instead of a serpent's tail. Taken aback, Lu Yun soon understood. Upon breaking through to the Dozong realm, the serpent's tail transforms into human legs. In the original work, Queen Medusa also shed her serpent tail upon reaching the Dozong level. Lu Yun regarded the shadow with a faint smile and said, "You may rise." "Yes, master." The shadow, upon hearing this, promptly stood with reverence. Recalling the serpent clan Do Ling from the auction, Lu Yun instructed the shadow, "Serpent Shadow, I need you to do something. Shortly, someone will be leaving Haiyan City with a serpent clan woman. You are to wait outside the city, and if you detect their presence, incapacitate that serpent clan woman and bring her to me." Upon hearing this, Shi Ying momentarily froze, clearly stirred by the mention of the serpent clan. Nevertheless, in response to Lu Yun's command, she respectfully replied, "As you wish, master." Lu Yun nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." At her words, Shi Ying's form flickered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the private chamber. After her departure, Lu Yun intended to re-enter the system space, but at that moment, the sound of footsteps quickly approached from outside the room. Lu Yun focused his gaze, and the door to the chamber creaked open, revealing Li Yan's figure as he entered with measured steps. "Master, the auction has concluded," Li Yan reported dutifully as he approached Lu Yun. Lu Yun had naturally observed the events of the auction. For him, the successful sale of those items was already satisfactory. Moreover, he acknowledged Li Yan's performance during the auction, recognizing him as a talent who could potentially be entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. Thus, Lu Yun nodded at Li Yan and praised, "You performed admirably this time. I shall personally visit the Li family tonight, and your rewards will not be lacking." At these words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Yan's eyes, though he quickly tempered his demeanor before Lu Yun, responding respectfully, "Thank you, master." Lu Yun nodded and dismissed him, saying, "You may return to your duties." Li Yan, upon hearing this, slowly exited the chamber. Lu Yun decided to return to the inn first, having been interrupted by Li Yan. He found himself regaining composure as he quietly left the auction house. "Elder, how shall we deal with the serpent clan?" Outside the auction house, the second elder of the Mo family inquired, glancing at the unconscious serpent woman with curiosity. "Isn't there a flying transport team in Blackrock City? We can take a thick-winged bird back to Salt City shortly," the elder replied after a moment of contemplation. Hearing this, the second elder's eyes brightened, a splendid idea. The two then traversed the streets and arrived at the flying transport agency in the central square of Blackrock City. Subsequently, the elder showcased his financial prowess by extravagantly securing a thick-winged bird for their departure from Blackrock City. After a brief wait, the massive flying beast finally began to flap its colossal wings under the elder's impatient urging. Waves of wind energy swirled beneath it, lifting the enormous creature into the sky. With a resounding screech, the flying beast soared upward under the handler's command, rapidly heading northeast toward the Empire. Seated by the window in the room, the elder's gaze wandered over the unconscious serpent woman, a flicker of lewd desire passing through his eyes. "Second elder, you may step outside. I shall remain here," he declared, feeling a surge of wickedness at the wild aura emanating from the serpent woman. The second elder hesitated, glancing at the serpent woman beside him. Before quickly realizing the elder's intent, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes, yet under the elder's imposing presence, he complied and exited the room. At his age, still harboring such thoughts, the serpent clan possesses lethal toxins. Be careful not to poison yourself, old fool. As he stepped onto the outer platform, the second elder's expression soured. Inwardly cursing the elder, unbeknownst to him, a figure had descended from the sky, gracefully landing on the platform. "Little beauty, I have arrived." Inside the room, once the second elder left, the elder finally discarded his reservations. He swiftly shed his clothing, revealing his sagging, flabby physique, and approached the unconscious serpent woman, extending his hand toward her voluptuous form. "Ah!" At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the platform, startling the elder. What on earth is happening? Confusion gripped his heart as he hastily donned his garments, sternly shouting outside, "Old two, what is going on?" Yet, the only response was the howling wind outside. A wave of fear washed over him as he hesitated, preparing to open the door. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, shattering the door to pieces. Before the elder could react, a shadow flickered past him. A spray of crimson blood burst forth, and before he could utter a sound, his head was severed from his body. Dare to covet the serpent clan? Seek death. As the shadow dissipated, Shi Ying's figure emerged, her face etched with murderous intent. Chapter 212, The Heavily Burdened Princess. In the city lord's mansion, within the grand hall, upon securing Qing Yi, the princess and city lord Yu Guang wasted no time and promptly returned to the mansion. Qing Yi awakened. The princess, gazing at the unconscious Qing Yi, wore an expression of deep concern as she called out several times. Regrettably, Qing Yi remained in her stupor, unresponsive. At that moment, City Lord Yu Guang recalled something. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and said to the princess, "Your Highness, our esteemed elder appears to have been poisoned. This is the antidote provided by the Li family." Upon hearing this, the princess immediately accepted the jade vial from Yu Guang's hand. Just as she was about to administer it to Qing Yi, a sudden thought struck her, and she regarded the antidote with a wary gaze. Noticing the princess's abrupt halt, Yu Guang's expression shifted to one of confusion as he inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" The princess scrutinized the jade vial, her face reflecting a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "Second uncle, do you think this antidote from the Li family is reliable?" Upon hearing this, Yu Guang's countenance changed drastically as he grasped the implication. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that this antidote could be a ruse?" The princess nodded, her expression darkening. "It is not without that possibility." Yu Guang fell silent for a moment, then suddenly seemed to recollect something, stating, "Your Highness, the antidote should be genuine." The princess was puzzled by his sudden confidence, asking, "Why are you so certain?" Yu Guang smiled slightly, explaining, "With your arrival, the Li family is likely unaware. Even if they have suspected something, they would not dare guarantee that Elder Qing is from the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, given the enmity between myself and the Li family, they would never allow Elder Qing to remain alive, let alone auction her." He believed he had everything under control, confidently analyzing. The Li family's actions are merely to showcase their strength to outsiders, a display meant to intimidate. I surmise that the forces backing the Li family have their sights set on the Blackrock auction house, and the items auctioned are beyond the Li family's capabilities. All of this is orchestrated by the mysterious power behind them. Pausing for effect, Yu Guang continued, "Since that force values the Blackrock auction house, they would certainly not tarnish its reputation, and thus, this vial of antidote should indeed be authentic." After listening to Yu Guang's analysis, the princess was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, she reluctantly remarked, "Regardless of whether this antidote is genuine or not, we must take the risk." Subsequently, the princess grasped the jade vial and slowly poured the contents into Qing Yi's mouth. After completing this, the two stood quietly in the grand hall, awaiting the outcome. Cough. Cough. After a brief incense's time, accompanied by several dry coughs, Qing Yi, who had been unconscious, abruptly opened her eyes. Upon hearing the commotion, the princess's face lit up with joy as she hurried to Qing Yi's side, asking with concern, "Qing Yi, how do you feel?" "Just awakening." Qing Yi was still somewhat dazed and, upon seeing the princess, managed to gather her wits enough to weakly inquire, "Your Highness, what has happened to me?" The princess, taken aback, replied with curiosity, "Qing Yi, you were poisoned. Did you not go to the Li family? How could you have been so severely poisoned?" And at this juncture, the princess abruptly fell silent, hesitating momentarily before deciding against revealing the incident of Qing Yi being auctioned off. Such flowers would constitute a tremendous blow to Aunt Qing's self-esteem. The Li family, the Li family. Upon hearing the mention of the Li family by the Grand Princess, Aunt Qing couldn't help but murmur to herself. Then, as a thought struck her, a look of terror surfaced in her eyes, and her complexion turned pale. "The Li family. The Li family is too frightening. Your Highness, we must hasten to leave Blackrock City. It is far too perilous here." Witnessing Aunt Qing's palpable fear at the mere mention of the Li family, the Grand Princess's expression grew solemn. What had Aunt Qing endured at the hands of the Li family that instilled such dread? Unable to contain her concern, the Grand Princess gently pressed Aunt Qing, saying earnestly, "Aunt Qing, please remain calm. You are safe now." Safe. At those words, Aunt Qing momentarily froze, and after a brief silence, her emotions began to stabilize. Seeing this, the Grand Princess inquired, "Aunt Qing, please recount in detail what transpired that day, how you suddenly lost contact and came to be in the hands of the Li family." Aunt Qing began to slowly recall the scene from that night, when she had infiltrated the Li family, and after a moment, her expression turned grave as she said, "Your Highness, that night I had successfully infiltrated the Li family, but before I could take any action, I was struck unconscious with a single blow." The Grand Princess's expression tightened, her pupils narrowing slightly. "What? You were knocked out with a single strike?" The Grand Princess felt a surge of astonishment. After all, Aunt Qing was a formidable Dowang. To be rendered unconscious by a single blow was astonishing. How powerful must the assailant have been? A 9-star Dowang? Or perhaps a Dohuang? However, within the Gamma Empire, there were only a handful of Dowang and Dohuang experts. Which of these hidden powers was associated with the Li family? Contemplating this, the Grand Princess asked, "Aunt Qing, did you recognize the identity of that person? Were they one of the top 10 experts in the Empire?" Identity. At the question, Aunt Qing was momentarily taken aback, recalling the events of that night. And she forced a bitter smile as she replied, "Your Highness, I did not even catch a glimpse of their face before I was struck down." The Grand Princess. Upon hearing Aunt Qing's words, the Grand Princess was immediately engulfed by a wave of shock. To have rendered a Do Huang unconscious without a trace of awareness meant that the assailant possessed at least Do Huang level strength. This implied that behind the Li family lurked a Do Huang expert. With this thought, the Grand Princess's demeanor shifted entirely. A Do Huang expert was not to be compared with mere Do Huang. The emergence of a Do Huang expert within the Gamma Empire could drastically alter the entire political landscape. Nearby, the Lord of Yuguang City, having overheard their conversation, was now utterly paralyzed with fear. Reflecting on his recent reckless provocations against the Li family, he felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but implore the Grand Princess, "Your Highness, might you petition His Majesty to reassign me from Blackrock City? I truly cannot bear to remain here any longer." The thought of the Lee family's terror left the Lord fearing that if he stayed, he might quietly meet his demise. In response, the Grand Princess furrowed her brow slightly and mused, "I shall return to report the situation to my father. You need not worry excessively." Chapter 213, What a Windfall. At this moment, Lu Yun had returned to the inn, accompanied by Wu Ming. Upon entering the room, Lu Yun's consciousness immediately plunged into the system space. Observing the humanoid silhouette suspended within the space, Lu Yun silently commanded, "System, summon a 9-star Dozong expert." As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, the humanoid silhouette within the system space vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the inn's room, an elder gradually materialized. Simultaneously, Lu Yun's consciousness returned to his physical form, and he opened his eyes to behold the elder before him. Subordinate Lin Hai greets the master. The moment the elder appeared, he bowed deeply to Lu Yun, much like the previous shadowy figure. Lu Yun, being polite to this 9-star Dozong expert, replied, "No need for such formalities." The elder smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, master." Lu Yun observed the elder named Lin Hai and couldn't help but entertain a thought. Although Lin Hai had been summoned through the system, characters brought forth by the system always possessed their own identities and backgrounds within the Duki continent. Unlike Wu Ming and Qi Xiao, who were mere wandering cultivators, Lin Hai, being of 9-star Dozong level, undoubtedly hailed from the central continent. What role did he play there? Contemplating this, Lu Yun couldn't resist asking, "Lin Hai, may I inquire if you are from the central continent?" Without hesitation, Lin Hai responded, "Indeed, I am from the central continent." Lu Yun continued to probe, "Do you possess any faction in the central continent?" Lin Hai replied, "I am the supreme elder of the Lin family, one of the 3 prominent families in Tianfeng City, located in the eastern region of the central continent." Hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes lit up with surprise. "You are the supreme elder of the Lin family? What is the strength of the Lin family?" After a moment of contemplation, the elder responded, "I am the strongest in the Lin family, while the family head possesses the strength of a 1-star Dozong, along with several elders at the 9-star Do Huang level." Lu Yun smiled. The Lin family actually has a Dozong, quite impressive. After a few compliments, Lu Yun asked, "Among the 3 prominent families of Tianfeng City, how does the Lin family rank?" The elder proudly declared, "The Lin family is the foremost family in Tianfeng City." Lu Yun's smile broadened at this revelation. Just as he was about to say something when Lin Hai continued, "The Lin family's dominance in Tianfeng City is largely due to my existence as a 9-star Dozong. However, now that I have been summoned by you, the Lin family's status as the foremost family in Tianfeng City is likely to be compromised." Lu Yun's expression immediately turned awkward upon hearing this. Surely, the Lin family wouldn't simply be wiped out? Contemplating this, Lu Yun anxiously asked, "Will the Lin family be annihilated?" Lin Hai paused for a moment before shaking his head. "That is unlikely. Even if the other 2 families learn of my disappearance, as long as they cannot confirm my death, they would not dare to strike against the Lin family. At worst, they might resort to some business-related suppression." Lin Hai's confidence was evident, a testament to the self-assuredness of a 9-star Dozong expert. Lu Yun nodded slightly at this, recognizing that indeed, the other 2 families would not dare to act against the Lin family without certitude of Lin Hai's fate. Otherwise, if Lin Hai were still alive and bereft of his family, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. At that point, a solitary 9-star Dozong expert would become even more formidable. With this thought, Lu Yun felt reassured. As long as the Lin family could endure, he intended to leverage Lin Hai's status as the supreme elder to bring the Lin family under his control, establishing it as the first stronghold of Lu Yun Pavilion in the central continent. This way, he could avoid the hassle of building a new force from scratch. With this in mind, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement. He had truly struck gold this time. Not only had he acquired a 9-star Dozong expert, but he had also gained a family from the central continent. What a remarkable profit. If only a few more like Lin Hai, who possessed both strength and influence, could be summoned. Looking at Lin Hai, Lu Yun felt quite satisfied and then focused on reviewing his attribute panel. Lin Hai, Supreme Elder of the Lin family realm, 9-star Dozong cultivation method, Wanchuanju, Earth level intermediate, Do skills, Mo Yun Palm, Earth level intermediate, Jing Guangyin, Earth level beginner, impressive. A complete array of Earth level Do skills. But what about the cultivation method? Observing Lin Hai's attribute panel, Lu Yun's eyes brightened. He still needed a closing auction item for the upcoming exorbitant auction in the imperial capital. It seemed he had to start with Lin Hai. It was imperative to thoroughly exploit the system's resources. After all, wastefulness is shameful. Upon this realization, Lu Yun retrieved a golden scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Hai. "Lin Hai, take this combat technique and cultivate it," he said. Lin Hai, upon hearing this, accepted the golden scroll without hesitation. Upon opening it, he was met with the striking inscription of 3 large characters, Golden Emperor Fist, a mid-tier celestial combat technique. At the sight of this, Lin Hai's expression shifted dramatically, his face filled with astonishment. He looked at Lu Yun with disbelief, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Master, is this truly for me to cultivate?" Lu Yun smiled and nodded. "Of course, such valuable treasures are meant for my own." This was Lu Yun's genuine sentiment. Since Lin Hai had already pledged his loyalty, there was no reason for Lu Yun to withhold a celestial combat technique. Strengthening Lin Hai would inherently augment Lu Yun's own power. However, after stating this, Lu Yun shifted the conversation. "Lin Hai, I need you to document the Earth-tier combat techniques and methods you have learned." As he spoke, Lu Yun produced 3 blank scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin Hai. The creation of scrolls for techniques and combat arts is not as simple as merely jotting down notes. It requires the infusion of one's soul power as ink, guided by a pen, to successfully craft a proper scroll. When learning the methods contained within the scrolls, cultivators must infuse their soul power into the scrolls to uncover hidden insights and techniques for cultivation. For instance, under what conditions does this technique cultivate faster? How can this combat art be practiced to maximize its power? Such details are crucial during the cultivation of techniques and arts. Without this information, even the most talented genius must undergo numerous trials before achieving success, consuming both time and resources. What Lu Yun requested was for Lin Hai to personally inscribe the techniques and arts he had mastered into these 3 scrolls using his soul power. Later, he could auction off these scrolls, which would be immensely gratifying. Chapter 214, Assigning Tasks. As you command. Understanding Lu Yun's intent, Lin Hai had no objections and directly accepted the blank scrolls from Lu Yun's hand. In truth, since it was Lu Yun who instructed him to do so, he would not resist. Moreover, Lu Yun had rewarded him with a celestial combat technique, the value of which far surpassed that of a mere Earth-tier technique. In Lin Hai's view, this was an undeniable profit, and his heart brimmed with gratitude and respect for Lu Yun. Lu Yun nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the side where Wu Ming stood. With Lin Hai, a formidable 9-star Do Zong at his side, Lu Yun felt secure. There was no longer a need for Wu Ming to remain by his side for protection. After all, having so many powerful individuals around him was somewhat of a waste. "Wu Ming, from today onward, you will assist Qi Xiao in the Black Corner domain." With a thoughtful expression, Lu Yun instructed Wu Ming. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Lin Hai and nodded slightly, respectfully replying, "As you command." Hearing Lu Yun's order, Wu Ming felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. With the presence of this 9-star Do Zong, his protection was indeed no longer required. Lu Yun looked at Wu Ming, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Wu Ming had been by his side since he arrived in this world. Initially, Wu Ming had been his greatest support, aiding him in numerous ways. However, as Lu Yun's forces grew stronger, Wu Ming's role diminished. In the future, as even more powerful individuals emerged, Wu Ming might even be forgotten. This was an inevitable trend. With that thought, Lu Yun cast aside any sentimentality. To become a competent leader, one must maintain a rational perspective. Lin Hai's strength was more than capable of overshadowing Wu Ming, making him the preferable choice for protection. Resolving to act accordingly, Lu Yun stated seriously, "Once I conclude my affairs in the imperial capital, my next destination will be the Black Corner domain. Qi Xiao has been there for some time. I wonder how he is faring. Wu Ming, upon your arrival, your first task will be to assist Qi Xiao in establishing a brand new auction house. I hope that by the time I arrive in the Black Corner domain, our auction house will have garnered a significant influence." Wu Ming replied respectfully, "As you command, master." Lu Yun then produced another spatial ring and handed it to Wu Ming, saying, "Inside are 3,000 5-tier magic cores and 2,000 vials of companion-born purple crystal essence. Use these resources to recruit and expand the strength of the auction house as swiftly as possible." Wu Ming accepted the spatial ring and then gradually vanished from the room. Lu Yun turned to Lin Hai and said, "Lin Hai, from now on, my safety relies on you." Lin Hai smiled confidently, "Rest assured, master. I will do my utmost to safeguard your well-being." Lu Yun smiled slightly. In this northwestern region, with Lin Hai, the 9-star Do Zong, by his side, no one could threaten him. After assigning Wu Ming and Lin Hai their tasks, Lu Yun contemplated the Black Rock auction house. It had recently drawn the attention of the royal family, with a Do Wang already dispatched. Next time, it might very well be a Do Huang who pays a visit. At that point, the Black Rock auction house could very well be at risk. Currently, Black Rock City still held considerable value for him. Thus, Lu Yun had no intention of relinquishing this stronghold. Consequently, he needed to station someone there to guard it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yun's mind settled on a candidate, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. In the next instant, he summoned the purple crystal-winged Lion King from the system's space. As a burst of purple light illuminated the room, the majestic figure of the purple crystal-winged Lion King materialized. Looking around with confusion, the Lion King instinctively addressed Lu Yun. "Lu Yun, have you released me because you have another task for me?" With a smile, Lu Yun replied, "As expected of the Lion King, you truly understand me." The Lion King rolled its eyes disdainfully. "Speak. What is it that this king must do?" Lu Yun promptly outlined his intentions. "What? You want this king to remain in this wretched little city? To act as a bodyguard for these humans? Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, the purple crystal-winged Lion King immediately protested loudly, clearly reluctant. Lu Yun anticipated this reaction and calmly reassured, "Fear not. You won't be stuck here indefinitely. At most, it will be for 1 year. How does that sound? Should you agree? I will provide you with the transformation elixir I promised you ahead of time." The mention of the transformation elixir sparked a flicker of shock in the Lion King's eyes, momentarily leaving it speechless, lost in thought. Lu Yun patiently waited for the Lion King's response. After a brief silence, the Lion King finally relented. "Very well, I shall agree. But let us be clear, this king will only remain in this dismal place for a year." Seeing the Lion King acquiesce, Lu Yun smiled. "It is settled then." In a year's time, he could only imagine how much he would have developed. Perhaps by then, the entire northwestern region would be under his control, or he may have even established an auction house within the central continent. By that time, a mere Black Rock city would hardly warrant his attention. The purple crystal-winged Lion King, oblivious to Lu Yun's grand plans, eagerly inquired, "So, when do I receive my transformation elixir?" "Rest assured, you shall have it." Seeing its anxious demeanor, Lu Yun chose not to elaborate further and directly extracted the transforming pill from the system space, tossing it to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The amethyst-winged Lion King received the pill, took a careful sniff, and immediately broke into a smile. Lu Yun said to it, "You should consume the transforming pill as soon as possible. It would be best for you to appear in Black Rock City in human form to avoid unnecessary troubles." After all, the amethyst-winged Lion King was a magical beast, and if it were to suddenly appear in a human city, it would likely become a target for hostility. With the transforming pill in hand, the amethyst-winged Lion King no longer resisted Lu Yun's words, nodding in agreement. "This king understands." Lu Yun smiled faintly, and then released the little amethyst-winged lion back to its parent, saying, "I suppose I shall return your precious son to you." Now that Lu Yun had 2 8th-tier magical beast pets, the 10,000 poison beast and the void-burrowing beast, he no longer regarded the little amethyst-winged lion with much interest and decided to return it to the amethyst-winged Lion King. The amethyst-winged Lion King glanced at the suddenly reappearing little amethyst-winged lion, casting a suspicious look at Lu Yun. "This fellow, why has he suddenly become so agreeable?" Chapter 215. Are you the elder of the serpent people? Noticing the amethyst-winged Lion King's puzzled expression, Lu Yun naturally understood its thoughts. "Do not overthink it. I merely wish for you to feel secure while staying in Black Rock City," Lu Yun explained lightly, glancing at the little amethyst-winged lion. The amethyst-winged Lion King grumbled, "Aren't you afraid I might just leave?" It was perplexed. Now that Lu Yun had returned its beloved child, if it wished to depart, there would be no reservations. Lu Yun's gaze sharpened slightly at its words. "Leave? Where do you think you can go? As long as you remain within the borders of the Jamadi Empire, you will never escape my grasp." As he spoke, Lu Yun looked towards the nearby Lin Hai and slowly added, "Lin Hai, do you agree with what I say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hai's aged face immediately broke into a smile as he respectfully replied, "If the master says so, then it must be true." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Hai, sweeping toward the amethyst-winged Lion King. The terrifying pressure caused the amethyst-winged Lion King to pale, fear flashing in its eyes. Under this immense pressure, it realized it was utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, the little amethyst-winged lion, upon encountering this overwhelming force, fainted immediately. Thud! In the next moment, unable to withstand the pressure, the amethyst-winged Lion King collapsed to the ground. Enough! Just as the amethyst-winged Lion King was on the verge of succumbing, Lu Yun finally spoke. With his words, the terrifying pressure that had been suppressing the amethyst-winged Lion King vanished instantaneously. Phew! As the dreadful aura dissipated, the amethyst-winged Lion King lay on the ground, too afraid to breathe, its eyes filled with terror as it stared at Lin Hai. Just moments ago, under the weight of the elder's presence, it had felt the suffocating grip of death. The thought of this sent waves of turmoil through the amethyst-winged Lion King's heart. To feel such a sensation merely from a display of might, one could only imagine how terrifying this individual's power truly was. It was likely that even a being as formidable as Wu Ming would not withstand a single move against him. Observing the amethyst-winged Lion King, which remained prostrate and dared not rise, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This creature was the ruler of the Beast Mountain Range, notoriously wild and unruly. Without instilling some fear, it might very well decide to leave out of boredom. With this demonstration, should the amethyst-winged Lion King ever contemplate fleeing again, it would surely recall this terrifying scene and refrain from acting upon it. Gazing at the prostrate amethyst-winged Lion King, Lu Yun said lightly, "Lion King, how much longer do you intend to stay down? Hurry and consume the transforming pill." Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King cast a deep glance at Lu Yun, then warily at Lin Hai, before slowly rising. Grasping the already unconscious little amethyst-winged lion, it moved to a corner of the wall and lay down, swallowing the transforming pill in one gulp. "Master, a dozong is approaching here." Lin Hai suddenly spoke up, his expression changing. "A dozong? Coming here?" Lu Yun paused momentarily, then recalled the serpent shadow who had departed earlier, saying, "It is one of our own." Indeed, shortly after Lu Yun's words, a fleeting shadow appeared in the room, revealing a serpent people woman on the ground. The shadow gradually solidified, and the figure of serpent shadow materialized, respectfully addressing Lu Yun. "Master, I have fulfilled my mission." Lu Yun's gaze fell upon the serpent people woman lying on the ground, and he nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Subsequently, Lu Yun waved his hand, and the unconscious serpent people woman was directly absorbed into the system space. Witnessing this, Serpent Shadow's expression shifted slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask, Master, did this serpent people woman offend you?" Lu Yun was taken aback by Serpent Shadow's sudden question, but after regaining his composure, he shook his head. "Not at all. I simply have some temporary use for this serpent people woman." Upon hearing this, Serpent Shadow let out a sigh of relief. Observing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel curious. Did Serpent Shadow have some connection with this serpent people woman? Was it because they were both of the serpent people that Serpent Shadow was concerned about the potential harm to her? With this thought, Lu Yun directly asked Serpent Shadow, "Do you know this serpent people woman?" In response, Serpent Shadow shook his head, replying to the master, "I do not know her, but I sensed a feeling of familiarity about her." Familiarity? Lu Yun was somewhat puzzled. This serpent people woman was merely of the Do Ling realm. Could it be that they had met before? Noticing Lu Yun's confusion, Serpent Shadow slowly explained, "Master, she should be a descendant of an elder from my clan. I sensed the aura of that elder within her." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's gaze sharpened. "Your clan? You are from the same lineage as her?" Lu Yun was taken aback, but soon a sense of curiosity arose within him. In the original text, it seemed there was no mention of the serpent people possessing a Do Zone level individual. Serpent Shadow nodded slowly. "I was once the grand elder of the serpent people. After being stuck at the 9-star Do Huang level for a century without making a breakthrough, and seeing my lifespan nearing its end, I left the clan in search of a breakthrough. Eventually, I made my way to the central continent, and, through fortunate circumstances, managed to break through to the Do Zone realm." After hearing Serpent Shadow's words, astonishment spread across Lu Yun's face. "You are actually the grand elder of the serpent people?" This revelation left Lu Yun profoundly shocked. Yet soon, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He had not anticipated that this summoning would yield such extraordinary fortune, simultaneously calling forth two esteemed and influential figures. With Serpent Shadow's Do Zone prowess and her standing as the grand elder of the serpent people, if she were to return to the serpent people, would it not be a simple matter for her to command the entire clan? With this thought, a smile crept across Lu Yun's lips. Within the serpent people, there were still 4 elders at the peak of the Do Huang realm, along with numerous Do Huang level individuals. This force was already sufficient to confront the entire Jamadi Empire head-on. Chapter 216. Li Yuan's Doubt. Serpent Shadow, how long have you been away from the serpent people? Lu Yun suddenly inquired, turning his gaze towards Serpent Shadow. Serpent Shadow pondered for a moment before responding, "It has been over a century." Over a century? Lu Yun was taken aback by this, realizing that this individual was indeed quite ancient. "Do you know the current Medusa queen of this generation?" Lu Yun thought of the Medusa queen currently residing in her courtyard and could not help but ask. Serpent Shadow replied, "When I left, the serpent people had just selected a new Medusa queen. If she hasn't fallen in this past century, I should know her." Lu Yun's heart was already certain that Serpent Shadow was acquainted with the current Medusa queen. As far as he knew, this generation's Medusa queen had lived for over a century. Upon contemplating this, Lu Yun could not help but marvel at the exquisite beauty of Queen Medusa. Who could have imagined that she was now over a century old? Lu Yun then inquired, "With your current strength, upon returning to the serpent clan, you should be able to seize control of its power, correct?" Shiying nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, as the grand elder of the serpent clan, I hold the highest rank among them. Even Queen Medusa must heed the directives of the Elder Council." "That is splendid," Lu Yun replied, his heart swelling with joy. "You may return to the serpent clan now. I shall visit in a month's time to relay further instructions." Upon hearing this, Shiying slightly inclined her head. "As you wish, my master." Lu Yun continued, "Upon your return, please assist me in gathering rare treasures. I have heard that within the depths of the Tiger Desert, there are numerous ice spirit springs. Do collect as many as you can. Ice spirit springs typically manifest in regions of extreme cold or heat. In the original narrative, Queen Medusa extravagantly utilized a pool of ice spirit springs during her body tempering with. To master the 9 suns burning heaven technique, Lu Yun would need to consume various spirit flames, which are far more potent than. Lu Yun was concerned that ordinary ice spirit springs might not suffice for him. To be prudent, he resolved to acquire a greater quantity of ice spirit springs, which he could later auction to obtain higher-grade ice attribute treasures. Perhaps this would provide the necessary suppression when he consumed spirit flames. Ice spirit springs should not pose much difficulty, Shiying acknowledged, nodding slightly. The serpent clan's territory is abundant with them. Furthermore, do strive to gather some high-grade toxic substances for me. Lu Yun suddenly recalled and added, The Wan Poison Beast requires not only vast amounts of energy to enhance its power, but also a substantial intake of potent toxins. The Serpent Clan, inherently toxic, serves as an excellent source for collecting such substances. Xing nodded eagerly. Of course, my master. Once Lu Yun had conveyed his tasks, he waved his hand dismissively. You may go. This subordinate takes their leave. With that, Xing transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from the room. After her departure, only Lin Hai and Lu Yun remained in the chamber. In a brief span, Lu Yun had arranged for nearly all of his formidable subordinates to depart. With Lin Hai, a 9-star dozome, by his side, Lu Yun felt sufficiently secure. Retaining all his subordinates without purpose seemed rather wasteful. Moreover, he still had the Wan Poison Beast and the Void Burrowing Beast, both of which were Do Huang level pets. With such a formidable array, who could possibly threaten him in the northwestern region? It was time to return to the imperial capital. The Blackrock auction had concluded, and Lu Yun intended to make his way back. But first, a visit to the Li family was in order. In the dead of night, the darkness enveloped the entirety of Blackrock City. The powerful individuals attracted by the auction had all departed, restoring the city to its tranquil state. Master, here are the proceeds from this auction, Li Yuan said, extending a storage ring to Lu Yun, who was seated at the head of the hall. Lu Yun accepted the ring, mentally scanning its contents before nodding in satisfaction. The gains are quite commendable. Seeing Lu Yun's pleased expression, Li Yuan sighed inwardly, relieved that he had met his master's expectations. This auction had consumed substantial resources. Had Lu Yun been dissatisfied, it would have been quite difficult to justify. Once Lu Yun finished inspecting the ring, he casually returned it to Li Yuan. Master, what is this? Li Yuan was somewhat puzzled upon receiving the storage ring back. After the previous auction, Lu Yun had done the same, taking nothing for himself and stating it was for them as startup capital. Was he to do the same this time? Lu Yun understood Li Yuan's confusion well. For him, the material gains were not what he sought. Rather, he valued the treasures returned by the system after a successful auction. As long as the Li family could amass sufficient rare treasures, their task would be deemed complete. Li Yuan, as per our usual arrangement, you are to utilize all these resources to collect rare treasures. For the next auction, I do not require the quality of the items to surpass those from this auction, but they must certainly not fall below that standard. Lu Yun articulated his requirements as Li Yuan looked on, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan naturally did not dare to resist, responding respectfully, Yes, master. However, he still harbored doubts. Master, why do you seek nothing in return? What is the true purpose of hosting this auction? Is it merely for the sake of the auction? Lu Yun did not concern himself with Li Yuan's thoughts. For him, the completion of his task hinged solely on the Li family gathering satisfactory auction items. With this in mind, Lu Yun retrieved 30 bottles of accompanying purple crystal essence and 200 fifth-tier magic cores from the storage ring. The quality of this auction was quite impressive, fulfilling my expectations, and these shall be your rewards. Lu Yun indicated the treasures on the floor before Li Yuan. Li Yuan stared, momentarily dumbfounded. More rewards? In his view, he was merely exchanging resources provided by his master for better items to auction. It was hardly a challenging task. The fact that his master asked for nothing in return was already generous, yet to bestow such lavish rewards was beyond his comprehension. Was his master merely looking to offload excess treasures? Li Yuan dared not speculate too deeply into Lu Yun's intentions. Accepting the master's gifts without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude and gathered the treasures. Nonetheless, he resolved to ensure that the next batch of collected items would be of even higher quality. You need only focus on gathering treasures. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. As for the City Lord's mansion, I have stationed a Do Huang powerhouse here. Should members of the royal family arrive, this Do Huang will handle the situation, Lu Yun elaborated. Your sole task is to prepare for next month's auction. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's heart surged with exhilaration. His master had indeed sent a Do Huang powerhouse to protect the Li family. Let me make myself clear. If the next auction fails to meet my expectations, do not blame me for being unkind. As he spoke, a chill emanated from Lu Yun. Li Yuan's expression changed, and he solemnly replied, Rest assured, master, I will spare no effort to fulfill the task. Let us hope that is the case. Lu Yun nodded, offering a few more instructions before departing the Li family with Lin Hai. The two then traversed the Void Passage, directly returning to the imperial capital. Chapter 217, Void Passage, Path to Wealth. As the room lit up with a violet aura, two figures gradually materialized within. Master, what is this technique? Lin Hai gazed in astonishment at the suddenly shifting scenery, his eyes betraying his awe. Clearly, the capabilities of the Void Passage had entirely reshaped his understanding. As a 9-star dozome and a revered elder from a prominent family in the central continent, he had seen much. Yet he had never encountered a method as extraordinary as the Void Passage. In the central continent, interdimensional travel was solely facilitated by the void wormholes between cities. Initially, Lin Hai had assumed he was traversing such a wormhole. However, after entering the Void Passage, he found himself in the imperial capital, as Lu Yun had described. In mere moments, Lu Yun had informed him that Blackrock City lay to the east of the imperial capital, separated by several cities. This distance, covered in the blink of an eye, confirmed to Lin Hai that this void passage was no ordinary wormhole. As the ever-composed Lin Hai witnessed the moment of astonishment from Lu Yun, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, you old fellow. It seems there are indeed matters that can disrupt your tranquility." Subsequently, Lu Yun proceeded to elucidate the capabilities of the void passage. The existence of such an ability in the world astonished Lin Hai, who turned his gaze towards the void-burrowing beast nestled in Lu Yun's arms, his eyes betraying a hint of shock. Having witnessed Xiao Zi's abilities moments ago, he comprehended that the void passage was indeed the power of this violet creature. "Master, what manner of magical beast is this that possesses such extraordinary prowess?" Lin Hai gazed at the beast in disbelief. Lu Yun, intrigued, responded, "Its name is the void-burrowing beast. Have you ever heard of such a creature?" Lu Yun himself was curious, for the void-burrowing beast was a reward returned by the system, and he wondered if such a beast truly existed in the Duki continent. After all, in the original narrative, no magical beast with such miraculous abilities had ever made an appearance. The void-burrowing beast? Upon hearing this, Lin Hai could not help but furrow his brows, shaking his head after a moment's contemplation. "I have never encountered such a magical beast. It is said that in ancient times, there existed numerous extraordinary beasts with wondrous abilities. While their strength may not be formidable, they possess some kind of miraculous power." As he spoke, Lin Hai glanced at the void-burrowing beast in Lu Yun's arms, his eyes reflecting a trace of speculation. "In my view, master, this violet creature is highly likely to be one of those extraordinary beasts." Extraordinary beasts? Lu Yun's expression shifted, intrigued, as this was the first time he had heard such a notion. Could it be that Xiao Zi was indeed one of these extraordinary beasts? Lin Hai, still bearing the remnants of shock upon his face, exclaimed, "Master, with the capabilities of your violet beast, if we were to establish several such void passages upon reaching the central continent, it would certainly pave a lucrative path to wealth, yielding substantial profits." Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Oh, pray elaborate." Lin Hai cast a glance at the violet creature in Lu Yun's embrace, smiling as he said, "Have you ever heard of spatial wormholes?" Lu Yun's heart stirred, and he began to deduce what Lin Hai was about to convey. "You refer to those that enable travel between two locations across the void, correct?" It seemed that Lu Yun was familiar with spatial wormholes. Lin Hai nodded, continuing, "Do you know the worth of a spatial wormhole in the expanse of the central continent?" Lu Yun's face brightened with curiosity. "I would like to hear more." Lin Hai assented and began to expound on the value of spatial wormholes in the central continent. As Lin Hai elaborated, Lu Yun's eyes gradually illuminated with understanding. Grasping why Lin Hai had asserted that the void passage could bring him immense profit, spatial wormholes were unique to the central continent, forged by Dozun strongholds wielding spatial power to connect 2 points in space. For instance, the distance between the Blackhorn region and the central continent would take even a Dozong strongman at least half a year to traverse. However, utilizing a spatial wormhole would reduce that time to merely a month. Yet, constructing such wormholes was exceedingly challenging and required constant maintenance, necessitating personnel with at least Dozong strength. Therefore, aside from the central continent, such constructs were rarely found in other regions. The central continent, being vast in area, housed numerous large cities equipped with these so-called spatial wormholes to alleviate travel time. The architects of these wormholes were often peak powerhouses or venerable figures of the city. Thus, if the creator of a spatial wormhole belonged to a particular family, that wormhole would invariably become the property of that family. Of course, even the most powerful families refrained from monopolizing such public transportation measures, as it would be imprudent to do so. After all, the annual profits generated by a single spatial wormhole could reach staggering figures, sufficient to sustain an entire family. Consequently, the emergence of each spatial wormhole in the central continent would enviously attract countless factions, yet aside from a few formidable families or sects, others could only pine for them, as not everyone could summon a Dozun strongman to expend great effort in constructing a spatial wormhole. Thus, spatial wormholes symbolized both wealth and power in the central continent, predominantly possessed by renowned first-rate factions, excluding those who merely enjoyed the legacies left by their predecessors. The lucrative path Lin Hai mentioned was merely a suggestion for Lu Yun to establish his own void passage upon reaching the central continent. With the swiftness of the void passage, vast profits could undoubtedly be earned. Moreover, in terms of safety, the void passage far surpassed spatial wormholes. When traversing a spatial wormhole, misfortune could lead one to encounter terrifying spatial storms, which harbored wildly chaotic spatial forces. Even a careless Dozong strongman risked perilous odds in such storms. In contrast, the secure and stable void passage was immeasurably superior. Master, should the void passage be implemented across the central continent, it could undoubtedly eclipse the spatial wormholes, and perhaps you might monopolize the entire spatial travel network of the central continent. Lin Hai mused, excitement creeping onto his face. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, felt a stirring in his heart. Lin Hai's proposal indeed bore the potential for realization. After all, in the Duki continent, only he could establish the void passage. Even if others sought to replicate it, lacking a void-burrowing beast, they could only lament their impotence. This method was indeed feasible. However, it required the backing of a formidable force. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lu Yun gradually regained his composure. While the idea was appealing, without considerable strength, it could attract the envy of other powerful factions, ultimately rendering him a mere pawn. Even if Lu Yun wished to promote the void passage in the central continent, it would only be viable under the aegis of a potent force. Lin Hai, too, calmed down slightly, nodding in agreement. That is indeed the case. Subsequently, Lu Yun buried this notion in his heart, choosing not to discuss it further. As night fell, Lu Yun instructed Lin Hai to select a room in the courtyard for rest before retiring to bed himself. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, are you there? The following morning, the melodious voice of Qing Lin echoed outside Lu Yun's door. Hearing her call, Lu Yun smiled faintly and swiftly opened the door. Creak. As the door swung open, the adorable figure of Qing Lin gradually came into view. Young master, where were you yesterday? I searched for you several times and couldn't find you, Qing Lin said, her emerald eyes gazing at Lu Yun with curiosity. Hee. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, Lu Yun replied gently, pinching Qing Lin's delicate cheek. Qing Lin nodded. No wonder I didn't see you, young master. Allow me to assist you with your morning routine. She then brought a basin of water and tenderly began to wash Lu Yun's face and arrange his attire. Upon returning to the family, Lu Yun no longer dressed so casually. Today, he adorned himself in an elegant purple robe intricately embroidered with violet patterns, exuding an air of nobility. Once Qing Lin had finished helping Lu Yun with his attire, he could not resist glancing at the mirror, admiring the graceful youth reflected before him, and asked Qing Lin, do I look handsome? Upon hearing this, Qing Lin instinctively turned her gaze towards Lu Yun, her cheeks flushing crimson as she beheld his strikingly handsome features. Observing the little girl's bashful demeanor, Lu Yun could not help but take a step closer, bending down to inquire once more, Qing Lin, you have yet to answer me. Am I handsome? Feeling the warm breath emanating from Lu Yun's nostrils, and hearing his playful banter, Qing Lin instinctively lowered her head and softly replied, Young master, you are handsome. With a satisfied smile gracing his lips, Lu Yun stood upright and playfully pinched Qing Lin's blushing cheek. By the way, where is Medusa? At that moment, Lu Yun recalled something and asked Qing Lin. In a hushed tone, Qing Lin responded, Sister Medusa has been staying inside the house. Lu Yun, glancing at Qing Lin, asked, Tell me, has she bullied you? He harbored a lingering concern that Queen Medusa's proximity to Qing Lin might not bode well. Upon hearing this, Qing Lin's eyes flickered momentarily before she slowly shook her head. No, Sister Medusa has not bullied me. However, as she shook her head, various peculiar remarks made by Medusa over the past few days flashed through her mind. This strange sister always proclaimed her noble status, questioning how she could serve as a maid to a human. She even inquired whether Qing Lin would be willing to return with her to the Serpent People's tribe, and urged her to abandon the young master, suggesting she should not serve him. These words stirred a sense of aversion within Qing Lin. She did not appreciate Sister Medusa's sentiments. The young master was the kindest person in this world to her, never once disdainful of her origins. As long as the young master did not dislike her, she had no intention of leaving his side. She wished to remain by his side forever, serving him for all eternity. Noticing Qing Lin's shake of the head, Lu Yun chuckled softly. If you find it uncomfortable being with her, just tell the young master, and I will make her leave. Do not allow yourself to be wronged. Listening to Lu Yun's caring words, Qing Lin felt a warm sweetness in her heart and nodded adorably. Reflecting on Medusa's words, Qing Lin subtly shook her head. How could she ever bear to part from the young master, who treated her so kindly? Subsequently, the little girl happily followed Lu Yun outside to Lin Hai's room. Master. As Lu Yun approached the room, Lin Hai, sensing his arrival, promptly opened the door to greet him. Qing Lin gazed at Lin Hai with a hint of confusion. When did another old gentleman appear in the courtyard? Lu Yun nodded slightly at Lin Hai, inquiring, Are you comfortable here? Lin Hai smiled and replied, Everything is well. Come. Let us go meet someone, Lu Yun said, leading the way toward Medusa's chamber. With Wu Ming now departed, Lu Yun was left with only Lin Hai by his side. For the sake of his own safety, Lu Yun had resolved to always keep Lin Hai close whenever he ventured out. He intended to regard this old man as his personal bodyguard from henceforth. Lin Hai understood Lu Yun's intentions and silently followed behind him. Moments later, Lu Yun arrived at the entrance to Queen Medusa's room. With a creak, Qing Lin stepped forward to open the door, and Lu Yun, unceremoniously, strode inside. Within the room, Queen Medusa sat cross-legged on the bed, and upon sensing Lu Yun's arrival, slowly opened her eyes, directing her gaze toward him and his companions. However, when her eyes fell upon Lin Hai, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a profound sense of pressure emanating from this elderly man, a sensation that left her breathless. Even the previously encountered man in black had not instilled such a feeling in her. Could it be that this individual was even stronger than the man in black? A multitude of thoughts raced through Queen Medusa's mind. Simultaneously, her wariness toward Lu Yun's identity deepened. Who exactly was he, that he was constantly accompanied by such formidable allies? Your Majesty, are you comfortable here? Lu Yun approached the table and casually took a seat, his gaze drifting toward Queen Medusa upon the bed. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Queen Medusa did not respond directly, but rather coldly remarked, "You came to see me. Is there something you need?" This woman remained as aloof as ever. Seeing her reluctance to engage, Lu Yun, uninterested in pleasantries, stated directly, "I am here to present someone for your Majesty's appraisal." Chapter 219, The Transaction. Might I inquire if your Majesty recognizes this individual? As he spoke, Lu Yun summoned the serpent people woman from the system space. In the next moment, Queen Medusa beheld a figure materializing on the floor. Upon noticing the serpent tail revealed beneath the woman's lower half, her eyes narrowed, and upon seeing her face, a surge of killing intent erupted from Queen Medusa. "Lu Yun, what do you mean by this? If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, I see no reason for us to continue our collaboration." Queen Medusa's gaze bore into Lu Yun, her murderous intent palpable. Facing the frost-laden demeanor of Queen Medusa, Lu Yun maintained an air of indifference. "Explanation? All I can say is that this woman was purchased by me from someone else," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "Purchased?" Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa appeared skeptical, her eyes still cold as they locked onto Lu Yun. "Do you not believe me?" Noticing the doubt in Medusa's gaze, Lu Yun felt a twinge of irritation. Did he truly seem so untrustworthy? "If that is the case, then there is no need for further discussion," Lu Yun said, rising slowly and preparing to return the serpent people woman to the system space. Having completed this action, Lu Yun turned to leave. At that moment, Queen Medusa's figure flickered, swiftly blocking his exit. "You may leave, but you must leave my kin behind." Queen Medusa glared coldly at Lu Yun. Seeing her obstructing his path, Lu Yun frowned and retorted with a sneer, "By what right? I purchased her with my own money. You cannot simply reclaim her at will." Queen Medusa replied coldly, "No member of the serpent people shall fall into human hands." Lu Yun scoffed, "Had I not purchased her, your kin would likely have already become a plaything in someone else's hands." At his words, Queen Medusa's expression shifted. Images flashed through her mind of her kin suffering a fate worse than death at the hands of humans. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "Return my kin to me. I will repay you double the amount you spent." "No need for that. I had hoped to discuss matters amicably with you, but alas, you did not appreciate it," Lu Yun replied coldly. "Since I have bought her, I possess the right to determine her fate. If you have the means, you may attend the auction in half a month's time to bid for her." Queen Medusa's expression darkened, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. "You intend to auction her off? Do you dare?" As her words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged toward Lu Yun. Lu Yun's expression changed, his gaze darkening. "Medusa, it seems I have been too lenient with you. How dare you act so presumptuously?" Just as the pressure from Queen Medusa was about to descend upon Lu Yun, a far more terrifying force erupted from behind him, pressing down on Medusa. The two forces collided, and Queen Medusa's countenance shifted dramatically. In the next moment, she was sent flying backward, landing in the courtyard, a trickle of crimson spilling from the corner of her mouth. An expression of shock filled Queen Medusa's eyes. That pressure had been overwhelmingly terrifying. She found herself utterly powerless against it. At that moment, Lu Yun emerged slowly from the room, looking down at her from a superior height. "Medusa, this is not the serpent people's territory. Do not attempt to assert your queenly authority before me. It would be wise for you to understand your position. Do not forget, you are currently serving me." Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's expression shifted, and she gradually rose to her feet, her demeanor returning to calm. Flowing Cloud cast a fleeting glance at her before preparing to turn away. "Wait." After a moment's hesitation, Queen Medusa suddenly spoke, "Please return my kin to me, and I shall serve you for an additional year." Upon hearing this, Flowing Cloud paused, turning to face Queen Medusa, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. For the sake of a single kin, this woman was willing to go to such lengths. Truly remarkable. It was undeniable that Queen Medusa held her kin in high regard. "If you had shown this attitude earlier, we would not have reached such an impasse," Flowing Cloud remarked, observing the now somewhat humble demeanor of Queen Medusa. After a brief moment of contemplation, Flowing Cloud continued, "I can return your kin to you, but I do not require an extra year of your service. All I ask is that you agree to one condition, and I shall return her to you." Flowing Cloud spoke slowly. Taken aback, Queen Medusa inquired, "What condition?" Considering her underlying plan, Flowing Cloud did not hesitate and stated directly, "In 1 month's time, I wish to establish an auction within the territory of the serpent people." Hearing this, astonishment flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes. "You intend to hold an auction among my serpent kin?" She found it difficult to comprehend Flowing Cloud's motive for such an endeavor. The serpent clan resided in the depths of the Tagore Desert, and in terms of resources, they paled in comparison to the Gamma Empire. Moreover, within the serpent kin, gold could not circulate. Even if Flowing Cloud were to set up an auction there, it would hardly be feasible. "How will this work? Is it contingent upon whether my esteemed queen can agree?" Flowing Cloud questioned her. After a moment of silence, weighing the pros and cons, Queen Medusa slowly nodded. "Very well. I agree, but you must not engage in any actions that would harm my serpent kin." "That is a given," Flowing Cloud replied with a subtle nod, then articulated his own demand. You must also restrain your kin from interfering with my auction and ensure they do not harm my people. Queen Medusa nodded, no problem. I will designate a territory for you and instruct them to refrain from meddling in your auction affairs. Flowing Cloud nodded indifferently. I hope you can uphold this. I have always held to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. Should they dare to interfere with my auction, they should not blame my subordinates for their lack of mercy. A shiver ran through Queen Medusa as her gaze instinctively shifted to Lin Hai beside Flowing Cloud. If this individual were to take action, the entire serpent kin would likely stand no chance against him. Even the four elders would meet the same fate. With this thought, Queen Medusa resolutely decided to strictly prohibit her kin from interfering with Flowing Cloud's auction. After Flowing Cloud finished speaking, with a flicker of thought, he released the serpent woman from his system space and, accompanied by Lin Hai and Qing Lin, turned to leave. Watching Flowing Cloud's retreating figure, Queen Medusa's eyes reflected a complex emotion. At that moment, she felt an increasing sense of regret for having acted against Flowing Cloud initially. Otherwise, she would not have entangled herself with this formidable individual. As she glanced at her fallen kin, her expression gradually returned to its cold indifference, and she stepped forward to assess their injuries. Chapter 220. The excitement of Mitre Tingshan after leaving the courtyard. Flowing Cloud made his way directly to the elder's residence. Reflecting on the transaction just concluded, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. He mused that when faced with a strong-willed woman like Queen Medusa, one must exhibit even greater strength to compel her compliance. Recalling Queen Medusa's humbled stance, Flowing Cloud felt a surge of satisfaction. Regardless of her title, before him, all must bow in submission. As for Flowing Cloud's intention to establish an auction within the serpent kin, it was merely to gather some rare treasures. Although the serpent kin resided deep within the Tagore Desert and lacked resources compared to the surrounding human empires, it was undeniable that they possessed many unique treasures not found within human territories. Rarity bestows value. These rare items were treasures that could not be sought after in the human empires, regarded as priceless. Conversely, for the resource-depleted serpent kin, many items from the human empires also held significant value. If Flowing Cloud were to auction items from the human empires that would greatly benefit the serpent kin, he would undoubtedly reap astonishing profits. Even everyday necessities could fetch high prices among the serpent kin. As for the issue of gold being non-circulating among the serpent kin, that was easily solvable through barter. This was the most effective approach. Furthermore, Flowing Cloud's purpose in establishing an auction within the serpent kin was to develop it into a stronghold for himself. The serpent kin lay at the intersection of several major empires, and Flowing Cloud intended to establish a void portal there. In the future, he could use this portal to reach other empires. After all, given the current capabilities of the void-burrowing beast, it was unable to establish such a long-distance void passage between two major empires. Once a void channel was established within the serpent kin, Flowing Cloud could easily access other empires. He had already formulated his plans. Once he dealt with the matters in the imperial capital, he would begin to take action in the other major empires. As for the first target, Flowing Cloud had set his sights on the Outcloud Empire. The mere thought of the Outcloud Empire brought to mind a figure clad in white. He wondered how the little medicine fairy was faring in the Outcloud Empire. With her cursed poison body, she should be thriving there. The primary reason Flowing Cloud chose the Outcloud Empire as his first target was indeed because of the little medicine fairy. He recalled that in the original story, she had established a vast force within the Outcloud Empire. If he were to visit the Outcloud Empire and find that she had already built her own faction, Flowing Cloud planned to spare no effort in assisting her to unify the entire Outcloud Empire. Confident in his capabilities, he believed that with Lin Hai's strength and the Wan Poison Pearl in his possession, the poison masters of the Outcloud Empire would pose no threat to him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Flowing Cloud, accompanied by Lin Hai and Qing Lin, soon arrived at the grand hall where the elder resided. Upon stepping into the hall, Flowing Cloud's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the people present. What is this old fellow doing here? At that moment, Elder Mitre Huayuan was engaged in discussion with Mitre Tingshan. Elder, the matter of the auction hall was personally decreed by Elder Hai. If you have any objections, you should address them directly to him, Mitre Tingshan said, his expression somewhat displeased. Flowing Cloud entered just in time to catch the elder's words, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. It seemed the old man was still unwilling to relent. It was no wonder, after all. The Mitre auction house held a significant amount of profit. If he were to take over the Mitre auction house, that old fellow would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. If the roles were reversed, he too would find it difficult to let things go. Grandson, you have arrived. At that moment, Mitre Tingshan noticed Flowing Cloud entering the hall and smiled warmly, calling out. Hearing this, Mitre Huayuan's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at Flowing Cloud, who had just approached. Realizing that Flowing Cloud might have overheard his earlier comments, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon recalling that this young man was about to seize his position in the auction hall, the elder's expression quickly turned cold. Ignoring the unfriendly look on the elder's face, Flowing Cloud retorted with a hint of mockery. Elder, the matter of the auction hall was a decision made by the Grand Elder. Shouldn't you be seeking him to retract his order instead of causing a ruckus here with my grandfather? Do you really think my grandfather would side with you? You. Upon hearing this, the elder's face flushed with anger. He was about to strike out at Flowing Cloud, but hesitated, knowing that the clan leader was present. If he were to harm his precious grandson, it would undoubtedly lead to further chaos. Humph. Lu Yun, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. The elder only acted on a whim. The auction house is integral to the economic lifeline of the Miter family. Should you falter, I wonder if the elder will still stand by your side. With that, the grand elder stormed out of the hall, fuming. Old fool. If you are waiting to see me stumble, you are bound to be disappointed. Observing the grand elder's indignant departure, Lu Yun's lips curled into a frosty smile. Grandson, what brings you here? At that moment, Miter Tingshan approached Lu Yun, smiling warmly. As he spoke, Miter Tingshan cast a glance at Lin Hai, who stood behind Lu Yun. Merely a fleeting glance was enough for him to sense that this elderly man was no ordinary individual. Grandfather, I have something to present to you. A smile graced Lu Yun's face as he looked at his esteemed elder, then slowly retrieved a jade vial from the system space and extended it toward Miter Tingshan. Is this a medicinal pill? Miter Tingshan instinctively accepted the jade vial from Lu Yun, his brow furrowed with curiosity. What kind of pill is this? Lu Yun replied with a slight smile. This is a 6th grade medicinal pill, the Doling pill. What? A 6th grade medicinal pill, the Doling pill? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Miter Tingshan was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with delight. As the patriarch of the Miter family, he was well aware of the renown and efficacy of the Doling pill. For someone in his position, a single Doling pill represented an immense temptation. Grandson, this Doling pill. Suddenly, Miter Tingshan seemed to recall something, directing a scrutinizing gaze at Lu Yun, his words trailing off. Grandfather, there is no need to inquire about the origins of this Doling pill. Even if you ask, I will not disclose it. Lu Yun interjected, speaking gently. In any case, this Doling pill is a token of filial piety from your grandson. You may consume it with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Miter Tingshan hesitated, gazing deeply at Lu Yun before falling silent and stowing the jade vial within his spatial ring. Chapter 221, Royal Motives. Grandson, may I ask who this is? At that moment, Miter Tingshan shifted his gaze towards Lin Hai, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Hai, Miter Tingshan felt an undeniable intuition that this elderly man was undoubtedly a figure of great stature. Seeing Miter Tingshan's attention shift to Lin Hai, Lu Yun paused for a moment. Then, after a brief hesitation, began the introduction. Grandfather, this is Lin Hai, sent by my teacher to protect me. Your teacher sent someone to protect you? Miter Tingshan replied, astonished. He remembered Lu Yun mentioning that his teacher was an 8th grade alchemist. Surely, someone dispatched by an 8th grade alchemist would not be lacking in strength, would they? With that thought in mind, Miter Tingshan lowered his voice and asked Lu Yun, what is this Lin's strength? Noticing the surprise in Miter Tingshan's eyes, Lu Yun understood his thoughts and leaned closer, whispering, Grandfather, it's fine for me to tell you. But please do not divulge it. Without hesitation, Miter Tingshan nodded. He would never betray Lu Yun's secrets. After all, he understood the adage. A tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Seeing Miter Tingshan's affirmation, Lu Yun leaned in closer and said, Grandfather, I want to reveal the specifics of Lin Hai's strength, but you only need to know that he could defeat anyone before him in a single move. Given Lin Hai's 9-star Dozong strength, he could indeed overpower a 6-star Do Huang like Habadong with ease. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Miter Tingshan's pupils constricted, and he gazed in astonishment at Lin Hai, who maintained an air of calmness within the hall. Lin Hai can defeat him in a single move. Miter Tingshan was well aware of Habadong's capabilities as a 6-star Do Huang, enough to command respect throughout the Jiamat Empire. Yet Lu Yun claimed that he could not withstand even one of Lin Hai's moves. At this realization, Miter Tingshan felt a profound sense of shock. Just how formidable must this individual be? A 9-star Do Huang? Surely, even a 9-star Do Huang could not best Habadong in a single strike. Could it be that this person is a Dozong expert? Miter Tingshan could not suppress a gasp. A Dozong expert could dominate the entire Jiamat Empire. Should this individual truly be a Dozong, then what would that mean for the Miter family's future? He cast a questioning gaze at Lu Yun, hoping for confirmation. Understanding the turmoil within Miter Tingshan's heart, Lu Yun reassured him, Grandfather, feel free to speculate boldly. With Lin Hai by our side, the Miter family can act with confidence moving forward. Lu Yun's face radiated with unshakable confidence as he declared, should any issues arise, I will take responsibility. Should any issues arise, you will bear the brunt of it? You certainly have a grandiose sense of self-importance, young man. Miter Tingshan responded with a chuckle, though Lu Yun's words finally solidified his conviction. The elderly Lin Hai must indeed be a Dozong expert. Otherwise, Lu Yun would not exude such confidence. With the answer to his unspoken question in mind, Miter Tingshan refrained from probing further, nodding kindly toward Lin Hai, who stood behind Lu Yun. Naturally, Lin Hai had overheard the exchange between Lu Yun and Miter Tingshan. Upon receiving Miter Tingshan's gaze, he nodded in acknowledgement. Though he possessed 9-star Dozong strength, he recognized that Mitre Tingshan was the grandfather of his master and refrained from displaying any arrogance in his presence. Grandfather, please take the doling pill and strive for a breakthrough. I shall take my leave now. Lu Yun had come solely to present the doling pill to his grandfather, and with nothing else to attend to, he prepared to depart. Wait, Mitre Tingshan interjected. In just 1 week, you will celebrate your coming of age. You must prepare well. For this coming of age ceremony, I have invited all the prominent families, even members of the royal family. On that day, you must ensure that you do not bring shame upon your grandfather, Mitre Tingshan advised. The royal family is also attending? Lu Yun responded, slightly taken aback. Typically, members of the royal family did not involve themselves in matters concerning the great families. Furthermore, the relationship between the Mitre family and the royal family was far from amicable. In the Jiamat Empire, when it came to wealth, the Mitre family was undoubtedly the wealthiest. With such riches, it was inevitable that envy would arise. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth is a crime. The Mitre family, with its vast fortune, was akin to a succulent piece of meat, drawing the attention of numerous factions, particularly the royal family, which had long coveted the Mitre family's riches. Before the Ice Emperor Habadong vanished, his presence had deterred any ambitions toward the Mitre family. However, since his disappearance, the Mitre family lost their strongest support, making them a target for various factions. Many cities had begun to ostracize the Mitre family, establishing branches of the Mitre auction house elsewhere. Consequently, the Mitre family was forced to focus their efforts on more remote cities. Even the small city of Wutan became one of the Mitre family's options. Although Mitre Tingshan possessed Do Wang's strength and was regarded as one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Jiamat Empire, what did that matter in the face of a Do Huang? Over the years, the Mitre family had relied heavily on Mitre Tingshan to hold the fort. However, with his advancing age, if the Mitre family did not produce a formidable expert within the next decade, their path would inevitably lead to extinction. Fortunately, at this pivotal moment, the Ice Emperor Habadong, who had vanished for 2 decades, re-emerged. With Habadong's presence, the imminent annihilation of the middle family dissipated in an instant. The renown of the Ice Emperor commands respect even from the royal family. Lu Yun, with a mere moment of contemplation, grasped this truth. The royal family's participation in the middle family's coming-of-age ceremony was merely a gesture of goodwill upon the return of the Ice Emperor. Upon realizing the royal family's intentions, a sardonic smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips. They sought to suppress the middle family when they appeared weakened. Yet now they rushed to curry favor with the return of Habadong. What a clever maneuver. Lu Yun held the royal family's tactics in utter disdain, yet he was disinclined to concern himself with their affairs. As long as they did not interfere with his auction house, he remained indifferent. In his eyes, the auction house was of paramount importance. Should anyone dare to encroach upon his interests, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. Chapter 222, Awaiting the Outcome. Young master, where are we headed? Qing Lin inquired curiously, trailing closely behind Lu Yun. After departing from the grand hall, Lu Yun did not return to his quarters, but instead ventured towards the estate's exit. Following closely behind him were Lin Hai and Qing Lin. We're off to the auction house, Lu Yun replied, casting a casual glance at Qing Lin. By the way, how has your training been progressing lately? After activating Qing Lin's green serpent 3-flower eyes, Lu Yun had begun to instruct her in her cultivation. During this period, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the auction house and had not monitored the young girl's progress. Upon hearing his words, a smile blossomed on Qing Lin's delicate face as she chirped, Young master, I have already reached the 2nd stage of Do Qi. The 2nd stage of Do Qi? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, a wry smile gracing his lips. Very well, perhaps he had set his expectations too high. Although Qing Lin possessed the extraordinary green serpent 3-flower eyes, it did not necessarily reflect her cultivation talent. Nevertheless, achieving the 2nd stage of Do Qi in such a short span was commendable, certainly surpassing that of an ordinary person. Lu Yun mused that it was imperative to swiftly awaken the capabilities of Qing Lin's green serpent 3-flower eyes. At the very least, she needed to establish a spatial realm within her eyes. This would enable her to subjugate certain serpent-type magical beasts and ensconce them within that space. The green serpent 3-flower eyes could absorb the powers of the magical beasts contained therein, potentially facilitating a rapid enhancement of Qing Lin's strength. However, to achieve this, corresponding secret techniques were necessary. In the original narrative, Qing Lin fully awakened her green serpent 3-flower eyes only after being taken by the people of the Sky Serpent Manor. It seemed that acquiring these secret techniques would require delving into the Sky Serpent Manor. Young master, is my talent lacking? Qing Lin's expression dimmed as she noticed Lu Yun's sudden silence. Snapped back to reality by her words, Lu Yun observed the young girl's despondent demeanor and reassured her. Not at all. Your talent is quite commendable. It simply remains undeveloped at present. In due course, once I find the time to cultivate your abilities, your training speed will undoubtedly accelerate. Joy flickered in Qing Lin's eyes at Lu Yun's response. Really, young master? Having spent time by Lu Yun's side, she was well aware of her master's capabilities. She understood that if she wished to continue serving him, she must possess formidable strength. Consequently, she had devoted her spare moments to training diligently in her room. Regrettably, her progress had been frustratingly slow. It had taken her nearly a month to reach the second stage of Do-Chi. During her training, the enchanting Medusa had offered her a few pointers, including remarks about her untapped potential. Her talent could only be fully activated upon returning to the Serpent People tribe. Furthermore, Medusa had promised her that if she accompanied her to the Serpent People tribe, she would impart unparalleled techniques and an abundance of training resources. However, Qinglin had resolutely declined. In her heart, her loyalty lay solely with her young master. Perhaps Medusa had not deceived her, but no matter how extraordinary the techniques or plentiful the resources, they paled in comparison to remaining by her young master's side. She would never abandon him. Observing the anticipation in Qinglin's eyes, Lu Yun nodded affirmatively, taking her hand as he said, "Come, let us procure some medicinal herbs at the auction house. This evening, I shall concoct some foundational elixirs for you to expedite your training." Qinglin obediently acknowledged, allowing Lu Yun to lead her by the hand. Her heart swelling with sweetness. "Young master is truly kind to me." The trio ambled along, turning past several pavilions until they arrived at the estate's entrance. Just then, a youth clad in resplendent robes strode in through the gates. Upon entering, the robed youth's expression darkened at the sight of Lu Yun, who was poised to depart. Lu Yun, too, recognized the youth, a flicker of surprise crossing his features at the unexpected encounter with this individual. The youth before him was none other than the grandson of the Grand Elder, Middle Yunfei, one of the few prodigious disciples of the Middle family. He had always harbored resentment towards Lu Yun for being designated as the young master by the clan leader. Consequently, he frequently provoked Lu Yun, believing his own strength to be superior. Thus, their relationship within the estate was exceedingly hostile. As Middle Yunfei approached, Lu Yun cast him a sidelong glance, but made no effort to greet him, instead continuing to pull Qinglin along as he prepared to leave. "Stop." As Lu Yun and Qinglin passed by, Middle Yunfei's voice cut through the air coldly. In response, Lu Yun paused, calmly regarding Middle Yunfei and asking, "Is there something you need? What is this attitude of yours, Lu Yun?" Middle Yunfei's face flushed with indignation at Lu Yun's apparent indifference. "I am your cousin, after all. Is it too much to expect a simple greeting after such a long absence?" Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, pray tell, cousin, do you have any advice to offer?" "You." Middle Yunfei's fury intensified at Lu Yun's dismissive tone. "Lu Yun, do not presume that, with the support of the Grand Elder, you can act with impunity. At the coming-of-age ceremony, should you fail to pass the challenge, even the Grand Elder's backing will not suffice to retain your position as young master." Middle Yunfei sneered. "Do not concern yourself, cousin. I have my own means to triumph in the challenge." Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, preparing to lead Qinglin away. Middle Yunfei let out a derisive laugh. "You believe you can prevail in the challenge? What a jest. On the day of the ceremony, I shall personally challenge you. Do you truly think you stand a chance against me?" Lu Yun cast a languid glance at him, suppressing a cold laugh within. "You will personally challenge me? How grand of you to say so. Even if your grandfather were to challenge me, I could still leave him half dead." Middle Yunfei, mistaking Lu Yun's silence for fear, sneered. "Lu Yun, considering you are my cousin, if you inform the Grand Elder that you lack the capability to manage the auction house, I shall let you off the hook at the coming-of-age ceremony. What do you say?" Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then a cold smile graced his features. After all this time, it turned out he was still reluctant to relinquish control over the auction house. It appeared that the Grand Elder was once again orchestrating something behind the scenes. "Are you so confident you can defeat me at the coming-of-age ceremony?" Lu Yun regarded Middle Yunfei with a hint of mockery. This fellow was exceedingly overconfident. Clearly, his predecessor's reputation had led them to underestimate his capabilities. "Haha, Lu Yun, when have you ever bested me? The outcome at this coming-of-age ceremony will be no different," Middle Yunfei retorted disdainfully. "Then let us await the outcome." With a cold glance cast in his direction, Lu Yun chose to disregard him entirely and directly took Qinglin by the hand, departing from the estate. Chapter 223, The Wooden Battle. Upon exiting the estate, Lu Yun led Qinglin through several streets, ultimately arriving at a colossal edifice adorned with an array of peculiar symbols. "Young master, is this the middle auction house in the imperial capital?" Qinglin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the imposing structure. "Indeed," Lu Yun replied, smiling as he gazed at the vast establishment that resembled a bottomless pit, swallowing the ceaseless flow of people entering its depths. Subsequently, Lu Yun took the lead, gradually making his way down the spacious, stone-paved street, with Qinglin and Lin Hai closely following behind, under the watchful eyes of guards, whose gazes were as sharp as those of hawks. The trio entered with a sense of ease. Upon stepping into the auction house, soft light cascaded down, and the cacophony of the outside world seemed to fade away, creating an atmosphere that felt as though they traversed two realms. Inside the grand hall, expressionless, fully armed guards were a common sight, each adorned with the emblem of the Middle family, clearly indicating their allegiance to the family's direct forces. Lu Yun briefly surveyed these sentinels before proceeding to the center of the hall. The interior was lined with numerous crystal display cases, bustling with a constant stream of patrons. Within these cases lay a plethora of rare and exotic items, each marked with a price tag that started at a minimum of 30,000 gold coins. Such exorbitant costs were enough to deter many potential buyers. Good sirs, what may I assist you with today? Just as Lu Yun and his companions entered, a young maid approached them with enthusiasm. As Lu Yun was about to respond, his gaze suddenly shifted to a corner of the hall. There, a commotion had erupted in an area designated for high-ranking personnel of the middle auction house, which had previously been tranquil. Lu Yun's eyes scanned the scene and landed on a familiar figure, his brow furrowing slightly as he made his way over. Yufei, I will be heading to the northwestern border tomorrow. Might you join me for dinner tonight? A young man interposed himself in front of Yufei, a grin plastered across his face. Yufei frowned at the unexpected interruption, retorting coldly, I am not available this evening. The young man's expression soured at her outright rejection. Yufei, I have invited you for a week now, and your constant excuses of being busy are rather dismissive, don't you think? Casting a dispassionate glance at him, Yufei replied icily, Mujan, I have made myself clear. Please refrain from bothering me further. I am already fond of someone else. At this, Mujan's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Yufei, I have already stated that you are destined to be mine. Should anyone in the imperial capital dare approach you, whoever they may be, I shall ensure their demise. You claim to have affections for another. Dare you reveal their name? I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to pursue the woman I cherish. His tone dripped with disdain. Oh, then allow me to see just how you intend to bring about my death. A voice dripped with provocation as a figure clad in purple stepped into the throng. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yufei's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing her lips. Hearing the sudden voice, Mujan's brows knitted together, and upon seeing Yufei's radiant expression, a flicker of rage ignited within him. Who are you? Is it possible that Yufei truly has affections for someone? Regardless of who this individual might be, I shall make them regret it. It's you, Lu Yun? When Mujan turned and recognized the newcomer, surprise washed over him, only to be swiftly replaced by a scowl. Lu Yun, what were you just saying? Do you seek another beating? Even in the face of Lu Yun, Mujan's demeanor remained arrogantly superior. In the past, Lu Yun had not escaped unscathed at his hands, and now Mujan saw no reason to regard him as a threat. Lu Yun cast a disinterested glance in his direction before striding toward Yufei. This scoundrel has been pestering you. Why did you not inform me sooner? Upon reaching Yufei, he looked at her with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Taken aback by his tone, Yufei felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety and quickly murmured, It's just a minor issue. I can handle it. Her current strength had already surpassed the fighter realm, and Mujan was merely at that same level. Had he persisted, Yufei would not have hesitated to intervene herself. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun scrutinized her for a moment before abruptly extending his left arm, pulling her into an embrace. As my woman, it is my duty to protect you. Such situations must not arise again. Hearing his domineering words, Yufei felt a shiver run through her. Her lips parting slightly. Yes, I understand, young master. Lu Yun. At that moment, Mujan's fury reached a boiling point as he beheld the scene before him. His eyes nearly ablaze. The woman he desired was being held by another man, igniting a tempest of rage within him. The escalating conflict between the two had drawn the attention of numerous onlookers within the auction house, murmurs circulating among the crowd. This young man seems to be the talented disciple of the Mu family, Mujan. The other appears to be the scion of the middle family, Lu Yun. What has sparked this altercation? Lu Yun, remove your filthy hands from her. Mujan seethed, his eyes blazing with wrath as he glared at Lu Yun, who held Yufei close. Unfazed by the murderous aura emanating from Mujan, Lu Yun merely smirked. I am embracing my own woman. What business is it of yours, you foolish dog? With that, he tightened his grip around Yufei. You seek death. Mujan could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, a terrifying force erupted from his being, propelling him forward like a human cannonball, unleashing a vicious assault aimed directly at Lu Yun. Observing Mujan's charge, Lu Yun's lips curled in disdain. Overestimating yourself. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lu Yun watched as the fist drew near, and just as it was about to strike, he released Yufei and took a measured step forward. In the instant Mujan's fist brushed past him, Lu Yun's right hand shot out, his long, fair fingers slicing through the air like a drawn sword, targeting Mujan's shoulder with unerring precision. You wish to clash with me? Mujan's eyes glinted with coldness. Having witnessed Lu Yun effortlessly evade his punch and then counterattack, he smirked with renewed confidence. As a deep, resonant thud echoed, akin to the sound of bones shattering, Mujan found himself propelled backward as if struck by a mighty hammer. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yun surged forward with astonishing speed, his form almost a blur, and as Mujan stood in stunned disbelief, Lu Yun delivered a crushing blow. With the most primal of force, their figures collided, the impact strong enough to shatter stone. Countless spectators held their breath, unable to fathom Lu Yun's choice of such a brazen approach. Did he not realize that Mujan had already reached the fighter realm? Most assumed that upon collision, Lu Yun's slender frame would surely be sent reeling. However, the situation unfolded in an entirely opposite direction. Mujan's body was abruptly thrown back, crashing violently to the ground, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt, a mouthful of fresh blood uncontrollably spewing forth. Meanwhile, Lu Yun glided forward like a gentle breeze, effortlessly and gracefully advancing, casting a glance at the astonished Mujan, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a cold smile as he regarded the fallen figure. After a brief, eerie silence, chaos erupted around them. Onlookers, mouths agape, were incredulous, witnessing Mujan's defeat in an outright confrontation. Their varied expressions converged upon Lu Yun's somewhat slender silhouette, yet they could not impede Lu Yun's advance, which swiftly brought him before Mujan. With a right hand as pale as marble, he gripped Mujan's neck with the strength of steel, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Observing the shock and horror etched on Mujan's face, Lu Yun's lips curled into a brilliant smile. You wretched creature. How dare you covet what belongs to me? Chapter 224, The Demon. Gasping for breath, Mujan found himself unable to utter a single word, only managing to emit a series of muffled sounds as Lu Yun tightened his grip. Do you wish to say something? I'm afraid I have no interest in listening to your incessant babble, Lu Yun sneered coldly. He harbored no fondness for the man before him. He recalled how, in the original narrative, Xiaoyan had been ambushed by this very individual for merely getting a bit too close to Yafei, as if he regarded her as his own possession. My woman is not something you can lust after. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yun's left hand clenched slightly, a sharp whoosh of air slicing through the atmosphere, followed by a strike aimed at Mujan's shoulder. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed through the still night, drowning out the heavy breaths of those present. Lu Yun's punch shattered Mujan's arm, causing his face to flush crimson with pain, a cry of agony escaping him. Yet Lu Yun's right hand remained steadfast around his neck. With his arm broken, Mujan emitted a wretched scream, but the grip on his throat silenced him. Despite his inability to voice his suffering, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yun, filled with venomous resentment. It seems you are still unwilling to submit. Lu Yun chuckled nonchalantly, his fist surging forward once more, crashing down onto Mujan's legs. Crack! Crack! As Lu Yun's fist struck Mujan's knees, two more sharp cracks resounded. In an instant, the hall was filled with Mujan's anguished cries. Witnessing this scene, the hall fell into a hushed silence. Those who had entered the Mitre auction house were predominantly noble families from the imperial capital. At that moment, the aristocrats, who typically maintained their poise and grace, could no longer conceal their shock, their faces reflecting disbelief as they beheld the spectacle. It was unfathomable that Lu Yun had the audacity to cripple Mujan's legs in front of everyone. One must realize that Mujan was the most gifted disciple of the Mu family's current generation, a youth upon whom great expectations had been placed. Now, with one arm and both legs rendered useless by Lu Yun, he was effectively reduced to a mere shell of a man. Did Lu Yun not fear the Mu family's wrath? With his legs shattered, Mujan's face contorted in a grotesque expression, cold sweat pouring from him as he cast a terrified gaze at the figure looming close by. He had not anticipated that the frail boy from his memories could evolve into such a ruthless adversary. Beside him, Yafei's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld Lu Yun's merciless actions, her chest rising and falling, betraying her inner turmoil. Since meeting Lu Yun, this was the first time she had witnessed such ferocity. Was this all for her sake? Although she was shocked by Lu Yun's brutal methods, the realization that he acted to defend her stirred a sweet warmth within her. With a deliberate motion, Lu Yun gradually released his grip, letting Mujan collapse onto the ground, the pain radiating from his knees and shoulders, eliciting a cry more heart-wrenching than the night wind. Stepping forward, Lu Yun placed a foot upon the only unbroken part of Mujan's shoulder, his black eyes indifferent as they gazed upon the dazed figure of Mujan. If you dare to pursue Yafei again, I shall take your life. Feeling the immense pressure on his shoulder, Mujan could scarcely meet Lu Yun's calm gaze. To him, Lu Yun now resembled a demon, his voice hoarse and trembling. I won tea. I swear I won tea. Remember what you said today. Now begone. In the next moment, Lu Yun delivered a powerful kick to Mujan's chest, sending him flying several meters, sprawling at the entrance of the hall. Mujan shrieked, curling into a ball as he rolled on the ground. This violent scene elicited gasps from the onlookers, especially at Lu Yun's smiling countenance, sending shivers down their spines, an inexplicable chill enveloping their hearts. Bathed in the resplendent light of the hall, Lu Yun's figure appeared somewhat slender. Yet, the impression of this young man had undergone a complete transformation. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Beneath that tranquil facade lay a demon. Reflecting on the earlier events, the crowd pondered silently. Throw him out. From now on, without my command, no one is to allow him back in. Lu Yun turned to the stunned guards nearby, issuing his command coldly. Upon hearing this, the guards instinctively swallowed hard, respectfully acknowledging his order, immediately lifting Mujan and carrying him out of the auction house. At that moment, Lu Yun also noticed the crowd that had gathered, their faces displaying shock. He understood their thoughts. Indeed, he had been somewhat violent. The Mitre family had always projected an image of amiability and approachability. Now, Lu Yun's authoritarian demeanor was enough to instill fear in some. Quickly donning a warm smile, Lu Yun addressed the surrounding guests, proclaiming, "There is no need for alarm. Esteemed guests, the Mitre auction house has always believed in prosperity through harmony. As long as you come here with sincerity to trade, we shall welcome you with open arms." At this juncture, Lu Yun's tone shifted to a more severe note. However, should anyone seek to cause trouble, the Mitre family is not to be trifled with. His words were both gracious and poised, yet laced with an underlying edge. Reflecting on Lu Yun's earlier display of thunderous might, the crowd was taken aback, silently marveling at how this young master of the Mitre family was not as inept as rumored. After making his stance clear, Lu Yun chose not to linger in the hall, proceeding directly to the VIP room, followed closely by Qing Lin and Lin Hai. As Qing Lin trailed behind Lu Yun, her small face was tinged with anxiety. It was her first time witnessing him so enraged. Yet, she reasoned, it was that individual who had initiated the confrontation. Her master had merely acted in self-defense. That man deserved a beating. Lin Hai, on the other hand, wore a look of satisfaction. Regardless of who Lu Yun was, he would unconditionally obey his orders. However, witnessing Lu Yun's display of formidable strength only deepened Lin Hai's respect. After all, he had endured life and death struggles to attain his current 9-star Do-Zone prowess. Lin Hai understood that only those with ruthless hearts could truly thrive in a world that revered the strong. Upon reaching the VIP room, Lu Yun was soon attended by a maidservant bearing tea. After a brief wait, Ye Fei, having calmed the crowd in the hall, hurried to the VIP room. Chapter 225. The Formulation of the Cleansing Essence. Young master, you were too impulsive today. After all, Mu Zhan is of the Mu family. Ye Fei gracefully entered the VIP room, her gaze directed at Lu Yun, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. However, Lu Yun displayed an air of indifference, remarking, "The Mu family is nothing of consequence. Even if I were to slay Mu Zhan, what could they possibly do to me?" Lu Yun remained unperturbed by the events of the day. Although the Mitel family, alongside the Mu and Nalan families, was once regarded as one of the 3 great clans of the Jaiamar Empire, that was a bygone era. With the return of the Sea Elder, the Mitel family had ascended to a status incomparable to the past. The Mu and Nalan families no longer deserved to stand alongside the Mitel family. The might of a Dohuang expert could hardly be compared to that of mere Duangs. Noticing Liu Yun's assertive demeanor, Ye Fei wished to say more but was cut off by Liu Yun's decisive interjection. "Enough, Ye Fei. The Mitel family has transformed beyond recognition. We need not proceed with the same caution as before." There was a touch of dominance in Liu Yun's voice as he continued. "If anyone dares to cause trouble at the auction house in the future, take action without hesitation, regardless of whether they are from the royal family or the Yunlong sect." Witnessing this commanding side of Lu Yun, Ye Fei felt a slight tremor in her heart. After a brief silence, she replied, "Yes, master." Lu Yun lifted his gaze to Ye Fei, speaking earnestly. "Ye Fei, act freely without fear of offending anyone. At least within the borders of the Jaiamar Empire, there exists no one who can threaten me." "Understood, master," Ye Fei responded, her sultry visage breaking into a smile once more. "May I inquire what instructions you have for me today at the auction house?" After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yun retrieved a list from his spatial ring and handed it to Ye Fei. "Please gather the herbs listed here for me." Upon reviewing the list, Ye Fei's brows furrowed slightly, for it contained no less than several dozen types of herbs. "Is there a challenge?" Lu Yun inquired, noticing her frown. Ye Fei nodded gently, responding in a soft voice. "There may be some difficulties. I am unsure if all the herbs are available. I shall do my utmost, but I must trouble you to wait a little longer." Lu Yun smiled reassuringly. "No matter, attend to your tasks." With a slight bow, Ye Fei exited the room. Once Ye Fei departed, tranquility gradually returned to the VIP room. Lu Yun, holding a teacup, appeared lost in thought. The herbs on the list were intended for the concoction of a spiritual liquid known as the true liquid of bone cleansing. The quality of this liquid depended on the grade of the primary herb used in its formulation. The higher the grade, the more potent the liquid would be. This time, Lu Yun planned to utilize the 10,000-year earth heart milk to create the true liquid of bone cleansing. After undergoing the refinement with this liquid, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Since his last breakthrough to the peak of a 5-star Great Dough Master, Liu Yun's current cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of that realm. With ample time remaining before his coming-of-age ceremony, he intended to enter seclusion and diligently cultivate. The true liquid of bone cleansing would be pivotal for this endeavor. Lu Yun firmly believed that, given the immense energy contained within the 10,000-year earth heart milk, if he could absorb it perfectly, his cultivation would surely see a remarkable boost. Approximately half an hour later, after Lu Yun and his companions waited, Ye Fei re-entered the room. Lu Yun set down his teacup and inquired, "Have you managed to gather everything?" Ye Fei smiled charmingly. "I have fulfilled my duties." She then presented a spatial ring to Lu Yun. Feeling a surge of joy, Lu Yun eagerly accepted the ring and casually asked, "How are preparations for the heavenly tier auction progressing?" Ye Fei replied, "We have begun promoting it. and we are merely awaiting the Grand Elder to transfer management rights before we can officially proceed. Lu Yun nodded. I will speak to the old man and urge him to expedite the process. You need not worry. If any issues arise, I will take responsibility for you. A smile graced Yafei's lips upon hearing this. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Lu Yun nodded slightly before departing the Meitel auction house with Qing Lin and Lin Hai. After leaving the auction house, Lu Yun returned directly to his courtyard. Moments later, in his room, he gazed at a large wooden tub filled with crystal-clear water. Surrounding it were various herbs, likely numbering in the dozens, precisely as Yafei had gathered from the auction house at his behest. Lin Hai stood silently beside him, perplexed by the array of herbs on the table, unsure of Lu Yun's intentions. With a thought, Lu Yun summoned a jade vial into his hand. This vial contained the 10,000-year earth heart milk. Weighing the vial filled with the precious liquid in his hand, Lu Yun carefully removed the cap. Instantly, a faint emerald mist wafted out, coalescing at the neck of the vial, lingering for some time. Inhaling the mist deeply, Lu Yun felt a gentle warmth flowing through his soul. And he could not help but smile, exclaiming, truly, this is a spiritual substance that embodies the power of the earth, so pure and rich. No wonder it possesses such miraculous effects for cleansing bones and marrow. After praising the liquid, Lu Yun tilted the vial slightly, cautiously pouring 10 drops of the jade-like liquid into the wooden tub. Upon the departure of those 10 drops, the liquid within the vial diminished by nearly a quarter. As the 10 drops of earth heart milk dripped into the tub, the clear water began to transform at a visible pace into a rich emerald hue, and a faint mist gradually seeped from the surface, lingering in the air, creating a most extraordinary sight. Lu Yun was fully engrossed in observing the transformation of the liquid's color, marveling at the purity of energy within the earth heart milk. Merely 10 drops were sufficient to display such remarkable results. The energy of the earth heart milk was overwhelmingly vast, and Lu Yun's current strength could not withstand direct consumption, thus necessitating this method. Even still, it required the harmonious blending with other herbs to achieve the desired bone-cleansing effect. Otherwise, a reckless attempt could prove fatal. Subsequently, Lu Yun swiftly reached for a small red herb resembling an incense stick from the table. Holding the herb, he summoned a purple flame that took shape in his palm, the flame curling upward like a violet crystal. Tossing the herb into the fire, it quickly withered and, under the scorching purple flames, transformed into a drop of red liquid. After refining the red liquid several times with the purple flames, Lu Yun flicked his fingers, sending the drop into the wooden tub. As the red liquid fell, the previously emerald surface of the water subtly darkened. Lu Yun hurriedly searched the table for a fruit herb. After several minutes of refinement, the Qinglian fruit transformed into a drop of azure liquid that also fell into the tub, adding a hint of pale blue to the mixture. One by one, various herbs with distinct names were taken from the table and refined into liquids, each added to the wooden tub. An hour later, dozens of herbs had entirely transformed into liquids of varying colors and were deposited into the tub. After refining the final herb, Lu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. His eyes fixed on the tub, where the water's surface had become a vibrant tapestry of colors. He nodded in satisfaction. This multicolored liquid was a culmination of the essences from the various herbs. The energy contained within the 10,000-year earth heart milk was exceedingly potent, and through the harmonization of these dozens of herbs, its effects had become much more manageable. Nevertheless, with the addition of these herbs, the energy in the liquid would undoubtedly increase. Entering it for cultivation would likely entail tremendous agony, but enduring it would surely yield substantial benefits for Lu Yun. After completing all of this, Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before handing the jade vial to Lin Hai, who stood by. Lin Hai, should I finish absorbing the spiritual liquid inside and still not emerge, you must assess the situation and add a modicum of the 10,000-year earth core milk. Remember, do not add too much, Lu Yun instructed Lin Hai. Lin Hai took the jade vial and nodded in agreement. Yes, master. Subsequently, Lu Yun swiftly shed his garments and eagerly leaped into the wooden tub. As his body immersed in the kaleidoscopic surface of the water, he was immediately pierced by a stinging sensation that penetrated his skin and surged into his being. Instinctively, Lu Yun attempted to harness his fighting spirit to resist, but realizing that doing so would impede the medicinal power from entering his body, he gradually ceased his efforts, allowing the potent essence to flood into him unabated. Submerged in the vibrant liquid, he could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within. Even before entering the meditative state, the energy in the water began to inexorably penetrate his body, causing a tingling sensation akin to ants crawling over his skin. Shaking his head vigorously, Lu Yun suppressed the discomfort. Since his arrival in this realm, he had endured considerable hardships, thus the prickling sensations posed little barrier to him. While the process of marrow cleansing and bone refining promised substantial benefits, it was not without its share of torment. Enduring through it would lead to a smooth path ahead. Faltering could result in wasted efforts or even damage to his meridians from the overwhelming energy, culminating in a regrettable outcome. Although fraught with risks, without daring to take risks and possessing a fearless heart, how could one hope to progress on the path of cultivation? Seated cross-legged in the wooden tub, Lu Yun formed a meditative seal with his hands, his eyes gradually closing as his breathing became calm and prolonged. After a while, the tingling sensations began to dissipate, and Lu Yun entered a state of cultivation. As he did so, the iridescent water in the tub suddenly erupted with tiny bubbles. Moments later, the bubbling intensified, resembling boiling water, inflicting immense pain upon Lu Yun. At the instant the bubbles surged, Lu Yun's body quivered violently. He could sense that at that moment, countless pure energies within the liquid were being drawn toward him, forcefully surging through his slightly opened pores into his body. The sheer magnitude of the invading energy caused Lu Yun to feel a throbbing pain beneath his skin. However, the influx of pure energy showed no signs of abating, instead rushing in with greater ferocity. Ultimately, as the pure energy found no escape, it began to writhe chaotically beneath Lu Yun's skin, leaving traces that resembled serpents squirming underneath. A sight both eerie and terrifying. Oblivious to the hideous display on his exterior, Lu Yun concentrated fiercely, attuning himself to every movement within his body. The vibrant energy flooding into him disregarded any commands from Lu Yun, instead charging directly toward his bones, transforming every bone it encountered into a dazzling array of colors. Beneath this kaleidoscope, Lu Yun could vaguely sense something intruding into his bones, mingling with the marrow within. With no means to halt the actions of the energy, Lu Yun could only watch helplessly as more and more of his bones became enveloped in vibrant hues. In less than 10 minutes, his skeletal structure was almost entirely cloaked in this multicolored brilliance, creating an oddly surreal spectacle. Just as perplexity arose within Lu Yun regarding the energy's behavior, his heart suddenly trembled violently, as if ignited from within. A searing pain, deep within his bones, rapidly spread throughout his entire being. Clenching his teeth, Lu Yun's body trembled subtly, while a peculiar flush emerged on his skin. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, cascading down his face like a gentle rain. Falling into the wooden tub, it felt as though he were engulfed in a furnace, with the flames emanating from his very bones. The agony forced Lu Yun to draw sharp breaths through clenched teeth, while the multicolored liquid in the tub began to boil furiously. He could even perceive minuscule threads of tangible energy darting through the water before colliding with his skin and vanishing in an instant. The potency of the energy within the medicinal liquid, while anticipated, still left Lu Yun in awe upon experiencing it firsthand. The 10,000-year Earth core milk truly deserved its reputation as a celestial treasure requiring eons to form. Had he directly immersed himself without prior preparation, he could have met a dire fate. Within Lu Yun, the multicolored bones gradually became eerily translucent over time, and under his focused gaze, he could faintly discern the rapidly swirling marrow within. The energy pouring into him showed no signs of relentlessly invading every part of his being, bones, meridians, and even cellular structures, transforming them all into a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors. In that moment, as Lu Yun turned his inner vision inward, he could only stare blankly at the vibrant spectacle within, lamenting silently before hastily stabilizing his mind, fully aware that even greater torment awaited him. As anticipated, when the vibrant hues nearly dominated his entire being, an unbearable, fiery pain erupted from his meridians, cells, and muscles, surpassing the previous intensity tenfold. In an instant, Lu Yun felt as if he had been thrown into a raging inferno, the scorching flames seemingly intent on reducing him to ashes, mercilessly unleashing searing heat. Amidst this turmoil, his entire body, submerged in the wooden tub, turned a charcoal-like hue, wisps of white mist seeping from his scalp, carrying with it a faint, acrid scent. Clenching his teeth, crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his chin ominously. Outside the tub, Lin Hai witnessed this scene, his throat constricting slightly as his palms involuntarily clenched. Worry glimmered in his eyes. Surely, Master will not come to harm? Observing Lu Yun's tormented state within the medicinal liquid, Lin Hai struggled to fathom the depths of his pain. While he understood that the process of marrow washing and bone refining would entail significant suffering, having never experienced the 10,000-year Earth core milk, he could not grasp the extent of that pain. Seeing Lu Yun in such a condition, he realized he had underestimated the agony of the cleansing process. Yet, at this juncture, all he could do was silently pray for Lu Yun's endurance. With no other recourse available. Chapter 226, The Astonishment of Mu Chun. Pain, nothing but pain, was the singular experience coursing through Lu Yun's body at this moment. Yet, in the face of such torment, he had no means to escape. He could only endure the suffering. The sole source of solace for him lay in the unmistakable sensation that, as the searing pain within him spread, torrents of formidable energy emanated from those very points of agony. He discerned that, following this intense burning, his marrow, bones, meridians, cells, and muscles were gradually undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Clearly, this so-called marrow washing and bone refining possessed extraordinary efficacy. Hold on, he silently roared through gritted teeth. After enduring such torment for an extended period, perhaps due to numbing fatigue, Lin's spirit began to drift into a state of disorientation. In this haze, the intense burning pain seemed to diminish considerably. After such prolonged suffering, he had begrudgingly developed some resistance to it. The ordeal stretched on, time creeping by at an agonizingly slow pace, until Lu Yun found himself completely ensnared in a state that teetered between wakefulness and slumber. In this near-blank perception, he had lost all sense of time, with the only sensation he could grasp being that of his bones, meridians, and cells, gradually becoming more refined and resilient under the fiery crucible of agony. Who could have done this? Mu Chen's expression darkened as he gazed at Mu Zhan. Rendered helpless like a lifeless dog, his countenance shrouded in gloom. Mu Zhan was the illustrious genius of the new generation of the Mu family, one whom he held in high regard. To find him so utterly incapacitated was infuriating. Patriarch, it was Lu Yun, that wretched Lu Yun. Mu Zhan, upon seeing Mu Chen, seemed to have found a savior, immediately wailing in anguish, his words laced with bitterness towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen paused for a moment, and a figure flashed through his mind. Are you referring to the wayward young master of the Meitel family, Meitel Lu Yun? A middle-aged man beside him nodded slowly, his tone grave. Patriarch, indeed it is Meitel Lu Yun. In the past, we have underestimated him. This fellow has concealed his depths too well. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen replied somberly, explain the sequence of events to me in detail. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Yes, Patriarch. He then recounted the events he had gleaned from the auction house earlier that day. It appears we have misjudged. This Meitel family's wayward young master is far from the ineptitude we perceived him to possess. Reflecting on the ruthless tactics Lu Yun had displayed at the auction, he glanced again at the incapacitated Mu Zhan, his expression grave. After hearing the middle-aged man's account, Mu Chen fell into silence for a moment, his demeanor chilling. Meitel Lu Yun, even if you are a hidden genius, daring to cripple my Mu family's prodigy, you shall pay with your life. Turning to the middle-aged man, he coldly commanded, Mu Yun, gather the Black Lin army at once, encircle the Meitel family. Meitel Tingshan must surrender Lu Yun to me today. The Mu family had always served the royal family, wielding significant military power, with the Black Lin army being their own regiment. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, straightened his expression and replied sternly, Yes, Patriarch. He then turned to leave, but was halted. Wait. At that moment, a tall woman clad in luxurious brocade robes entered the great hall of the Mu family. Her visage was strikingly cold, yet beneath that chill lay a hint of regal authority, tempered by her royal upbringing. Your Highness. Upon the sudden arrival of this woman, both Mu Chen and the middle-aged man changed their expressions and bowed respectfully. We greet your Highness. The princess regarded Mu Chen with a polite glance. There is no need for such formalities, General Mu. Slowly, Mu Chen inquired, Might I ask the reason for your Highness's unexpected visit to the Mu family? The princess's expression shifted slightly, her tone turning grave. General Mu, I implore you not to pursue the matter of today's incident at the Meitel auction house. What? Mu Chen's expression darkened further as he asked, What do you mean by that, your Highness? The Meitel family has brazenly crippled my Mu family's prodigy. Are you suggesting I stand idly by? He could not acquiesce to such a demand. The princess, sensing Mu Chen's displeasure, began to explain. General Mu, my intention in saying this is to protect you. Her words were met with a cold retort from Mu Chen. I would appreciate it if you could be more explicit. After a brief hesitation, the princess spoke. General Mu, do you know that the Ice Emperor, who vanished for 20 years, has returned to the Meitel family? The Ice Emperor. At her words, Mu Chen's countenance changed dramatically, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The Ice Emperor has returned. How can this be? The previous defiance on his face vanished, replaced by disbelief and alarm. He had never anticipated the return of the Ice Emperor after 2 decades. As a man of high standing, he understood all too well the implications of such a return. A Do Huang-level powerhouse could upheave the entire imperial capital's balance. The Meitel family, with the Ice Emperor's backing, would no longer resemble the Meitel family of the past. Henceforth, the notion of 3 top-tier families in the capital would be obsolete. There would be but one supreme family, the Meitel family. The Meitel family, now allied with the Ice Emperor, could not be compared to the mere Do Huang-level Mu and Nalan families. After a lengthy pause, Mu Chen finally regained his composure from this shocking revelation. He looked at the princess and asked, Is this news truly reliable? Nodding, the princess confirmed, the Ice Emperor has indeed visited the royal family. At this, Mu Chen fell silent, letting out a resigned sigh. I shall abide by your Highness's wishes. Faced with the Do Huang-level Ice Emperor Habadong, Mu Chen could only resign himself to fate. Although the Black Lin army was formidable, they were merely ants in the presence of a Do Huang. Mu Chen dared not take such risks. Any misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire Mu family. Seeing Mu Chen regain his composure, the princess nodded slightly. It is good that General Mu can comprehend the situation. With that, she gracefully exited the Mu family's great hall. Chapter 227. Breakthrough to Do Ling. In the Meitel family, at the Liyun courtyard, Lin Hai stood motionless with his hands clasped behind him. intently observing Liu Yun within the wooden barrel. It had been 3 days since Liu Yun entered the barrel, and throughout this duration, Lin Hai had not shifted a single step, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon the latter. At that moment, Lin Hai's gaze returned to Liu Yun as he softly murmured, "It is finally about to commence." At this juncture, the searing pain within Liu Yun, akin to a raging inferno, had noticeably lessened. After a prolonged passage of time, the burning sensation quietly subsided. With the pain's disappearance, Liu Yun's previously hazy consciousness suddenly regained clarity. His mind rapidly scanned his body, only to be astounded to find that the vibrant colors that had once filled him had completely vanished. His bones and meridians now emitted a faint glow, resembling white jade, hinting at an immense power concealed within. The awakening of his consciousness acted as a key, instantly transforming his previously silent body into a finely tuned machine that began its first operation following this transformative rebirth. Boom! A low, resonant sound echoed within, as Liu Yun stared in astonishment at the colossal energy that surged forth from every corner of his body, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Amidst the ephemeral clouds of distraction, torrents of immense and pure energy surged into the meridians with an almost sentient will. In times past, such a colossal influx of energy would have undoubtedly resulted in a painful distension within the channels. Yet now, as the energy flowed in, the meridians displayed remarkable resilience, contracting and expanding rhythmically to assimilate the vast currents, sparing Liu Yun from even a hint of discomfort. This energy was not only vast, but astonishingly pure, so refined that it no longer required any refinement from Liu Yun. Strangely, this energy offered no resistance, entering his being as effortlessly as if it were an extension of his own will. As the formidable energy coursed through the meridian pathways, after a complete cycle, it rushed into the fighting crystal with a thundering roar reminiscent of a mountain torrent. Under the deluge of such tremendous energy, the fighting crystal, initially the size of a pigeon egg, began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. With each resounding thud, Liu Yun's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. 6-star Great Fighter, 7-star Great Fighter, 8-star Great Fighter. In mere moments, Liu Yun had shattered 3 barriers, ascending directly to the realm of the 8-star Great Fighter. His mind, tinged with astonishment, was fixated on the rapidly expanding fighting crystal, from which he could distinctly sense the fighting energy multiplying exponentially. By this momentum, a breakthrough to the 9-star Great Fighter seemed almost effortless. With a sudden crack, a faint yet crisp sound resonated within Liu Yun's body. As this sound emerged, he realized that the fighting crystal, already at its capacity, had unexpectedly expanded its capacity once more. Under this peculiar sound, the fighting crystal, which had reached the size of an egg, suddenly swelled to the size of a fist, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Sensing the myriad changes within, Liu Yun took a deep breath. He understood that in this moment, he had transcended to the 9-star Great Fighter, poised to step into the realm of the fighting spirit. However, with the sudden expansion of the fighting crystal, Liu Yun felt the previously full sensation diminish significantly. With a shift in concentration, he directed the last vestige of pure energy flowing through his meridians into the fighting crystal. Yet, after this advancement, the fighting crystal reverted to its previous insatiable state, akin to a bottomless pit. This infusion of energy felt akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, leaving Liu Yun with little discernible sensation. The chasm between the Great Fighter and the fighting spirit was indeed vast, and it seemed that a single leap into the realm of the fighting spirit was somewhat improbable. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Yun let out a regretful sigh, preparing to withdraw from his cultivation, only to be suddenly struck by an overwhelming suction force erupting from within the fighting crystal. In an instant, torrents of formidable energy surged into his body anew, surrounded by the potent, energy-laden medicinal liquid. As the suction force erupted, waves of powerful energy infiltrated his body through the pores of his skin, disregarding Liu Yun's control, and rushed directly into his meridians. After circulating, it ultimately forcefully entered the fighting crystal. Stupefied by the sheer uncontrollability of the situation, Liu Yun gritted his teeth and declared, "If you wish to absorb, then absorb to your heart's content. If you have the capability, absorb enough to break through to the fighting spirit." With his words echoing, he immediately urged the internal cultivation techniques into motion, intensifying the already rampant influx of energy. Within the cave, Lin Hai observed the medicinal liquid in the wooden basin suddenly swirling at an accelerated pace, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. With his cultivation level, he could clearly sense the suction force erupting from Liu Yun's body. He murmured softly, "Is the master attempting to achieve a breakthrough to the Great Fighter all at once?" Given this momentum, it was indeed a prime opportunity. However, the energy required was tremendously vast. In the wooden basin, the medicinal liquid spun rapidly, with streams of incomparably pure energy seeping forth, continuously infusing into Liu Yun's body as he cultivated. As this pure energy flowed, the originally vibrant and colorful medicinal liquid began to pale rapidly. At this rate, It would not be long before the immense energy within the liquid would be entirely absorbed by Lu Yun. While absorbing the energy from the medicinal liquid, the overpowering suction from within also drew energy from the surrounding environment. However, the energy extracted directly from nature was evidently far more chaotic than that within the medicinal liquid, yet it was abundant and inexhaustible. Thus, with this dual approach, a steady influx of robust energy surged into Lu Yun, tirelessly replenishing the seemingly bottomless fighting crystal. Yet, despite Lu Yun's rapid absorption, the energy required for advancement was still extraordinarily immense. For an ordinary person to break through, it would entail prolonged accumulation. However, Lu Yun was now on the verge of an unprecedented leap, striving to ascend an entire realm. The energy needed was indeed staggering. Thus, even with his swift absorption, the fist-sized fighting crystal still lacked a sense of fullness, merely appearing somewhat more lustrous on its surface. As time gradually passed, Lu Yun's recently attained momentum displayed signs of fatigue. Particularly after the last trace of pure energy from the medicinal liquid was absorbed, the loss of such a vast energy source left him at a deficit. Relying solely on the energy extracted from the surroundings was far from sufficient to satisfy the fighting crystal's insatiable hunger. Consequently, the robust energy flooding into Lu Yun's body began to wane significantly. During a breakthrough, the most critical aspect is to avoid energy shortages mid-process, as this could directly lead to failure. Yet, in his state of cultivation, Lu Yun had no alternative but to continuously circulate his techniques, striving to enhance the energy drawn from the environment. However, while the energy from nature was inexhaustible, the chaotic essence could only be absorbed in minimal quantities after refinement within his body, a volume that was utterly insufficient for Lu Yun at this moment. In the room, Lin Hai observed the medicinal liquid that had entirely transformed into clear water and, glancing at the tinge of anxiety on Lu Yun's brow, recalled Lu Yun's instructions. He slowly retrieved the earth core refining essence, cautiously tilting the bottle to drip a single drop of emerald liquid into the wooden basin. As this drop of earth core refining essence fell, the previously clear water was once again transformed into a rich emerald hue, thick with swirling mists. As immense pure energy flooded back into the basin, the sudden addition of this drop was undoubtedly a timely boon for Lu Yun, as the frenzied influx of pure energy poured forth from every pore, erasing the fatigue that had begun to set in. With a mental command, the pure energy flowed through his meridians like a gushing spring, ultimately infusing into the fighting crystal, contributing to the colossal energy required for his advancement. This drop of ancient earth core refining essence, which had not been blended with any other medicinal substances, possessed a far more domineering essence. Fortunately, after undergoing prior cleansing, Lu Yun's physique had been significantly strengthened. Thus, despite a slight stinging sensation upon the entrance of this potent energy, it was negligible compared to the previously searing pain he had endured. The drop of the ancient earth core refining essence has bestowed an astonishing amount of energy upon Lu Yun. However, the energy required to ascend to the next level is dauntingly immense, to the point of being almost otherworldly. To breach this barrier, the energy needed is akin to the cumulative total of all levels within this tier. Thus, despite the robust energy contained within this drop of ancient earth core refining essence, after an hour of fervent absorption, the potion in the wooden basin, which once resembled jade, began to lose its richness once again. Squinting at the now diluted liquid, Lin Hai shook his head in resignation. After gauging the intensity of Lu Yun's current aura, he hesitantly added 2 more drops of the essence. To break through to the doling level, ordinary individuals require a considerable accumulation of time, often spanning several years, which underscores the sheer magnitude of energy necessary to surpass this threshold. Were it not for the existence of such a rare treasure as the ancient earth core refining essence, Lu Yun would have been limited to merely reaching the 9-star Great Dome Master level, which would have been his utmost limit. To achieve a direct breakthrough to doling would have been a fanciful dream. Fortunately, with the possession of this extraordinary earth treasure, the situation was not insurmountable. Each drop of the ancient essence harbors a staggering amount of energy, likely equivalent to half a year's worth of accumulation for an average person. The majority of the energy from the previous 10 drops had been utilized in refining Lu Yun's physique. The remaining energy absorbed by Lu Yun was merely 1/10 or 1/12 of the total. The last drop of unblended essence had been completely absorbed. Yet this singular source of energy was insufficient for Lu Yun to ascend to the doling level. However, the 2 newly added drops of essence finally became the last crucial addition needed to fill the reservoir. With his mind continuously directing the energy along the pathways of his cultivation method, the incessant flow of energy surged like a torrent of vehicles racing along a highway, ultimately crashing into the dojing. No matter how deep the chasm, it shall eventually be filled, despite the staggering energy required for advancement. The addition of the 3 drops of ancient earth core refining essence was rapidly compensating for the deficiency. Just as the potion in the wooden basin transformed entirely into clear water, the powerful suction emanating from within Lu Yun's body abruptly ceased. His body trembled slightly, and his pores gradually contracted, imprisoning all internal energy and preventing any from leaking out. Within the cyclone, the fist-sized dojing radiated with a brilliance akin to a dazzling sun, casting warm and blinding light that illuminated the entire cyclone. After the final surge of energy completed its circulation, it flowed into the cyclone and ultimately infused the radiant dojing. With a low hum, the diamond-shaped dojing quivered slightly, emitting a soft, buzzing sound that reverberated within the cyclone. Quietly, rhythmic sounds began to echo in the cyclone, resembling the heartbeat of a living creature, profoundly mystical. As these rhythmic sounds resonated, the brilliance upon the dojing fluctuated, and under Lu Yun's focused gaze, he was astonished to see the previously irregular dojing gradually becoming as smooth as a pearl. As the dojing transformed into a sea urchin-like form, the angular protrusions around it oddly emerged, resembling a sea urchin adorned with 9 long spines. The light upon this sea urchin-like dojing fluctuated in intensity, and with the variations in brilliance, the rhythmic heartbeat sounds intensified, akin to a vibrant heart pulsating within the urchin. Once the diamond-shaped dojing fully morphed into the sea urchin dojing, its luminosity became increasingly frenetic, matching the accelerated rhythm of the heartbeat. The deep, resonant sounds echoed slowly within, and ultimately synchronized perfectly with the beating of Lu Yun's own heart. At the very moment when these two beats converged, the sea urchin dojing within the cyclone suddenly trembled, sending forth a powerful ripple of energy that surged outward unimpeded. The energy wave effortlessly traversed through the cyclone, meridians, and skeletal structure, erupting violently through the skin. In the room, Lu Yun, seated within the wooden tub, abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a piercing brilliance that seemed almost tangible, as a tremendous aura radiated from within him. As the aura surged forth, Lu Yun threw his head back and let out a resounding howl, infused with potent duki, reverberating through the room like thunder. Boom! As the howl erupted, the forceful energy ripple exploded forth, scattering water vapor in all directions. The wooden tub that Lu Yun occupied splintered into sawdust under the onslaught of the energy ripple, which continued unabated, sweeping through the entire room. In an instant, the chamber was filled with thunderous sounds, waves of energy radiating outward, enveloping the entire space. After the howl subsided, the room lay in disarray. Lin Hai's expression shifted. Channeling his duki, he erected a barrier to contain the explosive power emanating from Lu Yun. As the water vapor gradually settled, a shadow darted like a specter, ultimately standing tall. The features of a handsome face illuminated by a gleeful smile. Success. Chapter 228. The refinement of Blood Lotus Pill in the courtyard. A violet figure flitted about like a wraith. Illusions emerged from the figure, indistinguishable from reality, creating a chaotic dance of shadows in the courtyard. At that moment, a massive surge of duki coalesced in the figure's palm, swiftly forming a powerful palm imprint. Heaven-blocking palm. A sharp command echoed. The colossal palm imprint descended with a force that seemed to tear through the air, entwined with faint violet flames, exuding an intense heat. The palm crashed down, propelled by unmatched ferocity, striking a block of bluestone before it. Bang! The moment they collided, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the courtyard. The hard bluestone shattered completely under the immense force of the palm imprint, countless tiny fragments erupting in every direction. In mere moments, a half-person-high block of bluestone was reduced to just a small remnant embedded in the ground. With a powerful strike, Liu Yun's face flushed with exhilaration. After taking a deep breath, the flush gradually faded. As his aura regained its calmness, the bulging veins in his arms subsided, the taut muscles relaxing as the overwhelming sensation of strength slowly dissipated. After concluding his practice, Lu Yun gently twisted his neck, his body shaking in a haphazard manner, the crackling sounds of his bones eliciting a light chuckle from him. The previous day's marrow cleansing and bone refining had nearly quintupled his strength. His bones were not only sturdier, but even the slightest movement of his muscles revealed a powerful force lurking just beneath the surface, poised to erupt. The marrow cleansing and bone refining had not only doubled Liu Yun's physical strength, but also significantly enhanced his agility and reflexes, rendering them far swifter and more sensitive than before. The flowing clouds could distinctly perceive the profound transformation occurring within, akin to a rebirth. Previously, when Flowing Cloud employed the Shadow Mirage technique, he could only sustain it for a mere 10 minutes. However, due to his recent advancement, the reservoir of Do-Chi within him had significantly increased, allowing him to extend its duration tenfold. This striking contrast highlights the evident disparity between a great Do master and a Do spirit. Master, how does it feel to be a Do spirit? At that moment, Lin Hai emerged from the room, observing the exhilarated expression on Flowing Cloud's face, a smile gracing his own. Indeed, the chasm between the two ranks was exceedingly vast. In response, Flowing Cloud nodded vigorously. In the past, without an array of Earth-tier Do techniques, coupled with the Mystic Turtle True Armor and the twin wings of Thunder and Wind as his aids, even a novice entering the Do Spirit realm could have easily cornered him. Experiencing the might of the Do Spirit firsthand, Flowing Cloud realized how audacious it was to challenge those of a higher realm. Now, having ascended to the Do Spirit realm, alongside the Earth-tier techniques of Shadow Mirage and the Celestial Palm, as well as the protective artifacts of the Mystic Turtle True Armor and the twin wings of Thunder and Wind, he felt confident that he could contend against a typical Do King with relative ease. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Flowing Cloud reveled in the potent energy coursing through him, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. At barely 16, he had already reached the Do Spirit realm, possessing strength on par with that of a Do King, which instilled a sense of pride within him. After testing his newfound power, Flowing Cloud invited Lin Hai to follow him inside. Lin Hai, I plan to concoct some elixirs shortly. Should any anomalies arise, I would appreciate your assistance in concealing them. Flowing Cloud instructed Lin Hai. Lin Hai nodded slightly in affirmation. Understood, Master. Subsequently, Flowing Cloud retrieved the Blood Lotus Essence, Ice Spirit Flame Grass, and other materials required for crafting the Blood Lotus Pill from his spatial ring. This time, he intended to refine a 5th-tier elixir, the Blood Lotus Pill. Since his recent breakthrough to 4th-tier alchemist, Flowing Cloud felt confident in his ability to concoct a 5th-tier pill after this period of cultivation. Having received the inheritance from a 9th-tier alchemist, he could effortlessly grasp various alchemical insights, enabling his rapid progress. Carefully placing all the herbal ingredients on a nearby table, Flowing Cloud then took out a crimson medicinal cauldron, placing it on the ground. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of violet flames erupted forth, instantly igniting a searing blaze within the cauldron. Observing the flames dancing within, Flowing Cloud waved his hand, casting the herbs into the cauldron, and skillfully controlling the violet flames to refine them into a vivid red liquid through repeated processes. As he gazed at the crimson liquid simmering in the cauldron, a faint smile graced Flowing Cloud's lips. His fingers moved deftly, while the violet flames fluctuated in temperature at his mental command. Although such rapid changes in flame temperature posed a significant challenge to any alchemist, Flowing Cloud possessed a wealth of techniques from the 9th-tier alchemist's teachings, clearly enabling him to master this intricate procedure. Within the cauldron, the violet flames danced enchantingly. Unbeknownst to them, half a day had slipped by. Inside the room, after enduring hours of intense flames, a blood-red pill, the size of a longan, began to spin rapidly above Flowing Cloud's palm, its surface gleaming as it entered the final stages of pill formation. After hours of meticulous crafting, Flowing Cloud's expression remained as serene as ever, seemingly unaffected by the long exertion of energy. At that moment, a high-quality rouge jade bottle materialized in his palm. With a slight tremor of his hand, a denser surge of violet flames erupted, completely enveloping the blood-red pill. As the violet flames surged and twisted, a powerful wave of energy rippled outwards from within, akin to a ripple spreading through water, instantly radiating throughout the room. As this energy ripple dispersed, the forming pill suddenly released an intensely fragrant aroma. Moreover, this medicinal fragrance bore a faint blush of red. The colorful scent began to waft upward, preparing to escape through the rooftop. At this juncture, Lin Hai's thoughts stirred, and a barrier instantly manifested, trapping the fragrant essence within the room, preventing it from escaping. Moments later, the pill had fully formed. Flowing Cloud willed the violet flames within the cauldron to gradually dissipate, guiding them through the outlet directly into his fingertips. He maneuvered the pill to gently float into the jade bottle in his hand. Chapter 229, Refining the Tying Divine Flame. Flowing Cloud held a rouge jade bottle in his hand, within which a blood-red pill, reminiscent of a longan, playfully rolled about, partially visible through the slightly transparent bottle. Observing the elixir within, a smile emerged on Flowing Cloud's lips. The Blood Lotus Pill had been successfully crafted, and all conditions for refining the Tying Divine Flame were met. It was time for him to commence the refinement. The Tying Divine Flame ranked above ordinary flames, being a heavenly fire of unparalleled quality. Even with meticulous preparations, Flowing Cloud only dared to attempt the refinement once he reached the Do Spirit realm. Contemplating the Tying Divine Flame, a smile unconsciously appeared on Flowing Cloud's face. Once he successfully refined the Tying Divine Flame, he could embark on the cultivation of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven technique. Flowing Cloud had long awaited the opportunity to practice this supreme technique, surpassing even the heavenly tier. With that thought, he stored the Blood Lotus Pill away and approached the location of the Void Gate, turning to Lin Hai. Lin Hai, accompany me on a journey. Upon seeing Flowing Cloud at the Void Gate, Lin Hai naturally recalled their previous experience traversing the void, nodding in agreement as he gradually took his place beside Flowing Cloud. Flowing Cloud summoned the Void Earth Beast, prompting it to activate the Void Passage. Lin Hai gazed at the violet creature nestled in Flowing Cloud's arms, astonished by its capabilities. Even now, he remained in awe of the power possessed by this extraordinary beast. Little one, take me to Mo City, Flowing Cloud instructed, tossing a few bottles of companion purple crystal essence to the Void Earth Beast. The creature chirped happily twice before diving beneath the spot where Flowing Cloud stood. In the next moment, a violet light circle emerged where the two stood. As the violet radiance intensified, Flowing Cloud, and Lin Hai's figures gradually vanished from the room. Refining the tiny divine flame was no trivial matter. It could potentially cause significant anomalies. To mitigate any risks, Flowing Cloud needed to find a secluded and tranquil location for the refinement. He chose the very shop owned by Habadong in Mo City. Beneath the shop lay an expansive underground chamber. Flowing Cloud had taken note of it during Habadong's unsealing process. Now, as he prepared to refine the tiny divine flame, this underground chamber would undoubtedly serve as an ideal locale. Shortly thereafter, in a remote corner of Mo City, a violet light circle materialized without warning. Subsequently, two figures slowly emerged from within the violet circle. Let us proceed. Flowing Cloud surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before stepping out of the violet circle. Lin Hai followed closely behind, glancing back at the spot where the violet circle had been, awe evident in his eyes. During this journey through the void, he had taken the opportunity to observe closely. The speed and stability of the void passage were incomparable, far surpassing any so-called spatial wormhole. In no time, Flowing Cloud led Lin Hai to Habadong's shop. They traversed a lengthy corridor, eventually arriving at the underground chamber. Bathed in soft light, a sturdy iron door appeared at the end of their line of sight, exuding a profound and dark aura, exuding a sense of formidable solidity. Gazing at the iron gate, Liu Yun's footsteps quickened noticeably. Moments later, he arrived before the entrance and, with a deft motion of his hand, twisted the head of a black iron lion that stood guard. Immediately, with a creaking sound, the iron gate began to open slowly, revealing a brilliant light streaming forth from within. As he stepped into the underground chamber, the temperature around him plummeted sharply, a faint chill enveloping his entire being. Lin Hai surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback to discover that this subterranean space was, in fact, an ice cavern. The ceiling and thick walls were adorned with pristine icicles, and sharp ice shards hung down like glistening swords. A delicate mist of cold air swirled within the chamber, lingering perpetually. It was evident that the construction of this somewhat expansive underground sanctuary had consumed a significant amount of time and energy on Habadong's part. Lin Hai, I shall enter a period of seclusion for the next few days. I would be grateful if you could safeguard this place for me, Liu Yun stated, turning to Lin Hai. Yes, master, Lin Hai replied respectfully. After giving his instructions, Liu Yun glanced around before lightly tapping his toes on the ground. Propelling himself onto a dais formed entirely of solid ice, where he settled into a meditative posture. Subsequently, Liu Yun flicked his fingers to summon a transparent jade vial from his storage ring. Inside the vial lay a blood-red pill, roughly the size of a longan, quietly resting. Through the reflective surface of the vial, shadows danced within the blood-red pill, which swayed slightly, as if containing some liquid that sloshed around. This smooth, crimson pill was one of the essential ingredients for refining the exotic fire, the blood lotus pill. After retrieving the blood lotus pill, Liu Yun produced a small jade box from his storage ring, placing it gently upon the smooth stone surface. Instantly, a faint chill pervaded the stone, forming a thin layer of ice upon it. Upon opening the jade box, a snow-white jade vial was carefully nestled inside, surrounded by a delicate mist of white cold air, exuding an ethereal and mysterious aura. This snow-white vial contained the ice spirit cold spring, which Liu Yun had painstakingly acquired from Gute. Casting a glance over these two remarkable treasures, Liu Yun nodded slightly, then flicked his fingers, causing a faint gray light to rise slowly from his fingertips, swirling in the air before gently landing on the stone surface. As the light dissipated, it revealed what lay hidden within. It was a thumb-sized gray stone, smooth as jade and devoid of any blemish. Within its core, a faint blue glow writhed slowly, resembling a tiny, living worm. This gray stone was known as nailing, an exceptionally rare material from the heavens and earth, only found within high-grade nashi. Although this piece of nailing was merely a small fragment, its value far surpassed that of the blood lotus pill and the ice spirit cold spring. If Liu Yun were fortunate enough to obtain it from Gute, he truly could not fathom where he might find another nailing. Liu Yun couldn't help but marvel at how Gute had amassed such a trove of treasures. Both the ice spirit cold spring and nailing were invaluable, with nailing being absolutely irreplaceable. Emerging from high-grade nashi, this material was essential for crafting advanced storage rings. Liu Yun cast a glance at the low-grade storage ring on his finger, which itself cost several tens of thousands of gold coins. A mid-grade storage ring would command at least 10 times that amount, while high-grade storage rings were almost impossible to procure. Some prominent families even used high-grade storage rings as family insignias. And only the most powerful individuals or leaders of significant factions in the Duki continent could hope to possess such rings. This highlighted the extreme rarity of these items. In comparison to high-grade storage rings, nailing was even more lamentably scarce. Describing it as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn would not be an exaggeration. However, due to the presence of the system space, Liu Yun did not place much importance on the level of his storage ring. After meticulously inspecting the three treasures, Liu Yun finally immersed his consciousness into the system space. Chapter 230, Extracting the Fire Seed. Upon entering the system space, Liu Yun's gaze fell upon a swirling blue flame in the void. This blue flame was none other than the Taiyin divine flame. Liu Yun watched the Taiyin divine flame, his tongue lightly licking his lips, a look of yearning and desire etched across his face. Once he refined this flame, his power would surge once more, and he would gain the eligibility to practice the Nine-Yang burning heaven technique. With a thought, Liu Yun summoned the Taiyin divine flame. In the next moment, a blue flame appeared in the space before him. The instant the blue flame manifested, a chilling yet intensely scorching aura enveloped the entire room. At that moment, Lin Hai sensed it, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the blue flame materializing in the air. Exotic fire? After gazing at the blue flame for a while, Lin Hai's expression shifted, and he slowly uttered two words. In his view, only the legendary exotic fire could possess such terrifying power. Lin Hai was astonished. Unable to suppress a gasp, his master possessed an exotic fire. He looked at Liu Yun, seated upon the icy dais, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his master intended to refine this exotic fire? The very notion filled Lin Hai with even greater trepidation. Although he had never witnessed exotic fire firsthand, he had heard of its fearsome reputation. Recklessly attempting to refine exotic fire was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Realizing this, Lin Hai gazed at Liu Yun, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. At that moment, upon the icy platform, Liu Yun's hand curved slightly as he drew the small jade vial into his palm. Tilting the vial, a round, glossy blood-red pill rolled into his hand. Bringing the blood lotus pill to his nose, Liu Yun inhaled its strange aroma, a cooling sensation that sent a shiver through his very soul. Fixated on the fifth-grade pill, Liu Yun clenched his fist tightly, then closed his eyes and promptly swallowed it whole. As soon as the blood lotus pill hit his tongue, it transformed into a slightly chilling energy, swiftly coursing through Liu Yun's meridians, gradually seeping into his veins and bones like a layer of blood membrane. As the blood membrane permeated, Liu Yun's body trembled violently, and droplets of blood began to seep from his pores. In the blink of an eye, his body was coated in a layer of crimson blood, presenting a terrifying sight. Not long after the blood appeared, it rapidly congealed, forming a blood-colored keratin layer that enveloped not only Liu Yun's hands and feet, but also completely sealed his eyes within. This blood-colored keratin layer resembled a suit of impenetrable crimson armor, offering Liu Yun steadfast protection. Gingerly extending his hand, now encased in the blood-colored keratin, Liu Yun hesitated for a moment before aiming it at the Taiyin divine flame overhead. A sudden surge of suction erupted forth. As the suction manifested, the blue flame in the air surged dramatically, and in an instant, a terrifying force of destruction began to unfurl, as if awakening from slumber. Slowly radiating from the blue flame, with his gaze fixed intently on the ever-growing blue flame, Liu Yun remained wholly focused, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. In the brilliantly lit underground chamber, the blue flames roiled violently, and as the tongues of fire leaped, noticeable distortions in the surrounding space became evident. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Hai gazed in utter astonishment at the Taiyin divine flame. He never anticipated that the temperature of this azure flame could be so terrifying. Truly, it deserves its reputation as a formidable power. As the Taiyin divine flame began to rage uncontrollably, Lin Hai was the first to sense the impending chaos. The robust force of his fighting energy swiftly surged forth, enveloping the entire basement in a protective shroud, simultaneously isolating the suddenly scorching temperatures within. Once he had accomplished this, Lin Hai let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, he comprehended why his master had chosen to keep him nearby, without a powerful guardian. Allowing the energy of this to disperse unchecked would likely lead to the rapid incineration of the basement, culminating in its inevitable collapse. In the air, the blue flames swelled dramatically, expanding nearly 100-fold in the blink of an eye. With this increase in size, the once docile flame transformed into a violent inferno, crackling and roaring as it churned, incinerating the surrounding air into nothingness. Fixating on the immense azure fire suspended before him, Liu Yun inhaled the searing air deeply, his blood-red calloused hand reaching out toward the flame, unleashing a powerful suction. The force, typically capable of effortlessly drawing a massive stone, could only manage to coax the blue flame to shift slowly in the air. Moreover, every time this invisible pull made contact with the Taiyin divine flame, it could only sustain itself for 2 or 3 seconds before being consumed by the flame's terrifying heat. Thus, although the distance between Liu Yun and the Taiyin divine flame was merely a few meters, the consumption of fighting energy was immense. With his eyes locked onto the gradually advancing blue flame, Liu Yun's breath quickened, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. In the reflection of the blood-red calloused skin, they resembled drops of freshly spilled blood. As the Taiyin divine flame drew closer, the dreadful heat it radiated caused Lin Hai's face to betray a profound shock. Clearly, the energy contained within this seemingly blue flame exceeded his expectations. When the colossal blue flame hovered about a meter away from Liu Yun, even though the basement had been fortified by Lin Hai's barrier, the terrifyingly high temperatures it emitted began to shatter some of the sturdy stones within. Moments later, the boulders crumbled into small fragments, which were then reduced to heaps of blue dust by the flames. Gazing gravely at the massive azure fire before Lu Yun, Lin Hai suddenly felt his clothing ignite. Noticing his own predicament, Lin Hai's expression shifted slightly, and he rapidly formed seals with his hands. With a low shout, his profound fighting energy surged forth from within, enveloping his body completely before gradually subsiding. Once shielded from harm, Lin Hai's demeanor returned to calm, taking several steps back, his aged face etched with concern as he intently watched the tumultuous blue flame. At this moment, Lu Yun lifted his head, fixating on the approaching blue flame, his somewhat trembling hands slightly opening and closing, ever ready to plunge into the Taiyin divine flame. To refine the Taiyin divine flame, one must first locate its source of fire. Therefore, what Lu Yun needed to do now was to discover the heart of the Taiyin divine flame. As the Taiyin divine flame approached within 2 or 3 feet of Lu Yun, the hard ground around them had already been scorched into a massive void. This was still a result of Lin Hai's protective efforts. Had he withdrawn his fighting energy, the entire basement would have swiftly been reduced to ashes by the Taiyin divine flame. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lu Yun's Xuanwu true armor suddenly projected a shadowy Xuanwu figure, which shielded him from most of the flame's heat. However, even so, some residual warmth penetrated through, causing droplets of crimson liquid to form on his blood-red calloused skin. In his dark eyes reflected the eerie azure flames. Lu Yun gazed at the immense fire before him, his throat tightening. At that moment, gritting his teeth, he slowly plunged his blood-covered arm into the Taiyin divine flame. As his arm ventured deeper into the flame, the blood-red calloused layer began to dissolve rapidly, with drops of liquid resembling blood cascading down. Whenever these droplets detached from his arm, they were swiftly consumed by the azure flames, evaporating into nothingness. Although the blood-red calloused layer melted quickly within the Taiyin divine flame, the icy energy from the blood lotus pill within Lu Yun surged forth, continuously replenishing the melted layer. Amidst this cycle of melting and mending, Lu Yun's arm finally fully penetrated the Taiyin divine flame. In this close proximity to the Taiyin divine flame, the blood-red calloused layer all over his body began to melt at varying rates, with streams of crimson liquid cascading down, resembling blood seeping from his pores. His once fair face was now drenched in the flowing red liquid, resembling a fearsome azure risen from the depths of hell. Seeing Lu Yun in such a dire state, Lin Hai's heart raced with anxiety. Would his master be all right? His eyes remained fixed on the churning blue flames, as Lu Yun's hand frantically moved within the Taiyin divine flame. This was his first encounter with the uncontrolled Taiyin divine flame at such close range. Though a sense of novelty stirred within him, it was overshadowed by unease and trepidation. In this precarious situation, should the blood-red calloused layer fail to repair itself in time, Lu Yun might be reduced to mere ashes within mere seconds. Beneath the blood-red calloused layer, sweat dripped from Lu Yun's forehead into his eyes, causing a stinging discomfort. Yet he dared not blink, tightly pursing his lips as he meticulously maneuvered his hand inch by inch within the azure flames. As he sought the elusive heart of the Taiyin divine flame, he could not help but feel awestruck by its searing heat. The intensity of the temperature was far beyond his expectations, and even with adequate preparations, the terrifying heat emanating from the Taiyin divine flame slowly penetrated through his blood-red calloused layer and the protective azure energy shield, reddening his skin as if it were seared by a glowing iron brand. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating burn, Lu Yun quickly glanced around, only to be horrified to discover that the walls surrounding him, which had once seemed reasonably spacious, had now nearly doubled in size. Moreover, it appeared that the Taiyin divine flame had taken notice of Lu Yun's actions. Suddenly, the azure flames surged violently, and the energies of heaven and earth in the surrounding space seemed to erupt, flowing in vibrant colors like a magnificent river, dazzling to behold. The multicolored energies spiraled around the Taiyin divine flame, occasionally igniting in bursts. In an instant, these ring-like energy formations appeared to be missing pieces, as if they had been bitten into by a hound. With the sudden eruption of the lunar divine flame, the already terrifying temperature within the basement surged once more, causing the surrounding walls to rapidly crack under the intense heat. Enormous fissures began to quietly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire basement was covered in them. Observing the severely damaged interior of the basement, one could surmise that, were it not for the reinforcement of Lin Hai's fighting spirit barrier, it would have long since collapsed. Such destructive power is truly terrifying. If unleashed upon a city, it could likely reduce a large urban area to ruins within the span of an hour. Gazing at the drastically transformed basement, a flicker of trepidation crossed Lu Yun's face as he muttered softly. Yet in that very moment, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, and he hurriedly turned his gaze, fixating intently on the blue flames. His arm, covered in a blood-red carapace, began to frantically grasp at the blue flames. In an instant, his wildly thrashing arm suddenly stiffened, a smile gradually creeping onto Lu Yun's lips. Though the blood armor, forged from the blood lotus pill, was formidable, It could not withstand the prolonged scorching of the lunar divine flame. Should the armor dissipate due to energy depletion, Lu Yun's attempts at refining would be irrevocably deemed a failure. Grasping a substance that felt almost tangible, Lu Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain radiating from his palm as he slowly withdrew his arm from the blue flames. As his arm emerged from the flames, a strand of liquid resembling blue magma writhed within the palm of his hand. Is this the seed of the lunar divine flame? Staring at the strand of blue magma emanating a terrifying heat, Lu Yun blinked and whispered to himself. Chapter 231, Successful Refinement, Part 1. As the seed was extracted from the lunar divine flame, the enormous blue fire before him gradually diminished, and moments later, it transformed into a slender flame that slipped into the blue magma within Lu Yun's palm. This was the essence of the lunar divine flame. Observing the blue magma in his hand, Lu Yun felt a surge of elation. Although the essence was diminutive, it must have once been as colossal as half a mountain during its initial formation. However, after countless ages of refinement, its size had diminished considerably. Only when it had been compressed to the size of a thumb could it give rise to a flicker of fire spirit, at which point it could truly be regarded as a heavenly spirit fire. One could only imagine the sheer destructive energy contained within such a minuscule strand of magma. Should it erupt in its entirety, the resulting force would be cataclysmic. To put it plainly, even a Dozong powerhouse would have but one fate when faced with such a sudden surge of power: annihilation. With a long, steadying breath, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he carefully held the blue magma strand in his palm. The terrifying heat contained within the magma was rapidly dissolving the thick layer of blood-red carapace at an alarming rate. Despite a lingering tremor, Lu Yun was now approaching the most perilous step in the refinement of the lunar divine flame. Next, he would have to directly swallow the seed in his hand. Regardless of how resilient the human body may be, its interior remains its most vulnerable aspect. Within a human being, even the slightest intrusion of a destructive force could render a powerful warrior helpless. Contemplating the potential consequences of failure in this refinement, Lu Yun's grip tightened around the seed, causing his hand to tremble imperceptibly. Lowering his gaze, his dark eyes fixated intently on the writhing seed, a struggle flickering within the stark contrast of his gaze. No matter how composed Lu Yun's demeanor might be, facing such a life-or-death situation inevitably stirred feelings of fear and apprehension within him. It was not without reason. After all, he was about to ingest an incredibly volatile explosive, a bomb that could very well obliterate his body into ashes the moment it was consumed. As silence enveloped the basement, the oppressive atmosphere gradually thickened, the sweltering air lingering within the chamber before escaping through the cracks. Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated the youthful features of the boy as he lifted his hand, holding the seed aloft for a moment before decisively tossing it into his open mouth. As the blue magma entered, Lu Yun immediately closed his lips tightly, and at that moment, his body trembled violently as if struck by lightning, his previously flushed face turning ashen. Suppressing the waves of searing pain surging from within, Lu Yun slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink deep into his body. Once submerged, a hazy, misty sensory interface appeared in his mind. The blue magma that had previously entered his body had now fragmented into countless tiny blue flames, which surged chaotically through his veins, incinerating anything that obstructed their path into nothingness. As these blue flames coursed through his meridians, the protective layer of blood membrane forged from the blood lotus pill offered some defense. However, the terrifying heat gradually seeped through. Although the residual warmth was not overwhelmingly intense, it was nonetheless devastating for the most fragile aspects of the human body, the meridians. Under the relentless scorching of this high temperature, the once spacious and resilient channels twisted grotesquely, resembling twisted strands of dough, presenting a most bizarre and fearsome sight. The pain wrought by the distortion of the meridians sent Lu Yun's body into spasms, his muscles taut, and veins protruding like wriggling worms, his pallid face devoid of color. Within his veins, the blue flames traversed with reckless abandon. Within mere minutes, Lu Yun's body had been ravaged to an unimaginable extent. Compounding the calamity, the potency of the blood lotus pill was rapidly depleting in the face of the foreign flames, with the dissipating blood membrane no longer possessing sufficient strength to mend itself. Even with the protection of the blood membrane, Lu Yun's body had been rendered almost incapacitated by the terrifying foreign fire. Should the membrane vanish entirely, everything within Lu Yun, his meridians, bones, heart, and more, would be reduced to nothingness by the lunar divine flame in the blink of an eye. At that point, bereft of these vital organs necessary for life, Lu Yun would face only one inevitable fate: death. As the blood membrane thinned under the scorching of the lunar divine flame, just as it seemed on the verge of vanishing, Lu Yun felt a cool sensation materialize in his palm. What he held was none other than the ice spirit spring. He intended to utilize the ice spirit spring to circulate within his meridians, thereby enhancing their compatibility. Upon completing the circulation, he would envelop the foreign fire with fighting spirit, guiding it along the path of his cultivation technique, ultimately achieving successful refinement. Lu Yun swiftly grasped the jade vial, narrowing his eyes as he brought it to his lips. In an instant, a chilling wave, potent enough to freeze a person solid, surged into him, coursing through his body. As the icy flow traversed his throat, it felt as though his throat had solidified into a block of ice, causing him to shiver slightly, while crystalline strands of ice formed amidst his hair. A frigid torrent surged into the body, coursing through the meridians and radiating outward in all directions. Wherever this chilling flow traversed, the meridians and bones were swiftly enveloped in a layer of milky ice. The penetrating cold countered the intense heat generated by the tiny divine flame within, providing a sudden sense of relief that allowed Lu Yun to exhale deeply, his previously pallid complexion now slightly rejuvenated. As the ice layer enveloped every part of his being, Lu Yun began to tentatively reach out to the wisp of tiny divine flame weaving through his meridians. However, this initial contact brought him considerable discomfort. The essence of this spiritual fire was inherently wild and unruly, akin to attempting to rein in a stubborn bull and compel it to obey commands, a daunting task indeed. Despite failing to exert control, Lu Yun persevered, resolutely directing his mind to master this peculiar flame. Time and again, he faced setbacks, once, twice, thrice, until, after countless failures that left him nearly numb, a sudden jolt of realization surged through his heart, prompting him to steady his thoughts. He was elated to discover that the errant tiny divine flame within his meridians had begun to follow the path his spirit guided it along. Recognizing this development invigorated Lu Yun's spirit, and he carefully maneuvered this diminutive tiny divine flame, gradually causing it to circulate along the meridian pathways. Within the riddled meridians, a strand of blue flame flowed gently, melting the ice layer that clung to the walls of the meridians, releasing wisps of white mist that coiled within. Moments later, the vapor transformed into crystalline ice, adhering to the surroundings and safeguarding the meridians from the encroachment of the foreign fire. As Lu Yun guided the small blue flame with utmost caution, he noticed that other blue flames scattered throughout his body began to gravitate towards this newfound companion. Harnessing the mutual attraction between the blue flames, Lu Yun orchestrated the movement of the tiny divine flame through his meridians, gradually integrating the previously dispersed blue flames into a cohesive whole. When the last strand of blue flame finally coalesced under Lu Yun's diligent efforts, it gradually merged into a fine stream of blue magma. Gazing upon this re-emergent blue magma, Lu Yun suppressed the waves of spasmodic pain coursing through his meridians, gritting his teeth as he directed it along the pathways. The merged tiny divine flame had undoubtedly become more ferocious and formidable wherever it flowed. The previously formidable ice layer began to falter. As the blue magma coursed through, the thick ice layer diminished to a mere thumb's depth. Its evaporating mist consumed by the blue flames, severing the supply chain of the ice layer, which could no longer withstand the onslaught of the tiny divine flame. The efficacy of the ice spirit cold spring was gradually waning. In a sudden eruption of the tiny divine flame, a small segment of the ice layer within the meridian was entirely melted away, allowing a droplet of blue magma to breach the ice's defenses and land upon the bare meridian. Instantly, the meridian tightened as if provoked, unleashing a searing pain that penetrated to the soul, causing Lu Yun to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Clenching his teeth, the sudden and intense agony left Lu Yun momentarily dizzy, but as he gradually regained his composure, he had no time to wipe the blood from his face before hastily refocusing his mind to control the blue magma as it flowed through his meridians. As he navigated this process, Lu Yun's mastery over the tiny divine flame grew increasingly adept. Yet, with this proficiency came an escalation in the temperature released by the blue flames, becoming ever more terrifying. Within Lu Yun, the ice spirit cold spring was retreating under the relentless assault of the tiny divine flame, and it was evident that it could not withstand for much longer. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yun strained to manipulate the small blue magma, its scorching heat radiating through the meridians and bones, causing small white bubbles to form on the surface of his skin. As these bubbles burst, they revealed the crimson flesh beneath, while fissures spread across his arms and body, reminiscent of a shattered porcelain doll, a sight both alarming and disconcerting. Observing Lu Yun's fractured skin, Lin Hai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This phenomenon of skin rupturing signified that Lu Yun's body was now suffused with searing heat, compelling the fiery essence to burst forth through the skin, escaping through the fissures. Such occurrences typically indicated that the internal situation was far from stable. Should any energy turmoil arise at this juncture, Lu Yun's skin might very well be blown apart. Lin Hai's aged face shifted rapidly, his palms clenching and then relaxing, a cycle of tension and release, until he managed to quell his inner turmoil and waited quietly by Lu Yun's side, careful not to disturb him. Disregarding the changes on the surface of his body, Lu Yun had devoted all his focus to the blue magma, which was on the verge of completing a full cycle through his meridians. As the blue magma flowed from a primary meridian, it successfully completed a perfect circuit. In that moment, Lu Yun could distinctly sense the growing rapport between his spirit and the tiny divine flame. As the blue magma concluded its final circulation, a surge of energy pulsed through Lu Yun's body, triggering a ripple effect that shook him to the core. A mere tremor of his internal energy caused the intense heat within to erupt violently, tearing a significant patch of skin and flesh from his arm. The abrupt and excruciating pain caused Lu Yun's very soul to tremble violently, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a torrential downpour, soaking his garments. Drawing in a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Yun fumbled through his spatial ring to retrieve a vial of healing potion, hastily spraying it over the wound before redirecting his focus to the blue flames within. Internally, the completion of a cycle by the tiny divine flame instigated a tumultuous upheaval within the vortex of purple fire energy, which, under Lu Yun's guidance, began to swirl forth, enveloping the blue magma within. Although the moment the purple fire energy made contact with the tiny divine flame, it was instantly incinerated. The endless reinforcements ensured that the freshly cycled tiny divine flame was again compelled to follow the path dictated by Lu Yun's internal cultivation method. As the tiny divine flame was propelled through the meridian pathways, it seemed to sense an undercurrent of unease. Consequently, the once mellow flames, having completed a full cycle, rekindled their ferocity. The blue flames erupted from the magma, fiercely scorching the meridians ensconced in ice, transforming them into a state that bore little resemblance to their former selves, appearing as though they had suffered grievous wounds. The process of refining the tiny divine flame has allowed Lu Yun to experience its terrifying power firsthand. Although the refinement remains incomplete, his body is already in a state of utter devastation. Given his current injuries, even with various elixirs for healing internal wounds at his disposal, it would require several months of rest to restore him to his former condition. After all, this time, the damage incurred is exceedingly severe, were it a common individual. Such injuries would likely render them incapacitated. Within his meridians, the purple fire energy is continuously being consumed into nothingness, while the dough crystal relentlessly supplies the energy as if it were devoid of concern for its own life. The more he burns, the more it delivers. Although the energy stored within the dough crystal diminishes at a visibly rapid rate, the tiny divine flame successfully continues to circulate along the meridian pathways. The ice layer formed by the ice spirit cold spring gradually thins as it endures prolonged consumption from the tiny divine flame, transforming from thick to slight, then to nearly transparent. Now, that once cold layer has almost completely lost its defensive capabilities. As the ice dissipates, the already dire situation within Lu Yun's body worsens, the scorching heat distorting his meridians. In some of the finer passages, knots begin to form, leading to significant blockages in the flow of energy. At this juncture, having exhausted nearly all his trump cards, Lu Yun grits his teeth and strives to command the tiny divine flame to complete its circuit. For only in doing so can he hope for a perfect return on this investment. Otherwise, should the tiny divine flame turn against him, he might very well be reduced to dust on the spot. Suddenly, a small fissure appears on his face, blood gushing forth and staining half of it crimson, rendering him a ghastly sight. With his eyes closed, Lu Yun is unaware of how terrifying his appearance has become. He can only vaguely sense a sharp pain radiating from his face before refocusing entirely on circulating his energy, dragging the increasingly resistant blue lava towards the final meridian pathway. As the prolonged consumption of the tiny divine flame continues, the purple fire energy within the dough crystal is nearly depleted, leaving only 17 drops of liquid purple energy swirling within. Once the last wisp of gaseous energy is expelled, Lu Yun hesitates briefly before drawing forth the liquid energy from the dough crystal, commanding it to envelop the blue lava and exerting all his strength to pull it along. The liquid energy within the dough crystal, as expected, surpasses its gaseous counterpart in potency. A mere drop of this purple liquid remarkably withstands the tiny divine flame's searing heat for over 20 seconds before gradually evaporating. Witnessing the impressive efficacy of the purple liquid energy, Lu Yun's spirit is lifted, and without further ado, he begins extracting the liquid energy drop by drop from the dough crystal, directing it to guide the blue lava along its final path. As the 17 drops of purple liquid energy within the cyclone dwindle to merely 3, the blue lava finally traverses the last meridian pathway. Upon doing so, Lu Yun's head, nearly numbed by excruciating pain, suddenly experiences a refreshing coolness, restoring a measure of his composure. At that moment, after traversing the final meridian pathway, the tiny divine flame, having released its destructive high temperature, slowly retracts, and moments later, the heat almost entirely subsides into the lava, its ferocity dissipating, revealing a hint of gentleness. Has he succeeded? In the cavern, Lin Hai gazes at Lu Yun, whose body bears scarcely a patch of unscathed skin, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, his face illuminating with a smile of gratitude as he nods slightly. At this moment, Lu Yun retrieves the nascent spirit and gently infuses it into his body. As the nascent spirit enters, a blinding blue flame bursts forth from within Lu Yun, enveloping him entirely, the surging hot blue flames obscuring him from view. Observing this sudden emergence of the blue flame shield, Lin Hai smiles faintly, murmuring, "My master is truly a formidable individual. He has indeed endured the excruciating pain of refining the remarkable." In the spacious cavern, the blue flame shield, resembling an egg, encases the youth within, the swirling blue flames seemingly declaring that he is on the verge of metamorphosis. Chapter 232, Successful Refinement, Part 2. In the underground chamber, the blue flame shield radiates intense heat, the flames within it churning violently, rendering it difficult for external observers to discern the happenings inside. In the tranquil underground space, Lin Hai observes the azure flame shield, letting out a slight sigh of relief as the tension in his face gradually eases. Now that his master has reached this stage, it is unlikely that any unforeseen events will occur. The spherical flame shield in the basement emits a faint azure glow, with intermittent flashes of blue light dancing upon its surface, casting a shimmering, watery reflection on the walls. Inside the shield, Lu Yun sits cross-legged, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, his spirit exhausted from the earlier struggle with the Tying divine flame, drifting aimlessly within him, yet struggling to coalesce. While Lu Yun remains in this dazed, semi-conscious state, the Tying divine flame within him begins to flow through the meridian pathways autonomously. Perhaps due to having been refined by Lu Yun earlier, the Tying divine flame no longer exudes that terrifying high temperature. Instead, it has taken on a cooler quality. As it courses through the meridians, wisps of blue lava detach and, adhering to the nearly incapacitated walls of the meridians, gradually integrate into them. As these gently flickering blue lava streams seep into the meridians, the previously twisted pathways begin to unfurl, akin to grass discovering water in a parched desert. Countless meridians within Liu Yun's body emit excited sounds, eagerly consuming the blue lava liquid left in the wake of the Tying divine flame at a terrifying speed. As the meridians greedily absorb, the ashen hue gradually recedes, replaced by a vibrant light blue. The Tying divine flame flows through the meridians, revitalizing them. The cracked bones and burned muscles are swiftly mending at a gratifying pace. Moreover, the repaired meridians and bones exhibit a resilience far surpassing their strength prior to the refinement of the Tying divine flame. Evidently, although the Tying divine flame inflicted substantial damage, the compensation it provided has rendered these vital organs within Liu Yun's body feeling well worth the price. As the Tying divine flame continues to restore Liu Yun's internal body, his exterior, marked with bloodstains, sees the wounds gradually healing, scars swiftly forming and then disappearing without a trace. The muscles beneath the skin are rapidly reinforced. While they may not rival those of muscle-bound individuals, a simmering explosive power is subtly coalescing within each flex of his arms. The skin upon the surface of the body, layer upon layer of desiccated epidermis, shed rapidly like a serpent shedding its skin. The newly formed dermis, although transformed from a sun-kissed bronze acquired through arduous trials in the desert back to a porcelain whiteness, now bore an exquisite delicacy reminiscent of a woman's skin. Yet, this seemingly fragile exterior possessed a defensive strength and sensitivity to the energies of the cosmos that far exceeded its predecessor. At this moment, Lu Yun, aided by his peculiar state, was experiencing the formidable energy contained within the Tying divine flame, which was swiftly fortifying and mending his shattered physique. A stroke of serendipity indeed. The processes of repair and enhancement unfolded gradually, once the Tying divine flame penetrated the last of the injured meridians. Lu Yun's severely wounded body was restored to a level of near perfection. The combat prowess of this revitalized form surpassed that of his previous body by several magnitudes. After the Tying divine flame had meticulously restructured Lu Yun's body inside and out, it found itself unshackled and aimless, casting its gaze upon the nearly depleted dough crystal residing in his lower abdomen. The dough crystal, having been recklessly depleted earlier, was now almost entirely vacant, save for 3 solitary drops of purple liquid energy that meandered within, evoking a sense of desolation. The Tying divine flame slowly spiraled around the dough crystal, and after a brief moment of silence, it suddenly dove into the crystal. With its entrance, the once tranquil dough crystal erupted into turbulence, sending ripples of energy cascading like waves in water, continuously undulating within the cyclone. The azure magma, transformed from the Tying divine flame, flowed within the vortex, and the pitiful 3 drops of purple liquid energy appeared desperate to escape. Yet, upon contact with the blue magma, they were incinerated into nothingness as if swept away like refuse. Once the last traces of the 3 drops were consumed by the Tying divine flame, the dough crystal, which Lu Yun utilized for storing dough qi, was wholly and forcefully claimed by it. After seizing the dough crystal, the blue magma lingered momentarily, and soon after, streams of pure blue gaseous energy began to surge forth, rapidly coalescing within the cyclone. In mere moments, this once empty cyclone became saturated with a soft blue energy. The blue gaseous energy expanded rapidly within the cyclone, and as more gaseous energy flowed from the blue magma, a gentle humidity began to envelop the cyclone. Shortly thereafter, a small drop of blue liquid energy unexpectedly emerged. With the appearance of the first drop of blue liquid energy, a chain reaction akin to a deluge in the dough crystal was triggered, one after another. Drops of jade-like blue liquid continuously emerged from the energy mist, tumbling into the cyclone like playful little fish. Each drop, which would typically require Lu Yun 10 days of cultivation to condense, now fell incessantly like gentle raindrops. In a remarkably short time, the dough crystal was filled to nearly half its capacity with liquid energy. Initially, after breaking through to the dough ling realm, Lu Yun had condensed a total of 15 drops of liquid energy. Now, within the dough crystal, the combined total of liquid energy likely exceeded 100 drops. How many stars would this multitude of drops represent? Far surpassing the 15 drops that defined a single star dough ling. If Lu Yun were conscious at this moment, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, leaping in ecstasy. Of course, this fortunate circumstance stemmed from his current state of semi-consciousness. Otherwise, the aimless Tying Divine Flame would not have benevolently expended its energy to restore Lu Yun's body. As the liquid energy within the cyclone reached the count of 100 drops, the languidly flowing Tying Divine Flame suddenly ceased its production of energy. It gently swayed, directing its attention toward a small gray light point at the center of the cyclone, its shimmering lava-like form resembling a child who has just discovered a cherished toy. Suspended at the center of the dough crystal, the small gray light point held an abyss of infinite darkness within, its depths seemingly concealing another realm. Exuding an aura of profound mystery, the Tying Divine Flame circled around the gray light point, displaying a curious demeanor, attempting to touch it several times, but hesitating. Perhaps due to an instinctual wariness, it vaguely understood that touching this gray light point would result in the loss of its eternal freedom. The blue magma spiraled around the light point, and after considerable contemplation, it abandoned the notion of this risky endeavor. Losing its freedom for the sake of a curious trinket was not a fate it desired. After circling once more, the blue magma finally ceased its lingering, writhing away, intending to depart from this unsettling vicinity. However, just as the Tying Divine Flame was about to leave, Lu Yun's seemingly unconscious soul experienced a sudden tremor, awakening fully. Upon awakening, Lu Yun's consciousness instinctively swept through his rejuvenated body, marveling at the myriad changes within, momentarily lost in astonishment. Yet, as his awareness scanned the center of the dough crystal, his gaze fell upon the blue magma, now mere inches from the gray light point. Initially struck with shock, an overwhelming surge of joy surged through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled his consciousness into the cyclone, consolidating all his energy to crash into the retreating, Tying Divine Flame. In that instant of collision, a thunderous sound erupted in Lu Yun's mind, followed by a piercing pain. As he clutched his head, enduring the agonizing throb, the Tying Divine Flame, having been forcefully struck by Lu Yun, was pushed back slightly, its tail brushing against the gray light point. At that moment of contact, the light within the gray point rapidly extinguished, and a terrifying suction surged forth, drawing the unprepared Tying Divine Flame into its depths in a swift motion. With the Tying Divine Flame absorbed, a profound silence enveloped within Lu Yun's being. This small gray light point was the manifestation of the tiny nascent spirit within Lu Yun. The final and most crucial step in refining the Tying Divine Flame into the source of fire required forcibly compressing it into the space formed by the nascent spirit. Only by completely absorbing and refining the Tying Divine Flame within the nascent spirit could true perfection be achieved. This step was typically arduous, for the fire spirits within the Tying Divine Flame possessed a modicum of intellect, inherently resisting dangers. A failed attempt to drive it away could result in a backlash from the already partially refined Tying Divine Flame. Yet now, due to Lu Yun's earlier dazed state, the Tying Divine Flame not only repaired his body but also, in its aimless wandering, circled near the nascent spirit, allowing Lu Yun to complete this final refining step with minimal cost. One must admit, this was a stroke of fortune and serendipity. Chapter 233, 5-Star Dough Ling. Within the spacious underground chamber, Lin Hai stood motionless, gazing intently at the distant blue flame barrier, his fingers lightly drumming. After a lengthy pause, observing the still unchanging blue barrier, he furrowed his brow in concern and murmured, "Why is this taking so long? Could something have gone awry? Surely the master is not in danger?" After waiting a moment longer and noting the blue flame barrier showed no signs of dissipating, Lin Hai's frown deepened. Had it not been for the fear of harming Lu Yun, he could scarcely restrain himself from shattering the blue protective barrier with his own hands. At that very moment, the surface of the blue barrier, which had remained silent, suddenly erupted with waves of energy ripples, followed by a powerful aura that surged forth from within the fiery shield. Sensing this aura, Lin Hai paused momentarily, a hint of astonishment crossing his face as he murmured, This aura? How has it suddenly intensified so significantly? Can refining the truly enhance one's strength?" His knowledge of was limited, having only heard rumors about it. Shaking his head in confusion, Lin Hai sighed softly and said, "Though it is somewhat perplexing, it seems that the master has successfully refined the..." With this thought, Lin Hai smiled gently. redirecting his gaze to the surface of the blue flame barrier, which was now rippling with energy, as he stood quietly with his hands tucked into his sleeves, awaiting further developments. As the ripples on the blue barrier intensified, cracks began to suddenly appear on its once smooth surface. These fissures gradually spread, eventually enveloping the entire blue barrier, resembling a blue egg marred by cracks. A crisp sound echoed softly within the cavern as a small fragment of energy quietly fell from the blue barrier to the ground, its intense heat instantly melting the earth beneath it into a small pit. Following the drop of the first energy fragment, the blue energy barrier trembled violently, shaking for a brief moment before it erupted with a thunderous roar. With the sound of the explosion, countless tiny energy fragments shot out in all directions, leaving innumerable small melting holes on the surrounding walls. Sheltered within the protective aura, Lin Hai squinted his eyes, and any energy fragments that splattered towards him were intercepted by the aura surrounding him, causing him no harm whatsoever. The scattered energy fragments continued to soar through the underground space for quite some time before gradually dissipating. As the fragments faded, a faint blue glow emerged from the point of eruption, slowly revealing Lu Yun's figure. At this moment, Lu Yun was completely bare, seated cross-legged, his eyes gently closed and trembling slightly. After a moment, he finally opened them. Within his deep, ink-black eyes, faint blue flames danced, and after a brief pause, they surged forth, momentarily obscuring his entire gaze, transforming his pupils into a captivating blue that exuded an otherworldly aura. The blue flames within his eyes did not linger long before gradually receding. Once the blue fire had completely dissipated, his eyes returned to their original darkness, though they appeared significantly brighter than before, evidently having gained some hidden advantages from the tempering of the tiny divine flame. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Yun slightly twisted his neck, causing a series of smooth popping sounds from the joints. Listening to this melodious sound, Lu Yun took a deep breath, his face radiating with satisfaction and euphoria. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his fair skin and couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. The healthy complexion he had painstakingly acquired had reverted once more. "Master, could you please put on some clothes first?" Observing Lu Yun's meticulous examination of his body's changes, Lin Hai rolled his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh." Prompted by Lin Hai's reminder, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure, glancing at his bare form with an awkward smile as he hurriedly retrieved a set of garments from his storage ring and clumsily donned them. "Master, you seem to have changed a great deal. You appear completely rejuvenated." Witnessing this scene, Lin Hai smiled slightly, then circled around Lu Yun, observing his unblemished body with a hint of astonishment. "Master, have all your injuries healed?" He vividly recalled the terrifying wounds Lu Yun had borne moments earlier. Indeed, now fully clothed, Lu Yun stood firm, clenching his fists and unleashing a series of vigorous punches, exclaiming, "What a fantastic feeling. It's something I've never experienced before." "Master, unleash your full aura for me to gauge your current strength," Lin Hai said, astonished as he regarded Lu Yun, sensing the profound changes in his power compared to before. Nodding slightly, Lu Yun tensed his body, and in an instant, an aura several times stronger than before surged forth from within him. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes, feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from Lu Yun, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Strange, Master, based on this aura, your strength must have reached at least the 5-star doling level. What have you done to achieve such a leap?" 5-star doling? Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by Lin Hai's words, a wave of joy washing over his face. He had not anticipated that refining the Tine Divine Flame could grant him such an extraordinary boon. Prior to refining the Tine Divine Flame, he had only just broken through to the doling realm. Given his pace of cultivation, reaching the 5-star doling level would have taken him several more months. Yet now, having refined the Tine Divine Flame, he had received this remarkable surprise. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Lu Yun broke into a wide grin and recounted the events that had transpired within him to Lin Hai. "It can actually work like that?" Lin Hai's expression was one of astonishment as he listened to Lu Yun's account, eventually exclaiming in admiration. He could not help but marvel at his master's extraordinary fortune. Then, a thought struck him, and curiosity glimmered in his eyes. "Master, have you successfully refined the? Might I witness its power?" "Of course." Lu Yun nodded, a palpable excitement and curiosity lighting up his face. Rubbing his hands together, he extended his right hand slowly, his eyes gradually closing as he focused his mind within, sending out a command. As the command was issued, a response came from within his body. The small gray dot at the center of the dough crystal quivered slightly, falling silent for a moment before a strand of blue flame erupted violently. The blue flame coursed through the dough crystal, racing along his body's meridians until it swiftly entered the pathways of his arm. Lu Yun, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, and blue flames flickered across his gaze. He spread his palm upward, his face alight with excitement, and called out, "Tine Divine Flame, manifest." As Lu Yun's command resonated, his right palm trembled slightly, and in an instant, a torrent of blue flames surged forth, enveloping his hand. In the underground chamber, the youth's slightly opened palm, adorned with the mesmerizing blue flames, created a visually stunning spectacle. Fixated on the blue flames dancing atop his palm, Lu Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. Moments later, the smile broadened into an unabashed, boisterous laughter that echoed throughout the cavern. Haha, I, Lu Yun, have finally refined the Tying Divine Flame. Haha, in the cave? Witnessing Lu Yun's exuberance, Lin Hai couldn't help but recall the agony Lu Yun had endured during the refinement of a smile creeping onto his face. The jubilant laughter resonated within the underground chamber for quite some time before gradually subsiding. The corners of his mouth still held a trace of a smile as Lu Yun gazed at the hand that opened and closed repeatedly, the blue flames slowly rising above it. Since he had completely refined the Tying Divine Flame, it no longer brought any scorching heat or discomfort to him. With prolonged practice, Lu Yun believed he would eventually reach an unparalleled mastery. The blue flames danced playfully at his fingertips, occasionally leaping into the air, revealing their formidable nature. It was evident that the space half a foot above his palm had begun to warp under the intense heat, waves of warmth rising into the air, causing his vision to blur. Clenching his fist, enveloped in blue flames, Lu Yun exhaled slowly, his body momentarily still. He then stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself towards the wall like an arrow loosed from its bow, his fist stirring a fierce, heated wind as it struck with force. Boom. Upon contact with the solid wall, the searing heat of the blue flames instantly melted away the stone, his fist crashing through the hollow it created. A dull thud resonated from within, followed by a rapid spread of cracks across the wall, which soon covered the entire basement. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun observed the wall that was on the brink of shattering, a look of delight flickering across his face as he grinned and withdrew his fist. In that instant, as he retreated, the wall, now riddled with fissures, collapsed in a thunderous crash, sending debris flying. With a casual wave of his hand, he dispelled the dust that rushed toward him, gazing at the pile of rubble that had once been a wall. He turned his neck with a hint of surprise and remarked, "Indeed, both my strength and speed have increased significantly. Had I attempted that strike before, it would have been impossible to achieve such destruction without using the sky-blocking palm. The Tying Divine Flame is truly extraordinary." With a few appreciative clicks of his tongue, Lu Yun casually waved his hand, the blue flames gradually retracting. After gathering the azure flames back into his palm, he scanned his internal energy, only to furrow his brow slightly, murmuring in exasperation, "As expected, this Tying Divine Flame is quite the glutton for Do Qi. Merely using it for such a short time has consumed 1/10 of my energy. If I hadn't recently ascended to the rank of a 5-star Do Ling, the expenditure would have been even greater. Hee, Master, your current strength is too low to fully utilize the capabilities of the. Naturally, it cannot be squandered recklessly." Lin Hai chuckled. "If only you possessed a heavenly tier cultivation technique, it would surely sustain the consumption of." Lin Hai smiled faintly. "Ah, the technique." Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Lu Yun's eyes widened. He suddenly recalled the 9-yang devouring heaven technique, almost forgetting it in his excitement over refining the Tying Divine Flame. His heart surged with exhilaration, but he quickly calmed himself. "No need to rush. I have already completely refined the Tying Divine Flame and am qualified to cultivate the 9-yang devouring heaven technique. I shall rest for a day. Haste makes waste, and rushing may lead to adverse effects." Though Lu Yun yearned to begin cultivating the 9-yang devouring heaven technique immediately, he acknowledged that his current state necessitated a temporary abandonment of that thought. "I will commence my cultivation tomorrow night. To cultivate the 9-yang devouring heaven technique, he must devour the Tying Divine Flame, transforming it into his intrinsic, true fire." This process was as perilous as refining itself, and Lu Yun was certainly not one to take it lightly. Moreover, he would need to find a new location for his cultivation. Casting a glance at the now severely damaged basement, a wry smile crept onto Lu Yun's lips. "Lin Hai, let us depart from here." With that, Lu Yun addressed Lin Hai, who nodded in agreement, following him as they slowly exited the dimly lit basement. Moments later, Lu Yun traversed through the void passage and arrived outside Blackrock City. To cultivate the 9-yang devouring heaven technique, he needed a place with a cool and chilly atmosphere. Given that Mo City lay within the Tagore Desert, it was certainly not suitable for his needs. Soon after, Lu Yun led Lin Hai to a secluded mountain range, finding a cold cave to settle in. There, he sat cross-legged, restoring the consumed Do Qi and adjusting his state. Chapter 234, Cultivating the 9-yang devouring heaven technique. A day passed slowly, marked by Lu Yun's impatient anticipation. As night fell the following day, he gradually opened his eyes while seated on a protruding rock on the cliff. Extending his hand, he felt the air around him growing increasingly frigid, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Rising to his feet, Lu Yun looked up at the darkening sky, perhaps foretelling the imminent arrival of a storm. As the atmosphere was thick with tension, after observing the sky once more, Lu Yun lightly tapped the stone surface with his toes and sprang into the cave below, making his way to the center before slowly sitting cross-legged. The heat in the air has been suppressed to its lowest point. creating the perfect environment for devouring the tiny divine flame. He mused. Just a little longer. Midnight will bring the coldest temperatures of the day, and that is when I shall begin. Lu Yun gazed at the dark sky, speaking softly to himself. With that, he fell silent, closing his eyes as he sat atop the boulder, gradually calming his racing heart. Outside the cave, Lin Hai sat still, as if in slumber. The dark sky was brushed by a chill wind, rustling through the forest with a whispering sound. Amidst the heavy clouds, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the atmosphere, resonating throughout the woods. Not long after the thunder, a massive silver lightning bolt burst forth from the clouds, illuminating the dark forest as if it had been divided by radiant light. Standing at the cave's entrance, Lin Hai gazed at the suddenly stormy sky, extending his hand as large raindrops began to pelt down, creating a symphony of sounds as they struck the leaves. Finally, we can begin. At that moment, Lu Yun, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, casting his gaze toward the now brightly lit forest illuminated by the lightning. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Lin Hai outside. Lin Hai, let us commence. Boom. A streak of lightning flashed across the sky, the booming thunder reverberating throughout the forest. Hearing Lu Yun's command, Lin Hai nodded slightly, then gently struck the edge of the cave with his dry palm. A fissure rapidly spread outward, and in an instant, a massive stone crashed down, sealing the entrance securely. Casting a glance at the blocked entrance, Lin Hai floated atop a rock, allowing his frail body to stand quietly beneath the multitude of silver serpents flashing across the sky, silently praying for his master's success. On this dark and rainy night, torrential rain battered the forest, the fierce wind carrying a howling sound that echoed through the trees. Occasionally, a thunderclap rumbled across the sky, resonating through the mountains, the echoes lingering in the air. Above the darkened sky, silver serpents flickered, the crackling sounds incessantly ringing out, blinding flashes of silver light illuminating the pitch-black forest as if it were daylight. Amidst the treacherous cliffs, Lin Hai stood with hands clasped behind his back upon a sharp rock, his weathered visage expressionlessly fixed upon the thunderous tempest above. His aged form, akin to an ancient pine, stood resolutely upon the precipice, exuding an air of indifference in the face of the raging storm. The pitch-black night passed slowly under the tumult of thunder and lightning, mercilessly ravaging the forest throughout the night. As the darkness gradually receded, a faint glimmer of dawn emerged from the eastern horizon, revealing the forest's battered and desolate state. A full sun ascended slowly from the eastern sky, its gentle warmth cascading over the earth, infusing the storm-ravaged woods with a semblance of vitality and vigor. Standing atop the rock, Lin Hai slightly tilted his head to gaze at the rising sun, casting a furtive glance at the still silent cave that bore no sign of life. A flicker of concern crossing his eyes. As the nascent sun traversed a portion of the sky, the warmth of its rays turned somewhat intense, and within this environment, Lin Hai's impatience silently intensified. After a prolonged wait, his fingers, which had been drumming against his arms, suddenly stilled, and his murky old eyes began to radiate an imposing aura. Evidently, after a night of anticipation, his patience had worn thin. If the master does not emerge soon, I shall venture inside to investigate, he thought, his eyes gleaming with worry as he fixed his gaze on the sealed entrance of the cave. At that moment, several flying beasts soared overhead, and Lin Hai's eyes glinted with a cold light. In the next instant, as he halted his fingers, a powerful and formidable aura began to rise from within him. The pressure emanating from this might cause the circling beasts to screech in terror and flee from this place that instilled profound fear in them. Time swiftly passed, and soon half the day had elapsed. Lin Hai finally resolved to approach the cave. Just as he prepared to force his way inside, a sudden disturbance echoed from within the silent cave, marking the first sign of activity since the previous night. Boom! A fierce surge of energy erupted from within the cave, only to be intercepted by the rock walls, causing massive fissures to rapidly spread across the surface. Standing upon the rock, Lin Hai observed the sudden appearance of these cracks, his taut expression relaxing slightly. As long as there was movement, it meant the master was at least safe. Shortly after the initial energy wave, several more formidable pulses of energy surged forth, and under the impact of these waves, the once sturdy rock walls began to tremble precariously. What on earth is happening? Surely, the master is unharmed? Gazing at the cave on the verge of collapse, Lin Hai furrowed his brow once more, murmuring in confusion. Boom! Just as Lin Hai stood in bewilderment, a thunderous explosion, akin to the wrath of the previous night's storm, resounded within the cave. With this surge of energy, the already crumbling cave suddenly caved inward, a cacophony of rumbling sounds heralding the descent of massive boulders, which swiftly transformed the cave into a chaotic mound of rubble. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Lin Hai's expression shifted slightly. He lightly tapped his toes against the rock and hurriedly darted towards the collapsing cave. However, just as he was about to land amidst the fallen stones, azure flames erupted violently from beneath the debris, causing the colossal rocks to swiftly dissolve into pools of molten lava. He deftly halted his descent, narrowly avoiding the raging blue flames. his countenance grave and bewildered as he peered into the darkness of the cave. At that moment, a magnificent blue flame erupted from within the cave. In the next instant, to Lin Hai's astonishment, a colossal blue fireball shot forth at an astonishing speed towards the cave's mouth. Sensing the terrifying heat radiating from the fireball, Lin Hai's countenance changed abruptly, and he quickly evaded. After exiting the cave, the immense blue fireball hovered in the air, engulfed in fierce azure flames, resembling a colossal blue sun. What is this? Lin Hai's gaze fixated on the blue sun suspended in the sky, his eyes wide with astonishment. Haha, I have finally succeeded. A hearty and exhilarating voice emanated from the blue sun. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Hai's pupils constricted, and a look of delight spread across his face. Is that the master's voice? Has this blue sun taken form from the master? In the next moment, a scene that completely shattered Lin Hai's worldview unfolded. The blue sun suddenly radiated an enchanting blue light, followed by a dazzling blue beam shooting forth from it. The beam pierced the void, heading straight for a mountain peak not far from Lin Hai. A wave of destructive energy emanated from the point of impact, causing ripples to form in the otherwise empty space. Boom! As the blue beam struck, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The nearby towering mountain peak shattered, the fractured surfaces smooth as a mirror. Brilliant blue flames erupted in the azure sky, cascading like a wave of fire, instantly raising the temperature of the surroundings. In the city of Imo, countless people gazed up in stunned silence at the terrifying wave of flames sweeping through the sky, even at a distance of several kilometers. The oppressive heat made them break into a sweat. In this vast city, a profound silence enveloped the populace, all parched and swallowing hard. A wave of dread spreading from within. Had this fiery wave descended any lower, the city would have been reduced to mere rubble. What formidable being is engaged in battle? It is truly terrifying, many lamented inwardly, shivering in fear. In the cerulean sky, the flames surged forth in ripples, and all living beings within the surrounding area were met with devastating consequences. The blue flames slowly spread several hundred meters before gradually dissipating. At this moment, Lin Hai's complexion turned pale, a hint of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away absent-mindedly. His hands trembled involuntarily. In the wake of that terrifying explosion, he had exerted every ounce of strength to conjure over 40 layers of hard energy shields in that brief span of time. Yet, these seemingly indestructible defenses were obliterated in the face of the devastating blue flames, leaving only the last layer teetering on the brink of collapse. Reflecting on how close he had come to perishing in the explosion, a wave of fear washed over Lin Hai, and he glanced up at the immense blue sun in the sky with a bemused expression. Master, could you not have given me a heads up? Just then, the blue sun began to dim rapidly, the roaring flames subsiding to reveal the figure of Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun appeared somewhat pale, her form unable to resist the pull of gravity as she began to fall. In a critical moment, she summoned her wind and thunder wings, managing to land unsteadily on the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Hai's expression shifted, and he swiftly moved to Lu Yun's side, concern etched upon his face. Master, are you all right? The drifting clouds struggled to maintain their form as they shook their heads and remarked, It's manageable. However, the corners of his mouth betrayed a bitter smile. Although the previous strike was immensely powerful, it had instantaneously drained him of all his fighting spirit. At this moment, he found that his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving him exceedingly weak. Yet, reflecting on the might of the technique he had just executed, a faint smile graced his lips. The force of that move was such that even a Dozong expert would likely hesitate to confront it head-on, wouldn't they? Chapter 236, The Pursued Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Outside Haiyan City, atop a cliff, Lu Yun sat quietly on a slab of bluish stone, a formidable aura surging from within him. After a moment, his energy gradually receded, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glint of brilliance within. Sensing the profound and powerful force coursing through him, Lu Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Although he had endured considerable hardship during this time, he had also reaped rewarding returns that had significantly enhanced his strength. Now, he had ascended to the rank of a 5-star doling. Such prowess could be regarded as formidable within the Jayama Empire. However, the enhancement of power was secondary. What truly exhilarated Lu Yun was that he had completely refined the Taiyin Divine Flame and successfully condensed his first strand of true fire, thereby mastering the initial level of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique. The transformation into the One Yang avatar was the hallmark of having successfully cultivated the first level of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique. His transformation into a blue sun yesterday was a manifestation of that very avatar. At the pinnacle of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique, one could manifest 9 Yang avatars simultaneously. When that time came, with the 9 suns blazing forth, Lu Yun would possess the power to annihilate the world. Moreover, the 9 suns Burning Heaven technique was a supreme-level martial art. Once mastered, Lu Yun could distinctly feel that his training speed and the recovery rate of his internal energy had increased exponentially compared to before. Henceforth, even in battle, when he frequently employed the sky-covering palm and the shadowy mirage, he would never find himself in a state of energy depletion. The supreme-level martial art was more than sufficient to sustain the considerable consumption of earth-level techniques. Furthermore, if Liu Yun were to acquire another strand of celestial fire and elevate the 9 suns burning heaven technique to its second level, his cultivation speed and energy recovery rate would witness further enhancements. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu Yun felt a sudden surge of anticipation. If he were to auction off the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, he would undoubtedly acquire a strand of celestial fire. At that point, he would be able to successfully condense the 2 Yang avatar. Liu Yun was eager, but he understood that such matters could not be rushed. The emergence of extraordinary flames was too astonishing. If he were to present it for auction, it would undoubtedly evoke shock within the Jayama Empire. He had no intention of auctioning it off. After all, no one could afford such a rare treasure. The extraordinary fire, a legendary entity, was priceless. The strength of the Jayama Empire was wholly inadequate to digest such a treasure. Moreover, the appearance of extraordinary fire at the Mytel auction house, along with its auctioning, would be nothing short of sensational. It could potentially attract the attention of various other factions, bringing disaster upon the Mytel family. For the entire northwestern region, the strength of the Jayama Empire was not particularly formidable. Should the Soul Palace, the Black Corner region, or other major empires learn of the auction, they would undoubtedly converge upon the Jayama Empire in droves. Especially Han Feng, given his obsession with extraordinary fire, upon hearing of its existence, he would surely rally numerous powerful individuals to seize it. In the face of such forces, the Mytel family would find it impossible to resist. Of course, if Liu Yun chose to reveal his full strength, he could indeed fend them off. However, he felt that the time for such a revelation had not yet come. Should he expose the forces behind him, such a sudden emergence of power would inevitably draw the attention of many strong individuals. As for other factions, Liu Yun was not overly concerned. His only apprehension lay with the Soul Palace. With his current strength, he was insufficient to contend against the Soul Palace. Thus, he had no intention of revealing himself to the world just yet. Regarding the Blue Lotus Heart Fire in his possession, Liu Yun intended to take it to the Black Corner region for auction. Utilizing the chaotic situation, there would effectively obscure the origin of the Blue Lotus Heart Fire. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Liu Yun gradually rose to his feet. The day after tomorrow marked his coming-of-age ceremony, and it was time for him to return to the imperial capital. Just then, Lin Hai, who had been by his side, suddenly stood up and addressed Liu Yun. Master, I sense 2 Dohuang auras approaching in this direction. One of them seems familiar. It appears to be the aura of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Lin Hai furrowed his brow as he spoke. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Liu Yun's eyes. The amethyst-winged Lion King? What brings it to this place? Could it be that it sensed my presence due to yesterday's events? Yet, who could the other Dohuang be? At this moment, Lin Hai continued, No. The amethyst-winged Lion King seems to be fleeing from someone. The Dohuang pursuing it appears to be at the peak of the 9-star Dohuang realm. Lin Hai unleashed his soul power, belonging to the Dozong realm, and conveyed the situation he had sensed to Liu Yun. The peak of 9-star Dohuang? Liu Yun's astonishment deepened. In the Jayama Empire, there were only 2 individuals at that level, Yun Shan, the elder of the Yunlan sect, and the guardian of the Jayama Empire, Mapiogia. Yun Shan should currently be at a critical juncture in his breakthrough to the Dozong realm and would not be here. Thus, there could be only one answer. The 9-star Dohuang hunting down the amethyst-winged Lion King was none other than Jia Xingtian. Upon reaching this conclusion, an odd expression emerged on Liu Yun's face. What brings Jia Xingtian to Haiyan City? Could it be that the last encounter with the Nameless One left a profound impression on that female doeling? The royal family must have surmised that the Li family had a Dohuang guardian, prompting Jia Xingtian, a 9-star Dohuang expert, to take matters into his own hands. With this thought, Liu Yun felt somewhat speechless. Was the royal family too idle or overly suspicious? After all, Jia Xingtian was a 9-star Dohuang expert. Why did he seem like a mere errand runner, rushing to wherever he was needed? Liu Yun silently scoffed and turned to Lin Hai, asking, What is the situation with the amethyst-winged Lion King? Lin Hai concentrated and sensed again before responding. It seems to have suffered some setbacks and is fleeing toward our direction, likely having sensed our presence. Liu Yun couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly a beast with an exceptional sense of smell, it detected even the slightest hint of energy, as long as it was still alive. Liu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his lips. This proud lion, often so haughty, was about to have its arrogance tempered by Jia Xingtian, the 9-star Dohuang. Conceal your aura and head over. Let it face some hardship before we come to its aid, Liu Yun instructed Lin Hai after a moment's thought. Understood, master, Lin Hai nodded, then inquired. Should we eliminate the pursuing 9-star Dohuang? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Hai's eyes as he spoke. Liu Yun shook his head at the question. No need to kill him. A slight deterrence will suffice. If Jia Xingtian were to perish, it would throw the entire Jayama Empire into chaos. I still intend to navigate a few more auctions smoothly. As long as the royal family does not act rashly, Liu Yun had no plans to erase him just yet. After all, A stable situation was far more conducive for him to host and develop the auction house. Lin Hai understood Li Yun's intentions, nodded in agreement, and swiftly departed from the cliffside. Chapter 237, Jia Xingtian and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Human, do not push your luck too far. Several thousand meters away from the flowing clouds, a colossal purple beast was hastily fleeing through the void, occasionally letting out a furious roar behind it. The voice resonated with an overwhelming sense of frustration and rage. Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King, how dare you trespass into my Gamma Empire? I cannot allow you to escape. Trailing closely behind the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King was a figure clad in a coarse robe, exuding a powerful aura. One was adorned in purple, the other in brown, and the two figures swiftly tore through the void like shooting stars. Moments later, it became evident that Jia Xingtian's cultivation surpassed that of the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King. As he gradually closed the distance, boom, as a massive palm imprint surged from behind, the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King was compelled to halt. Bracing itself against the oncoming force, a brilliant purple light shot forth from above the Lion King's head, colliding with the giant palm descending from the void. Upon impact, an enormous wave of energy rippled through the air. Human, what do you truly desire? After the clash, the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King hovered in the void, glaring furiously at the robed elder opposite. Why have you been lurking in Haiyan City? And what is your relationship with the Li family? What are your true intentions? Jia Xingtian scrutinized the enraged Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King, a glint of coldness flashing across his aged face. At this moment, Jia Xingtian himself was somewhat shaken. Initially, when he heard the girl Yao Yi speak of a Do Huang-level expert appearing in Haiyan City, he was skeptical. It was only after her persistent pleas that he decided to personally visit Haiyan City to investigate. Little did he expect that within the seemingly inconsequential Li family, a true Do Huang-level powerhouse was concealed, and not just any powerhouse, but a sixth-tier beast king. Regarding the ruler of the Beast Mountain Range, the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King, Jia Xingtian had certainly heard of its renown. He could never have imagined that during his visit to Haiyan City, he would encounter this legendary beast king. What was its purpose in lurking within the Li family? To protect them? Why would a king from the Beast Mountain Range come to safeguard the Li family? Countless doubts flashed through Jia Xingtian's mind. He even speculated that a force might be manipulating the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King from behind, compelling it to shield the Li family. Clinging to these uncertainties, Jia Xingtian relentlessly pursued the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King, determined to obtain the answers he sought. In the face of Jia Xingtian's inquiries, the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King remained tight-lipped. Flowing Cloud had sternly warned him before departing, forbidding any revelation of his identity. Should he defy this warning, the consequences would be dire. The mere thought of the elder accompanying Flowing Cloud sent a shiver down the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King's spine. Compared to that elder, he would rather confront Jia Xingtian. At least, there remained a sliver of opportunity for resistance. Damn it, I clearly sensed that fellow's presence yesterday. How could it have vanished? The Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King glanced at the ravaged peaks below, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Noticing the silence from the beast, Jia Xingtian's expression darkened. Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King, if you persist in your silence today, do not blame this old man for his lack of courtesy. Hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King retorted coldly. Human, let me offer you a piece of advice. Knowing too much will lead to a dire fate. Observing the beast's seemingly unperturbed demeanor, Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow, speculating whether this creature truly had formidable support behind it. However, as a 9-star Do Huang expert and a top-tier powerhouse within the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian would not be easily deterred by the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King's mere words. He fixed a cold gaze upon the beast, a murderous glint flickering across his aged visage. Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me and elucidate the matter at hand, and perhaps I may spare your life. The Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King's face contorted with fury upon hearing this. You dare to demand my submission? Never. How could I, a king among beasts, bow to a mere human? If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. As his words fell, Jia Xingtian unleashed a torrent of fighting spirit, summoning a massive palm imprint that surged forth with devastating force towards the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King. The colossal palm cleaved through the void, stirring up a tempest of energy that tore the surrounding flora asunder. Roars of terror erupted from numerous beasts as they fled the forest in panic. Humph, human, you truly overstep your bounds. As the enormous palm bore down, the Purple Crystal-Winged Lion King emitted a thunderous roar. With a powerful flap of its wings, a towering column of flame, measuring 2 to 3 meters in height, erupted from its body, hurtling towards the giant palm in a fierce collision. The two titanic entities collided in midair, momentarily freezing the space around them. Boom! With a thunderous report, the clear sky erupted with sound. The palm and the flame pillar clashed violently, each unleashing terrifying energy, causing the space between them to tremble. Bang! In the void, the palm and the flame pillar, after a brief stalemate, ultimately succumbed to their dwindling energy. With a resounding thud, they gradually dissipated into nothingness. In the instant that the giant palm and flame pillar dissipated, Jia Xingtian, draped in his coarse robe, sprang into action. His form transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving through the turbulent energy. And he appeared directly behind the purple crystal-winged Lion King. In his hand, a black blade materialized, striking fiercely at the Lion King. The blade struck the Lion King's back, producing a series of crisp sounds in the void. However, the black blade merely left behind faint white marks on the purple crystal-winged Lion King's back, which faded away in mere moments. Witnessing this scene, Jia Xingtian's expression shifted slightly. This beast possesses formidable defense. Unperturbed by the assault, the purple crystal-winged Lion King merely tilted its massive head, and from the red, spiraled horn atop its crown, a colossal purple flame erupted, measuring half a meter in girth. The searing purple flame caused Jia Xingtian's brow to furrow, and he swiftly formed a peculiar seal in front of him. Break Void Seal. As Jia Xingtian's aged voice rang out, a violent black seal materialized before him, roaring forth to counter the immense purple flames. Chapter 238. The astonished Jia Xingtian. Curse it. Seeing his purple flame attack thwarted, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's eyes blazed with radiant purple light. Its massive paw surged with resplendent purple brilliance, descending upon Jia Xingtian with fury. As the paw swept through the air, it tore apart the very fabric of sound, producing a piercing shriek that echoed through the sky. Realizing that the purple crystal-winged Lion King had resorted to a physical assault, Jia Xingtian, recognizing the beast's formidable physical defenses, dared not confront it directly. A grave expression settled on his aged face as he unfurled his white wings, conjuring a black shield that materialized before him. Crack! The giant paw crashed against the black shield, the brilliance of purple flaring as a sharp cracking sound resonated. The shield shattered into countless fragments that scattered like leaves in the wind, revealing the terrifying strength of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's physical attack. With a single strike, it obliterated Jia Xingtian's defenses, and the Lion King let out a low, menacing growl. Its massive form twisted slightly, and its astonishingly rapid assault belied its size. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, Jia Xingtian's expression remained unchanged as he deftly evaded the strikes. After all, engaging in close combat with a creature of such monstrous physicality was hardly a prudent decision. In the void above, the amethyst-winged Lion King flickered incessantly, while Jia Xingtian continuously evaded its attacks. At first glance, it appeared that the amethyst-winged Lion King held the advantage. However, in reality, none of its assaults had inflicted any harm upon Jia Xingtian. In the sky, a fierce battle raged between man and beast. In terms of cultivation, the 6th-tier high-level amethyst-winged Lion King was naturally inferior to the peak of the 9-star Do Emperor, Jia Xingtian. Yet, leveraging its formidable physique, the amethyst-winged Lion King managed to exchange blows with Jia Xingtian for a time. The commotion caused by the two was immense, awakening many beasts from their slumber within the mountain ranges. Consequently, the previously tranquil mountains erupted with various beastly roars. After an hour of fierce combat in the sky, Jia Xingtian gradually halted. He swiftly distanced himself, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. Amethyst-winged Lion King, I grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me willingly, and I shall spare your life. Never. I shall never submit. The amethyst-winged Lion King growled defiantly, its voice reverberating through the forest. My patience has been worn thin by you. In the void, Jia Xingtian stood resolute, a faint black radiance suddenly emanating from his being. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being merciless. The black light intensified, and moments later, it appeared to eclipse even the setting sun on the horizon. It seemed this adversary was prepared to unleash true power. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Jia Xingtian, the amethyst-winged Lion King became gravely serious. As Jia Xingtian's 9-star Do Emperor might erupted, the surrounding beasts below suddenly panicked and fled in all directions. Simultaneously, a brilliant purple light burst forth from the massive form of the amethyst-winged Lion King, which now regarded Jia Xingtian with a grave expression. An endless black radiance enveloped the heavens and the earth, and after a brief moment of concentration, the light abruptly condensed, forming a black blade merely half a foot in length before Jia Xingtian. In the next instant, the black blade shot forth like lightning, moving with astonishing speed, appearing before the amethyst-winged Lion King in mere moments. Void slash. As the black light flickered, Jia Xingtian's cold voice echoed repeatedly among the mountains. What a fierce aura. Witnessing this scene, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The moment the black blade materialized, its countenance shifted dramatically, and it unleashed the power it had been gathering. Amethyst Seal. Amidst the flickering purple light, the amethyst-winged Lion King's deep roar reverberated throughout the mountain range. Boom. At the moment the black blade collided with the purple light beam, a tremendous wave of energy erupted. The space around them warped slightly, and in an instant, The two forces collided with a sound reminiscent of a meteor striking. Following this, it became evident that the purple beam was at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, it exploded, while the black blade dimmed slightly. After shattering the purple beam, the black blade surged forward with unstoppable momentum, slicing through the energy waves and targeting the amethyst-winged Lion King directly. As the black blade tore through the air, the very fabric of space trembled. Crack! The black blade descended upon the amethyst-winged Lion King's head, yet it sensed the danger just in time. At a critical moment, it lowered its head slightly. The next instant, the black blade struck against the red horn atop its head. Instantly, the hardest part of the amethyst-winged Lion King's body was cleaved off. Injured at the tip of its horn, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a surge of excruciating pain and could not help but let out a furious roar towards the heavens. Wretched beast, prepare to perish. Witnessing the amethyst-winged Lion King's injury, a cold smile crept onto Jia Xingtian's face. He then unleashed his Do Chi once more, coalescing another black blade aimed at the amethyst-winged Lion King. As the black blade hurtled toward him, a glimmer of despair flashed in the amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes. Am I really to meet my end here today? Yet just then, the void distorted, and an overwhelming pressure immediately enveloped the space. Subsequently, from the warped space, a colossal hand emerged, effortlessly crushing the blade conjured by Jia Xingtian. What is this? Sensing the immense pressure from the void, Jia Xingtian's expression changed dramatically. Terror etched across his features. Just as he felt he might be crushed by the giant hand, it shifted direction, reaching for the now terrified amethyst-winged Lion King. In the next moment, the colossal hand, along with the amethyst-winged Lion King, vanished from this space. Dare to offend the Li clan again, and I shall annihilate your Jiamar empire. The instant the hand disappeared, a faint voice reached Jia Xingtian's ears, its tone chillingly indifferent. Upon hearing these words, Jia Xingtian's body stiffened, a wave of icy dread flooding over him. Only after the terrifying pressure in the void dissipated did he regain his senses. His eyes filled with horror. This is a Dozong expert. No, this is far from an ordinary Dozong expert. Chapter 239. The coming-of-age ceremony begins like Jia Xingtian. The amethyst-winged Lion King was engulfed in profound fear at this moment, after being seized by the sudden appearance of the colossal hand. It was convinced of its imminent demise. Yet, as the space shifted, a sensation of weightlessness coursed through its body, and the amethyst-winged Lion King was astonished to discover that it was still alive. With a flicker of confusion in its eyes, the amethyst-winged Lion King surveyed its surroundings. The next moment, it beheld a familiar figure. Liu Yun, is that you? The amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at the figure before it, astonishment evident in its expression. Liu Yun sat cross-legged upon a precipice, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze playfully scrutinizing the amethyst-winged Lion King as he remarked, Lion King, it has only been a few days, and yet you appear so beleaguered. To think you were being hunted. Had you not fortuitously encountered me, you might have been slaughtered and served as a roasted lion head on someone else's table by tomorrow. Upon hearing Liu Yun's slightly mocking words, the amethyst-winged Lion King's mouth twitched slightly. Subsequently, it radiated a series of violet lights, instantly transforming into a middle-aged man who glared discontentedly at Liu Yun and said, Liu Yun, I am done. In just a few days, a 9-star Do Emperor has appeared. If this continues, my life will truly be at risk. Recalling the earlier pursuit by that human, a flicker of fear crossed the amethyst-winged Lion King's face. Had it not been for Liu Yun's intervention, it might have been severed in two by now. This Black Rock City is far too perilous. What? After only a few days, you wish to abandon your post? The esteemed amethyst-winged Lion King, a once great ruler of the Beast Mountain Range, lacks such resolve? Liu Yun's tone dripped with mockery. Liu Yun, there is no need for your sardonic remarks to belittle me. The amethyst-winged Lion King retorted coldly. Had I known that staying in Black Rock City was this dangerous, I would never have acquiesced to your request. I shall not stay any longer. I want to return to my Beast Mountain Range and continue being the Beast King. The amethyst-winged Lion King declared angrily. Upon realizing that the amethyst-winged Lion King was indeed contemplating quitting, Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile creeping across his face. What? After consuming my transformation pill, you wish to depart so easily? It cannot be that simple. Our agreement was for you to serve me for 1 year, and that time has not yet elapsed. Liu Yun's voice was icy. Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King hesitated momentarily, a hint of guilt surfacing. At worst, I shall repay you in the future. In any case, I will not remain in Black Rock City. That is not for you to decide. Liu Yun's face bore a cold smirk, his gaze shifting to the nearby forest. Lin Hai immediately comprehended the implication of Liu Yun's words and nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure descended abruptly, bearing down upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. As this overwhelming force enveloped it, the amethyst-winged Lion King awakened from its stupor, casting a fearful glance towards Lin Hai. Damn it! How could I have forgotten about this formidable being? The immense pressure weighed upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, causing its body to involuntarily bend slightly. Lion King, since this young master has the power to save your life, I can just as easily take it away. You would do well to recognize your own position, Lu Yun declared, stepping forward and looking down upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King's expression shifted, its tone quickly diminishing. Surely, you wouldn't leave me to perish, would you? Observing the Lion King's faltering demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as he replied, rest assured. I have already sent Lin Hai to warn that old coot of the royal family. Henceforth, no one from the royal family will trouble you. Lu Yun was confident that after Lin Hai's earlier intimidation, Jia Xingtian would no longer dare to venture into Black Rock City to seek his doom. The amethyst-winged Lion King regarded him with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Lu Yun nodded with a smile. Do you believe that Jia Xingtian would still dare to set foot in Black Rock City? The Lion King's gaze instinctively shifted towards Lin Hai, and it soon grasped his meaning. It had nearly been terrified out of its wits by the earlier confrontation. Perhaps that human powerhouse was on par with itself, if not even superior. As the sovereign of the monster beast mountains, the amethyst-winged Lion King certainly would not entertain the notion that its courage was lesser than that of a mere human. With this understanding, a sense of relief washed over it. If that were the case, Black Rock City would indeed be considerably safer in the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, the amethyst-winged Lion King addressed Lu Yun. If that is the case, I shall remain in Black Rock City for the time being. However, I will not stay indefinitely. Once a year has passed, I shall depart and return to my monster beast mountains. Once the year is up, this young master will naturally restore your freedom. Lu Yun responded nonchalantly. Given his rate of progress, by that time, the significance of Black Rock City would likely have diminished greatly. The presence of a guardian would matter little. The amethyst-winged Lion King, with merely the strength of a Do Huang, was hardly worthy of his concern. With that, Lu Yun nodded at Lin Hai, who then retracted his imposing aura. The amethyst-winged Lion King, freed from the oppressive weight, exhaled in relief. It cast a glance at Lu Yun before transforming back into its original form and swiftly departing from the precipice. Let us take our leave as well. Following the Lion King's exit, Lu Yun and Lin Hai also made their departure. Subsequently, the two traversed the void passage of Black Rock City, returning directly to the imperial capital. In the room, as a violet halo illuminated, the figures of Lu Yun and Lin Hai gradually materialized. Ah, young master, you have returned. Qing Lin, who was tidying up the room for Lu Yun, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the flash of purple light. Indeed, Lu Yun replied, momentarily taken aback by Qing Lin's presence in his room. Observing the little girl diligently cleaning, his heart warmed. It seemed she had taken it upon herself to tidy up his quarters every day during his absence. Qing Lin, have you made any progress in your cultivation over the past few days? Lu Yun approached and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. After acquiring some medicinal herbs from the auction house, Lu Yun had also prepared a batch of foundational spirit liquid for her. Qing Lin beamed sweetly, young master. I have already broken through to the 4th stage of Do Qi. Lu Yun nodded slightly at her words. In just a few short days, she had advanced 2 minor realms. Clearly, the foundational spirit liquid proved to be quite effective. At that moment, Qing Lin suddenly recalled something and informed Lu Yun, young master. The clan leader came to see you yesterday. Lu Yun paused momentarily before realizing. It must be regarding the coming-of-age ceremony. Qing Lin nodded. Yes, young master. The ceremony is the day after tomorrow, and the clan leader asked you to be prepared. Lu Yun acknowledged with a slight nod. Chapter 240. Nailin Yinran for a family to endure through the ages. It is paramount to maintain vitality, and the source of this vitality lies within the younger generation. They are the lifeblood of the family, and only through the continuous influx of fresh blood can the great machinery of the family remain in perpetual motion. Therefore, the coming-of-age ceremony is a momentous occasion that every family holds in high regard. The Mitre family is no exception. As one of the 3 foremost families in the imperial capital, the coming-of-age ceremony of the Mitre family naturally draws the attention of various powers in the capital. Those factions allied with the Mitre family have also received invitations to partake in this significant event. Within a pavilion, Lu Yun, clad in resplendent purple robes, sat quietly alongside Yufei. A gentle breeze wafted through, offering a pleasant and refreshing atmosphere. Yufei, adorned in a striking red dress, gracefully rose to pour Lu Yun a cup of tea. Lu Yun lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip while casting his gaze toward the grand platform in the distance. The platform, constructed from premium ironwood and adorned with a crimson carpet, had been specially erected by the Mitre family for the ceremony. As Lu Yun's eyes surveyed the spacious platform, they shifted to the throngs of people gathered below, representing various factions. He let out a resigned sigh. There truly are many attendees this time. Is that not a good thing? Yufei countered. After all, the Mitre family is one of the 3 great families in the imperial capital. Such an important day as the coming-of-age ceremony naturally warrants a larger guest list. Noticing the helpless expression on Lu Yun's face, Yufei, aware of his preference for tranquility, smirked slightly. Young master, today you can no longer conceal your strength. We shall finally witness your true prowess. Although Yafei had always known of Lu Yun's impressive background, she had never witnessed his true abilities. Consequently, she felt a hint of curiosity regarding Lu Yun's current strength. While Lu Yun had decisively dealt with Mu Zhan in the past, that battle had not sufficiently revealed Lu Yun's true capabilities, as Mu Zhan was merely of Doshe rank. In response, Lu Yun glanced at Yafei, who wore a mischievous smile, and a playful grin spread across his face. Did you not witness my true strength last night? What, are you dissatisfied? Should we continue tonight? Taken aback, Yafei's beautiful face flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she playfully chided. Young master, I was speaking seriously. I have always been serious, Lu Yun teased. Yafei, blushing, retorted, young master, with so many people around, could we not discuss this? It would be quite embarrassing if someone overheard. Lu Yun chuckled, noticing her genuine shyness, and redirected his attention to the platform. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure approaching the ironwood stage. There, a woman clad in an elegant moon-white gown gracefully entered Lu Yun's line of sight. As she made her way toward the platform, the breath of every young member of the Mitre family caught in their throats, their eyes shimmering with awe. The woman wore a flowing gown with white sleeves, cinched at the waist with a delicate silver ribbon, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. Her jade-like hands were delicate, her skin flawless, and her features exquisite, exuding an ethereal elegance. Her seemingly gentle smile concealed an air of aloofness, as if she were beyond reach. Dangling from her delicate earlobes were a pair of green jade pendants, which chimed softly, reminiscent of the enchanting melody produced by mountain springs cascading over rocks. The sudden appearance of the woman clad in a moon-white robe was striking. Her grace and beauty were incomparable to that of an ordinary woman, leaving the modestly featured maid of the Mitre family feeling somewhat abashed. Within the venue, fervent gazes traversed the contours of her exquisite figure, yet when their eyes fell upon the silver sword, shaped like a cloud, embroidered on her wide sleeves, the intensity of their admiration was abruptly doused, as if splashed with a bucket of cold water, leaving in its wake a hint of reverence. Lu Yun's gaze, fixed upon the entering lady, also revealed a flicker of astonishment. This woman was none other than Nalan Yinran, the eldest daughter of the Nalan clan and a direct disciple of Yun Yun, the master of the Yunlan sect, who had recently called off her engagement with Xiao Yan. As the crowd of young men within the venue caught sight of the subtle smile gracing Nalan Yinran's beautiful visage, they found themselves momentarily entranced. Following her entrance, an elderly man, similarly attired in a robe, ambled in with a genial smile. He stood behind the moon-robed woman, his aged eyes sparkling with occasional brilliance, while his gnarled hand, extending beyond his sleeve, moved rhythmically, reminiscent of a keen eagle's talon. This elder was Guyi, an outer sect steward of the Yunlan sect. Clearly, Nalan Yinran's visit to the Mitre family not only represented the Nalan clan, but also the Yunlan sect, as evidenced by the presence of this steward. Casting a casual glance at Nalan Yinran's stunning face, Lu Yun silently lamented. This woman has grown increasingly striking. As a scion of the imperial capital's aristocracy, Lu Yun had known Nalan Yinran since childhood. However, ever since she became a disciple of the Yunlan sect, their encounters had dwindled. Just as Liu Yun's gaze lingered on Nalan Yinran, the nearby Yafei couldn't resist pinching his thigh, exclaiming, "Young master, your eyes seem to be fixated." Clearing his throat, Lu Yun subtly withdrew his gaze and, addressing the slightly envious Yafei, chuckled, "Huh? What does a mere girl have to offer? Naturally, I prefer women of your maturity." With that, his eyes roamed over Yafei's bosom. Feeling his gaze, a blush crept across Yafei's cheeks as she reproached, "Young master, you are always so improper." Subsequently, she glanced towards Nalan Yinran and Guyi, expressing her surprise. "I didn't expect the Yunlan sect to send someone as well. Why would that be surprising?" Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, redirecting his gaze to Nalan Yinran. "Now that the elder has returned to the family, our Mitre family is no longer what it once was. It's hardly unexpected for the Yunlan sect to seek an alliance with us." Chapter 241, The Little Princess. For the Gamma royal family, the Yunlan sect, being the foremost sect of the Gamma Empire, posed a significant threat. The sect's formidable strength, bolstered by the presence of Do Huang expert Yun Yun, coupled with Yun Shan's seclusion in search of a breakthrough to Do Zong, rendered them a formidable adversary. While the Gamma royal family was not to be underestimated, their power paled in comparison to that of the Yunlan sect. Over the years, these two colossal entities appeared to coexist peacefully on the surface, yet beneath that veneer, they had clashed multiple times. Externally, neither side had publicly declared their stance, but behind the scenes, they were vying for influence and fostering their own development, avoiding direct conflict. Although the Gamma royal family had been wary of the Yunlan sect, they had managed to maintain a facade of civility. Yun Yun, unaware of the Gamma royal family's foundations, would not dare to act upon any ambitions she might harbor. The Yunlan sect boasted numerous Do Wang elders. Yet the Gamma royal family also had their own formidable Do Wang experts, supported by various clans such as the Mu family, which held significant sway over the Gamma Empire's legions. As for the Nalan clan, it had been ambiguous in the past, But since Nalan Yinran had become Yun Yun's direct disciple, there was little doubt she would side with the Yunlan sect if given the choice. That left the Mitre family, which had maintained a neutral stance over the years. Despite the royal family's covetous eyes on the Mitre family's wealth, they dared not be overt in their desires, fearing that they might push the Mitre family into the arms of the Yunlan sect. Now, with the return of the Ice Emperor Habadong and the formidable presence of Do Huang, the royal family's ambitions concerning the Mitre family had been thoroughly extinguished. Simultaneously, it had deepened the royal family's resolve to court the Mitre family alongside the Yunlan sect. Liu Yun's gaze fell upon Guyi beside Nalan Yinran, musing that with the Yunlan sect's presence, the royal family could not be far behind. Suddenly, Yafei exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I didn't expect the royal family to arrive." Taken aback, Liu Yun followed Yafei's gaze and thought to himself, as anticipated. In the direction they were looking, a young girl gracefully entered the arena. Dressed in a purple gown adorned with silver patterns, her exquisite features, shaped by the influence of the royal family, exuded an innate air of nobility. A delicate purple sash accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her curvaceous figure. She appeared to be around Liu Yun's age, her charming face adorned with a subtle smile that conveyed both elegance and tranquility. However, whenever her gaze swept across the surroundings, Liu Yun noted a mischievous glint sparkling within her watery eyes, revealing that this seemingly demure girl was far from the quiet type she appeared to be. What brings her here? Liu Yun furrowed his brow, pondering if she was the royal family's representative for the Mitre family's coming-of-age ceremony. The youth entering was none other than the Gamma royal family's little princess, Yuer. In Liu Yun's memory, he recalled numerous unpleasant encounters with this princess. Back in the day, as the young master of the Mitre family, he had been known as a notorious scoundrel among the elite youths of the imperial capital. Yet, this princess had always been at odds with him. The previous owner of Liu Yun's body had been a renowned rake, wielding the power of the Mitre family's influence to bully others. Their enmity had begun when Liu Yun was caught humiliating a common girl, only to be confronted and soundly beaten by the princess. Recalling these memories, a bitter smile crept onto Liu Yun's lips. His predecessor had indeed been a notorious wastrel, and not just any wastrel, but one who couldn't even best a little girl. From a distance, the princess seemed to sense his gaze. She turned, her eyes widening in surprise as they met Liu Yun's, only to be replaced by an expression of disdain. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly approached him. Watching her approach, Liu Yun raised an eyebrow, his surprise evident. What could this girl want? Is she here to settle old scores? Heh, Liu Yun, I never expected you to rise again. Truly surprising. The little princess remarked with a series of cold laughs as she reached the edge of the pavilion. Liu Yun, aware of her unfriendly demeanor, had no intention of engaging with her. He merely replied nonchalantly, "That seems to have nothing to do with you." With that, he took Yafei's delicate hand, playing with it casually, unbothered by her presence. The princess's eyes flashed with anger as she watched him toy with Yafei's hand, her expression one of distaste. "Humph, after all this time, you remain unchanged," she retorted condescendingly, as if she were imparting a lesson from a position of superiority. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun turned his head with a hint of helplessness, scrutinizing the young woman he had not seen for over a year. His gaze gradually shifted to the emblem adorning her chest, where an ancient medicinal cauldron was intricately etched with two exquisite waves. It was evident that this little princess before him was indeed a second-tier alchemist. At such a tender age, she had already attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist, indicating her remarkable talent in the art of alchemy. Moreover, she had been apprenticed under the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Chamir, a fifth-tier alchemist of considerable repute within the imperial capital. Liu Yun recalled that in the original narrative, during the Grand Alchemist competition, this young princess had even reached the finals alongside Xiao Yan. Noticing Liu Yun's gaze, the princess's fair face flushed with anger. "What are you staring at, you dog-eyed scoundrel?" In response, Liu Yun silently averted his gaze and replied coolly, "Little princess, it has been a year since we last met, yet you remain just as petite, showing no signs of growth." The princess's expression turned an ashen hue upon hearing his words, clearly struck where it hurt. Her face darkened, and her delicate hands instinctively clenched into fists. With a faint, mocking smile directed at the fuming princess, Liu Yun raised an eyebrow. "What, do you wish to strike me?" The princess retorted sarcastically, "Do you think I lack the courage? I could have easily knocked you to the ground before, and I can do so again." Liu Yun's expression hardened as he replied nonchalantly, "You may certainly try." Anger surged within the princess as she felt the urge to throw a punch at Liu Yun. However, she suddenly recalled that this very person had recently rendered the Dome Master, Mu Zhan, incapacitated. In her current state, she was undoubtedly no match for him. Thus, her poised fist froze in midair. Observing the tense standoff between the two, Yafei shook her head in exasperation and glanced into the distance. The eldest princess has arrived. Chapter 242. The test commences at Yafei's words. Liu Yun's gaze followed hers to the horizon, where a tall woman clad in luxurious brocade robes was gracefully making her way towards him. This woman bore a resemblance to the little princess, yet exuded a cold elegance akin to Xuanmei. infused with an air of regal authority cultivated by royal upbringing. In stark contrast to the petite and endearing princess, this woman radiated a mature allure, her captivating gaze possessing an innate charm. It was eldest Princess Yao Yi. Upon seeing her approach, Lu Yun narrowed his eyes, noting the distinct differences in appearance between the long princess and her younger sister. Aware of the discord between her sister and Lu Yun, Yao Yi immediately addressed Yao Yu. Yao Yu, are you sulking again? I am not sulking. It's just that this scoundrel Lu Yun is exceedingly irritating. Yao Yu exclaimed. Such impudence. How can you speak to young Master Lu Yun in that manner? Yao Yi chided, frowning slightly at her sister's words. In the past, Yao Yi may have looked down upon Lu Yun, the heir of the Mitre family. However, with the recent rumors of the long-lost elder Habadong's return, she could not afford to underestimate him. After all, Habadong was among the top 10 powerhouses of the Garma Empire, having reached the Do Huang level. Akin to the two guardians of the empire and the Yunlong sect, this development had swiftly elevated the Mitre family to a position of immense power, second only to the royal family. Furthermore, with the Mitre family's substantial wealth, forging an alliance with them would undoubtedly solidify her own standing within the Garma Empire. Dear young Master Lu Yun, my sister Yao Yu is still quite young and speaks rather impulsively. I hope you can forgive her, Yao Yi said with a smile, a hint of apology in her tone. Upon hearing Yao Yi extend an apology to this scoundrel, Yao Yu felt a mix of confusion but remained silent, mindful of her sister's usual authority. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Seeing Yao Yi's courteous demeanor, Lu Yun responded warmly, Your Highness, you flatter me. Little princess is naturally vivacious and quite adorable. How could I possibly take offense? At that moment, Lu Yun couldn't help but wonder how Yao Yi would react if she knew he was behind the auction incident involving her beloved aunt. Adorable indeed. The little princess, who had been quietly brooding, felt a surge of annoyance at Liu Yun's patronizing remarks in front of her sister. Internally, she fumed, Yuval Lu Yun, just wait. Yet, out of respect for Yao Yi, she refrained from lashing out, instead stomping her foot in frustration before walking away. Oh, it seems even young Master Lu Yun finds my sister charming, Yao Yi commented with a mild smile, though she was somewhat taken aback. Although Lu Yun appeared rather frivolous in his speech, he maintained a calm composure in her presence. It was noteworthy, considering that in the past, he would have been far less composed before her. Furthermore, having recently defeated the Dome Master Mu Zhan, he had indeed earned her admiration. At that moment, Yao Yi solidified her intention to cultivate a rapport with Lu Yun. As the carefully groomed successor of the Garma Empire, endowed with both intelligence and beauty, she possessed remarkable organizational skills and wielded significant military authority within the royal family. Growing up in a royal household, she and her sister Yao Yu were the only legitimate heirs of the Garma Empire, yet she lacked Yao Yu's extraordinary talent. To inherit the throne, Yao Yi had to hone her skills, excelling in the finer details where she lacked innate ability. Fortunately, she displayed an incredible aptitude for governance and military strategy, exuding a formidable presence even in military attire, garnering numerous admirers within the imperial capital. Standing beside Lu Yun, Yafei remained largely indifferent to their conversation, fully aware that with Liu Yun's current status, there was no need for excessive flattery before the eldest princess. At that moment, the eldest princess also noticed Yafei, whose demeanor exuded the allure of a mature woman. Yao Yi had some recollection of Yafei, having witnessed the closeness between her and Lu Yun. She discreetly addressed Yafei. I presume you are the renowned Yafei from the auction house in Wutan City? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You are truly a natural beauty. Your Highness, it is an honor to be remembered by you, Yafei replied, her lips parting into a smile. In terms of natural beauty, how could I possibly compare to you? Your Highness, you are the epitome of grace and beauty, with countless suitors vying for your attention throughout the Garma Empire. Your Highness has arrived. Just then, amidst Yafei and Yao Yu's conversation, the voice of Mitre Tingshan echoed from a short distance away. Uncle Tingshan, Yao Yi has come specifically to attend young Master Liu Yun's coming-of-age ceremony. Yao Yi greeted politely as Tingshan approached. Thank you, Your Highness, for attending the Mitre family's coming-of-age ceremony. Tingshan replied. Young Master Lu Yun, the ceremony is about to commence. Please escort Her Highness to her seat. Of course, Grandfather, Lu Yun responded respectfully, then led Yao Yu and the others to follow Mitre Tingshan as they made their way toward the inner venue. The complexities of the Mitre family's coming-of-age ceremony were enough to make one's head spin. Sitting in the audience, Lu Yun observed the other family members on stage, arranged like puppets, and couldn't help but rub his temples, offering a wry smile to Yafei beside him. Attending this coming-of-age ceremony truly feels like self-inflicted torment. Observing the helpless demeanor of Lu Yun, Yafei's alluring eyes curved slightly as she smiled and remarked, There's nothing to be done. This is a long-standing family tradition, and even the Grand Elder cannot alter it. Lu Yun sighed, nodding in resignation. Just as he was about to succumb to boredom and drift into sleep, a voice brimming with provocation suddenly pierced the air. Lu Yun, it will soon be your turn. Step forward and showcase your prowess at the fighter level. The speaker was Mi-Tai Air Yun Fei, a fellow scion of the Mi-Tai Air clan. Having heard of Lu Yun's victory over Mu Zhan, Yun Fei harbored lingering doubts about whether Lu Yun had resorted to any forbidden substances. Chapter 243. Astonishment. Otherwise, how could Lu Yun, given his talent, have reached the fighter level in such a short span of time? Meanwhile, not far from Lu Yun, the young Princess Yao Yu cast a disdainful glance in his direction. She too found it hard to believe that Lu Yun could have defeated Mu Zhan. Her gaze was laced with mockery as she raised her fist at him, as if to say, "Let us see you embarrass yourself soon." Seeing the princess's expression left Lu Yun speechless. "Useless. Do you really need to remind me when it's time to go up?" In response to Yun Fei's skepticism, Lu Yun casually replied and chose to ignore him. Turning his gaze to the left, fixing it on the young Princess Yao Yu, unabashedly lingering on her still developing figure while shaking his head. Noticing Lu Yun's gaze upon her, Yao Yu's cheeks flushed with anger. It was at this moment that Lu Yun coldly withdrew his gaze. Witnessing Lu Yun's demeanor, Ye Fei, seated beside him, felt a twinge of helplessness. The young master, in the presence of the princess who had once beaten him, had shed his usual indifference and was solely focused on inciting her ire. Leaning back against the cool wooden chair, Lu Yun leisurely inhaled Ye Fei's enchanting fragrance, closing his eyes in tranquil anticipation. As the adult ceremony on stage progressed, it was finally Lu Yun's turn. Hearing the calls from the platform, curious and skeptical gazes shifted from the distinguished guests in the elevated seating area towards him. A significant part of their attendance at the BTTH family's adult ceremony was to ascertain the strength of the young master Lu Yun, who had recently become the talk of the imperial capital. As the calls echoed, Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling softly. His expression remained placid and unruffled as he stepped onto the elevated platform under the scrutiny of the crowd. The ceremony was presided over by BTTH Huayuan, who, despite being stripped of his elder status, was the most familiar with the rites of adulthood. Thus, BTTH Tingshan had decided to retain him for the family's coming-of-age ceremony. Previously, he had never shown Lu Yun any kindness, but ever since the return of Hai Lao, he had noticeably tempered his demeanor. The overt disdain he once wore had vanished from his aged face. With a complex gaze directed at the boy before him, whose fortunes seemed to have turned dramatically, Huayuan sighed inwardly, his features twitching slightly as he retrieved several ceremonial items from the back of the stage to present to Lu Yun. Watching the elder approach and recalling the previous complexities of the ceremony, Lu Yun felt a headache coming on, offering a wry smile before obediently closing his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yun stood still like a fool for half an hour as the tedious rites slowly came to a close. Releasing a breath of relief, Lu Yun opened his eyes to find himself doused in an array of fragrant substances, rolling his eyes in irritation. After completing these cumbersome proceedings, BTTH Huayuan wiped the sweat from his brow, turning to the black stone testing tablet and announcing loudly, "The test begins." The stone tablet used for the BTTH family's coming-of-age test was capable of measuring levels below that of a grand fighter. Upon hearing the elder's booming voice, the previously bored crowd suddenly became animated, their gazes riveted on the elevated platform. In the distinguished seating area, the eyes of various factions remained fixated on the young man clad in white. Ignoring the fervent stares surrounding him, Lu Yun calmly approached the black stone tablet. Coming to a halt before it, with squinted eyes, BTTH Huayuan regarded the youth before him, his withered hand touching the black stone tablet as a surge of fighting spirit was infused into it. He then stood expressionless to the side. Yet as his gaze swept over Lu Yun, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this little fellow truly be at the fighter level? It seemed Huayuan also harbored reservations regarding Lu Yun's victory over Mu Zhan, which was why he sought to personally oversee Lu Yun's test. Unfazed by the skepticism in Huayuan's eyes, Lu Yun's palm slowly made contact with the stone tablet. Observing Lu Yun's calm demeanor as he touched the tablet, Yao Yu in the audience couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows, muttering under her breath, could this guy really have reached the fighter level? At this moment, the spectators from the Mu family below also bore expressions of anticipation. They hoped Lu Yun had not attained the fighter level, but had instead relied on other means to defeat Mu Zhan. For if Lu Yun truly achieved the fighter level at such a young age, his talent would be nothing short of terrifying, making it conceivable for him to reach the level of emperor fighter in the future. The representative from the Nalan family, Nalan Yinran, watched Lu Yun on the elevated platform with keen interest, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of expectation. "It can't be, it shouldn't be," murmured some skeptics in the crowd. Yet suddenly, their expressions turned rigid, the remainder of their words caught in their throats. Upon the BTTH family's platform, the immense black stone tablet erupted with radiance, golden letters dancing across its surface. Many were left speechless, astonished by the inscription that materialized upon the stone. 3-star fighter. The realization that he had indeed reached the fighter level sunk in. At that moment, all eyes, after a brief moment of shock, became fixated in a stupor on the glimmering black stone tablet. The BTTH family had struck gold this time. In the distinguished seating area, a collective gasp echoed as they murmured, "A fighter so young. One can only imagine the brilliance of his future." In a mere 6 months, his progress had been astonishingly formidable. Given time, the Meteor family would likely gain another fighter emperor. Of course, Lu Yun's transmission of fighting spirit into the Blackstone tablet was done with utmost control. Had he unleashed his full power, the testing stone would likely have shattered under the strain. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. In the entire Jaimar Empire, aside from the royal family, there were 3 prominent families: the Nalan family, the Mu family, and the Meteor auction house. The Meteor auction house was protected by a fighter emperor. The Nalan family was backed by the Yunlan sect, while the Mu family stood relatively weaker. In fact, the Meteor family was the most powerful among the 3, possessing the broadest influence. The Meteor auction house spanned the entire Jaimar Empire, with the most extensive intelligence network and wealth unmatched by the other 2 families. Their patriarch, Meteor Tingshan, was a formidable fighter king, and the clan boasted a number of fighter spirit experts. Most importantly, the long-missing fighter emperor Habadong had recently returned. Chapter 244. The auction begins with such talent. Lu Yun was likely to become the second fighter emperor of the Meteor family after Habadong. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Yun's displayed prowess, everyone felt an overwhelming envy towards the Meteor family. In the center of the elevated platform, Meteor Tingshan, upon seeing the golden characters on the Blackstone tablet, felt little emotion. He understood that Lu Yun was concealing his true strength, having personally witnessed Lu Yun effortlessly defeat a grand fighter. At this moment, he slowly exhaled, casting a gaze of satisfaction towards the young man in white amidst the crowd. With a gentle smile, he mused that perhaps the wisest decision he had made in this lifetime was to support the grandson of Lu Yun as the heir of the family. The mere thought of the vast treasures Lu Yun had presented upon returning to the family, as well as the esteemed 8th-tier alchemist Minter who had yet to reveal himself, caused a soft smile to grace the corners of Meiter Tingshan's mouth. "Uncle Tingshan," remarked the Princess Yaoya, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the young man in purple. "The cultivation talent of Master Lu Yun is truly astonishing. I believe the Meiter family is bound to produce an extraordinary powerhouse this time." Meiter Tingshan chuckled heartily, his face alight with pride and excitement, almost impossible to conceal. "Your Highness, you flatter him. Lu Yun is perhaps merely fortunate to have encountered some opportunities. He is not as formidable as you suggest." Upon hearing Meiter Tingshan's feigned modesty, Yaoya clasped her hands together and concurred, "Uncle Tingshan, I believe that opportunity is the greatest ally of any cultivator." Her radiant eyes curved with delight as she laughed lightly. Regardless of whether this fellow was truly gifted or had merely devoured some rare treasures that expedited his cultivation, those concerns hardly occupied Yaoya's mind. What mattered to her was Lu Yun's current strength, which was sufficient to earn her respect. Suddenly, the princess's brows arched as a thought struck her. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired of Meiter Tingshan, "By the way, Uncle Tingshan, I recently learned of the news regarding the Heavenly Tier auction hosted by Sister Yufei alongside Master Lu Yun. Is it true?" "In response to your Highness, indeed. This matter is accurate. Tingshan has entrusted all matters pertaining to the Imperial City auction house to young Lu Yun," Meiter Tingshan replied candidly. "Oh, the Heavenly Tier auction is seldom held, and I wonder how Master Lu Yun is preparing for it. I am quite eager to see." The news that Meiter Tingshan had granted Lu Yun such authority sparked even more curiosity within Yaoya. Meanwhile, the little princess, seated not far behind Yaoya, opened her mouth in astonishment, her delicate cheeks momentarily stiffening as her eyes remained fixated on the Blackstone tablet. She sighed in relief, patting her not-so-well-developed bosom, and remarked, "Thank goodness I didn't act against Lu Yun earlier, otherwise he would surely retaliate." Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yun was oblivious to her predicament, the little princess Yaoya stood up and slipped away. Indeed, having detected the strength of a battle master, there was little left for her to observe. As the murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, the Grand Elder Meiter Huayuan, who presided over the coming-of-age ceremony, snapped back to attention and announced loudly, "Meiter Lu Yun, a 3-star battle master." At that moment, Lu Yun felt a surge of impatience, thinking to himself, "If this old fool does not hurry up, I'll give him a slap." Following Lu Yun's test, the other young members of the Meiter family took their turns on stage. Once everyone had completed their assessments, Meiter Tingshan slowly ascended to the high platform. "Esteemed guests, I, Meiter Tingshan, once again welcome you to the coming-of-age ceremony of the Meiter family. Next, we shall proceed to the final segment of the ceremony, which involves selecting one among these young heirs to assume the role of family heir. Following the selection, the Meiter family shall host a Heavenly Tier auction at the auction house. I hope all of you will find what you seek." Upon hearing Meiter Tingshan mention the Heavenly Tier auction, the crowd conveniently overlooked the prior discussion regarding the selection of the heir. For, given the current circumstances, who among the Meiter family could possibly rival Lu Yun? The subsequent proceedings progressed smoothly, as Lu Yun adhered to the ancestral traditions, defeating all challengers and rightfully earning his title as the Meiter family's heir. After Lu Yun was proclaimed heir, other young members from visiting families, including Princess Yaoya and Nalan Yaren, approached to exchange pleasantries. However, Lu Yun, already weary from the tedious process, quickly departed the bustling banquet with Yafei as soon as the ceremony concluded. Before long, Lu Yun and Yafei returned to their chambers. "Young master, have the preparations for the heavenly tier auction been finalized?" she inquired. "Of course," he replied. "Is there anything we need to promote in advance for the auction?" Yafei fluttered her alluring eyes, offering a gentle reminder. Typically, the success of an auction hinges significantly on the dissemination of information. If publicity is inadequate and attendees arrive unprepared, the items may not fetch appropriate prices, resulting in a loss for the auction. "No need." Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. The very name Heavenly Tier Auction serves as the best advertisement. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived for the Mitre Auction House to host the Heavenly Tier Auction. On this day, it appeared that the crowd at the Mitre Auction House was not particularly large, with even fewer attendees than during the previous Earthly Tier Auction. However, this seemingly sparse audience represented nearly all the prominent families of the Jiamai Empire. The royal family, Princess Yaya, brought along the little princess. The Nalan family, represented by Nalan Yaren, was accompanied by several elders from the Yimon sect. The Mu family, known for its border generals, also sent a contingent of young individuals. Not only the aristocratic families from the holy city of Jiama, but also many distinguished guests from other cities gathered in attendance. As the host of the Mitre Auction House, Lu Yun naturally chose a prime location within a private room. Although he had full control over the auction house's operations, Lu Yun, accustomed to being hands-off, would not personally oversee every detail. The arrangements for welcoming guests had long been delegated, and of course, Yafei remained the one to host the auction. Given Yafei's refined experience, she would no longer be easily astonished by ordinary 6th or 7th tier items. Chapter 245, 7th tier, Qingfeng Wan. This time, Lu Yun did not arrange for a team of experts to maintain order at the auction house as he had done during the previous auction in Haiyan City. He understood that the Ice Emperor Habadong was the ultimate deterrent. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would have to reckon with the wrath of a battle emperor. Moreover, hidden in the shadows was Lin Hai, an invincible powerhouse within the Jiama Empire, providing an additional layer of security. The attendees at the Mitre Auction House were mostly those who had participated in the Mitre family's coming-of-age ceremony previously. After waiting in his private room for a while, the auction hall finally filled to capacity. Moments later, a crisp bell chimed, resonating throughout the auction house. As the sound echoed, the previously overwhelming clamor began to fade, and countless gazes turned eagerly toward the auction stage at the center. Not long after, Yafei, adorned in a striking red, fitted brocade robe, appeared at the forefront of the auction stage. "Welcome, everyone, to the Mitre Auction House's Heavenly Tier Auction." With a voice as enchanting as it was sweet, Yafei addressed the crowd. "I believe you all know that our Mitre Auction House's most grand and luxurious auction is indeed this Heavenly Tier Auction." After a brief opening statement, Yafei got straight to the point. "Let us now commence the bidding for the first item of this auction." With her words, all eyes were immediately drawn to the auction stage. Yafei smiled slightly, then unveiled the red cloth covering a large table behind her. A colossal light blue monster egg, towering at nearly a meter in height, came into view before the astonished crowd. "The first item up for auction is this beast egg behind me. A precious egg belonging to the 5th tier beast, the azure-winged giant bird. The auction commences now, with an opening bid of 300,000 gold coins." With an alluring demeanor, Yafei proclaimed the starting price. As her words echoed, the crowd below erupted with excitement. It is no surprise that the Mitre family's celestial auction is so breathtaking from the outset. The azure-winged giant bird not only possesses the strength of a battle king, but also boasts a colossal size as its most distinctive feature. It is said that once fully matured, it will surpass the thickness of the Blackrock City's feathered bird by several folds. At that moment, the little princess, Yao Yu, gazed at the azure-winged giant bird with sparkling eyes. She sweetly whispered to her sister, "Yao Yi, sister, I heard that last time at the Blackrock City auction, a 6th tier beast egg, the iron-winged giant eagle, was taken away by Xuan Mei. Please bid for this azure-winged giant bird egg for me. One to you?" "Yao Yu, this 5th tier beast egg holds little value for us. Let us wait and see, for there may be even better items to come." The eldest princess, Yao Yi, gently tried to dissuade Yao Yu from wasting gold coins on this beast egg. "No, I want this beast egg." The little princess vehemently shook her head in response to Yao Yi's words. Yao Yi had no inclination towards a 5th tier beast egg like the azure-winged giant bird. The growth period of the azure-winged giant bird is exceedingly lengthy. Until it reaches its 5th tier, it can at best be used in transport like the feathered bird. Although it might seem somewhat lackluster, it is still a 5th tier beast egg. At that moment, the bidding had already soared to 600,000 gold coins. With an upward trend, just as Yao Yi hesitated on whether to bid for this beast egg, Yao Yu could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed loudly, 1,000,000 gold coins. This beast egg belongs to me. Her voice rang out clear as a bell, drawing the attention of all present. Upon realizing that it was the little princess of the Jejia Empire who desired the egg, many families with only moderate interest immediately withdrew their bids. Those from more powerful families also had no intention of pursuing this item, choosing instead to observe the forthcoming auction pieces. Although Yao Yi was somewhat taken aback, she could only manage a wry smile. Her sister, though willful, possessed remarkable talent in cultivation and was greatly favored at home. Since she was determined to acquire this beast egg, there was little Yao Yi could do. 1 million gold coins for the first time. 1 million gold coins for the second time. 1 million gold coins for the third time. Seeing no further bids, Yafei reluctantly struck the gavel. Originally, she had anticipated that this beast egg would fetch at least 1,500,000 gold coins, yet now, due to the royal family's presence, the bidders hesitated to raise their prices, resulting in a loss on the sale. Yafei glanced toward the private box of Lu Yun on the second floor, her eyes betraying a hint of unspoken frustration. Lu Yun, aware of Yafei's expression, felt indifferent toward the profits. As long as the item was sold, that was sufficient. He had yet to concern himself with the little princess inadvertently lowering the auction price. With a smile upon his face and a gentle gaze, he encouraged Yafei to continue. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. The auction for the 5th-tier Azure Wing Giant Bird Egg was successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return and receiving a 7th-tier Azure Wind Phoenix Beast Egg. The 7th-tier Azure Wind Phoenix Beast Egg has been transferred to the system space. Please check. The 7th-tier Azure Wind Phoenix. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged. By its name, the Azure Wind Phoenix was merely an ordinary flying beast. Given that Lu Yun already possessed several 8th-tier beasts, he naturally regarded this 7th-tier creature with indifference. However, while he had no use for it himself, it could be beneficial for others. This 5th-tier beast egg had cost Yafei a significant amount to acquire from various sources. Having just auctioned it off due to the little princess's unexpected interference, she likely felt a sense of discontent. Once the auction concluded, he would gift the 7th-tier Azure Wind Phoenix Beast Egg to Yafei. With this thought, Lu Yun diverted his attention back to the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the bidding for the second item. At this point, Yafei had already presented the next item for auction. The second item is a 5th-grade medicinal pill, the Dragon Power Pill, with an opening bid of 300,000 gold coins. The Dragon Power Pill. This remarkable pill grants the consumer an extraordinary surge of physical strength for a brief period. This strength is entirely independent of fighting spirit amplification and constitutes pure physical power. Such a potion could prove invaluable for those facing perilous situations. I bid 500,000 gold coins. I bid 600,000 gold coins. Many prominent families possess their own medicinal pills with effects similar to the Dragon Power Pill. Thus, the bidders for this item were primarily from smaller families and mercenaries traveling from afar, along with wandering cultivators. Soon, the price of this 5th-grade medicinal pill surged to 800,000 gold coins. Observing this, Lu Yun recognized the considerable effort Yafei had invested in preparing for this celestial auction. Ultimately, the 5th-grade Dragon Power Pill was successfully acquired by a mercenary leader boasting 4-star battle spirit strength for 1,100,000 gold coins. A 5th-grade medicinal pill fetching such a price was quite standard. However, Yafei on stage could not muster any joy. The acquisition of this 5th-grade Dragon Power Pill had cost her 2 5th-tier magic cores, exceeding the price at which it was sold. Just then, the system prompt chimed again in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! The auction for the 5th-grade Dragon Power Pill was successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving 10,000 5th-grade Dragon Power Pills. 10,000 5th-grade Dragon Power Pills have been transferred to the system space. Please check. 10,000 5th-grade Dragon Power Pills. Upon seeing the additional 10,000 red pills in the system space, a smile spread across Lu Yun's face. It is said that the Dragon Power Pill can promote rapid growth in specific parts of the body, such as height. If his subordinates all consumed this Dragon Power Pill in battle, their sheer size alone might intimidate their opponents. However, if the growth occurred in hair rather than height, that could lead to a rather troublesome situation. Yafei on stage was unaware that Lu Yun had obtained 10,000 Dragon Power Pills. Had she known, she would not have felt disheartened over the loss incurred from selling a single Dragon Power Pill. With the successful auction of the Dragon Power Pill, Yafei quickly presented the third item for bidding. The earlier items had largely been acquired by Yafei through the substantial funds provided by Lu Yun, while the items Lu Yun had given were reserved for the grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is a 4th-grade magic core weapon, the Crimson Scale Armor. The Crimson Scale Armor? Upon hearing that the magic core weapon was a protective armor, some elders from prominent families felt a stir of interest. A 4th-tier protective armor is sufficient to withstand attacks from battle spirit experts. In critical moments, it could undoubtedly be a life-saving treasure. Everyone desires a suit of protective armor, as it might just save their lives when the time comes. Naturally, many were eager to procure this item for the younger generation of their families. With a 4th-tier armor, the safety of their descendants during their trials would be significantly enhanced. The opening bid for the Crimson Scale Armor was set at 250,000 gold coins. Hearing this relatively modest starting price, many family members became intrigued. Of course, The most enthusiastic bidders were those mercenaries who thrived on the edge of danger. 300,000 gold coins, 400,000 gold coins, 700,000 gold coins for the third time. Ultimately, the price for this fourth-grade armor settled at 700,000 gold coins. The winner of the armor was the Wang family from the Jejia Empire, a prosperous merchant family. Although they lacked many formidable experts within their ranks, such life-saving items are, of course, more than welcome in abundance. Since no one has raised the bid any further, this Earth Dragon armor now rightfully belongs to this gentleman. Yafei gradually announced the final outcome. After the successful auction of the red scale armor, Lu Yun swiftly received a notification from the system. Ding! The fourth-tier magical core weapon, red scale armor, has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the 8th-tier magical core weapon, Celestial Dragon Armor. The 8th-tier magical core weapon, Celestial Dragon Armor, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. Host. The 8th-tier magical core weapon, Celestial Dragon Armor. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Lu Yun's expression shifted slightly. This is indeed a remarkable item. A hint of surprise graced Lu Yun's face. Currently, the Xuanwu armor he wore was of the 7th tier, capable only of withstanding attacks at the Do Zone level. In contrast, the 8th-tier magical core weapon is sufficient to withstand assaults from Do Zun level powers. With the protection of the Celestial Dragon armor, even a Do Zun expert would likely find it impossible to kill Lu Yun with a single blow. With a thought, Lu Yun's consciousness directly entered the system space. There, he beheld a golden-yellow armor suspended in the system space, adorned with a dragon-shaped phantom that danced upon its surface. Ding! May I ask if the host wishes to refine the Celestial Dragon armor? Just as Lu Yun's consciousness approached the Celestial Dragon armor, a system notification resonated softly. Lu Yun shook his head. Now is not the time. Given that he now possesses the more powerful Celestial Dragon armor, he might consider gifting the Xuanwu armor he currently wears to another. After admiring it for a moment, Lu Yun exited the system space, redirecting his gaze to the auction event. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is the fourth lot of this event. As soon as Yafei's words fell, a maid stepped onto the auction stage, carrying a purple brocade box. With a gentle smile, Yafei approached and opened the box. She then introduced. The final item for auction, which many of you may not have heard of, is called the accompanying purple crystal source. Upon hearing Yafei's words, a look of confusion spread across the faces of most attendees. The accompanying purple crystal source? What could it be? Why does it bear the name Purple Crystal? Could it be related to the purple crystal winged Lion King? Of course, within this auction city, there were still quite a few connoisseurs. Beside Nailan Yinran, two elders from the Yunlan sect exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed the accompanying purple crystal source. We never expected such a legendary treasure to be presented at the Mitre auction house. Clad in a yellow robe, Nailan Yinran, noticing the shock of the two elders, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Elders, what exactly is this accompanying purple crystal source? Upon her inquiry, the two elders from the Yunlan sect explained. The accompanying purple crystal source is produced by the purple crystal winged Lion King, born alongside its young. Its occurrence is exceedingly rare, with 100 years being a rare opportunity. For those cultivating fire attribute techniques, it is an invaluable treasure. They continued. Due to its prolonged existence within the Lion King's belly, the pure energy it contains is astonishing. Once the young beast reaches the 4th-tier magical beast stage, consuming it will directly elevate it to the 5th-tier magical beast, allowing rapid growth. However, the accompanying purple crystal source is located within the Lion King's lair, and one must remember that the purple crystal winged Lion King is a powerhouse capable of rivaling the sect leader. At this point, one elder from the Yunlan sect spoke with a tone of admiration to retrieve the accompanying purple crystal source from the Lion King's cave. The strength of the person behind this auction must be quite formidable. A Lion King that can rival our master. Upon hearing the elders, Nailan Yinran was evidently taken aback. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Princess Yao Ye's reaction was even more pronounced. During her last visit to Haiyan City, she had heard her uncle mention that the accompanying purple crystal source had been auctioned at the Li family's event, and even the young of the purple crystal winged Lion King had made an appearance. Now, the accompanying purple crystal source once again graced the high-tier auction of Mitre. Chapter 247, Auction of the Blue Lotus Platform. One must wonder if the individual behind the auction of the accompanying purple crystal source at Mitre has any connections to the Li family's backing. Or perhaps the forces manipulating the Li family have set their sights on the Mitre family. It must be said that Princess Yao Ye's thoughts are remarkably astute. She managed to deduce such startling implications merely from the mention of the accompanying purple crystal source at the auction. Surely, many present recognized the value of the accompanying purple crystal source, knowing that the attendees from the imperial capital are not lacking in experience. Yafei did not linger any longer and promptly declared, "Now, let us commence the auction for the accompanying purple crystal source. There will be no starting bid. Please feel free to bid freely. The bidding begins now." As soon as Yafei's words fell, everyone's gaze was fixed on the accompanying purple crystal source on the auction stage. and they began to call out their bids loudly. 1. 2 million gold coins. 2 third-tier pills. 2. 2 million gold coins. 3 fourth-tier pills. 3 million gold coins. 5 fourth-tier pills, and an additional fourth-tier spiritual herb. 5 million gold coins. 5 fourth-tier pills, and a fifth-tier spiritual herb. In just a moment, the price for the 3 bottles of the accompanying purple crystal source soared to astronomical heights. In the end, only Nalan Yinran and Princess Yao Yi remained in the bidding war. However, for such a rare treasure as the accompanying purple crystal source, these prices were still insufficient to secure it. After a brief standoff, with Nalan Yinran representing the Nalan family bidding a fifth-tier pill, Princess Yao Yi directly withdrew from the auction. While the accompanying purple crystal source is indeed precious, its limited quantity means that it is merely an asset for both parties in the competition to enhance their family's foundation. If the price exceeded their internal estimates, they would naturally refrain from bidding excessively. Miss Nalan bids 7 million gold coins, 6 fourth-tier pills, and 1 fifth-tier pill. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid further? Observing Nalan Yinran's generous offer, a hint of delight sparkled in Yafei's eyes. Since no one else raised their bid, this trio of accompanying purple crystal sources now rightfully belongs to Miss Nalan. Yafei cast her gaze over the audience, announcing the final result. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! The 3 bottles of accompanying purple crystal source have been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return. Receiving 3 bottles of purple fruit essence. The purple fruit essence has been dispatched to the system space. Please check, host. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Purple fruit essence? This time, it isn't a 10,000-fold return in quantity. With a flicker of thought, Lu Yun immediately entered the system space. He found 3 bottles of purple liquid, rich with potent energy, suspended within the system space. The vitality contained within was many times denser than that of the accompanying purple crystal source. Purple fruit essence, extracted from the millennium-old purple tree. It possesses the ability to rapidly enhance the cultivation of Dozong experts. Excellent, indeed. As he examined the description of the purple fruit essence, Lu Yun felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Thankfully, this time it wasn't a matter of 30,000 bottles of accompanying purple crystal source. This purple fruit essence even has the capacity to elevate the strength of Dozong experts. I wonder how Wu Ming and Qifeng are faring in the Black Corner region. With their strengths, there are likely few in the entire Black Corner region who could match them. Once I arrive there, I shall bestow this purple fruit essence upon them, and they will undoubtedly experience significant breakthroughs in their strength. While Lu Yun contemplated how to distribute the purple fruit essence, the auction progressed to the 5th item. This blue lotus platform, formed from the Earth's fire condensed over a millennium, when cultivated upon, promises to elevate one's training speed, though not quite tenfold. At least 3 to 4 times is more than sufficient. Moreover, in the event of an encounter, activating it with Do Qi will unleash the hidden earth fire within. Even Do Ling experts would hesitate to confront it directly. This lotus platform is truly remarkable. After listening to Yafei's introduction, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just the ability to enhance training speed alone qualifies this lotus platform as a treasure. Not to mention that this lotus platform could indeed be a lifesaver at a critical moment. In the eyes of the onlookers, if this lotus platform truly possesses such capabilities, its value, even if it does not quite reach the level of a 6th-tier treasure, would certainly place it among the elite of 5th-tier artifacts. Should it be successfully acquired, it would be an exceptional asset for the younger generation of the family. Ladies and gentlemen, this azure lotus platform, like the accompanying amethyst crystal source before it, has no reserve price. The auction commences now. As Yafei declared the start, the prominent families attending the auction in the imperial capital began to stir restlessly, eagerly placing bids for million gold coins, 4 4th-tier elixirs. Following the results of the previous auction for the amethyst crystal source, the bidding this time did not drag on as much. It was on the verge of reaching a fever pitch right from the outset. Those who harbored any hopes of a bargain quickly suppressed their anticipated bids, witnessing the price soar to 4 million gold coins for 5 4th-tier elixirs. Yafei's smile widened. If all goes as expected, the final price of this azure lotus platform will likely surpass that of the amethyst crystal source. Below the stage, Yao Yi listened intently to the bids, analyzing them meticulously. This was only the 5th item up for auction, yet such a remarkable treasure had already emerged. Perhaps even more extraordinary items lay ahead. Thus, during the auction of the azure lotus platform, Yao Yi remained silent throughout. Similarly, the representatives from the Nalan family and Yunlan sect refrained from bidding. The only families still in contention were the Mu family and a few other affluent clans. Although most members of the Mu family were merely appointed as some border generals without any commercial enterprises, they were nonetheless one of the 3 prominent families of the empire. Their foundation formidable. It would not be long before the other families could no longer withstand the pressure exerted by the Mu family and would concede defeat. The Mu family offers 8 million gold coins, 7 4th-tier elixirs, and 1 5th-tier elixir. After the Mu family representative concluded their bid, An eerie silence enveloped the auction hall. This was the utmost limit that such a treasure as the Azure Lotus platform could fetch in the imperial capital. To continue raising the price would be rather unwise. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than Mr. Mu? If not, the Azure Lotus platform shall belong to the Mu family. As no further bids were forthcoming, Yafei prepared to strike the gavel and announce the result. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back of the auction hall. I shall offer 3 fifth-tier elixirs. I want this Azure Lotus platform. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, the crowd could not help but turn their heads in curiosity. Chelsea, a member of the Alchemist Guild, has also arrived. The newcomer was none other than Chelsea, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Alchemist Guild and a fifth-tier alchemist. Upon recognizing Chelsea, the Mu family fell silent. Had it been any other clan, the Mu family might have contested the bid. However, the individual in question was a renowned alchemist capable of concocting fifth-tier elixirs. It is well known that alchemists are among the wealthiest individuals in this continent. Competing with them financially would be folly. Master Chipmeyer, you have arrived. Upon seeing him, Yao Yi and Princess Yu rose to greet him. Your Highness, the Crown Princess. Chipmeyer merely responded with a courteous nod, then turned his attention to Princess Yu with a broad smile. Little princess, you too have come to this auction. If you fancy anything, just tell your uncle, and I shall procure it for you. It was evident that Chipmeyer regarded his precious disciple with far greater significance than Yao Yi. At this moment, he affectionately ruffled Princess Yu's hair. No need for that. I have already acquired what I desired, a fifth-tier azure-winged giant bird-s beast egg, Princess Yu replied joyfully. Oh, do take good care of it, as it will become a companion that fights alongside you in the future. Chipmeyer paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, engrossed in conversation with the little princess. Suddenly, Yafei's voice resonated from the auction stage. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? If not, the Azure Lotus platform will belong to Master Chipmeyer. Upon hearing Yafei's words, the crowd turned their gazes toward the Mu family representative. Today, the head of the Mu family, Mu Chun, was absent, and the current representative was likely unable to make a decisive call. After 3 seconds, seeing no one else willing to bid, Yafei firmly struck the gavel. Congratulations to Master Chipmeyer on acquiring the Azure Lotus platform. Seated in the private box, Lu Yun paid no mind to the attendees at today's auction. At that moment, following Yafei's gavel strike, Lu Yun received a notification from the system. Ding! The auction of the Azure Lotus platform has been successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10,000-fold return, receiving the Bodhi Zen seat. The Bodhi Zen seat has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it, host. The Bodhi Zen seat? Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lu Yun could surmise that its effects were likely similar to those of the Azure Lotus platform. His consciousness sank into the system space, where he beheld a brown seat emanating an aura of extreme antiquity. The Bodhi Zen seat, said to be an item used by great Zen masters for meditation, not only accelerates cultivation speed by 30 times, but also possesses calming effects, capable of dispelling all mental demons, proving remarkably effective in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. This is truly an exceptional item. The Azure Lotus platform merely hastens the cultivation of fighting energy, and even if it could enhance the speed by 10 or 20 times, there are many alternatives available. However, a treasure that facilitates breakthroughs in cultivation is exceedingly rare. It is well known that across the entire fighting energy continent, countless individuals are trapped at a certain realm, never making any progress in their lifetimes, ending their days in frustration. Should the effects of this Zen seat become known, it would likely incite a storm of chaos across the continent. Numerous individuals, long unable to advance, would risk everything to seize it. With this item, Lu Yun's strength would increase even more rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, all the ordinary items for this auction have been sold. Next, we have 3 items remaining as the grand finale. At this moment, a sentence from Yafei on the auction stage once again ignited a fervor among the crowd. What? The previous items were merely ordinary goods? 3 grand finale items remain. Indeed, this auction is no simple affair. Many people marveled, while those who had not fully exerted themselves earlier appeared to have anticipated this all along. For thus far, no 6th-tier items had been presented at this auction. Upon hearing Yafei's words, Chelsea, who had just secured the Azure Lotus platform, also perked up with interest. At this moment, a maid had already brought a jade box to the table before Yafei. The next item to be auctioned is the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, renowned as the essence of fire spirits. As Yafei spoke, she opened the jade box, revealing a crimson lotus seed within. Such a rich concentration of fire attribute energy. As soon as Yafei opened the jade box, the distinguished guests below immediately sensed the intense fire attribute energy emanating from the Earth Fire Lotus Seed. This Earth Fire Lotus Seed takes a century to condense into a single seed, containing extremely pure fire attribute energy. Even a Do Huang expert would experience a significant enhancement in strength after consumption. This Earth Fire Lotus Seed also has no reserve price. It is open for trade, and everyone may begin bidding. With Yafei's declaration, individuals below eagerly began to place their bids. 2 fifth-tier elixirs, a mid-level Xian-tier cultivation method. 6 million gold coins. 3 fifth-tier elixirs, 3 4th-tier spiritual herbs, 8 million gold coins, a high-level Shin-tier fighting technique. As this auction operates on a barter system, bidders offered gold coins, elixirs, and spiritual herbs, as well as martial techniques in exchange, meaning every bidder had to present their items for assessment by the auction's professional evaluators. Even if they did not have the items on hand, they needed to specify the names, quality, and effects of those items. Meanwhile, upon hearing the bids, Princess Yu discreetly sent her personal bodyguard, Qing Yi, away. When it comes to auction items of such caliber, it was beyond the authority of a single crown princess. At this auction, the 3 prominent families, including the royal family, sent only their younger members. On the side of Nalan Yanran, a messenger was dispatched to inform her grandfather. Similarly, the Mu family representative hastily sent someone back to notify their patriarch, Mu Chun. Beside Nalan Yanran, the 2 elders from the Yunlan sect, who had initially come merely to observe the excitement, could no longer remain seated. Brother Yunfan, the efficacy of this earth-fire lotus seed is so formidable that even our sect master would experience an enhancement in strength upon consuming it. With the sect master currently absent, I must swiftly inform the Grand Elder, one of the Yunlan sect elders remarked to Yunfan before hastily leaving the middle auction house. Just as the bidding among the crowd grew intense, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Kimir, who had just secured the Azure Lotus platform, displayed a clear sense of unease. This earth-fire lotus seed seems to have been pried from the very lotus platform I just acquired. How infuriating. To dismantle an item merely to sell it twice. His muttering was overheard by the nearby little princess, who, perplexed, inquired, Uncle President, you claim that the lotus seed originated from that lotus platform, yet I observed that platform to have over a dozen indentations. How can only one lotus seed be extracted for sale? Infuriating. Upon hearing the little princess's question, Master Kimir's expression turned sour. Princess Yaya seemed to have unraveled her earlier confusion, murmuring, I was puzzled as to why the middle family, possessing such a valuable item, would not present it for the Ice Emperor's use, but instead chose to auction it. They offer merely one lotus seed for sale, unafraid of overwhelming the Ice Emperor. Seeing Kimir's ire, both Yaya and Yaiwa decided to refrain from further comment. Meanwhile, amidst the ongoing bidding, the highest price evaluated by the middle auction house had been set at 4 5th-grade pills and a high-level profound stage combat technique from Elder Yunfan of the Yunlan sect. It appeared that Yunfan was resolute in his desire to acquire this earth-fire lotus seed. The auction for the earth-fire lotus seed had already consumed more time than all preceding items combined due to the necessity of evaluating each bidder's offer. Just as the audience believed they were nearing the end, several figures appeared at the entrance of the auction house. Leading the group were 2 middle-aged men, both exuding an air of formidable authority. As they approached, Nalan Yanran, dressed in a yellow robe, promptly rose to her feet and respectfully greeted them. Father, Uncle Mo. It turned out that these 2 were Nalan Su, the patriarch of the Nalan family, and Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family. In response to Nalan Yanran's bow, both Nalan Su and Mu Chun smiled and nodded, thereafter exchanging pleasantries with Yunfan, Kimir, and the 2 princesses present. Many attendees were somewhat discontented, wondering why the middle auction house had not arranged private boxes for the distinguished guests. With so many people looking up and down at one another, could normal bidding even continue? Simultaneously, the envoy sent by the eldest princess, Yaoya, had returned and, after whispering a few words to her, Yaoya's expression instantly grew much calmer. She then coolly called out a price exceeding Yunfan's. The middle family is indeed making quite a substantial investment, even auctioning off such a prized item. Nalan Su remarked with a sigh. Indeed, such a treasure is beyond the reach of my Mu family. We are merely here to witness the spectacle. Mu Chen chuckled. Haha. Brother Mu is jesting. The Mu family is quite affluent. Compared to you, I, Nalan Su, am the true spectator here. Observing the situation, it was clear that the eldest princess had received permission from a certain individual, allowing her to bid without restraint. As Nalan Su and Mu Chen conversed, another figure appeared at the entrance. Elder Yunling of the Yunlan sect had arrived. With the shout of the middle auction house's attendant, the crowd turned their attention to the back. It was astonishing to see how one earthfire lotus seed could attract such a plethora of influential figures, including the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. At this moment, dressed in a white robe, Yunling paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd and swiftly approached the auction stage, boldly declaring, the Yunlan sect offers 15 5th-grade pills, 10 5th-grade spiritual herbs, and a high-level profound stage combat technique. Boom. Yunling's voice, imbued with the might of a Peak Do Wong, truly astonished everyone present. Upon hearing this price, the majority of bidders were immediately dissuaded. This offer had far surpassed the price previously set by the eldest princess. 15 5th-grade pills, 10 5th-grade spiritual herbs, and a high-level profound stage combat technique. Princess Yaya's expression noticeably soured at the mention of Yunling's bid. Although she had just received news that she could bid freely at this auction, she was uncertain about the extent of her own financial capabilities. Moreover, according to Yafei, there were 3 items in total to be auctioned as the grand finale. The Yunlan sect's eagerness for the Earthfire Lotus Seed was likely due to its intended use for their sect master, Yun Yun. And considering this was merely the first of the 3 finale items, if she contested Yunlan's sect now, she would have even less opportunity for the subsequent treasures. With this in mind, Yaya bit her lip and decided to forego raising her bid further. Since she had resolved not to continue bidding, Yaya planned to extend Yunling a modicum of courtesy, standing up to address him. Since you, esteemed elder, desire this Earthfire Lotus Seed, I must concede. Yaya's respectful words were well received by Yunling, who nodded in satisfaction, replying, the eldest princess is too kind. The auction is not yet concluded, and there are even more exquisite treasures awaiting the princess. Following this, Yunling's gaze shifted to Yafei on the auction stage, his expression intense, seemingly urging her to announce the results promptly. In the face of a piqued Do Wang's gaze, Yafei showed little trepidation. After calmly meeting his eyes, she chose to disregard him. This led to a slight loss of composure for Yunling. How dare a mere auctioneer disregard me? His expression darkened, nearly inciting a flare of anger. However, recalling the recent rumors about Habadong's return, Yunling suppressed his ire, merely snorting coldly. If no one else wishes to raise their bid, please announce the results promptly. Surveying the now subdued auction hall, Yafei discerned that no further bids were forthcoming. Yet, sensing Yunling's displeasure, she deliberately asked, is there anyone willing to bid higher than Mr. Yunling? If not, then the Earthfire Lotus Seed shall belong to Mr. Yunling. What are you stalling for? The middle auction house would never allow someone as unprofessional as you to conduct the auction, Yunling retorted. His challenge startled many in attendance, prompting them to direct their gazes toward Yafei on the auction stage. They were eager to witness how the middle auction house would address the query posed by this Do Wang powerhouse. Although Yafei was closely associated with Lu Yun, surely the middle family would not offend a peak Do Wang for the sake of one woman. Yaya mused internally, her gaze toward Yafei now tinged with concern. To everyone's surprise, the graceful Yafei did not falter in the face of Yunling's rebuke. Instead, with a smile, she calmly replied, Mr. Yunling, there is no need for haste. All of Yafei's actions are in accordance with the auction's procedures, since no one else has chosen to bid. This Earthfire Lotus Seed shall indeed belong to Mr. Yunling. Seeing that Yafei had once again disregarded him, Yunling, fuming, waved his sleeve and declared loudly, once the auction concludes, I will demand an explanation from Middle Tangshan. Yunling was well aware of the auction house's rules, yet this did not deter him from making his threats. However, every word spoken by Yunling in the auction hall was heard by Lu Yun in the private box. Lu Yun furrowed her brow slightly, pondering to herself. Well done, Yunling. How dare you bully Yafei? Since you wish to settle this, I shall ensure that you receive a thorough explanation after the auction concludes. Until Yafei struck the gavel, no one dared to utter another word. The crowd was astonished to witness that even an auctioneer from the Meitel family had the audacity to disregard the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. Chapter 250. The auction of the 10,000 poison pearl. Once this Earthfire Lotus Seed was secured by Yunling, many rushed forward to congratulate her on acquiring such a treasure, trying to curry favor with the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. Simultaneously, at the instant Yafei struck the gavel, a notification tone echoed in Liu Yun's mind. Ding! The Earthfire Lotus Seed has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a tenfold return, receiving the essence of a millennium-old fire lotus. The essence has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. Host, the essence of a millennium-old fire lotus. Upon hearing this name, Liu Yun's mind delved into the system space. There, she beheld a fiery red orb flickering with flames. Could it be a rare fire? If it were a common fire, it would hold no value for me. My aspirations are far loftier. However, the moment she read the description, Lu Yun felt a sense of relief. This crimson fruit could be ingested directly, as the fire attribute energy contained within would significantly enhance the strength of a dozong, and even provide substantial benefits to a dosheng. This millennium-old fire essence harbors such terrifying energy. I am currently unfit to absorb it, lest it overwhelm me. After much contemplation, she decided to wait until her strength increased before considering consuming the essence. At this moment, Yafei at the auction stage remained entirely unfazed by Yunling's earlier remarks, continuing to conduct the auction with poise. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now present the second featured item of this auction. As Yafei spoke, a maid placed an object covered in red cloth upon the table. Gently lifting the cloth, Yafei revealed a pitch-black pill resting on the plate. What is this? So dark and unremarkable. It certainly cannot be a medicinal pill. There is no way a pill would be left unsealed, and this item lacks any medicinal fragrance. The audience gazed skeptically at the featured item, each harboring doubts. Observing the murmurs from the crowd, Yafei smiled softly and said, Ladies and gentlemen, do not be hasty. Many of you may be unaware of the origins of this pearl. This is the 10,000 poison pearl, cultivated from within the body of an 8th-tier magical beast. The 10,000 poison beast. Consuming this pearl will allow one to evade the lethal toxins from all poisons and beasts of the 7th tier and below. What? Upon hearing Yafei's introduction, The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to look at the dark pearl on the plate. Yunling was the first to voice her skepticism. This mere pearl can truly protect against all toxins below the 7th tier? In response to Yunling's doubt, Yafei calmly replied, indeed. If you do not believe me, you may bid for it and ascertain its efficacy for yourself. The Mitel auction house would never risk its reputation over a single pearl. Seeing that Yafei had guaranteed the reputation of the Mitel auction house, Yunling refrained from further objections. In contrast to Yunling's skepticism, several individuals present displayed a keen desire for the pearl, particularly the father-daughter duo from the Nalan family. Father, if this pearl truly possesses such effects, could it mean salvation for grandfather's poison? Nalan Yinran whispered to Nalan Su. With a heavy sigh, Nalan Su replied, yes. Your grandfather was poisoned by the venom of a 5th-tier magical beast, the Liantai Duyin python, during his battle years ago. He has relied on Do Qi to suppress it, but as he ages, he can no longer manage it. If the Mitel auction house claims this pearl can evade toxins below the 7th tier, it may indeed relieve your grandfather of his affliction. Therefore, we must obtain this 10,000 poison pearl at all costs. On the opposite side of the auction hall, Princess Yaoya and Master Kimir were equally covetous of the 10,000 poison pearl. Master Kimir, what is your opinion on Yafei's assertion that this pearl can evade all toxins below the 7th tier? Kimir stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, given the Mitel auction house's long-standing credibility, this pearl should indeed possess such properties. Master Kimir, if what Yafei says is true, we must secure this pearl and test its efficacy, Princess Yaoya remarked, her eyes sparkling with determination. It would undoubtedly yield remarkable results against the poison masters of the Chuyan Empire. At the mention of the poison masters of the Chuyan Empire, Kimir's brow furrowed. The Chuyan Empire and the Jaimar Empire are, in strict terms, often warring adversaries. Additionally, the Chuyan Empire holds the profession of poison masters in high regard, which has led to a lack of favor from the orthodox alchemists of the Jaimar Empire. Most importantly, during conflicts between the two nations, those poison masters resort to nefarious tactics, releasing toxins and venoms in various locations, resulting in alarmingly high casualties for the Jaimar Empire's soldiers. Considering this, Kimir began to contemplate bidding for the 10,000 poison pearl. Subsequently, Chelsea discreetly remarked to Princess Yaoya, I believe President Fama would also be quite interested in this item. Upon hearing Chelsea's comment, Princess Yaoya immediately grasped his intentions, smiling at him as she said, oh, if Master Kimir suggests so. It seems the Alchemist Guild is also inclined to bid for the 10,000 poison pearl. Princess Yaoya, since this is an auction, let us each place our bids. The highest bidder shall prevail. Chelsea nodded in agreement. Very well, the highest bidder shall win. Regardless of who ultimately secures it, it shall benefit the Jaimar Empire. Princess Yaoya accepted Chelsea's proposal with delight. At the auction stage, observing that the crowd had nearly concluded their discussions, Yafei spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, as per our usual practice, we will trade items. You may present your bidding items to our professional evaluators for assessment. Now, let the bidding commence. As Yafei's words fell, individuals in the audience immediately began to call out prices. I bid 800,000 gold coins. The first to raise their bid was a wealthy merchant from the Imperial City. I bid 900,000 gold coins. In the next moment, another merchant swiftly raised the price. Few could resist the allure of the 10,000 poison pearl's miraculous effects. Even those who currently had no need for detoxification were drawn to it. After all, possessing such an item in the Jaimar Empire would render one immune to poison, unless confronted with toxins capable of threatening a dozo. 1 million gold coins, plus 3 4th-grade pills. 1 million gold coins, along with 4 4th-grade pills. 1,300,000 gold coins, plus 5 4th-grade pills, and 3 5th-grade pills. In no time, the price for the 10,000 poison pearl had already surpassed that of the Kimir Auction's Green Lotus platform. Chapter 251, 10,000 poison pearls. However, such bidding was mere child's play for those truly capable of acquiring the 10,000 poison pearl. Nalan Su, witnessing the fierce competition for the pearl, felt a surge of urgency within. The Nalan family offers 15 5th-grade pills and 15 5th-grade spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this sudden leap in price, many turned their heads, their astonished gazes lingering on Nalan Su. His bold bid quieted the previously raucous auction hall considerably. Those who had intended to raise their bids exchanged glances, reluctantly settling back into their seats. While they possessed some funds, competing with the Nalan family was clearly beyond their means. Thus, they opted to withdraw. 18 5th-grade pills, 15 5th-grade spiritual herbs, accompanied by 8 million gold coins. Yet, just as everyone believed that the price would cease at the figure announced by Nalan Su, a faint voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Following the source of the voice, Nalan Su beheld the rising figure of Princess Yaoya. Her eyes slightly reddened. Haha, Princess. You are indeed generous in your bidding, but I assure you, I have my own share of elixirs. I shall add 3 more 5th-grade pills. Upon witnessing Princess Yaoya's bid, Master Kimir, unwilling to be outdone, promptly added 3 more 5th-grade pills to the princess's offer. Princess Yaoya, Master Kimir, What is the meaning of this? Nalan Su inquired, his eyes tinged with confusion. Hearing his question, Princess Yaya appeared somewhat surprised. Master Nalan, the Wandu Pearl would be immensely useful against the poison masters of the Chuyin Empire. Is there anything wrong with my desire to acquire it? Master Kimir, seemingly oblivious to Nalan Su's unease, calmly remarked, since this item has appeared at auction, it is entirely dependent on the financial strength of both parties. Nalan Su, do not disrupt the auction house's rules. Very well, let us abide by what you have said, Master. However, my Nalan family is determined to obtain the Wandu Pearl, even if it means exhausting our family's resources. Observing that neither party was willing to yield, Nalan Su snorted coldly, then shouted loudly toward the stage. I, Nalan, shall add a special spiritual herb, the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Birth. The audience noted Nalan Su's bid, realizing that the Nalan family was prepared to confront the princess. On the stage, Yafei was taken aback by Nalan Su's offer. The prices proposed by the three had far exceeded her expectations. Yet, this was not entirely surprising. Many items in this world are often priceless until they become necessities for certain individuals, at which point their value skyrockets. Noticing the sudden silence in the auction hall, Yafei spoke up. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than Mr. Nalan? If not, the Wandu Pearl shall belong to Mr. Nalan. The revelation that Nalan Su had offered the rare 7 Illusions Green Spirit Birth even stirred Princess Yaya's emotions. It was said that this herb, when refined by an alchemist's flame into liquid form, could restore withered souls. Very well. Although she was aware that the Nalan family had been leaning toward the Yunlan sect in recent years, Princess Yaya also recognized that if she continued to raise her bid, the Nalan family would never concede, potentially harboring animosity toward the royal family. With a sigh of resignation, she decided to relinquish her pursuit. Master Kimir, will you raise your bid? Yaya inquired, turning to him. Well, Master Kimir had not anticipated that Princess Yaya would abandon the bidding so soon. It seemed she wished to avoid a confrontation with the Nalan family. However, he thought it rather wasteful for such a treasure, capable of resisting emperor-level toxins, to be utilized on an aging man. Clearly, in Master Kimir's eyes, Nalan Jia was unworthy of such a spiritual item. Yet, the price offered by the Nalan family was indeed substantial, and even he, as an alchemist, felt a measure of pressure. With a wry smile, Master Kimir conceded. I too shall withdraw. At that moment, after inquiring 3 times, Yafei struck the gavel. Congratulations to Mr. Nalan for acquiring the Wandu Pearl. Please proceed to the backstage to collect it. Just then, a sudden notification rang in Lu Yun's mind, awakening him from his drowsiness. Ding! The Wandu Pearl has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a 10,000-fold return, obtaining 10,000 Wandu Pearls. 10,000 Wandu Pearls have been dispatched to the system space. Please check your collection. What? Not again. As Lu Yun delved into the system space, he beheld countless densely packed black pearls, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is this to create an invulnerable legion? While Lu Yun's thoughts were consumed in the system space, the auction stage was now graced with the final item being presented by the attendant. Yafei stepped forward, carefully opening the wooden box held by the attendant, revealing a pristine scroll within. The next item for auction is this intermediate-level earthly technique, the Forgotten River Formula. This scroll was, of course, the one Lu Yun had previously had Lin Hai inscribed. Before Yafei could announce the starting bid, the crowd below erupted in excitement. An intermediate-level earthly technique was being auctioned for the first time in the Jiamada Empire. In fact, there had been no prior knowledge of anyone cultivating an intermediate-level earthly technique within the empire. All eyes, including those of Princess Yaya, Nalan Su, Mu Chun, and the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yun Ling, sparkled with anticipation. It is well known that, while a cultivator's potential is largely influenced by their innate talent, without a powerful technique to support them, even the most gifted would ultimately face limitations in their accomplishments. An intermediate-level earthly technique. Princess Yaya gasped, struggling to contain her excitement. Upon seeing this technique, she resolved that today, no matter the cost, she must prevent it from falling into anyone else's hands. Otherwise, given time, the entire structure of the Jiamada Empire could be altered due to this technique. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted toward the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yun Ling. If there were to be a formidable competitor in this bidding, it would undoubtedly be him. Qing Yi, please step outside immediately, Yaya whispered to her attendant, who promptly exited the auction hall. Both parties seemed to overlook why the Mitre auction house possessed an intermediate-level earthly technique and had chosen to auction it. As Princess Yaya furrowed her brow in contemplation, Yafei spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item is of extraordinary value. As per our usual practice, we shall trade items for items. Chapter 252, Astonishment. The Mitre auction house actually has an intermediate-level earthly technique for auction. Gazing at the pristine scroll on the auction stage, Yun Ling's breath quickened. For someone of his stature, this was the first encounter with such a treasure. No matter the cost, he resolved to acquire this intermediate-level technique. At this moment, Yun Ling made up his mind. He would spare no expense, even if it meant misappropriating sect treasures. Observing the crowd below, which had become increasingly agitated over an intermediate-level earthly technique. Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for the impoverished Giamata Empire. Intermediate level. A level the imperial family had likely never even glimpsed. As for the Yunlan sect, who could say? Lu Yun was uncertain whether the sect had been left with any intermediate-level techniques after the death of their founder, Yun Patian. Just then, someone finally snapped out of the shock and made the first bid. 10 fifth-grade pills. This bid immediately sparked a flurry of counteroffers. 1 intermediate-level profound technique. 20 fifth-grade spiritual herbs. 15 fifth-grade pills. 1 intermediate-level profound technique. Following these bids, participants began presenting their items for appraisal at the Mitre auction house. The auction house was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Watching the escalating bids, Princess Yaoya shook her head. She understood that for something of this caliber, even if the entire Giamata imperial family's assets were at stake, it might not suffice to secure it. At the last Mitre family anniversary celebration, she had heard Mitre Tingshan mention that the auction house was entirely entrusted to Lu Yun's management. Could it be that all of this had been orchestrated by him? With the remarkable talents presently displayed by Lu Yun, Princess Yao Yi couldn't help but speculate that he must have encountered some extraordinary fortuity. How else could he possess such invaluable treasures? If this were indeed the case, the Empire of Jiamar would likely undergo a significant upheaval. Our Yunlan sect is prepared to offer an advanced profound tier cultivation technique, 25th grade elixirs, accompanied by a 6th grade elixir. At that moment, the Grand Elder Yunling of the Yunlan sect, having successfully acquired the Earth Fire Lotus Seed, made his move once again. Upon hearing this bid, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. This offer caused more than 90% of the attendees to withdraw. Subsequently, only a handful of truly capable factions remained in contention for the Earth tier technique, a 6th grade elixir. As the bidding ascended to such heights, Yao Yi furrowed her brow. Although this price still fell short of the true worth of an Earth tier cultivation technique, this was an auction, regardless of the amount bid. As long as yours is the highest, the item would rightfully belong to you. Master Khmer, the Yunlan sect's generosity is indeed remarkable to present a 6th grade elixir. Yao Yi remarked, turning to the vice president of the Alchemist Guild beside her. In response to Yao Yi's astonishment, Khmer remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly. Given that the Yunlan sect boasts the Pil King Gu He, it is hardly surprising for them to produce a 6th grade elixir. This price is certainly within the means of the Grand Princess, is it not? If the Grand Princess does not intend to bid, I shall elevate the offer myself. Before Yao Yi could respond, Master Khmer proclaimed loudly, the Alchemist Guild also offers a 6th grade elixir, in addition to a 6th grade formula. Following Khmer's announcement, the auction hall erupted once more. Not only was there a 6th grade elixir, but a 6th grade formula was also introduced. However, the bids from these two parties required authentication, as the value of 6th grade elixirs can vary significantly. At this juncture, even the Nalen and Mu families, prominent among the 3 great families of the imperial capital, found themselves unable to participate in the bidding. It was not merely a matter of their financial capability. Without a Do Emperor present, they could not safeguard the Earth tier technique. Only the royal family and the Yunlan sect possessed Do Emperors, and aside from these two, it would be unwise for the Alchemist Guild to attempt a brazen acquisition. Clearly, the Alchemist Guild also coveted this Earth tier technique. Observing this, Yao Yi promptly commanded her attendants to present a bid. Princess Yao Yi offered 1 6th grade elixir, 25th grade spiritual herbs, and a 4th grade magic core weapon. Simultaneously, Yun Ling, Master Khmer, and Princess Yao Yi made their bids. The auction house now required an assessment of these 3 offers. The audience once again fell into a tedious wait. This heavenly tier auction had extended longer than anticipated due to several items being exchanged for goods rather than currency. As the auction progressed toward dusk, the outside sky had darkened considerably. At that moment, not far from the auction venue, 2 terrifying auras erupted in the sky, manifesting as 1 white and 1 yellow sphere of light. The formidable energies emanated from these spheres, which danced and soared through the air, revealing hazy figures within. Each collision of the spheres unleashed a ferocious ripple of energy that swept toward the Mitre auction house. All present felt the weight of this dreadful presence, with some weaker cultivators experiencing shortness of breath. The previously dim night sky was nearly obliterated by this brilliance, resembling broad daylight. The white sphere exuded an unparalleled icy chill. With each fluctuation of energy, the moisture in the air around it crystallized into solid ice. In contrast, the yellow sphere radiated a solid and weighty aura reminiscent of the Earth. Although the white sphere's attacks were fierce, they were deftly evaded by the yellow sphere, which showcased no signs of slowing down, indicating that the opponent's assaults posed little threat. Haha, ice old man, I never imagined that after decades apart, your strength remains stagnant. In our earlier days, even I had to regard your ice assaults with caution. A hearty laugh resonated from the yellow sphere following another violent clash. Oof, old fool. Have you not made any progress either? Considering your age, it seems you are nearing your limits. If you do not break through soon, your time may indeed be at hand, and without your protection, the Jiamar royal family will not enjoy such tranquility, A powerful voice echoed from the white sphere. Chapter 253, Lu Yun's Emergence. I still have a long life ahead. I am far from easy to extinguish. Moreover, once I break through to the Do zone, my lifespan will naturally extend, the aged voice from the yellow sphere replied with a faint chuckle. Do zone. Upon hearing this from the yellow sphere, the figure within the white sphere momentarily paused, questioning. Could it be that someone in the Empire of Jayamar has concocted a breaking realm pill? A breaking realm pill. That type of 6th grade high-tier elixir is not easily obtained. Jia Xingtian laughed heartily, though he soon expressed confusion. Strange, ice-old man, as the supreme elder of Mitre. How could you be unaware that there is an Earth-tier intermediate technique being auctioned today at the Mitre Heavenly Tier Auction House? There is an Earth-tier technique being auctioned at the Mitre Auction House. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian mention the Earth-tier technique, Habadong's heart skipped a beat. However, when he recalled Lu Yun's display of Earth-tier combat skills and flight techniques during their initial encounter, it no longer seemed so peculiar. So, you old fool hastily arrived to seize this Earth-tier technique. A cold glint flickered in Habadong's eyes as he warily regarded Jia Xingtian. Ice old man. To speak of seizing is rather hurtful. The royal family of the Empire of Jayamar would not stoop to such actions. Oh, if that is the case. Then if you desire this Earth-tier technique, you shall contend for it fairly at the auction. I hope you harbor no ulterior motives. Habadong was acutely aware that given his current power, should Jia Xingtian genuinely wish to seize it, he might not be able to stop him. Nevertheless, he still held a glimmer of hope for Lu Yun. True to Lu Yun's style of doing things, if he dared to present an Earth-tier technique for auction, he must have already considered the potential ramifications. What is happening? The sudden eruption of terrifying energy caused a wave of panic among many in the auction hall. This aura belonged to a Do Emperor. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunling, turned pale. 2 Do Emperors are battling outside. Do they intend to directly seize this Earth-tier technique? This notion was not exclusive to Yunling. Most attendees believed that the technique had drawn the attention of Do Emperors. Tension filled the air as everyone anxiously glanced toward the outside. Just as someone contemplated stepping out to ascertain the situation, 2 weathered figures entered side by side at the entrance of the auction venue. One was a man with flowing white hair and a menacing scar from his cheek to his eye. The other, clad in a simple robe, appeared to be an ordinary elder. Its great-grandfather. The little princess Yao Yu exclaimed excitedly, turning to Yao Yi. The one accompanying great-grandfather must be the Do Emperor elder from the Mitre family, Hai Lao. The Grand Princess Yao Yi pondered. It must be him, aside from Hai Lao. Who else in the imperial capital could contend with Jia Lao? Khmer of the Alchemist Guild nodded in agreement. So it's Jia Lao and Hai Lao. Upon realizing that the figures engaged in battle were these 2 Do Emperors, Yunling let out a sigh of relief. As Jia Xingtian and Habadong made their entrance, the atmosphere within the auction hall became noticeably oppressive. The younger generation, having encountered Elder Jia and Elder Hai, approached them with utmost respect, bowing in deference. The 2 elders acknowledged the crowd with a slight nod. Jia Xingtian cast a sweeping gaze across the auction venue, pausing momentarily on the scroll beside Yafei, before his attention shifted to the private box occupied by Lu Yun. With such a multitude present at the middle auction, it was one thing for that rascal, Middleton Shan, to be absent, but why had the head of this auction not yet made an appearance? Jia Xingtian's aged voice resonated through every corner of the hall. Hearing his words, Lu Yun, seated in the box, understood that the old man was addressing him. Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, he decided to step forward. Gazing down from the pavilion, Lu Yun wore a smile, speaking in a remarkably calm manner to the venerable Jia Xingtian below. Elder Jia, your presence truly graces our middle auction. The sudden appearance of the young man in white left the audience momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that such a grand auction would be overseen by one so youthful. At that moment, only Princess Yao Yi appeared unfazed by Lu Yun's role as the auctioneer, for she had already been aware of it since the middle family's coming-of-age ceremony. However, what astonished Yao Yi was Lu Yun's composure when addressing Elder Jia. What foundation did he possess to remain so unflustered? You must be the grandson of Middleton Shan. And you orchestrated these auction items, did you not? Elder Jia's curious gaze remained fixed upon Lu Yun. Suddenly, Lu Yun sensed an invisible pressure encroaching upon him, only for it to vanish in an instant. Elder Jia, according to the auctions protocol, there are certain matters I am unable to disclose. Lu Yun teased in response to Jia Xingtian's inquiry. Oh, in that case, I shall refrain from further questioning. If Elder Jia is interested in this item, I encourage you to place a bid to acquire it. Jia Xingtian declared. Very well, who is currently the highest bidder? He inquired. Yafei, Lu Yun called out, signaling her to announce the results of the recent evaluations. At that moment, awakened from her reverie by Lu Yun's prompt, Yafei dismissed the prominent figures around her and proceeded to relay the bidding results. Thus far, our middle auction has determined the highest bid belongs to Master Khmer, a 6th grade elixir and a 5th-tier formula, she announced, her melodious voice resonating throughout the hall. Oh, Khmer, is this in place of Fama's auction? Upon hearing that Qimir was the highest bidder, Jia Xingtian turned with a smile to inquire. To answer Elder Jia, the president is unaware of this matter, Qimir replied, feeling a weight of pressure under Jia Xingtian's gaze, nervously adding, should Elder Jia raise the bid again, I may have no choice but to withdraw. Qimir's words were crystal clear. He would not continue contending for this earth-tier technique. Then I shall express my gratitude here, Jia Xingtian remarked, shifting his gaze to Yunling. At this juncture, Yunling, the grand elder of Yunlan's sect, felt the pressure upon him and understood that securing this earth-tier combat technique was not in the cards today. He promptly replied, I share the same sentiment. Yao Yi, continue to raise the bid, Jia Xingtian instructed. Present one more 4th-grade magical core weapon. Ultimately, this earth-tier technique was fairly auctioned off to Jia Xingtian. Congratulations, Elder Jia, on successfully acquiring this final centerpiece item. I hereby declare this auction concluded. Please proceed to the hall for settlement, the announcer proclaimed. Just as Jia Xingtian claimed the earth-tier technique, a prompt echoed in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! Intermediate earth-tier technique Wangchuan Ju successfully auctioned. Congratulations, host, on triggering a 10,000-fold return. Receiving the advanced heaven-tier technique Huangquan Shengxiao Ju. The advanced heaven-tier technique Huangquan Shengxiao Ju has been dispatched to the system space. Please check your inventory. What a pity. Merely an advanced heaven-tier technique. Lu Yun mused upon receiving the system notification. Given the multitude surrounding him, he refrained from immediately examining the Huangquan Shengxiao Ju. After all, he had grown indifferent to techniques of such caliber. Old man, you have finally achieved your desire. Habadong remarked with undisguised disdain as he observed Jia Xingtian pressuring a group of younger individuals without regard for his stature. Unfazed by Habadong's scorn, Jia Xingtian laughed heartily. Haha, old Bing, I owe it all to your middle family. If I can make another leap in my lifetime, I assure you, your middle family will become the foremost family in the Jiama Empire, second only to the royal family. With that, Jia Xingtian hurried off to collect the Wangchuan Ju. Meanwhile, those who had won items also made their way to the hall to retrieve their auction goods. At that moment, Yafei slowly approached Lu Yun. Observing the fatigue on her beautiful face from a day filled with auctions, compounded by her occasional encounters with disparagement, Lu Yun felt a pang of sympathy and gently suggested, Sister Yafei, perhaps next time we hold an auction, we could entrust it to someone else to host. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Yafei appeared momentarily flustered. Young master, did I do something wrong that displeased you? That's not what I meant. Sister Yafei, you performed splendidly at the auction. Among those I've encountered, you possess the finest grasp of the auction's rhythm. I merely wish to see you less fatigued. I see. Upon receiving Lu Yun's heartfelt concern and praise, joy radiated from Yafei's face. At that moment, she thought to herself that if one day she were unable to host auctions, her sense of significance in the young master's eyes might gradually diminish. Young master, I don't feel tired at all. In fact, I truly enjoy the atmosphere of the auction hall. I hope to remain by your side, hosting auctions for you. Hearing Yafei express her sentiments in such a manner, a look of tenderness crossed Lu Yun's face as he pulled her into an embrace. Their gazes met, filled with unspoken affection, when suddenly, Yafei playfully chided, Young master. Elder Hai is still nearby. Realizing the situation, Lu Yun was reminded that they were not in private, but surrounded by others. Ahem. At that moment, Habadong, who was quite close, coughed while making his way outside the auction hall. The youth today truly lacked shame. With Habadong's departure, the other staff members of the middle auction discreetly followed suit, leaving only Lu Yun and Yafei in the vicinity. Now is it just us? Lu Yun inquired, leaning in to kiss Yafei's fiery red lips. After nearly all participants had vacated the middle auction, Lu Yun returned to the middle family's estate, laden with a plethora of elixirs and magical core weapons acquired from the auction. This time, he had amassed a significant quantity of 5th-grade elixirs and spiritual herbs, even securing a 6th-grade elixir, the Royal Spirit Pill. Although this Royal Spirit Pill shared the same grade as the Emperor's Pill, their effects differed greatly. The Royal Spirit Pill could only slightly enhance the strength of a Do Huang expert, with any improvement in realm relying purely on luck. Nonetheless, this was likely the highest price that could be offered in the imperial capital. They could not produce any more superior items. These 5th-grade and 6th-grade elixirs could undoubtedly be auctioned at other venues, and with the system's 10,000-fold return, Lu Yun might very well obtain a substantial quantity of 7th or even 8th-grade elixirs. Certainly, it is not necessarily a return of 1,000-fold in terms of quality. It may also manifest as a return of 1,000-fold in quantity. After contemplating this, Lu Yun finally felt a flicker of interest in examining the celestial-grade advanced cultivation technique, the Huangquan Ascension technique, which lay within the confines of the system space. The Huangquan Ascension technique, a celestial-grade advanced cultivation method, divided into 9 tiers. Practitioners must choose a location of extreme Yin and extreme cold for their training, which may induce a near-death state during cultivation. Those who achieve mastery will possess boundless power in their extreme Yin fighting energy. Upon perceiving the effects of the Huangquan Ascension technique, Lu Yun was reminded of the Ice Emperor Habadong. To have attained the rank of Do Huang in such a remote and impoverished region as the Jiama Empire, Habadong's talent is undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, had he not been sealed by Queen Medusa all those years ago, wasting decades of his potential, he might have already reached the rank of Dozong by now. Were Habadong to cultivate this celestial-grade fighting technique, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. Furthermore, since Habadong himself practices the ice-cold fighting energy, he would likely have no aversion to the Huangquan Ascension technique. Lu Yun has never hesitated to be generous with his own. Possessing the superior supreme technique, Nine Suns Burning Heaven, he could indeed contemplate bestowing the Huangquan Ascension technique upon Habadong. Not long after the auction concluded, many attendees began to return home under the cover of night. The Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect, Yunling, flew back to the sect alone after parting ways with others. Suddenly, without warning, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness in an instant. When Yunling opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a desolate forest. Furthermore, he was stripped of his clothing. The morning breeze sent shivers through even this peaked Do Wang powerhouse. Yunling meticulously recalled the events of the previous night. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember a single detail. His clothes and spatial ring were gone. In that moment, it dawned on Yunling that he had been robbed. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and his complexion turned ashen. Fortunately, the assailant sought only wealth and did not desire his life. However, who could have been capable of ambushing him without his awareness? In this Jia Ma holy city, only the royal family S. Jia Lao and the mitre family S. Habadong could wield such power. Yet, how could these two esteemed figures possibly stoop to such underhanded tactics against him? Unable to fathom it, Yunling's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 255. Habadong regains confidence. The following day, the events from the mitre celestial grade auction began to reverberate throughout the entire Jiama Empire. The final few highlighted items at the auction sparked fervent discussions among countless individuals. According to reports from the auction, the mitre auction house had acquired dozens of fifth-grade pills, countless spiritual herbs, and an abundance of gold coins during this celestial grade auction. According to regulations, the auction house manager was required to remit these earnings to the family. Thus, early that morning, the family's council chamber was filled with numerous elders of the mitre family. Has the family head, Lu Yun, not yet arrived? One elder inquired, addressing the seated mitre Tingshan. Following his words, several other elders echoed their impatience. Are you all so eager? Mitre Tingshan said with a scowl. Observing the anxious expressions of the elders in the hall, last night, he had learned of the happenings at the auction house. However, he felt no shock regarding the items sold. His beloved grandson was a disciple of an 8th-grade alchemist and possessed celestial-grade techniques and fighting skills. Thus, what was so remarkable about auctioning off a mere terrestrial-grade technique? According to family rules, all proceeds from the auction house must be submitted. But have you considered how these earnings were generated? The family contributed little effort, and all the auctioned items were prepared by that young scoundrel Lu Yun. How dare you demand a share? Mitre Tingshan looked upon the council members with palpable disappointment. Hearing Mitre Tingshan's remarks, the Grand Elder, Mitre Huayuan, replied sternly, regardless. Family rules are family rules. Even if these items were prepared solely by Lu Yun, it matters not. He remains a part of the family. Moreover, he utilized the family's auction house, so he must remit those earnings. As soon as Mitre Huayuan finished speaking, several individuals nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Yun must share those earnings with the clan. Even if you are the family head, you cannot show favoritism. The crowd began to turn their ire toward Mitre Tingshan, seated at the head of the chamber. Oh, is that so? Just as Mitre Tingshan was on the verge of suppressing his burgeoning fury, a chilling voice resonated from outside the chamber. Mitre Huayuan, it seems you have not learned your lesson since I revoked your status as elder last time. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of those present turned to one of reverence. As they watched the white-haired figure slowly enter the council chamber, they all rose to bow, exclaiming, "Greetings, Grand Elder." The person entering was none other than the Ice Emperor Habadong, who had fortuitously stumbled upon this internal deliberation of the mitre family. Typically, Habadong paid little heed to family affairs, but upon discovering that these individuals had gathered to pressure Lu Yun into surrendering the proceeds from the previous day's auction, he could not help but feel indignant. Habadong fixed his gaze on the Grand Elder Mitre Huayuan, asking pointedly, "Is it you who wishes to carve up the pills and magical cores from Lu Yun's auction?" "Return, Grand Elder." Mitre Huayuan, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Habadong, trembled internally and stammered, "It is not my desire. I am merely acting in accordance with family rules." Hearing Mitre Huayuan emphasize the family rules, Habadong let out a cold laugh, surveying each person in the chamber with disdain. "Nonsense family rules. I hereby declare that the Mitre family has no such rule from this day forth. If you desire resources, earn them with your own abilities. If Lu Yun wishes to give you anything, I shall not obstruct him, but should anyone attempt to seize it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." After hearing Habadong's declaration, no one dared to rebut. Noticing the silence, Habadong then turned his gaze toward Mitre Huayuan, saying nonchalantly, "Furthermore, You may as well resign from your position as Grand Elder. With that, Habadong strode out of the council chamber, leaving the elders in a state of shock. Once outside, Habadong sighed. Alas, the Mitre family has truly fallen into decline over the years, nurturing a band of parasites who only dream of falling fortunes. Had they seized this opportunity, the future of the Mitre family could have secured a place of prominence in the entire northwestern continent. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Habadong's aged face turned towards the front. Lu Yun was approaching him with a smile. Old Ha, what brings you out for a leisurely stroll today? Lu Yun greeted with a smile as he drew near. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Habadong chuckled. You rascal, since you've come, I assume you're aware of what those people inside were discussing. Indeed, Lu Yun nodded. Bored out of my mind, I wanted to see how these old-timers would pressure me into surrendering my treasures. Given that Old Ha has resolved the matter, I see no need to return inside. Upon hearing Habadong's words, Lu Yun teased, so you hold me in high regard after all. Habadong shook his head, replying, whether I hold you in high regard is of little consequence. You are destined to soar to great heights. Yet, upon finishing this sentence, a hint of melancholic resignation flickered in Habadong's eyes. The drifting clouds precisely captured the fleeting sense of melancholy in Habadong's gaze. Old Hai, do you wish to reclaim your former glory? Lu Yun inquired solemnly. Reclaim glory? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Habadong's eyes, only to swiftly dim once more. I have grown old and lack the potential of your youth, Habadong replied, shaking his head again. Observing Habadong's demeanor, Lu Yun understood that he had yet to emerge from the shadow cast by the Queen Medusa's seal that had confined him for decades. There is no need for such despondency, Old Hai. I possess a cultivation technique that may very well alleviate your regrets over the wasted decades, Lu Yun stated. Producing a cerulean scroll, curiosity piqued, Habadong took the scroll from Lu Yun's hands. As he probed with his spiritual energy, his expression dramatically shifted. The Yellow Springs Ascension technique, extreme cold and extreme fighting spirit. Could this be a celestial grade technique? The words almost escaped his lips, but he restrained himself. His eyes wide with disbelief. Knowing that you cultivate ice-type fighting spirit, this technique should pose no conflict. Take it home and study it diligently. Lu Yun concluded before gradually departing. Chapter 256. Departure. After receiving the cerulean scroll from Lu Yun, Habadong hurriedly made his way to his secluded meditation chamber. Recalling the information gleaned from the scroll, his breath remained somewhat unsteady. A celestial grade advanced technique is indeed a rare treasure, even in the highly competitive central continent. And Lu Yun had gifted it to him without a second thought. Gratitude flooded Habadong's heart, and the dormant warrior spirit within him stirred once more. Invigorated by the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, he immediately settled down to meticulously study the technique. Subsequently, he sealed the meditation chamber completely and sat cross-legged. 2 hours later, a cerulean vortex of fighting spirit formed within Habadong's body. As the vortex spun, the chilling fighting spirit from the ground began to be drawn in, instantly transforming into filamentous cerulean fighting spirit that swiftly replaced the original energy within him. If someone were standing beside Habadong at that moment, they would undoubtedly see a figure entirely enveloped in cerulean hues, resembling a frozen sculpture, devoid of any signs of life. Once all his fighting spirit had been replaced with the cerulean variant, the atmosphere in his cultivation chamber became rife with extreme and extreme cold energy, even drawing in chilling fighting spirit from dozens of meters underground. After another 2 hours, Habadong opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, a stream of white vapor escaping his lips like a ribbon. To his astonishment, he had successfully mastered the first layer of the Yellow Springs Ascension technique so swiftly, a testament to Lu Yun's discerning eye. Having completed the first layer, Habadong chose not to continue his training. To think that such a technique could even alter my constitution. Observing his seemingly youthful physique, a wave of indescribable joy washed over him. At yesterday's auction, he had fully understood the reaction of Jia Xingtian to the mid-tier earthly technique. These high-level techniques could fully excavate one's potential. While training in the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, the environment was of utmost importance. At that moment, Habadong longed to find an extremely cold and laden place to cultivate. However, before that, he needed to bid farewell to Lu Yun. Old Hai, what brings you here? In his bedroom, Lu Yun had already anticipated Habadong's arrival. Thanks to a hint from the concealed Lin Hai, Lu Yun, I have come to bid you farewell. I may need to leave the Jiamar Empire for a while. Habadong stated directly. Observing Habadong's state, Lu Yun deduced that he had successfully cultivated the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, and he felt a surge of happiness. Go and pursue what you desire, Old Hai. As for our previous agreement, there is no need to dwell on it. I too will be leaving the Jiamar Empire soon, and perhaps we shall meet again one day. By then, you will be a revered powerhouse. Oh, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Habadong's heart skipped a beat. You, the slumbering lion, are finally willing to venture beyond the impoverished confines of the Jiamar Empire. Lu Yun, let us part ways here, Habadong said, clasping his fist in respect. Very well, Old Hai, until we meet again. Lu Yun waved his hand, bidding farewell to Habadong. After his departure, Lu Yun returned to his bedroom, contemplating his next course of action. There was little left to explore within the Jimar Empire. His next plan was to rendezvous with the nameless chieftain in the Black Corner region. Surely, with their combined strength, they had established a foothold there. However, before that, Lu Yun intended to make a trip to the Chuxian Empire. Having not seen Xiao Yixin for quite some time, he felt a deep longing for her. Once his plans were laid out, Lu Yun first visited Medusa Tingshan. "Grandfather, I plan to make a trip to the Chuxian Empire," Lu Yun announced in a side room. "You've only just returned. Why must you leave again, especially to the Chuxian Empire?" Medusa Tingshan's aged face reflected surprise at Lu Yun's words. Furthermore, not long ago, Habadong had also visited him. Old Hai was just here, stating he would be away from the Jimar Empire for an extended period. "You won't be gone for long, will you?" Medusa Tingshan inquired tentatively. It seemed that Old Hai had also come to bid farewell before his departure, Lu Yun mused. "Indeed." Medusa Tingshan nodded, adding, "Moreover, today, Old Hai gave me a most unusual impression, reminiscent of how I felt decades ago when I first encountered him. It appears the Jimar Empire is too small for you all. One by one, you are all leaving." "Grandfather, you exaggerate. I won't be gone long, and besides, I can return in an instant whenever I wish. I will leave resources behind to support the family's development." "Very well, since you have already made arrangements. Go and pursue your endeavors without worry," Medusa Tingshan replied reluctantly. After bidding farewell to Medusa Tingshan, Lu Yun returned to his bedroom and summoned Yafei. This time, he intended to bring Yafei, Qing Lin, and those close to him along to the Chuxian Empire. "Young master, you plan to go to the Chuxian Empire?" Yafei inquired in Lu Yun's chamber. "Yes, please prepare with Qing Lin. We will set off tomorrow," Lu Yun replied nonchalantly. The next morning, Lu Yun prepared to embark on his journey to the Chuxian Empire. Given the distance from the imperial capital, and considering that his companions were not particularly strong, Lu Yun opted for a flying transport team to reach the Chuxian Empire, even going so far as to charter an entire flying beast. Such extravagance would certainly draw the attention of even the most prominent families within the imperial capital. As for the route, it would naturally traverse the Monster Mountain range. Arriving at the empire's border, while aboard the flying beast, Lu Yun estimated that the journey would take approximately 3 days. Rather than waste this time, he resolved to refine pills. Having inherited the legacy of the Pill Emperor, Lu Yun possessed a wealth of insights into alchemy. Each time he refined pills, he could apply various techniques to his advantage. Now, he simply needed to accumulate experience points like in a game to level up directly. Now that there is time, even if one cannot cultivate in peace, it would be wiser to refine pills and strive to become a 5th-tier alchemist. Chapter 257, Arrival at the Border. Naturally, the advancement of an alchemist requires more than just these efforts. It also necessitates a corresponding strength of soul power. Fortunately, Liu Yun's progress in Duki has been remarkably swift, and as he cultivates the soul-devouring art, his soul strength far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This time marks Liu Yun's first attempt at alchemy since he refined the Taiyin Divine Flame. With the Divine Flame at his disposal, Liu Yun now wishes to experiment with directly enveloping the medicinal materials in real fire without the use of a cauldron. Upon the massive flying beast, Liu Yun informed Yafei and the others of his intention to refine pills before retreating to a small chamber alone. Recalling the recipe for a 5th-tier pill from memory, he retrieved the necessary medicinal materials from his spatial ring. He then summoned the Taiyin Divine Flame within him. Under the suppression of his soul perception, the fierce Divine Flame danced gently in his palm like a lamb. The essence of various medicinal materials was refined by Liu Yun in his hand. With such a calm approach to alchemy, the initial form of the pill gradually began to take shape in his palm. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yun felt a surge of joy. But in the next moment, the Divine Flame suddenly erupted with ferocity, incinerating the nascent pill form in an instant. Looking at the charred remnants of the pill, Liu Yun could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. It was nothing unusual. Failure was to be expected on his first attempt at refining a 5th-tier pill. Comforting himself internally, he took out a second set of medicinal materials. His gaze was fixed intently on the Taiyin Divine Flame in his palm, and suddenly, a subtle smile graced Liu Yun's lips. Having learned from his earlier failure, he had begun to grasp some of the intricacies of crafting a 5th-tier pill. This time, he did not hesitate or pause. With his right hand controlling the Taiyin Divine Flame, his left hand moved upward slowly. Suddenly, his palm trembled, and his left arm became a blur of afterimages. As the afterimages emerged, a continuous stream of medicinal materials was swiftly fed into the Taiyin Divine Flame, a pace significantly more rapid than his first attempt. In the next moment, Liu Yun's eyes were fixed on his palm, where a large mass of light red medicinal liquid was churning vigorously amidst the blazing flames. He could distinctly sense the immense power contained within this liquid. The refining was complete. Now, it was time for integration. With his eyes intently focused on the roiling light red liquid, Liu Yun softly murmured to himself. The previous failure had occurred at this juncture, so this time, with a clear understanding of the reasons for his earlier setback, Liu Yun divided his soul power into 2 streams. one firmly controlling the tiny divine flame, while the other, like lightning, enveloped the medicinal liquid and then unleashed an extraordinarily powerful compressive force. As if responding to the compressive force from around him, the light red liquid suddenly began to fluctuate violently. With each movement of the liquid, powerful energy ripples surged forth, colliding with the invisible hand formed by his soul power. Bang! The divine flame in his palm began to tremble, and Liu Yun's expression shifted slightly. However, the churning red liquid abruptly stilled, and the invisible hand formed by his soul power surged in strength. The once massive body of liquid had now shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball. At this moment, Liu Yun understood that his soul power was at a standoff with the energy contained within the red liquid. Within the tiny divine flame, the dark red pill began to spin rapidly. As its rotation intensified, the searing heat within the tiny divine flame coalesced into twisted, invisible strands, continuously infused into the pill. Congeal for me. A deep voice resonated from Liu Yun's throat. As the fifth-tier pill began to take shape, a phenomenon was bound to occur. Following several rapid rotations of the tiny divine flame, a fierce wave of energy surged forth from it, instantly radiating like a ripple from the small chamber where Liu Yun resided. As this wave of energy spread, the flying beast in the transport team was startled. Its massive body trembled and swayed, letting out a faint, fearful shriek in midair. Feeling the sudden surge of energy and the flying beast's reaction, Yafei, who was meditating, exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! The young master has succeeded in refining the pill." Moments later, a delightful fragrance of the pill wafted from Liu Yun's chamber. In the next instant, Liu Yun stepped out of the room, holding a delicate porcelain vial in his hand. "Young master, what tier of pill is this?" Yafei asked curiously, eyeing the vial in Liu Yun's grasp. "Fifth tier," Liu Yun replied nonchalantly. "I have just broken through to the rank of fifth-tier alchemist, and I did not expect that refining a fifth-tier pill would consume so much time." "What? A fifth-tier pill? Young master, you are actually a fifth-tier alchemist. No wonder this pill could produce such a phenomenon. However, it hardly seems like the work of someone who has just advanced to fifth tier. To produce a fifth-tier pill in just 8 hours is exceptional. Even seasoned fifth-tier alchemists take far longer to accomplish such a feat." Liu Yun's performance had completely reshaped Yafei's understanding of alchemy. At that moment, Yafei thought to herself, with the young master's speed in alchemy, fifth-tier pills could likely be mass-produced. After 3 days and nights of flight, the flying beast carrying Liu Yun and his companions finally came to a halt at the border of the Jaiamar Empire. During this time, Liu Yun had continued to refine 3 batches of fifth-tier pills, solidifying his position as a fifth-tier alchemist. Next, he would attempt to refine sixth-tier pills. He mused to himself after successfully creating another batch of fifth-tier pills. With the tiny divine flame at his disposal, Liu Yun felt immensely confident in his alchemical endeavors. At that moment, through the window of his chamber, he finally caught sight of the border of the neighboring country, the Outcloud Empire. The territory of the Outcloud Empire was not inferior to that of the Jaiamar Empire. In fact, in certain aspects, it was even more expansive. However, compared to the Jaiamar Empire, this empire undoubtedly appeared much more chaotic. The profession of poison master, which was nearly reviled in the Jaiamar Empire, flourished remarkably in the Outcloud Empire. In every city, one could frequently encounter individuals clad in the robes of poison masters. In the Outcloud Empire, there existed a scene rarely seen in the Jaiamar Empire, the sale of poisons. In every city within this empire, there were specialized shops dedicated to the sale of various toxic substances. Anything related to poison could be purchased at these establishments, with stronger toxins commanding higher prices. Chapter 258, The Outcloud Empire. The Outcloud Empire possesses a unique form of duki, far more abundant than any other elemental duki. Its inhabitants refer to it as poison duki. Poison duki has numerous branches, yet they all share a commonality. They contain deadly toxins. Naturally, such toxicity is not a normal attribute, but rather a man-made mutation. Generally, individuals must immerse their bodies in toxic waters before becoming a fighter, cultivating within those waters. As the poison gradually seeps into their bodies, it eventually merges with their internal duki. Over time, the originally normal duki transforms into poison duki, exhibiting different effects. Compared to ordinary duki, poison duki indeed possesses certain advantages in lethality. However, poison is poison. It does not distinguish between friend or foe. As cultivation intensifies, the body gradually weakens under the corrosive effects of the toxins. Unless one can ascend to the rank of Do Wang, ordinary practitioners of poison attributes will have a significantly shorter lifespan than the average person. Moreover, the body is tainted with a multitude of toxins, inevitably leading to deviations in the character of certain individuals. This, in turn, has resulted in considerable chaos within the Izumo Empire. The frequency of duels and contests here is undoubtedly far greater than that in the Gamma Empire. Perhaps it is due to the ever-present threat of internal toxins manifesting at any moment. Consequently, the inhabitants of the Izumo Empire engage in their cultivation with an even more fervent intensity, for it is universally acknowledged that should one fail to attain the rank of Battle King, The toxic energy they cultivate will ultimately consume their very lives. Under the weight of such a deathly pressure, the atmosphere of cultivation within the Izumo Empire is indeed somewhat frenzied. It is precisely for this reason that, when push comes to shove, the hidden powerhouses among the common folk in the Izumo Empire may well outnumber those in the Gamma Empire. These formidable individuals seldom align themselves with any major factions. Rather, they strive independently, tirelessly honing their skills in hopes of liberating themselves from the insidious grip of internal toxins. Overall, this nation appears more chaotic and perilous than the Gamma Empire. Upon reaching the borders of the Gamma Empire, Lu Yun opted against continuing his journey aboard a flying magical beast. Atop a mountain on the fringes of the Izumo Empire, a colossal purple figure swept down from the distant horizon. Subsequently, Lu Yun, Yafei, and Qing Lin appeared atop this mountain peak. Before them lay the Izumo Empire, reputed for its rampant poison masters and utter disarray. Gazing down from their elevated vantage point at a blurred fortress in the distance, Yafei turned to Lu Yun and remarked, "That must be the Izumo Empire. It is said that within this realm, poison masters abound, creating an atmosphere of extreme turmoil." Without inquiring why Lu Yun had chosen to venture into the Izumo Empire, Yafei understood that the young master acted with his own intentions. Noticing the concern etched on Yafei's features, Lu Yun reassured her, "What is there to fear? Although poison masters are prevalent in the Izumo Empire, the Wandu pearl you ingested can withstand toxins of the 7th tier and below." At this juncture, Lu Yun suddenly recalled something and turned to Qing Lin, who was holding a pitch-black pill in her hand. "Qing Lin, consume this Wandu pearl. Within the Izumo Empire, you need not dread those poison masters." Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Lin accepted the pill from Lu Yun and promptly swallowed it. As the Wandu pearl settled in her stomach, a warm sensation began to rise within Qing Lin's abdomen. This warmth then radiated outward, circulating throughout her entire body. Qing Lin could sense that her body was undergoing some transformation, though she could not articulate precisely what had transpired. Moments later, a muffled sound emanated from within her, and her aura noticeably intensified. "Young master, my cultivation has improved significantly," Qing Lin exclaimed in surprise upon realizing the changes within her. Hearing the awe in Qing Lin's voice, Yafei smiled and gently explained, "Sister Qing Lin, the Wandu pearl is classified as a 6th-tier treasure. While its primary function is detoxification, it is entirely normal for it to slightly enhance one's cultivation while altering one's constitution. A 6th-tier treasure, no wonder," Qing Lin remarked with a soft sigh. Having spent the past few days in close quarters, Qing Lin and Yafei had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Typically reticent, Qing Lin now curiously inquired of Lu Yun, "Young master, why did you not bring Sister Kai Lin along on this journey to the Izumo Empire?" In response to Qing Lin's question, Lu Yun explained, "Kai Lin's presence here would attract too much attention, so I arranged for her to return to the Serpent Clan before my departure." Seeing that Qing Lin had fully absorbed the effects of the Wandu pearl, Lu Yun felt a sense of relief. At this moment, he focused on the expanse of the Izumo Empire ahead, his mind conjuring the image of a certain white-clad figure. "I wonder how that exceedingly gentle girl is faring now," he pondered, recalling that her cursed toxin body would require her to consume poison daily to maintain her bodily functions. A thought that filled him with a pang of heartache. As a myriad of emotions flitted through his mind, he let out a soft sigh. At this point, Lu Yun was uncertain of the whereabouts of the little medical sage. However, he believed that with her unique, cursed toxin body, she would undoubtedly shine brightly within the Izumo Empire, making her search not overly laborious. Furthermore, Lu Yun's intention for this journey to the Izumo Empire was to gain complete control over it, transforming the realm into a stronghold for the development of his own faction. Having engaged in 3 consecutive days of alchemy, Lu Yun had inadvertently broken through 3 minor realms and ascended to the rank of 8-star battle spirit. He believed it would not be long before he reached the realm of Battle King. Glancing at Yafei and Qing Lin beside him, Lu Yun smiled and said, "Let us proceed. We shall first explore a nearby large city." With that, he summoned the void-burrowing beast. Qing Lin and Yafei, seeing the beast's massive form, displayed little surprise. The 3 of them swiftly mounted the void-burrowing beast and flew towards the Izumo Empire. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a concealed presence closely trailed their every move. Though Lu Yun had not yet attained the rank of Battle King, he possessed confidence in his ability to triumph over most Battle King-level adversaries. Nevertheless, in the tumultuous Izumo Empire, he dared not let his guard down, ensuring that Lin Hai, his strongest bodyguard, accompanied him. As they traveled, the trio gradually gleaned an understanding of the chaos plaguing the Izumo Empire, particularly after witnessing various brawls, where toxic mists were liberally dispersed. Their awareness of the inherent dangers within this empire heightened considerably. After several hours of flight, the 3 finally selected a city to temporarily rest. This city, known as Black Mist City, was situated perilously close to the heart of the Izumo Empire. Chapter 259, Black Mist City, the Wan Family. Outside of Black Mist City, Lu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the massive city, which reflected a faint crimson glow under the twilight sun. Let us enter the city. After paying the requisite taxes at the city gate, the three were smoothly granted entry. Lu Yun led the two women slowly through the expansive interior of the sprawling city. If they wished to gather information, an inn would undoubtedly be the best choice. Hence, upon entering the city, they made their way directly to the largest inn in Black Mist City, the Drunken Smoke Pavilion. The trio's somewhat out-of-place attire drew considerable attention along the way, particularly Yafei's stunning visage, complemented by her graceful curves and dazzlingly fair legs, ignited a fervent desire in the hearts of onlookers. Years of experience had taught Yafei the potent allure of her beauty to men, yet at that moment, she worried that it might attract trouble for Lu Yun. Seated on the second floor of the inn, she soon noticed multiple gazes directed toward their table and leaned in closer to Lu Yun, whispering, "Young master, it seems we must adapt to local customs and alter our attire." At that moment, a young man clad in red garments, holding a folding fan, ascended from the first floor of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, accompanied by 4 or 5 attendants. The red-clad youth bore a somewhat effeminate countenance, and, as he stepped onto the second floor, he too was captivated by the sight of Yafei, who was draped in red robes. "Oh, this Drunken Smoke Pavilion has a beauty of such exquisite charm," he exclaimed. "To think such a maiden would accompany such an ordinary person. If I could win her affection." Upon catching sight of Yafei, a flicker of malice briefly crossed the red-clad youth's eyes. "Come, let us go that way," he commanded, leading his entourage as they sauntered past Lu Yun's table. As the red-clad youth passed by Lu Yun, a faint yellow gas wafted from the fan he wielded. The moment this toxic gas was released, Lu Yun's expression darkened. With a casual wave of his sleeve, the pale yellow gas was swiftly redirected toward the red-clad youth and his entourage. Suddenly, a chorus of anguished cries erupted throughout the second floor of the inn. The man clad in red had a pallid complexion as he gazed upon the writhing figures of his subordinates on the ground, their cries piercing the air. Swiftly, he extracted a black vial from his person and consumed a dark pill from within. The agonized screams of his companions immediately drew the attention of others in the second floor of the Drunken Smoke Pavilion, where many recognized the identity of this young man in red. Among them was a rugged-looking brute who, upon noticing Lu Yun and the two beauties seated beside him, shook his head and remarked to his companion, "Who is this youth that dares to provoke one eye?" After hearing the coarse man's words, his friend chimed in, "What a pity for such exquisite beauties, destined to fall prey to the second son of the Wan family. Why must you resort to such lethal measures against me and my subordinates?" The young man in red accused, attempting to shift the blame onto Lu Yun. "You speak falsely. It was you who first employed poison against my lord," countered Qinglin, seated across from Lu Yun, her voice rising with indignation. Observing Qinglin's fury, Yafei comforted, "Do not fret. Sister Qinglin, the young master will be unharmed. These individuals are but mere jesters." Yafei was well aware of Liu Yun's capabilities. The formidable purple beast he commanded was not something the man in red could contend with, and as for poison, Yafei, who had ingested the 10,000 venoms pearl, was quite confident. In such a place, it was inconceivable for a 7th-tier toxin to exist. At that moment, hearing the words of the young man in red and witnessing the convulsing forms of his subordinates, Lu Yun merely smiled, refraining from rebuttal. Clearly, the man in red had harbored murderous intent against him. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would likely have already succumbed to death. Lu Yun would not show mercy to one who sought to take his life. Upon seeing the smile at the corner of Liu Yun's lips, the young man in red was overtaken by terror. He was acutely aware that in Black Mist City, there were no rules. Had he chosen to poison this person outright, no one would have intervened on his behalf. Now, witnessing how effortlessly his toxin was dispelled, he feared that Lu Yun possessed formidable strength. With this thought, the young man in red bowed slightly and said, "My young brother, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Since you have incapacitated my subordinates, why not let us resolve this peacefully?" Suddenly, however, a nearly imperceptible green needle shot from the sleeve of the young man in red, aimed directly at Liu Yun's heart. "Beware, young master. Be careful." Yafei and Qinglin shouted anxiously as they rushed to Liu Yun's side. "Die!" The young man in red thought with a sense of triumph as the green needle was released. Yet, in the next moment, a scene of utter horror unfolded. The distance between him and Lu Yun was merely 2 or 3 meters, and at such speed, even a great fighter would find it difficult to evade. However, the green needle was caught effortlessly between Liu Yun's fingers. How could this be? The young man in red, a 9-star fighter, was aghast at how easily his close-range ambush had been thwarted. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Gazing into Liu Yun's icy eyes, he feigned calmness and said, "Senior, I was mistaken. I hope you can spare the Wan family." Seeing that Lu Yun was unharmed, Yafei and Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief. The onlookers could not help but steal glances at the green needle clutched in Liu Yun's hand, knowing that it contained a potent 3rd-tier poison known as heart-devouring goo, which even spirit fighters would not dare underestimate. Lu Yun was taken aback by the audacity of this man, who, at such a critical moment, still sought to threaten him. "In that case, I shall send you on your way," he declared, casually launching the green needle toward the heart of the young man in red. "No. The young man in red screamed in terror, but his cry was abruptly cut short as the needle pierced his heart. In mere seconds, his skin and flesh began to decay. "My father will not spare you," he uttered, expelling a mouthful of black blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 260. Mr. Wan Gui. In mere seconds, the young man in red skin and flesh began to rot. "My father will not spare you," he gasped, expelling a mouthful of black blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "He is dead. This boy has actually killed Wan Hai. Brother Huang, what are you waiting for? We must leave at once. If Mr. Wan Gui takes his ire out on us, everyone here will perish." In the drunken smoke pavilion, upon witnessing Wan Hai's tragic demise from the heart-devouring goo, the patrons hurriedly rose to flee. As the crowd began to disperse, Lu Yun suddenly pointed at a rugged-looking man and commanded, "You stay, I have questions for you." The rugged man, taken aback by Liu Yun's finger pointing at him, furrowed his brow. Yet, under the weight of Liu Yun's tone, he dared not take another step forward. Wan Hai, an 8-star fighter, had been so easily slain by this youth. It was clear that he had reached the realm of great fighter. "Do not worry. As long as you answer my questions honestly, you will not come to harm. Do you know where the largest auction house in the city is located?" Auction house. The rugged man was momentarily taken aback by Liu Yun's inquiry. He had expected questions regarding Wan Hai and the Wan family, yet here he was asked about an auction house. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "There were originally 2 large auction houses in the city, one owned by the Wan family and the other by the Wu family, each of comparable size. However, after Mr. Wan Gui of the Wan family broke through to the rank of Do Wang, the Wu family's auction house suffered greatly under their suppression and ultimately closed its doors. The Wan family you speak of is the most powerful clan in Black Mist City, correct?" The rugged man nodded emphatically. "Indeed, the Wan family boasts the formidable Mr. Wan Gui, a long-standing Do Wang expert, making them the strongest. Even the city lord's mansion must act in accordance with the Wan family's wishes. The second-ranked Wu family also has a Do Wang expert, but their strength pales in comparison to Mr. Wan Gui." Without hesitation, the rugged man revealed all he knew in response to Liu Yun's inquiries. "Wan family, Mr. Wan Gui, Do Wang level." Upon hearing the rugged man's words, Liu Yun murmured to himself and gestured for the man to depart. It seemed that the strength of the Outcloud Empire was indeed significantly superior to that of the Giamata Empire. In any given city, one could encounter no fewer than 2 Do Wang experts. It was worth noting that a single Do Wang master could establish a noteworthy family force in the capital of the Giamata Empire. "Young master, Mr. Wan Gui is a Do Wang expert. Should we not take precautions?" Ye Fei, having overheard the rugged man's words, asked with concern. "Take precautions?" Liu Yun's lips curled into an enigmatic smile upon hearing this. It appeared he could still earn a profit in Black Mist City. "We shall wait here for him to come to me." With that, Liu Yun picked up his chopsticks and selected a morsel from the delicacies on the table, following the young master's lead. Observing Liu Yun's calm demeanor, Ye Fei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Before long, a commotion erupted from the crowd outside the inn. The drunken smoke pavilion, which had seen its owner flee, suddenly grew tense. Then, the cacophony from the crowd outside ceased abruptly. A thick, black smoke billowed from the distant sky. "Who killed Heidi? Step forward and meet your death." A deep, sorrowful male voice resonated outside the drunken smoke pavilion. Peering through the window at the swirling black toxic smoke outside, Liu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Let us go," he declared, sated and refreshed. Liu Yun led the 2 women, Ye Fei and Qing Lin, outwards. Creak. As the door of the drunken smoke pavilion slowly swung open, the silhouettes of the 3 emerged at the entrance. Outside stood over 20 figures cloaked in black robes, their faces completely concealed within the shadows of their garments. The foremost man stepped forward, halting 7 meters from Liu Yun, his gaze rife with suspicion. This man was none other than Wan Feng, the elder brother of Wan Hai, the second son of the Wan family, who had just perished. At 32 years of age, his cultivation had reached the rank of 3-star doling. Younger than his brother Hai, he had effortlessly slain him, suggesting that his prowess was undoubtedly at the level of a Grand Do Master. Such a young Grand Do Master, given sufficient time to grow, would inevitably ascend to the rank of Do Emperor. With this thought, Wan Feng's murderous intent towards Liu Yun intensified. Yet, once outside, Liu Yun appeared oblivious to Wan Feng's presence and made his way toward the street on the right. "Halt. After killing Hai, do you think you can simply walk away?" Wan Feng shouted, unleashing a stream of dark red toxic mist aimed directly at Liu Yun. However, just as it was about to reach him, the mist vanished. "Strange, my poison seems to have no effect on him," Wan Feng murmured, puzzled, as he prepared to strike at Liu Yun once more. "Fenger, withdraw, you are no match for him." At that moment, an aged voice echoed through the air, momentarily halting Wan Feng's movements. "Father, you're here," he exclaimed. All eyes turned skyward, where an elderly figure clad in white robes appeared. "You must be Mr. Wan Gui?" Liu Yun inquired, halting his advance. This time, he had no intention of calling upon Lin Hai for assistance. His current cultivation was nearing that of a Do Wang, augmented by the Taiyin divine flame and the supreme technique. 9 suns burning heaven. He felt confident in his ability to engage in combat across ranks. Who are you? Daring to wreak havoc in my Black Mist City? Wan Gui, draped in white, glared coldly at Lu Yun, though beneath his frigid demeanor lay a hint of trepidation. Judging by Lu Yun's appearance, he seemed to be merely in his early teens. At such a young age, possessing the strength of a doling suggested that he might hail from a formidable lineage. Though Wan Gui harbored immense hatred towards Lu Yun for the death of his son, the possibility of Lu Yun being backed by a powerful faction filled him with apprehension. What am I? Lu Yun replied, momentarily taken aback, before a cryptic smile graced his lips. Soon, I shall be the master of this Black Mist City. With that, he cast a cold gaze at Wan Gui, stating, and your Wan family will soon vanish from Black Mist City. Lu Yun's brazen proclamation incensed Wan Gui, who roared, arrogant wretch. Without regard for Lu Yun's formidable background, he unleashed a black palm imprint toward him. The imprint exuded a sinister aura, clearly a manifestation of a poisonous technique. Step back. Lu Yun commanded the two women beside him, remaining unfazed by Wan Gui's attack. In an instant, he vanished, directly confronting Wan Gui. Employing the phantom shadow technique, Lu Yun conjured dozens of illusory figures, surging toward Wan Gui. Movement do technique? As Lu Yun effortlessly evaded his palm strike, Wan Gui's eyes narrowed, revealing his wariness. He quickly formed seals with his hands, releasing a dozen noxious projectiles toward Lu Yun's illusions. Unperturbed by the toxic projectiles, Lu Yun knew that the potent poison wielded by a mere Do Wang would have no effect on him after consuming the Wan poison pearl. Sky-shrouding palm. In the next moment, a handprint gathered in Lu Yun's palm and descended upon Wan Gui. Sizzle, sizzle. The fierce energies collided in the air, producing a series of piercing sounds as wisps of smoke began to rise. Several black clouds erupted, indiscriminately striking outwards. A few of the black-robed men from the Wan family were unfortunate enough to be caught in the toxic onslaught. The sudden assault elicited shrill cries, and the garments of those struck were torn asunder, their flesh rapidly corroded by the lethal toxins within the tempestuous winds. In less than a minute, their bones lay exposed, their lives extinguished amidst the horrified gazes surrounding them. The remaining black-robed figures, having narrowly escaped, swallowed hard at the sight of the skeletal remains, haunted by the thought that they too might have met the same fate had they been caught in that poisonous barrage. The faint black toxic mist drifted past Lu Yun, who remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on Wan Gui, revealing a hint of astonishment. This old fellow must have reached the 5-star Do Wang level. How is this possible? You are unscathed by my toxic dragon seal. Wan Gui exclaimed, shock plastered across his aged face as he beheld Lu Yun standing amidst the miasma, completely unharmed. Such trivial poison, what can it do to me? Lu Yun stood resolute, casting a disdainful look at Wan Gui. Wan Gui's heart surged with both shock and fury. He could not fathom why his toxic arts held no sway over this youth. Crimson and scorching Do Qi began to emanate from Lu Yun, and as he scanned the increasing number of onlookers surrounding him, a frown creased his brow. If he intended to instill fear within Black Mist City, he must display absolute power. Delaying further would diminish the impact of his demonstration. It was time to swiftly resolve this old man. With this thought, Lu Yun resolved to act decisively, his hand forming a seal. 9 suns burning heaven. As he inwardly chanted, the tiny divine flame surged rapidly along an unusual meridian, unleashing a tempestuous power that coursed through him, filling him with a tremendous sense of strength. His aura erupted, and disregarding Wan Gui's altered expression, Lu Yun's feet moved as phantoms flickered. In an instant, he reappeared behind Wan Gui, unleashing a scorching gust aimed directly at the elder's back. Boom. As a Do Wang, Wan Gui reacted swiftly. Sensing the intense heat behind him, he spun around with urgency, unleashing a fist imbued with his immense Do Qi to counter Lu Yun's palm strike. The two forces collided, producing a thunderous sound that resonated through the air. The shockwaves rippled outward, causing Lu Yun to take a step back. He shrugged off the residual energy that had flowed back along his arm. Wan Gui, though shaken, managed to stabilize himself after retreating 3 or 4 paces, his face flushed with embarrassment as he realized that in their very first confrontation, this seemingly youthful doling had left him in such a disheveled state. This boy's Do technique must be of the earth grade. Given his strength, he should not be able to sustain such energy consumption. Wan Gui, seasoned and perceptive, quickly discerned the intricacies of Lu Yun's technique. Casting a fleeting glance at Wan Gui, Lu Yun, determined to resolve the matter swiftly, unleashed another burst of phantom energy from his feet. Suddenly, he vanished, leaving behind only a lingering shadow, and reappeared directly in front of Wan Gui. The abrupt appearance of Lu Yun startled Wan Gui, who instinctively summoned a torrent of Do Qi, sending forth a mighty wave of energy toward Lu Yun. Yet, with the might of the tiny divine flame coursing through him, Lu Yun remained unfazed. No attack could possibly harm him. In an instant, as he refined his fighting spirit into a formidable force, Lu Yun lunged forward, his figure flickering as he appeared before Wan Gu, delivering a devastating palm strike directly to the latter's chest. Humph. The immense force erupted forth, causing Wangu's complexion to pale noticeably, followed by a low, muffled groan escaping his throat. Clearly, Liu Yun's fierce close-range assault caught him off guard, inflicting significant injury. Filled with astonishment and anger, Wangu flapped his fighting spirit wings behind him, desperately attempting to retreat. Yet, barely having retreated a few meters, Liu Yun was already upon him like a relentless shadow, a chilling smile gracing his lips. With his palm infused with a sharp, slicing wind that tore through the air, he struck fiercely at Wangu's chest once more. The shadow-blocking palm. In that moment of impact, a cold shout resonated within Liu Yun's mind, as the terrifying hidden force within his palm bones surged forth like a tidal wave, ultimately invading Wangu's body amidst his horrified expression, culminating in a sudden explosion. Uft! This lethal palm strike forced a spray of crimson blood from Wangu's mouth. But as the blood left his body, it eerily transformed into a blood arrow, hurtling straight toward Liu Yun's face. Liu Yun did not even lift his gaze. As the blood arrow approached, he opened his mouth and exhaled, unleashing a wisp of lunar flame that incinerated it into a cloud of smoke, which was laced with a pungent, toxic scent emanating from Wangu's blood. The series of events, from Liu Yun's afterimage to his two swift close-range assaults, transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers processed what had happened, Wangu had already lost his combat capability, crashing to the ground. Chapter 262, The Dread of Black Mist City. Observing Wangu's fallen form, Liu Yun sensed a flicker of life still within him. With a thought, he swiftly moved before Wangu, directly placing him into the system's space. This old fellow was, after all, a 6-star Do Wang. Should he be auctioned, it was likely that Liu Yun would acquire a powerful ally. At the same time, Liu Yun discarded his earlier intention to annihilate the Wangu family. If Wangu were to be auctioned, the Wangu clan would undoubtedly exhaust all efforts to reclaim him. This was the key to successfully auctioning off Wangu. Dad. Upon witnessing Wangu's defeat and subsequent disappearance, Wan Feng was incredulous. He turned his gaze toward Liu Yun, who had already returned to the Xian pavilion, his eyes betraying a look of terror. Before hastily fleeing with a group of black-robed individuals, Liu Yun made no attempt to stop Wan Feng, since he intended to auction Wangu. The Wangu clan could no longer seek vengeance. Otherwise, who would want this old fellow Wangu? The onlookers, witnessing the rapid suppression of Wangu by Liu Yun, were stirred by a tumult of emotions. Wangu's strength was well known. In Black Mist City, the Wangu clan had reigned supreme, bolstered by Wangu's formidable presence. Yet now, this esteemed powerhouse had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Who was this young man before them, capable of overpowering such a legendary Do Wang? Liu Yun's gaze swept across the crowd, and he coldly inquired, "Are there any members of the Wu family present?" The onlookers exchanged glances, yet no one responded. Liu Yun remained unfazed, reiterating in a flat tone, "I kindly request that you inform the head of the Wu family that I, this young master, await him at Xian Pavilion. If no representatives from the Wu family arrive by tomorrow, the consequences will be dire." His words were laced with a chilling intent, sending a shiver through the hearts of the gathered crowd. Soon, the news of Liu Yun's victory over Wangu spread rapidly throughout Black Mist City. "Young master, are you alright?" Upon Liu Yun's return to Xian Pavilion, Yufei and Qing Lin hurriedly approached him, concern etched across their faces. Liu Yun shook his head confidently, asserting, "A mere Do Wang is nothing. How could he possibly harm me? Young master, what shall we do next?" Yufei continued to wear a worried expression, fearing that Liu Yun's earlier display would attract further trouble. "No need for concern. We shall remain here and quietly await their arrival," Liu Yun replied nonchalantly. He believed that his earlier display had sufficiently intimidated the entirety of Black Mist City. He had learned that there were two auction houses within Black Mist City, the Wangu clan and the Wu clan. However, under the oppression of the Wangu clan, the Wu clan's auction house had been forced to shut down. Now, with Wangu's most powerful warrior incapacitated, the Wu clan would undoubtedly rejoice at the news. Yet, if they were wise, they would come respectfully to visit him at Xian Pavilion. Otherwise, Liu Yun had no qualms about reshaping the power dynamics of Black Mist City entirely. In the Wu family's backyard, "Father, father," a voice filled with excitement and shock suddenly rang out as a burly figure raced toward the backyard. In the pavilion, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion. As he beheld the approaching figure, his expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Yunner, what has you in such a flurry? How have I taught you to conduct yourself?" The burly man was Wu Yun, the eldest son of the Wu family, while the middle-aged man was Wu Jingtao, the head of the Wu clan. At this moment, Wu Yun, panting heavily, excitedly relayed to Wu Jingtao, "Father, that old fellow Wangu is finished. The Wangu clan is done for." Hearing Wangu's name, Wu Jingtao's expression changed, growing serious. What exactly transpired? After taking a moment to steady himself, Wu Yun recounted the events at Xian Pavilion in detail. After a brief silence, Wu Jingtao's face turned grave. A mysterious young powerhouse had emerged at Xian Pavilion, overpowering Wangu and issuing a bold challenge for him, the head of the Wu clan, to pay a visit. What could this individual possibly want? Noticing his father's serious demeanor, Wu Yun couldn't help but inquire. Father, should we go visit this individual at Zuyan Pavilion? Wu Jingtao hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. Yes, we must go, and we must do so with the utmost respect. Given that this individual had defeated even the legendary Do Wang Wangu, Wu Jingtao understood that he would not stand a chance against such a foe. Since the challenge had been laid down, failing to respond would only leave them with no way to retreat. Wu Jingtao feared that this mysterious young powerhouse might suddenly turn their attention toward the Wu family. With Wangu's downfall, the Wangu clan could no longer maintain their foothold in Black Mist City. In the future, Black Mist City would belong solely to the Wu family, provided that this enigmatic powerhouse did not turn against them. With this in mind, Wu Jingtao instructed Wu Yun, quickly prepare, we shall head to Zuyan Pavilion at once. Wangu clan, is what you say true? Has your father been killed? In the hall, a woman exclaimed in fury, disbelief etched across her aged face. Before her knelt a young man, Wan Feng, the eldest son of the Wangu family, who had fled in panic from Zuyan Pavilion. Wan Feng's face was filled with terror. Mother, you must avenge father. He died such a miserable death. Avenge? How can we seek vengeance? From what you describe, their strength far surpasses your father's. They likely possess 7 or 8-star Do Wang capabilities. The woman's face bore an expression of helplessness, her demeanor despondent. Wan Feng hesitated before slowly speaking. Mother, perhaps I should summon uncle to take action. With his strength, he could definitely deal with that individual. Eldest brother. The woman paused, her expression shifting to one of resentment. Very well, go immediately to the demon poison sect and ask your uncle to come out of seclusion. Her tone turned cold and commanding as she spoke to Wan Feng. Yes, mother, I will set off for the demon poison sect at once. Upon hearing these words, Wan Feng's face instantly revealed an expression of excitement. The demon poison sect is the most formidable force within the vicinity of over 10 cities, and it is said that its sect master has long since attained the realm of Do Huang. Moreover, Wan Feng's uncle serves as the grand elder of the demon poison sect, possessing the strength of a 9-star Do Wang. Wan Feng firmly believes that as long as his uncle intervenes, that detestable brat will surely be subdued. Father, do not worry. I shall avenge you. A glint of resentment flashed in Wan Feng's eyes as he hurriedly departed from Black Mist City. Chapter 263. Subduing the Wu family at this moment. Within the grand establishment of Zui Yin Pavilion, aside from Lu Yun and his companions, there were no other guests present. In an upstairs private room, Yafei had donned a remarkably simple outfit and adorned herself with a black hat. Despite the lack of vibrant attire, her alluring figure still exuded a distinct charm. Upon entering Yafei's room, Lu Yun, noticing her somewhat unusual attire, smiled and inquired, Sister Yafei, what is this? Young master from now on. This is how Yafei shall dress when outside, she replied hesitantly. Understanding her intentions, Lu Yun responded, it's nothing. I simply do not wish to trouble the young master. Yafei lowered her head as she spoke. Is that so? Are you certain that this attire will not attract unwanted attention? Lu Yun teased, playfully pinching her waist, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her form. Though she was dressed simply and wore a hat, it only added to her air of mystery. With Lu Yun's playful gesture, Yafei let out a soft protest, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson as she whispered, Young master, Sister Qing Lin is still next door. At her reminder, Lu Yun momentarily ceased his actions, a smile playing upon his lips as he suggested, then let us change to another room. How mischievous, young master. I promised Sister Qing Lin that I would sleep with her tonight, Yafei exclaimed, her face flushed as she gently pushed against Lu Yun's chest. Just then, Lu Yun sensed the arrival of someone outside Zui Yin Pavilion and remarked, the Wu family members are quite perceptive, arriving so promptly. Why did the young master summon the Wu family? Yafei inquired curiously. To find some capable individuals to assist me, Lu Yun explained. Will they obediently serve the young master? She asked. If they refuse, then the Wu family should prepare to vanish from Black Mist City. No sooner had Lu Yun spoken than over a dozen members of the Wu family appeared in the hall of Zui Yin Pavilion. The family head, Wu Jingtao, along with his eldest son, Wu Yun, had also arrived. In the hall, Wu Jingtao respectfully saluted the direction of Lu Yun and his companions, saying, I am Wu Jingtao, the head of the Wu family, here to seek an audience with the esteemed senior. Hearing his voice, Lu Yun, wearing a smile, leisurely descended to the balcony on the second floor, looking down upon Wu Jingtao, and casually remarked, so you are the head of the Wu family. I did not expect Yun'er to be absolutely correct. This man is indeed quite youthful and possesses the strength to defeat that old cur, Wan Goe. At this moment, Wu Jingtao was filled with excitement. Upon hearing Lu Yun speak, he quickly replied with reverence, I am Wu Jingtao, the head of the Wu family. May I inquire what you require of my family? Nothing much, merely that your Wu family acknowledges me as your master and serves my needs from now on, Lu Yun stated nonchalantly. As these words left his lips, numerous members of the Wu family present in the hall displayed indignation, murmuring amongst themselves. What? This person dares to demand our Wu family serve him? Wan Goe has dominated Black Mist City for so long and has never treated us this way. Indeed, how could our Wu family pledge allegiance to an outsider? A hint of struggle appeared on Wu Jingtao's face. Though he was equally furious, he refrained from displaying it overtly. Senior jest, if there are matters you require assistance with, the Wu family will certainly do our utmost to help. Witnessing Wu Jingtao's obsequiousness towards Lu Yun, one of the Wu family youths could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Uncle, why should we give face to someone who humiliates our Wu family? Are we truly afraid of him?" Silence. Hurry and apologize to the esteemed senior. Wu Jingtao rebuked sternly. He then turned back to Lu Yun, offering a forced smile. The younger generation is ignorant. I hope the esteemed senior will not take offense. Wu Jingtao, a mere two-star Do Wang, managed to secure a position in Black Mist City without being consumed by the Wan family largely due to his astute dealings. The youth who had spoken earlier, seeing Wu Jingtao's anger directed at him, felt increasingly confused. His face was a mask of defiance. And just as he was about to speak again, a cold laugh echoed from above. Heh, it seems your Wu family is unwilling to acknowledge me as your master. In that case, there is no need to spare you any further. As Lu Yun's chilling words resonated, the atmosphere in the hall of Zui Yin Pavilion distorted. An overwhelming pressure enveloping the space. From the warped air, a colossal hand fashioned from Do Chi emerged. What is happening? What terrifying existence lurks in the void? Surely, the newcomer is a Do Huang. Under the immense pressure, aside from Wu Jingtao, the other youths of the Wu family found themselves paralyzed, unable to move. Their expressions betraying sheer terror. Wu Jingtao first felt a wave of horror, and then a resolute glimmer crossed his eyes. With his years of experience, he suspected that the oppressive force emanating from the colossal hand might even exceed that of a Do Huang. Just as the giant hand was about to descend upon the Wu family, a crisp sound echoed through the hall. Wu Jingtao unexpectedly knelt before Lu Yun, pleading loudly. I beseech you, master, show mercy. Do not harm my kin. Upon hearing this, satisfaction gleamed in Lu Yun's eyes, and the enormous hand in the void dissipated instantly. With its vanishing, the suffocating pressure that had gripped the Wu family also vanished. Realizing what had just transpired, they all broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for their head kneeling in supplication, the Wu family would likely have faced annihilation in Black Mist City today. With this thought, the members of the Wu family wasted no time, bowing towards Lu Yun in unison, exclaiming, We pay our respects to our master. Observing their actions, Lu Yun felt quite pleased. Wu Jingtao, he called lightly. Wu Jingtao quickly raised his head, attentively listening to Lu Yun's forthcoming orders. Rise. You are fortunate to have made a wise decision. From this moment forth, remember that your Wu family is now a subsidiary of Lu Yun Pavilion. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the members of the Wu family promptly stood and replied in unison, Yes, master. We shall remember. Chapter 264. Arranging the auction. Wu Jingtao. Here are 1,000 fifth-grade magic crystals. Take them and enhance the strength of your Wu family. Lu Yun, ever generous towards his own, presented 1,000 fifth-grade magic crystals at once. Though these treasures bore little significance to him, they represented unimaginable wealth for a family like the Wu in Black Mist City. Wu Jingtao gazed in awe at the pile of glimmering fifth-grade magic crystals that had suddenly appeared before him, feeling increasingly grateful for his earlier decision. Thank you for your generous gift, master. Wu Jingtao swiftly advanced to collect the fifth-grade magic cores into his spatial ring, then, with a fawning expression, addressed Lu Yun, Master. This drunken smoke pavilion is rather noisy. Might we relocate to my humble abode? I shall ensure that you are attended to with the utmost care. Very well. Upon hearing Wu Jingtai's suggestion, Lu Yun nodded in agreement and called out to Yafei and Qing Lin, who were in the adjacent room. Sister Yafei, Qing Lin. Tonight, we shall visit the Wu family. Naturally, Yafei and Qing Lin had heard the commotion outside and were aware that Lu Yun had resolved the matter. They opened the door and slowly approached Lu Yun. Wu Jingtao was not particularly surprised by the sudden appearance of Qing Lin and Yafei. He had sensed their presence upon entering the drunken smoke pavilion. Wu Jingtao, lead the way, Lu Yun commanded. As soon as his words fell, he, along with Yafei and Qing Lin, began to descend the stairs. Although Yafei's simple attire could not conceal her graceful figure, the Wu family members following behind cast only fleeting glances, too intimidated to linger their gaze on her. Soon after, Lu Yun arrived at the Wu family stronghold, the second largest family in Black Mist City. Wu Jingtao, adept at managing affairs, had thoughtfully designated a separate courtyard for Lu Yun and his companions to rest. After ensuring that Yafei and Qing Lin were settled in their rooms, Lu Yun dismissed Wu Jingtao to speak privately. Wu Jingtao, I am giving you 10 days to organize an auction, Lu Yun instructed. An auction? Wu Jingtao nodded vigorously in response to Lu Yun's words. Very well, master. I shall begin arrangements tonight to reopen the Wu family's dormant auction house. Subsequently, Lu Yun produced several fifth-grade elixirs, a Wandu pearl, and a white scroll from his possession. Here are some fifth-grade elixirs and a volume on Earth-level combat techniques. As for this unassuming black pill, it grants immunity to all toxins below the 7th rank to the one who consumes it. Listening to Lu Yun's words, Wu Jingtao was once again astonished by Lu Yun's generosity. While fifth-grade elixirs were indeed rare, the Wu family could still provide some. However, the Earth-level combat technique was something he had never dared to imagine possessing. The realization that his master was willing to auction off such a technique left him in awe, especially considering his own training was limited to mid-level mystic techniques. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary black pill, if it truly conferred immunity to all toxins below the 7th rank, would undoubtedly cause a sensation in this region, attracting countless eager bidders. Such remarkable items destined for auction left Wu Jingtai somewhat perplexed. Yet he dared not express any dissent towards Lu Yun. With both hands respectfully accepting the items, he bore a look of astonishment. Noting Wu Jingtai's shocked expression, Lu Yun remarked nonchalantly, "As long as you dedicate yourself to your tasks, I shall reward you with such treasures in the future. Additionally, you must also publicize that the Wu family's auction will feature a battle king." A battle king for auction. Wu Jingtai's heart skipped a beat at Lu Yun's statement, rendering him momentarily speechless with excitement. Seeing Wu Jingtai's astonished demeanor, Lu Yun clarified, "Do not be surprised. The individual being auctioned is someone you are quite familiar with." "A battle king familiar to me?" A glint of contemplation crossed Wu Jingtai's eyes before he exclaimed, "Could it be that the battle king you intend to auction is that old fellow Wan Gui?" "Indeed, it is Wan Gui." The thought of his former nemesis brought a wave of nostalgia to Wu Jingtai's face. Fortunately, he had not made the same fatal mistakes as Wan Gui. In the next moment, Lu Yun summoned Wan Gui from the system space. Upon seeing the elderly figure in white robes lying on the ground, Wu Jingtai was visibly startled. Wan Gui, gravely injured and nearly unable to move, struggled to open his eyes and focus on the two individuals beside him. When his gaze fell on Wu Jingtai's face, a flash of venomous hatred ignited in his eyes. "Wu Jingtai, so this is the ally you have found. Had I known this day would come, I should have exterminated your Wu family back then," Wan Gui shouted, though his voice was weak and feeble. "Haha, old man Wan Gui, those who recognize the times are wise. Your greatest mistake in life was to provoke my master," Wu Jingtai retorted with a mocking smile. Showing no signs of pity towards his former adversary. "What method does my master possess to summon a living person, given that spatial rings cannot contain living beings?" At that moment, Wu Jingtai seemed to have an epiphany and hastily reminded Lu Yun, "Master, as I understand it, this old fellow Wan Gui has a powerful uncle, the Grand Elder of the Poison Demon Sect, who is a 9-star battle king." "Oh, the Grand Elder of the Poison Demon Sect, a 9-star battle king?" Lu Yun mused. If he learns that the Wu family auction is featuring Wan Gui, he will undoubtedly come seeking revenge. Yet, with my capabilities, even Wan Gui's uncle would stand no chance. The only concern is the sect leader of the Poison Demon Sect, who is said to have reached the Battle Emperor realm over a decade ago. Upon hearing Wu Jingtai's explanation, Lu Yun could not help but contemplate. It seemed that this auction would also feature another battle king. If the leader of the Poison Demon Sect were to attend as well, he would deal with that as well. Of course, the auctioning of a battle emperor is a weighty matter that requires careful consideration. After all, the act of auctioning living beings is frowned upon in the Dochi continent. This is vastly different from auctioning off members of the serpent people or magical beasts. Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. No one will concern themselves with such matters. However, if the auction is conducted too atrociously, we may attract the ire of top-tier powerhouses, and I would prefer not to have those terrifying beings at the Dozun or Dosheng levels fixated on me. Nevertheless, if we are only auctioning 1 or 2 battle kings with whom we have grievances, then such concerns dissipate. Chapter 265. The arrival of the Poison Demon Sect. Very well. Wu Jingtai, you need not worry about any of that. In this Outcloud Empire, regardless of who arrives, there is no need for fear. You are to take this old wretch away and confine him. From here on, focus solely on preparing for the auction. Having given his orders, Lu Yun entrusted the severely injured Wan Gui to Wu Jingtai and made his way toward Yufei's room. "Sister Yufei, I am entering." Creak. Lu Yun called out as he gently pushed open the door to Yufei's room, only to find her bathing through the veil of mist. Her snowy skin was partially obscured, the sight quickening Lu Yun's heartbeat. "Ah, young master, you have come," Yufei said, a hint of shyness as she attempted to cover her exposed skin. Without hesitation, Lu Yun approached Yufei, slowly extending his hand into the water before swiftly shedding his garments and leaping into the bath with her. "Little enchantress, today, let Lu Yun tame you." Time slipped by, and eventually, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the window, Lu Yun and Yufei returned to the bed. Yufei, her cheeks flushed, nestled her head against Lu Yun's chest. "Young master, you mentioned that the Wu family is soon to host an auction. I wonder how the preparations are faring in the imperial capital." Yufei spoke softly to Lu Yun. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun gazed tenderly at the exquisite figure in his arms, pondering. "Sister Yufei, do you find yourself missing the mythal auction house?" Yufei's chin lightly moved against Lu Yun's chest. "Then, Sister Yufei, I shall escort you back to the imperial capital shortly." "Ah." Yufei was evidently taken aback by Lu Yun's words. "Young master," Yufei was merely speaking casually. "You have not been out for long, and moreover, this back and forth will surely delay the preparations for the auction here." Yafei understands that Lu Yun must have certain matters to attend to upon arriving in the Outcloud Empire, and she does not wish to hinder the young master's important affairs. Most importantly, the distance between the Outcloud Empire and the Jiamai Empire's capital is substantial, and Yafei does not wish to be separated from Lu Yun. Do not worry about that. Even if you are in the capital, I can return to see you in an instant, Lu Yun reassured. Really? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Yafei appeared somewhat bewildered. You shall find out shortly. With that, Lu Yun stood up, preparing to summon the void-drifting beast. Just then, a black mist appeared above the Wu family residence in Haima City. Within this black fog stood a gaunt old man clad in a black robe with an eagle-like nose. Sensing this ominous presence, Lu Yun decided to momentarily abandon the summoning of the void-drifting beast. At that moment, the sudden appearance of the eagle-nosed elder caused the members of the Wu family to display signs of alarm. You, Wu Jingtao, I once accepted your offerings, sparing your Wu family from utter annihilation at the hands of the Wan family. Yet today, you dare to collude with a new ally to auction off my brother-in-law. Do you truly not regard my demonic poison sect with any respect? High above, the eagle-nosed elder quickly spotted Wu Jingtao and began to berate him furiously. Since recognizing Lu Yun as his master and feeling the strength of his backing, Wu Jingtao faced the grand elder of the demonic poison sect with great confidence. Laughing heartily as he replied, Haha, Mo Qingshan, Wan Gui is simply reaping the consequences of his own actions. I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter. Wu Jingtao is indeed efficient in his dealings. The tasks assigned last night have nearly come to fruition. Hearing their exchange, Lu Yun understood that Wu Jingtao had already announced the auction of Wan Gui to the public. Arrogant, Wu Jingtao. Today, I shall show your ally what a true powerhouse is. Mo Qingshan seethed with fury, having once deemed Wu Jingtao a mere clown. Yet now finding him audacious enough to look down on him. No sooner had Mo Qingshan finished speaking than a thick black mist surged forth from his withered palm, rapidly expanding to several meters wide. The Wu family disciples below, while somewhat anxious upon witnessing the swelling poisonous mist, were not particularly fearful. After witnessing the enormous hand that had appeared in the Zhe-Yin pavilion the night before, their courage had grown a few degrees. At this moment, however, Wu Jingtao's gaze remained fixed on the small courtyard where Lu Yun and the others resided. Inside the courtyard, Lu Yun stepped out of the room and snapped his fingers in a particular direction. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ear of Mo Qingshan, the grand elder of the demonic poison sect, who hovered above the Wu family residence. Is that so? Let me see just how strong you are. The voice appeared abruptly, causing Mo Qingshan to scan his surroundings warily. Then, a dark, ominous cloud materialized above Mo Qingshan's head, its coverage vastly greater in scope and potency than the poisonous mist he had conjured. Demonic cloud palm. A low shout emanated from within the black cloud, and a colossal palm print, formed from the immense black mist, descended towards Mo Qingshan. Under the weight of this massive hand, Mo Qingshan's pupils widened in shock as he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. This power. I have never witnessed such strength even from our sect leader. How did Wan Gui provoke such a terrifying being? In a state of sheer terror, Mo Qingshan's only thought was to flee from the shadow of this black palm. However, the speed of the dark cloud was astonishing. Before he could take a single step, the enormous hand struck him, sending him plummeting from the sky. A vast pit formed upon impact with the ground, which had already cracked open, entirely burying Mo Qingshan beneath the earth. Heavens, that was far too swift. Although some of the Wu family disciples were aware of Lu Yun's formidable subordinates, none had anticipated that the battle would conclude so rapidly, revealing a stark disparity in power. They stood frozen, gazing at the devastation caused by the palm strike, none daring to approach. As Mo Qingshan fell, the massive black cloud in the sky gradually dissipated. Yet the expected figure of a powerful being did not materialize. Master, I have failed. It turned out that Lin Hai, having struck down Mo Qingshan, had quietly made his way to Lu Yun's courtyard, bowing his head in apology. It was my fault for being too forceful. Please punish me, master. Lin Hai had initially aimed to incapacitate Mo Qingshan while controlling his strength, but he had underestimated his own power. Mo Qingshan could not even withstand 1/100th of his force and had been completely incapacitated. Chapter 266. Yun Yun's pressure with such overwhelming power. Even a Dou emperor would struggle to withstand it, let alone a mere Dou king. Noticing Lin Hai's self-reproach, Lu Yun realized that his attempts to console him would have little effect. After a moment of thought, he stated, since Mo Qingshan is already dead, I will revise the previous order to one of execution. Thus, you are not at fault. Understood, I shall obey. Upon hearing Lu Yun's change of command, Lin Hai swiftly emerged from his self-reproach. Lin Hai, go inform Wu Jingtao that no one is permitted to enter this courtyard. After relaying the message, return with me to the capital. With a brief instruction, Lu Yun turned towards his room. At that moment, due to the commotion caused by Lin Hai's strike, Qing Lin also emerged from her room. Lu Yun turned and met her gaze, but she quickly lowered her head. The previous night, she had sought out Yafei, only to discover that the young master had opened the door to Yafei's room. Now, recalling the events of last night, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unaware of the peculiar expression on Qing Lin's face, Lu Yun simply said softly, "Qing Lin, there is no need to attend to my morning ablutions today. We shall return to the capital shortly." As he spoke, Lu Yun walked toward Yufei's room. At that moment, Yufei had already donned her attire. Lu Yun gently stroked the beast-shaped pattern on his arm, and with a flash of purple light, the pattern transformed into a small beast that nestled into his embrace. Upon seeing the little purple creature, Qing Lin, who followed Lu Yun, felt a surge of joy and eagerly approached to play with the adorable little being. What a cute little creature. Yufei, witnessing such a charming little beast, beamed with delight and reached out to pet the fluffy head of the small purple creature. Could this be the same purple giant beast we rode on before? I didn't expect it to turn out so cute when it shrank. Isn't it adorable? Lu Yun, surprised by the little one's popularity, smiled gently. He then produced a bottle of accompanying purple crystal essence, waving it before the void-drifting beast, saying, "Little one, it's time to work. Chirp." The void-drifting beast chirped excitedly, swiftly consuming the bottle of essence before transforming into a streak of purple light that burrowed into the ground. Before long, a purple light circle gradually rose beneath everyone's feet, enveloping them entirely. "What is this?" Yufei gasped, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at the suddenly appearing light circle below. The others, including Qing Lin and Lin Hai, displayed little surprise. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to depart," Lu Yun cheerfully reminded. In an instant, a dazzling purple light enveloped the group, and before Yufei could fully comprehend the situation, their figures vanished from the room. Moments later, in the capital, at the Miter family residence, a purple light suddenly emerged within Lu Yun's chamber. The purple light formed a mysterious circle, and in the next moment, several figures and a beastly silhouette gradually materialized above the circle. In the capital, I have returned once more. As the scenery around me shifts, a smile graces Lu Yun's lips upon encountering familiar sights. "Oh, what is this? Is this the room of the young master?" Yufei exclaimed, recognizing Lu Yun's quarters at a glance, her astonishment evident as she took in the well-known surroundings. "Sister Yufei, it seems this little fellow possesses the ability of long-distance teleportation," Qing Lin explained while gently stroking the creature's head. "Ah, so this little one is quite remarkable," Yufei remarked, beginning to affectionately touzle the creature's soft fur. Observing Yufei and Qing Lin reveling in the company of the elusive beast, a hint of helplessness flickered across Lu Yun's face. Indeed, women are inherently powerless against adorableness. Meanwhile, Lin Hai had tactfully exited the room, concealing himself. "I wonder if anything has transpired in the capital during these few days in the Outcloud Empire." With this thought, Lu Yun spoke gently to Yufei. "Sister Yufei, you must have had a tiring night. Please rest in my room during the day." Yufei nodded shyly at Lu Yun's suggestion. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he set off toward the meeting hall of the Miter family. In the Miter family's council chamber, the high-ranking members were once again gathered. At the head of the table, Miter Tingshan wore a troubled expression. An elder, filled with concern, inquired, "Patriarch, do you mean to say that the Grand Elder is no longer in the Jemai Empire?" Miter Tingshan nodded silently. "What shall we do now?" he lamented. "After attending our auction, the Grand Elder Yunling of the Yunlan sect was ambushed. It is no wonder that Sect Master Yun has turned her ire toward our Miter family." A palpable gloom settled over the council chamber as everyone grappled with how to confront the Yunlan sect. Witnessing the anxious reactions of his family members only heightened Miter Tingshan's agitation, prompting him to exclaim, "Enough! The Yunlan sect lacks evidence. Do they truly intend to strike against our Miter family based solely on the Grand Elder Yunling's misfortune in the capital?" However, one elder cautioned, "Patriarch, you must understand that Sect Master Yun's deadline for us is rapidly approaching." After delivering this line, the elder departed the chamber, followed by the others, leaving Miter Tingshan alone. Weary, he began to ponder Lu Yun, murmuring, "I wonder if that lad has arrived in the Outcloud Empire yet. If he is still around." Just then, a striking figure appeared at the door of the chamber. "Grandfather, I have returned." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Miter Tingshan's drooping eyelids flew open. A warm smile spread across his face at the sight of Lu Yun. "You rascal, didn't you say you were going to the Outcloud Empire? Why have you returned so soon?" Miter Tingshan asked in astonishment. Lu Yun explained, "I thought it best to send Sister Yufei and that girl Qing Lin back first. One can manage a trip to the Outcloud Empire alone. It's good to have you back. The journey to the Outcloud Empire is long, and you must prepare adequately." Miter Tingshan replied with a smile. "Grandfather, I am aware of the family's affairs." Observing Miter Tingshan's forced smile, Lu Yun felt a pang of sympathy. The Yunlan sect, a group of self-righteous individuals, dared to exert pressure on the Miter family. Clearly, it was time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 267, The Royal Attitude Sighing. Miter Tingshan remarked, "The sect master of the Yunlan sect, Yun, arrived unexpectedly a few days ago, claiming that their Grand Elder, Yunling, was robbed after leaving our auction and specifically requested to see Elder Hai. However, as you know, Elder Hai is no longer in the Jemai Empire." After waiting impatiently, Yun searched through our clan before leaving a message demanding an explanation within 3 days. Otherwise, she would suppress all of our family's enterprises in the empire. Oh, so the Yunlan sect is acting on mere speculation regarding whether Elder Hai was involved? Lu Yun questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. It seems that Elder Yunling must have made some baseless claims that led Yun to this conclusion. You need not worry about this matter, grandfather. Allow me to handle it. Lu Yun reassured. You handle it? But the sect master is a Do Huang level expert. Perhaps I should try to plead with Elder Jia, Mitre Tingshan suggested. Uncertainty lacing his voice. There's no need to trouble Elder Jia. Have you forgotten that I am a disciple of an 8th-tier alchemist? With confidence radiating from Lu Yun's expression, Mitre Tingshan suddenly recalled Lin Hai, who had been following Lu Yun closely. According to Lu Yun, even Elder Hai could not withstand a single move against him. Realizing this, Mitre Tingshan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Haha, my grandson has truly made progress, as the young master. It is time for you to begin taking charge of family matters, he exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, feeling it was indeed time to elevate the strength of the Mitre family. Both wealth and the number of powerful individuals must be bolstered, at the very least. The Mitre family's might should surpass that of the royal family. After departing the council chamber, Lu Yun returned to his room. Young master, you have returned. Yafei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Gently caressing Lu Yun's face, she inquired softly, how did it go? I hope nothing concerning has occurred in the family during your absence. After Lu Yun shared everything he knew, Yafei was overwhelmed with emotion. Though he did not explicitly state who had robbed the Grand Elder Yunling of the Yunlan sect, Yafei immediately surmised it was Lu Yun's doing. She vividly remembered how the Grand Elder had insulted and threatened her at the auction. Surprised that the young master would go so far as to offend the Yunlan sect in her defense, she tightly embraced Lu Yun, pressing her face against his chest, and affectionately declared, Young master, you are truly too kind to me. Having witnessed the strength of the guard beside Lu Yun, she felt no anxiety regarding the pressure the Yunlan sect might impose on their family. If I do not treat you well, who else should I treat well? With the delicate beauty nestled in his arms, Lu Yun lifted her and slowly made his way toward the bed. As Yafei felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, she whispered, Young master, are we doing this again? Won't this be too exhausting for you? Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the Jama Empire's royal palace, Princess Yaya furrowed her brow as she gazed at the door of a hidden chamber at the back of the hall. Moments later, the chamber door swung open, revealing an elder clad in a coarse robe. Great-grandfather, you have emerged, Yaya exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Jia Xingtian. Your aura has grown even stronger. You must be close to breaking through to the Dozone level, am I right? Breaking through to the Dozone level is not so easily achieved. Although Jia Xingtian claimed that the breakthrough was challenging, the confidence gleaming in his eyes was unmistakable. Now tell me, what has transpired in the Empire recently that warranted your wait here for half a day? Great-grandfather, it seems that the Yunlan sect is preparing to take action against the Mitre family, Yaya replied slowly. Oh, what has prompted the Yunlan sect to suddenly target the Mitre family? Jia Xingtian inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. It is said that after the Grand Elder Yunling was ambushed by an unknown assailant shortly after leaving the Mitre auction, they lost a spatial ring containing nearly 20% of the Yunlan sect's treasury. Allow me to elaborate on the sequence of events. Yaya began to recount the details. The actions of the Yunlan sect are surprisingly brazen. Listening to Yaya's words, a trace of melancholy surfaced on Jia Xingtian's face. It seems that after all these years, some have forgotten the former glory of the old man Bing. Great-grandfather, it is said that Elder Hai has already departed from the Jaimar Empire, Yaya Princess hastily explained. Seeing that Jia Xingtian was unaware of Habadong's departure, Elder Bing has left. This fellow is still unwilling to remain in the Jaimar Empire. At this moment, upon hearing the news of Habadong's departure, Jia Xingtian felt a wave of wistfulness. He envied Habadong's bravery in seeking his own path, while he himself had been cooped up in the Jaimar Empire for nearly a lifetime. Elder Bing, once I break through to the Dozone, I too shall venture into the outside world. After a moment of contemplation, Jia Xingtian sighed. Initially, I thought that the old man Yunshan had emerged from seclusion. Otherwise, how would that little girl from the Yunlan sect dare to confront Elder Bing's frigid Duki? However, it now appears that Yun's low-tier Do Huang strength is something that the Mitre family cannot withstand. Indeed, this is also the reason why Yaya has come to seek your guidance, great-grandfather. I wonder what your thoughts on this matter are, and whether our royal family should extend a helping hand to the Mitre family, Yaya inquired tentatively. Upon hearing Yaya's inquiry, Jia Xingtian pondered momentarily before responding. After all, the Mitre family is allied with our royal family, and it is thanks to their mid-tier Earth-level techniques that I, your great-grandfather, have had the opportunity to break through to the Dozone. I hope the Yunlan sect will not go too far, otherwise, I would not hesitate to turn against them. After practicing the Wanchuan Ju, Jia Xingtian experienced a profound shift in mindset. He no longer held the same reverence for the Yunlan sect, which had stood tall in the Jaimar Empire for centuries. Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's stance, the heavy burden in Yaya's heart was finally lifted. and a smile graced her exquisite face. She had great faith in Lu Yun's talent, and now that he was said to be training in the Chuxian Empire, upon his return, he would surely learn of the royal family's assistance to the Miter family in overcoming this crisis. At that time, the relationship between Lu Yun and the royal family, as well as her own relationship with him, would undoubtedly flourish. Chapter 268. A night visit to the Yunlan sect. On this day, within the holy city of Jiamar, many families were discussing the matter between the Yunlan sect and the Miter family. In a spacious courtyard of the Nalan family's residence, Nalan Jia sat leisurely in a recliner, watching the sun gradually sink. Since taking the Wan Du Pearl some time ago, the poison within him had been completely purged, and his cultivation had advanced a step further. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Shortly after, a figure clad in a cloud-white skirt approached. Yin has arrived. Upon seeing her, a warm smile spread across Nalan Jia's face. Yin has met grandfather. Nalan Yin respectfully bowed to Nalan Jia. Today marks the final deadline set by the Yunlan sect for the Miter family, correct? If the Miter family fails to provide an explanation by tomorrow, the Yunlan sect will undoubtedly take action, Nalan Jia analyzed. Indeed, however, this matter is not entirely at the behest of the teacher, Nalan Yin's side. If it is not the intention of the sect leader Yun, then whose intention is it? Upon hearing Nalan Yin's words, Nalan Jia wore a puzzled expression. According to the teacher, this situation was orchestrated by the old sect leader Yunshan, Nalan Yin explained. At the mention of Yunshan, Nalan Jia's heart trembled slightly. Yunshan can be regarded as the pinnacle of power in the Jiamar Empire. Even the royal family's Jia Lao lacks the confidence to defeat him. Now, with the Grand Elder Yunling being ambushed in the imperial capital, it is astonishing that such an old powerhouse from decades ago would target the Miter family. This is indeed explosive news. Noticing the excitement on Nalan Jia's face, Nalan Yin continued. It is likely that the true intent of the old sect leader Yunshan is related to the Earth-level techniques auctioned by the Miter family last time. Earth-level techniques? Nalan Jia, with a complex expression, pondered. It is indeed strange for the Miter family to possess Earth-level techniques to auction. Setting aside how the Miter family obtained such fortune, viewing it as a hot potato they wish to discard. Now that the Earth-level techniques have fallen into Jia Lao's hands, why does the old sect leader Yunshan persistently pursue the Miter family? Perhaps the old sect leader Yunshan suspects that there are others backing the Miter family, and the pressure on them may be an attempt to draw out any other treasures that they possess, Nalan Yin speculated. Alas! Nalan Jia sighed and shook his head. After tomorrow, it seems the power dynamics in the imperial capital will be reshuffled. Just then, a figure in resplendent robes, Nalan Su, hurriedly approached. Father, you have arrived. Upon seeing Nalan Su, Nalan Yin greeted him respectfully. Sewer, has there been any movement from the Miter family? Nalan Jia inquired. Propped up on his reclined position, Nalan Su respectfully replied. Father, curiously, today is the final deadline set by the Yunlan sect. Yet the Miter family has neither provided any explanation nor made any arrangements for their subordinate industries, nor have they shown any signs of summoning their clan's powerful warriors. No movement whatsoever? Are they truly overconfident, or have they given up resistance? Upon hearing Nalan Su's words, Nalan Jia fell into deep thought. On this day, not only the Nalan family, but also other prominent families in the imperial capital, including the Mu family and the Alchemist Guild, were closely monitoring the Miter family's movements. Yet the reality was that the Miter family remained unchanged, even holding a yellow tier auction in the afternoon as usual. This scene left many who were following the developments utterly astonished. As the protagonists of this event, there were also many voices of confusion within the Miter family. The family head suddenly granted full authority to the young master, declaring that all matters within the family would henceforth be decided by him. What could be the meaning behind the young master's sudden return and announcement that the powerful warriors outside the family need not rush back? Many within the Miter family speculated about Lu Yun's orders issued today. Everyone, there is no need for excessive conjecture. Observing the murmurs among the clan members, Lu Yun spoke loudly. A mere Yunlan sect is hardly worth concerning ourselves over. Now, those who need rest should return to sleep. Upon seeing the confidence radiating from Lu Yun's face, everyone exchanged glances. Could the young master possibly have some support? One clan member stepped forward, his face filled with anticipation. I have said, those who need rest should return to sleep. Tomorrow will surely clarify everything. This time, Lu Yun notably intensified his tone. The individual who had inquired, seeing Lu Yun's anger, immediately dared not say more. Although there were still doubts on the faces of the crowd, no one expressed them further. After Lu Yun's proclamation, the murmurs gradually subsided. Once everyone had departed, Lu Yun summoned Lin Hai. Come, Lin Hai, accompany me to the Yunlan sect. The Yunlan sect is established atop Yunlan Mountain, which is merely a few dozen miles from the imperial capital. Lu Yun's cultivation had now reached the level of an 8-star Do Ling, and when he activated his wind and thunder wings, his speed was truly astonishing. In no time, he soared beyond the imperial capital and soon found himself at the foot of a mountain. At the mountain's base, a vast military camp sprawled across the flat grassland. Lu Yun was well aware of the elite troops stationed there. The Yunlon sect is the most powerful force in the Jaimar Empire, with generations of uninterrupted inheritance, allowing this ancient sect to stand at the pinnacle of the Jaimar Empire. Had it not been for the sect's regulations prohibiting the usurpation of imperial power, it is likely that during several past dynastic changes, the Yunlon sect would have completely dominated the entire Jaimar Empire. Thus, it is precisely because of this that every generation of the imperial family has held an intense apprehension towards this colossal entity, which is so close at hand. In the current era of the Jama royal family, bolstered by the protector known as Jia Xingtian and the safeguarding presence of that enigmatic beast, this generation of royalty has finally acquired a degree of power that instills even the Yunlon sect with a semblance of caution. Consequently, the Jama royal family has dispatched this battle-hardened elite legion stationed at the foot of Yunlon Mountain, which has allowed for a prolonged period of tranquility. The royal army has been stationed here for many years, and their purpose is clear to nearly all. They are on guard against the Yunlon sect. The Yunlon sect, however, has not reacted with undue fervor to this maneuver, for they are well aware that one does not allow others to slumber beside their own resting place. The imperial family is often rife with suspicion, a reality to which they have long since acclimated. As long as the Yunlon sect remains intact, the legion at the mountain's base will forever refrain from any hint of insurrection. Not a single dynasty within the Jama Empire has dared to strike against the Yunlon sect, for they are acutely aware that this veritable hornet's nest, once disturbed, could unleash chaos unparalleled. Chapter 269. Conversations in the secret chamber. At this moment, the flowing clouds above the military camp remained undetected by the patrolling soldiers below. They soared directly toward Yunlon Mountain, where, amidst the night, a staircase of azure stone appeared to extend toward the mountain's peak. Upon reaching the end of this interminable staircase and passing through a veil of swirling mist, a vast plaza unfolded before the flowing clouds. This plaza was entirely paved with colossal stones, exuding an air of ancient grandeur. At its center, a monumental stele stood majestically, inscribed with the names of the past sect masters of Yunlon and those who have rendered great service to the sect. Casting a glance around this immense plaza, the flowing cloud's gaze drifted downward. Empowered by the aura of the Linhai, no one thus far had been able to perceive the flowing cloud's presence in the sky. Although the night was deep, many individuals within the Yunlon sect were still engaged in their cultivation, and without exception, they all donned robes of moonlight white, with their sleeves adorned by sword-like clouds that fluttered in the wind, akin to living entities, subtly imbued with a faint sword intent. Observing the diligent disciples of the Yunlon sect below, even the flowing clouds couldn't help but exclaim, the teaching ethos of the Yunlon sect is rather commendable. No wonder it has stood firm in the Jama Empire for so many years. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of Yunlon Mountain, in an expansive secret chamber, two figures were engaged in conversation. One figure was shrouded in a profound black mist, exuding an aura of mystery, while the other was an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles, clad in an exceedingly simple white robe. Despite his head of white hair, he emanated an ethereal grace, forming a stark contrast to the enigmatic figure enveloped in darkness before him. This man was none other than the former sect master of Yunlon, Yunshan. The figure cloaked in black mist, with crimson eyes fixed intently upon the old man in white, inquired, Yunshan, what have you decided? Faced with this mysterious figure's inquiry, Yunshan furrowed his brow. The ominous aura emanating from the figure in the black mist made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Throughout his life, Yunshan had conducted himself with the utmost integrity. Otherwise, he could not have raised a disciple like Yun. However, as his time drew near, and having heard rumors of earth-tier cultivation techniques surfacing at the Mytel auction house, he had cast aside all else and directed his ambitions toward the Mytel family, hoping to leverage the earth-tier techniques to break through to the Do Zone realm. Yunshan could distinctly sense the darkness within the figure before him. His instinctive revulsion was palpable, yet he recognized that this mysterious individual was of formidable strength, beyond his capability to confront. The figure claimed to hail from a faction known as the Soul Palace, asserting that if Yunshan agreed to a certain task, he could assist him in breaking through to Do Zone. Yunshan, however, was not entirely convinced. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed the figure in the black mist, saying, Guardian Jiao, you profess to assist me in achieving the Do Zone breakthrough. What exactly must I do? I require you to retrieve an item from the Shao family in Wutan City after you break through to Do Zone, the figure in the black mist proclaimed without reservation. Upon hearing this demand, a look of confusion crossed Yunshan's face as he questioned, if it is merely to obtain an item, your strength far surpasses mine. Why not retrieve it yourself? Moreover, what could possibly entice you from such a remote place as Wutan City? Ha! The figure in the black mist erupted into laughter, then, somewhat impatiently, replied, if I could act directly, I would not need to enlist your assistance. The depths of this matter are far too profound for someone of your stature to comprehend. Am I, Yunshan, truly unworthy of even touching the truth? At the dismissive tone of the guardian, Yunshan let out a self-deprecating laugh, then curiously asked, Is it true that the soul palace you speak of originates from a significant power in the central state? Haha. Upon hearing Yunshan's inquiry, the guardian laughed heartily and replied with great pride, "You are indeed correct. I hail from the central state. However, the influence of my soul palace is beyond your imagination. Though I am merely a guardian within the palace and not a figure of great importance, within your Jama Empire, I can assure you, I am an absolutely invincible presence." Is that so? Just as the guardian was reveling in his claims about the power of the soul palace, a chilling voice echoed from outside the vast secret chamber. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing this voice, both Yunshan and the figure cloaked in black mist changed their expressions drastically, casting doubtful glances toward the entrance. As the icy voice faded, the chamber's door was suddenly thrust open, revealing a striking young man clad in blue finery, accompanied by a tall elder behind him. The appearance of Lu Yun and Lin Hai startled both Yunshan and the guardian. Their eyes scanned Lu Yun, noting his cultivation level of 8-star doling, which elicited some astonishment. However, what concerned them more was the formidable aura emanating from Lin Hai behind him. The guardian could not help but reflect. To approach me without detection, this individual's strength far exceeds my own. Meanwhile, Yunshan, upon seeing Lin Hai, felt a sense of bewilderment. How could it be that within such a short span, two individuals had emerged in the Jama Empire whom he felt compelled to look up to? At this moment, Yunshan's desire to break through to Do Zone intensified. Assuming that Lu Yun and Lin Hai, like the guardian, had come to seek something from him, he respectfully inquired of Lin Hai, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, if your late-night visit holds any matters requiring my assistance?" However, Yunshan's respectful words received no response from Lin Hai. Lu Yun, too, disregarded Yunshan, instead gazing with a smile at the guardian beside him, saying, "Guardian Jiao, you, a dark entity from the Soul Palace, dare to proclaim invincibility in the Jama Empire? Pray tell, who granted you such courage?" At Lu Yun's words, the guardian's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Who is this person? His tone suggests an intimate familiarity with the Soul Palace. Yet, when did the Jama Empire give rise to such a figure? Could it be that you have also come for that item? In the next moment, the guardian tentatively inquired of Lu Yun, "You wretched creature, how dare you evade my question? I am not in a pleasant mood today, so you shall remain here," Lu Yun declared, then turned to Lin Hai, instructing, "Make sure not to kill him this time. We need him alive." Upon hearing Lu Yun's unexpected words, the guardian was infuriated. At this juncture, it was evident to any discerning observer that Lu Yun was indeed the principal player, a realization the guardian was not blind to. Seize the thief by capturing the king first. Should I manage to subdue this young man, it is entirely possible that I could turn the tables. Realizing that the visitor harbored ill intentions, the eagle guardian fixed his gaze upon the flowing clouds. Chapter 270, The Seal. In the very next instant, as the words left the lips of the flowing clouds, Lin Hai had already sprung into action, and in his hand, the eagle guardian conjured a segment of black chains. The chains quivered slightly, slicing through the space within the chamber like a dark streak, hurtling toward the advancing Lin Hai. The tips of the chains were exceptionally sharp, adorned with intricate runes, spiraling in patterns that emanated a faint aura of malevolence under the eagle guardian's power. Clearly, these deep-hued chains were no ordinary iron. However, Lin Hai paid no mind to the penetrating chains. The eagle guardian's cultivation level was far too weak compared to his own. At this moment, Lin Hai was preoccupied with controlling the force of his strike, determined not to repeat the mistake of unintentionally killing someone. He raised his palm slowly, casually swiping toward the approaching tip of the chain. Boom. As the two forces collided, the chamber itself seemed unable to withstand the impact, fracturing and collapsing rapidly. Due to Lin Hai's restraint, the eagle guardian was not critically injured by this blow. As the chamber crumbled, he seized a fleeting opportunity to unleash a cloud of black mist directed at the flowing clouds. The black mist moved with remarkable speed and contained a fragment of the eagle guardian's soul power. Just as Lin Hai was reveling in the successful gauge of the eagle guardian's true strength, contemplating how to increase his force in the next strike, he was struck by a wave of alarm upon witnessing the eagle guardian's sneak attack on the flowing clouds. His eyes nearly bulged with urgency as he swiftly turned to intercept the black mist. "Master, be cautious." Whoosh. The black mist swiftly enveloped the flowing clouds, the soul power within it surging toward the young man's mind. Cackling, seeing his attack hit home, the eagle guardian burst into gleeful laughter, convinced that by controlling the young man's life or death, this unknown powerhouse would have no choice but to submit. "It seems you are celebrating a tad prematurely." However, before the eagle guardian could indulge in his mirth any longer, his expression shifted dramatically. He could sense that the soul power he had dispatched was being rapidly devoured. Observing that the flowing clouds were in no immediate danger, Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. How can this be? The eagle guardian could scarcely believe his eyes. A mere spirit fighter was capable of consuming his soul power. Just moments ago, as the flowing clouds endured the impact of the eagle guardian's soul fragment, he immediately activated the soul-devouring technique. Had the Eagle Guardian unleashed his full soul power, the flowing clouds might have struggled to defend against it. However, against this mere fragment, consumption was relatively effortless. With his power elevated to the 8-star spirit fighter, coupled with the experience gained from his previous soul consumption, the flowing clouds swiftly digested the Eagle Guardian's fragment of soul power within a few breaths. Meanwhile, the Eagle Guardian, having lost his dispatched soul power, found his spirit severely wounded, gripped by a profound fear. This soul-consuming technique was even more enigmatic than the methods utilized by the Soul Palace, instilling a deep sense of dread within the Eagle Guardian. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: escape. In the next instant, the Eagle Guardian could no longer afford to linger. His entire form morphed into a swirling mass of black mist, rapidly tearing through the void in a desperate flight toward the horizon. Thinking of fleeing? Lin Hai's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. You have forced my hand. Golden light seal. With a low exclamation from Lin Hai, as the Eagle Guardian hastily fled into the skies, a devastating beam of golden light shot forth from behind him. This golden light was exceedingly radiant against the backdrop of the dark night sky, hurtling toward the fleeing Eagle Guardian with terrifying speed. Boom! With a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens, the black smoke that comprised the Eagle Guardian dissipated by more than half. The approaching Lin Hai extended his hand, grasping the remnants and bringing them to the side of the flowing clouds. At that moment, the dazzling golden light unleashed by Lin Hai's golden light seal had captured the attention of numerous elders and disciples from the Yunlong sect, who were hastily converging to discern the situation. Within the Yunlong sect, dozens of figures swiftly made their way toward this location, eager to investigate. Sensing the movement of the Yunlong sect members, the flowing clouds called out to Yun Shan, who stood dazed amid the ruins of the chamber. Shouldn't you hasten to send those people away? Upon hearing the flowing clouds' reprimand, Yun Shan snapped back to reality, quickly soaring into the sky to shout at the approaching members of the Yunlong sect. There is nothing amiss here. Return to your training. Yun Shan's voice traveled far and wide, causing those from the Yunlong sect who had been advancing to halt in their tracks. The elder Yun Du, leading the charge, immediately signaled for everyone to stop upon hearing that voice. That is the voice of the old sect master. To his astonishment, the elder realized that the old sect master had been in seclusion on the back mountain for all these years. A look of excitement crossed Yun Du's face, mirrored by the expressions of several other elders. They hurriedly dispersed their disciples, admonishing them loudly. This area is a forbidden zone of the sect. Henceforth, under no circumstances are you to intrude upon any disturbances you may hear. As the flowing clouds observed the retreating figures of the Yunlong sect, he accepted the Eagle Guardian's soul from Lin Hai's grasp. From the portion of the Eagle Guardian's soul power he had just consumed, the flowing clouds gleaned a wealth of memories regarding the Soul Palace. The methods employed by the denizens of the Soul Palace were peculiar. Should he kill the Eagle Guardian, the Soul Palace would be immediately alerted. Contemplating this, the flowing clouds retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his spatial ring and contained the Eagle Guardian's soul within it. He then infused a wisp of his own life essence, the Tying Divine Flame, into the vial, securely sealing the Eagle Guardian within. Since I cannot kill you for the time being, let you suffer the torment of this divine flame day by day. Whispering softly, the flowing clouds placed the jade vial into the confines of his system space. At that moment, he finally turned his gaze toward the aged Yun Shan, standing amidst the ruins. Having witnessed Lin Hai's defeat of the Eagle Guardian firsthand, Yun Shan appeared somewhat flustered under the penetrating gaze of the flowing clouds. Elder, may I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with? Yun Shan inquired, mustering his courage to address the flowing clouds and Lin Hai. Yun Shan, you have quite the audacity. I have heard that your Yunlong sect demands an explanation from my Miter family come tomorrow. The flowing clouds responded, his voice imbued with authority. The Miter family. You two elders hail from the Miter family. Upon hearing the flowing clouds proclaim his lineage, Yun Shan's heart trembled, his aged face paling in terror. In that instant, he understood that Lin Hai and the flowing clouds had come to the Yunlong sect not merely to deal with the Eagle Guardian, but with a much graver intention aimed squarely at himself. Chapter 271, Subduing the Yunlong sect. All of this was due to his own misplaced sense of luck. He had known that the Miter family possessed the ability to auction Earth-ranked techniques, and that their origins were far from ordinary. Yet he had succumbed to the allure of Earth-ranked techniques. It was now evident that this decision had been a monumental miscalculation. Yun Shan let out a heavy sigh, and then a resolute expression crossed his wrinkled face as he spoke to the flowing clouds. Elder, this matter stems from my own obstinacy. I, Yun Shan, am willing to accept your punishment. I implore you, do not extend your wrath to the other members of the Yunlong sect. As he spoke, Yun Shan's eyes were filled with a pleading glimmer. Hearing Yun Shan's plea for mercy, the flowing clouds felt a twinge of compassion and promptly replied, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. If you, Yun Shan, acknowledge me as your master, the Yunlong sect shall serve me from this day forth, and this matter will be considered resolved. For the Yunlong sect to serve you? Yun Shan questioned, perplexed. The foundation of the Yunlan sect was something he could never relinquish. Indeed, in the future, the Cloud Mist sect will remain the most formidable force within the empire of Jiama, yet it must now serve the middle family. Should there be any refusal, you have witnessed the fate of the Griffin Guardian. Lu Yun regarded the figure of Yun Shan before him with a cold gaze, affording him no opportunity for dissent. In the presence of Lin Hai, Yun Shan felt utterly devoid of any inclination to resist. Even with the collective strength of the entire Cloud Mist sect, victory seemed unattainable. Yun Shan, a subordinate, saluted his master. After a tumultuous internal debate, he ultimately arrived at a resolution. Excellent. Observing Yun Shan's demeanor, Lu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction and proceeded to instruct. Henceforth, all matters concerning the Cloud Mist sect shall continue as usual, and the announcement regarding its status as an affiliate of the middle family should be postponed for the time being. At this moment, I require you to surrender the treasury of the Cloud Mist sect. Upon hearing Lu Yun's command, Yun Shan displayed no hesitation, promptly severing his connection with the spatial ring, allowing Lu Yun to inspect its contents. After examining the contents of the ring presented by Yun Shan, a smile graced Lu Yun's face. The Cloud Mist sect truly deserved its reputation as a major power capable of contending with the imperial family, for its treasury was replete with valuable items. There were multiple 6th-grade elixirs, various magical cores, and a wealth of martial arts tomes. With these treasures, Lu Yun could sell them at the major auction houses. And with a stroke of fortune, he might acquire a significant number of 7th and 8th-grade elixirs in return. Selecting a few desired items, Lu Yun returned the spatial ring to Yun Shan. Rest assured, I, the young master, shall not take your possessions without due compensation. With a gentle smile, Lu Yun then produced a scroll from his system space. This is a terrestrial-grade martial art, the Forgotten River Sutra, which I believe you might be familiar with. The Forgotten River Sutra. Upon seeing the scroll in Lu Yun's hand, Yun Shan's breath quickened. Is this, for me? Yun Shan's eyes widened in disbelief at the very object he had long sought, now casually offered before him by Lu Yun. Take it. Lu Yun tossed the Forgotten River Sutra directly to Yun Shan. Upon receiving the scroll, an indescribable excitement washed over Yun Shan's aged face. Thank you for your generous gift. Master, he exclaimed with fervor. By the way, where is the current sect master, Yun Yun? Why is she not present atop Cloud Mist Mountain? Upon arriving, Lu Yun had noticed the absence of Yun Yun and inquired curiously of Yun Shan. Upon hearing Lu Yun's question regarding Yun Yun's whereabouts, a flicker of worry crossed Yun Shan's features, fearing that Lu Yun might be incensed by her previous provocations against the middle family. He hastily explained, Master, it was I who orchestrated Yun Yun's prior provocation of the middle family. The fault lies entirely with me, so please do not punish my young disciple. After her visit to the middle family, she ventured out again, and I am unaware of her current location. Observing the genuine concern etched upon Yun Shan's face, Lu Yun chose not to press further. Very well, let us put this matter aside. Remember, from this day forth, should any members of the Soul Palace approach the Cloud Mist sect, you are to inform me immediately. Now, return to the sect and make the necessary arrangements. After sending Yun Shan away from the back mountain of the Cloud Mist sect, Lu Yun swiftly summoned the Void Earth Escape Beast, establishing a concealed portal in a discreet location. When Yun Shan returned after managing affairs at the Cloud Mist sect, he sensed no trace of Lu Yun and Lin Hai. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already traversed the void portal back to the middle family. The following day, within the vast expanse of Jia, Ma Holy City, many awaited with bated breath to see how the Cloud Mist sect would exert its pressure upon the middle family as the deadline approached. However, from dawn until noon, the middle family maintained its usual operations. Shops showed no signs of change, and auctions proceeded as normal. Furthermore, no reports emerged from the Cloud Mist sect of anyone departing. Had not the deadline been reached? Why was there no response? Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Such powerful factions typically act with swiftness. Either they remain dormant, or when they strike, they leave no chance for retaliation. While both the Cloud Mist sect and the middle family exhibited no abnormalities, the imperial family grew increasingly active. Reliable sources indicated that yet another elite army from the imperial family had deployed to the foot of Cloud Mist Mountain. Additionally, several formidable individuals trained by the imperial family had also arrived at the middle family estate. Such movements from the imperial family suggested a steadfast commitment to supporting the middle family. These developments did not escape the notice of the onlookers, who began to speculate on the imperial family's intentions. Meanwhile, within the middle family, a distinguished guest arrived, prompting the family head, Middle Tingshan, to personally greet him. Elder Jia, you have arrived. In the middle family reception hall, Middle Tingshan respectfully approached Elder Jia Xingtian. MHM. Elder Jia nodded and solemnly addressed Middle Tingshan. Rest assured, Tingshan, if the Cloud Mist sect truly intends to act against the middle family today, I shall not stand idly by. Haha, I am most grateful, Elder Jia. Middle Tingshan replied with utmost respect. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yun's nocturnal reconnaissance of the Cloud Mist sect the previous night was still a secret to him. At this moment, He believed that the Cloud Mist sect's members were confined within their mountain by the Imperial Army. Servants, prepare a feast at once. We must graciously host our esteemed guests from the Imperial family. Tangshan began instructing his subordinates to make arrangements for the banquet. And he also dispatched someone to summon Lu Yun. A figure of elder Jia's stature should certainly be introduced to that young man. Chapter 272. Return to the city of Black Mist. Under Tangshan's meticulous arrangements, the atmosphere within the Middle family shifted dramatically. It seemed as if they had entirely forgotten about the impending pressure from the Cloud Mist sect, with laughter and merriment resonating throughout the estate. Glasses clinked, and the revelry created an atmosphere of delight that left other families, who had caught wind of these events, utterly astonished. What was transpiring with the Cloud Mist sect? Had they not promised to teach the Middle family a lesson 3 days hence? Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps their forces are already en route. Many still held hope that the Cloud Mist sect would take decisive action against the Middle family, ideally inflicting significant damage, thereby granting other families an opportunity to ascend into the ranks of the 3 great families of the imperial capital. The banquet continued for an hour. Yet no one from the Cloud Mist sect descended from the mountain. This realization began to ease the anxiety within the Middle family. Just then, Elder Jia Xingtian, seated among the esteemed guests, detected a familiar aura, causing his brow to furrow slightly. So they have finally arrived. Noticing this energy, many turned their gazes skyward. There, a woman appeared, clad in a flowing white gown that gracefully enveloped her voluptuous form. Her hair was elegantly styled into a lofty phoenix crown, framing a visage of serene beauty. Behind her, a pair of azure wings shimmered, hinting at their ethereal nature, likely shaped by her own fighting spirit, a hallmark of one surpassing the strength of a Do Wang. In the sky, the mysterious woman stood with an air of tranquility, her exquisite features exuding an undeniable grace and nobility that could not be concealed by her simple attire. The arrival of Yun Yun piqued Lu Yun's curiosity. This was the first time he had laid eyes upon her. The ethereal aura surrounding Yun Yun captivated Lu Yun, leaving him momentarily spellbound. After recovering from his astonishment, Lu Yun couldn't help but ponder whether Yun Yun had returned to the Cloud Mist sect prior to today. If she had not, it was likely that she had come to seek retribution. Meanwhile, standing above the Middle family estate, Yun Yun's gaze was tinged with complexity. Just days prior, the incident involving Yun Ling had clearly lacked sufficient evidence. Yet her master had insisted on linking it to the Middle family and had instructed her to demand an explanation from them. However, just this morning, the teacher unexpectedly changed their stance, claiming that it had all been a misunderstanding, and instructed me to apologize to the Middle family. Reflecting on the sudden shift in events, Yun Yun felt no embarrassment upon returning to the Middle family. On the contrary, she was quite elated. This was because she had already surmised some of Yun Shan's intentions toward the Middle family. Yun Shan's change of heart this morning brought her considerable relief. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Yun Yun gracefully descended from the sky and approached the head of the Middle family, Tian Shan, expressing her regret. Esteemed head of the Middle family, it was my sect, the Yunlan sect, that failed to conduct a thorough investigation. I, Yun Yun, extend my sincerest apologies. To demonstrate her contrition, she had brought along several jars of exquisite wine and a 6th-grade elixir as a token of reconciliation, hoping that all present would enjoy themselves. What could possibly have transpired? Not only did the Yunlan sect refrain from taking action against the Middle family, but they even came to apologize. The attendees were utterly stunned to hear Yun Yun utter words of apology toward the Middle family. "You are too gracious, sect leader Yun," exclaimed Tian Shan, visibly excited. Faced with such a situation, Tian Shan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the young sect leader of the Yunlan sect, who possessed the strength of a Do Huang, would come to him in such a humble manner to apologize. However, the next moment, when Tian Shan caught a glimpse of Lu Yun's gaze, he felt a sense of relief. Could it be that this young man had been with her last night? While Tian Shan was still in a daze, Yun Yun had already soared into the air, gracefully departing. Her actions left many in attendance perplexed. The royal guardians, along with Xing Tian, exchanged thoughtful glances as they watched her figure fade away. It seemed we had underestimated the Middle family. Those capable of auctioning Earth-grade techniques are certainly not to be trifled with, Xing Tian mused inwardly. Having concluded matters in the imperial capital, Lu Yun returned to his quarters. In the current state of the empire, the Yunlan sect had also become his subordinate. The treasures Lu Yun obtained from the Yunshan treasury were subsequently taken to various auction houses. In Haiyan City, auctions were specifically held for 4th-grade elixirs, interspersed with some 5th-grade ones. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, nearly all were 5th-grade elixirs, with an occasional 6th-grade elixir for sale. The timings for these 2 auctions were strategically staggered by Lu Yun. He planned to first oversee the auction in Haiyan City and then return to the imperial capital afterwards. This was the extraordinary skill gifted to him by the void-burrowing beast, enabling swift travel between the 2 locations. After finalizing the auction schedules, Lu Yun utilized the Void Gate to arrive once more in Black Mist City. Within a unique courtyard of the Wu family, Lu Yun and Lin Hai's figures appeared. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun promptly summoned Wu Jingtao. Master, you have returned. Wu Jingtao greeted Lu Yun with utmost respect. Has there been any movement from the demon poison sect in the past few days? Lu Yun casually inquired. He was well aware that the news of Lin Hai killing Imo Qingshan had undoubtedly spread throughout the region. The demon poison sect's Dohuang leader would certainly seek to investigate thoroughly before taking any action, particularly in Lu Yun's absence. As for why Lu Yun did not simply eliminate the leader of the demon poison sect directly, rather than gamble on whether he would strike at the Wu family in the coming days, the answer was simple. The leader of the demon poison sect had not offended Lu Yun. It was not in his nature to kill someone based on mere conjecture. Yes, Master. The leader of the demon poison sect did come by in the last couple of days, Wu Jingtao replied candidly. However, he came bearing gifts to pay respects to you and expressed that you did well in eliminating Imo Qingshan. Unfortunately, you were not present at the time, so he did not linger long, merely stating he would visit again. How intriguing, Lu Yun remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips upon hearing Wu Jingtao's words. The leader of the demon poison sect was quite astute. Although he claimed to be there to express goodwill, it was merely a ruse to gauge Lu Yun's strength. Should he discover that Lu Yun was unbeatable, he would feel reluctant to act against him. Since he is so considerate, I shall not be remiss in courtesy. Prepare accordingly. We shall pay a visit to the leader of the demon poison sect, Lu Yun instructed Wu Jingtao. Understood, I will make the arrangements immediately, Wu Jingtao responded, promptly departing to prepare. Chapter 273. Defeating the 7 stars Dohuang. The demon poison sect is established atop Black Wind Mountain, which lies between Black Mist City and a small town. With Wu Jingtao leading the way, Lu Yun arrived at the foot of Black Wind Mountain after 3 hours. From the base of the mountain, one could see a magnificent stone gate over 10 meters tall, flanked by 2 colossal stone centipedes. Master. Ahead lies the mountain gate of the demon poison sect. Aside from the sect leader Huan, who is a Dohuang powerhouse, there are also 5 elders who have reached the Dohuang level, Wu Jingtao explained as he pointed toward the gate. Before long, several mountain guards of the demon poison sect noticed Lu Yun and Wu Jingtao's approach. Upon sensing Wu Jingtao's cultivation level, they were somewhat surprised but did not pay much heed. Despite Wu Jingtao's Dohuang status, he was still considered insignificant within the demon poison sect. Seeing that Lu Yun and his companions did not slow their pace and were directly walking toward the mountain gate, one of the disciples, a 5-star Dome master, shouted, "Halt! This is the demon poison sect. You cannot enter at will. Impudent! How dare you disrespect my master?" With a roar, Wu Jingtao unleashed a palm strike, sending the disciple flying several meters away. To cause trouble in my demon poison sect, even if you are a Dohuang, you shall not leave today. Seeing Wu Jingtao injure his companion, the remaining disciples of the demon poison sect quickly surrounded Lu Yun and Wu Jingtao, simultaneously alerting the sect. Observing the encroaching disciples, Wu Jingtao merely smirked disdainfully and unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, effortlessly bringing down all the surrounding disciples. Subsequently, the group walked past the fallen disciples without a glance, entering the mountain gate of the demon poison sect. Before them lay stone steps adorned with verdant moss. And what caught Lu Yun's attention was that the interior of the demon poison sect was not composed of traditional structures, but rather featured cave dwellings built against the mountains. Who dares to create a disturbance in my demon poison sect? A commanding voice echoed, and a portly middle-aged man with yellow dochi wings descended from the sky behind Lu Yun and his companions. The second elder of the demon poison sect, a 7 stars Dohuang powerhouse, Huang Dahai. Upon seeing the portly man, Wu Jingtao instantly recognized him. Huang Dahai, my master has come to visit sect leader Huan. Although Wu Jingtao was weaker than the rotund man, standing beside Lu Yun gave him the confidence not to be overshadowed. Your master? Huang Dahai squinted as he scrutinized Lu Yun, before bursting into laughter. Wu Jingtao, you truly have regressed. You dare to take a mere brat as your master. Huang Dahai, you are courting death. Hearing Huang Dahai's disrespectful remarks about Lu Yun, Wu Jingtao's anger flared. Just as he gathered his do chi to retaliate, Lu Yun intervened. You are no match for him. Step aside. Lu Yun waved his hand, and then looked up at Huang Dahai, who bore yellow dochi wings. So, you are a 7 stars Dohuang. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. In Lu Yun's eyes, Huang Dahai's strength was comparable to that of Wan Gui. The flowing clouds effortlessly vanquished the formidable Huang Dahai, and capturing this Huang Dahai should pose no challenge. Even against the rumored emperor of the demon poison sect, Huan, Flowing Cloud possesses the confidence to engage in battle without resorting to his trump cards. Such a young dueling powerhouse, if given a few more years, might even be capable of contending with me. However, as for now, you are not worthy. Huang Dahai pointed his stout index finger at Flowing Cloud, his tone dripping with disdain. Is that so? Whether I am worthy or not, you shall soon find out. As soon as Flowing Cloud's words fell, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow darting towards Huang Dahai. Behind him, the twin wings of wind and thunder unfurled, exuding an even greater might than the Duki wings of Huang Dahai, the Dohuang powerhouse. A flying Do technique. Upon witnessing the wind and thunder wings behind Flowing Cloud, a glimmer of greed flickered in Huang Dahai's eyes. Judging by the wings, the grade of the flying dough technique he cultivated must be exceptional. At that moment, Huang Dahai pondered whether Flowing Cloud had brought this flying dough technique with him. You wish to play with fire? Then I shall indulge you. Observing Huang Dahai distractedly contemplating other matters while engaged in combat, Flowing Cloud felt a surge of anger. He resolved to hold nothing back, raising his hand to summon the Taiyin Divine Flame. As Flowing Cloud unleashed the Taiyin Divine Flame, the surrounding space began to warp, resonating with thunderous booms, akin to muffled thunder. Flowing Cloud's actions left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. First, the flying dough technique, and now the what on earth is this youth's background? At that moment, a sense of gravity settled over Huang Dahai's nearly narrowed eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Flowing Cloud summoned the Taiyin Divine Flame, he threw a punch towards him. Instantly, a massive Duki energy, 3 meters wide, surged towards Flowing Cloud. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, hidden in the shadows, refrained from intervening, despite his concerns that Flowing Cloud might suffer against an opponent vastly stronger than himself. However, Flowing Cloud had commanded him not to intervene, and he could not defy his orders. Coldly regarding the approaching Qi Tianquan, Flowing Cloud's wind and thunder wings fluttered, propelling him backwards. As he retreated, a flicker of his deep blue divine flame spilled forth, igniting several towering trees. In an instant, the trees, reaching heights of over 10 meters, crumbled to ashes amidst a chorus of astonished gazes. Though Flowing Cloud had not yet reached the status of Do Wang, the speed of his wind and thunder wings surpassed that of true Do Wang powerhouse's condensed Duki wings. In a rapid retreat, Flowing Cloud swiftly adjusted his position, positioning himself above Huang Dahai. Boom! The deep blue Taiyin Divine Flame shot from Flowing Cloud's hand towards Huang Dahai. Before it even drew near, Huang Dahai felt an intense burning sensation radiating from above. Realizing the fire's potency, cold sweat broke out on Huang Dahai's brow. Should this flame strike him, even he, a Do Wang powerhouse, would likely meet his demise. Concentrating all his Duki into his right palm, Huang Dahai unleashed a barrage of fierce Duki energy towards the descending Taiyin Divine Flame. However, upon contact, the Duki energy was instantaneously melted away, igniting Huang Dahai's stout palm in flames. Huang Dahai let out a roar, swiftly severing his right arm. Blood mist swirled in the air as his corpulent body plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 274. The Poison Maiden witnessing Flowing Cloud effortlessly dispatch a 7-star Do Wang powerhouse in the blink of an eye. Wu Jingtao's perception of him underwent a profound transformation. The sect master is truly formidable. Wu Jingtao and the accompanying disciples of the Wu family exclaimed in unison. On the ground, the now weakened Huang Dahai lay gasping for breath. As Flowing Cloud approached him, he sensed the rapid approach of a Do Huang powerhouse's aura. Please, sect master, quell your anger. Suddenly, a figure in a green robe appeared beside Huang Dahai. Recognizing the newcomer, Flowing Cloud deduced that this middle-aged man in green was none other than Huan, the Do Huang sect master of the Demon Poison sect. The strength of the Outcloud Empire truly surpasses that of the Jiama Empire by a considerable margin, in terms of the number of Do Huang powerhouses. The Jiama Empire cannot even hold a candle to it. Do you know me? Seeing the newcomer utter his name, Flowing Cloud inquired with curiosity. This is all thanks to the information provided by the Wu family head. The figure in green pointed towards Wu Jingtao. Indeed. I disclosed the sect master's name to Sect Master Hua, Wu Jingtao confirmed. During Flowing Cloud's absence, it was only natural that Wu Jingtao would share details about such a renowned Do Huang powerhouse, and with that thought, Flowing Cloud harbored little doubt. Huang Dahai has offended the sect master. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Now that he has lost an arm and learned his lesson, I hope the sect master can spare his life. I have a significant gift to present. The figure in green slightly bowed as he spoke, producing a storage ring from his hand. Observing the sincerity of the green-robed man, and recognizing that a Do Huang powerhouse would deign to flatter someone of lesser rank, Flowing Cloud, who was not particularly bloodthirsty, accepted the storage ring offered by Huan, granting him a favor. Thank you, sect master. Seeing Flowing Cloud agree to spare Huang Dahai's life, the green-robed man finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, he hurriedly sealed Huang Dahai's acupoints where his arm had been severed and retrieved a green pill from his storage ring, administering it to the prostrate Huang Dahai. Once the green pill was ingested, Huang Dahai's condition improved significantly. He at least regained enough strength to speak. The green-robed man patted Huang Dahai's plump face, admonishing him. Fatty Huang, do you remember what the sect master said? Keep your eyes wide open from now on, and do not be ignorant of greatness. Yes, I remember. Huang Dahai trembled as he stood, addressing Flowing Cloud with utmost respect. I thank sect master Flowing Cloud for sparing my life. The events that had just transpired remained vivid in his mind. He had been utterly defenseless against this young man. Had he not severed his own arm in time, he would surely now be a lifeless corpse. At that moment, the green-robed man suddenly turned to Huang Dahai, who had lost an arm, and asked, Fatty Huang, how did things fare in Rimisheng? Suppressing his agony, Huang Dahai responded word by word, Sect Master, when I arrived in Rumisheng, the Han family had already been attacked, and I found no trace of the Poison Maiden whatsoever. Poison Maiden. Hearing their conversation, Flowing Cloud abruptly turned to face the one-armed Huang Dahai. Sect Master Flowing Cloud, do you know this Poison Maiden? Noticing the peculiar expression in Flowing Cloud's eyes, Huan inquired with curiosity. I do not know her. Flowing Cloud shook his head before asking, could you share with me the details regarding this Poison Maiden of Rumisheng? It seems that Sect Master Flowing Cloud is quite interested in this Poison Maiden. Huan smiled. This Poison Maiden has only recently appeared in this vicinity over the past few months. It is said that she constantly dons a black cloak, and no one has seen her true appearance. When she first revealed herself, she possessed only the strength of a 3-star doling, but within a mere half-month, she surged to 9-star doling. Such a pace of cultivation is undeniably terrifying. Her astonishing rate of advancement has been noted by several prominent families in Rumisheng. These families have frantically sought to capture her, yet not only did they fail to seize her, but they also found their treasures plundered clean by this Poison Maiden. I dispatched Fatty Huang to Rumisheng to persuade those families to cease their pursuit of her. With her exceptional talent, if she were to become a disciple of my demon poison sect, we would surely gain another Do Huang powerhouse in the future. Upon hearing the explanation from the sect master of the demon poison sect, Flowing Cloud remained skeptical, feeling a conflict within himself. On one hand, he hoped that the Poison Maiden spoken of by these two was indeed the little medical sage, as that would finally provide him with some news of her. On another note, Lu Yun heard the words of the master of the poison sect, who remarked on the astonishing speed at which the little medicine fairy was cultivating. Given this, it was evident that she must be frantically consuming poisons, enduring immense suffering in the process. It turned out that Master Hua had such intentions. This young master found himself quite intrigued by this Poison Maiden. Why not accompany me to the city of honey, Master Hua? Lu Yun inquired, though his tone left little room for refusal. Huan discerned the implication in Lu Yun's words and, with a resigned nod, responded, in that case, I shall accompany the noble Lu Yun on this journey. Wu Jingtiao, you may return. I have matters to attend to in the city of honey, and the auction requires prompt arrangements. With that command, Lu Yun soared into the sky. Lead the way, Master Hua. The man in green did not hesitate and immediately took flight, using his battle aura wings to position himself ahead of Lu Yun. The influence of the poison sect extended only to the 12 nearby cities, while the city of honey was under the jurisdiction of the formidable Wan poison sect, whose master, like Huan of the poison sect, had attained the rank of battle emperor. Lu Yun and Huan raced through the sky and, after half a day's journey, finally arrived at the city of honey as described by Huan. Upon entering the city, Lu Yun noticed several signs of a fierce battle left by poison masters. It seemed that just a day prior, a significant conflict had transpired here. Lu Yun was not surprised, for cities within the Outcloud Empire were indeed quite chaotic. This was primarily due to the royal family's inadequate control over the nation. Unlike the ironclad unity of the Jiamai Empire, the streets were quite desolate, and upon arriving in the city of honey, Lu Yun wasted no time. He made his way directly to the Han family, one of the 4 prominent families in the city. The sudden arrival of the two startled Han Jing, the head of the Han family. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the man in green, Han Jing had no doubt that this unfamiliar visitor was a battle emperor. Esteemed senior, what brings you to my Han family? Han Jing inquired respectfully of Huan, who stood beside Lu Yun. Do not be alarmed. I am Huan, the master of the poison sect, and this is Lu Yun, the esteemed head of the Lu Yun Pavilion. I have accompanied Lu Yun here in search of the Poison Maiden, Huan explained, extending his hand to gesture toward Lu Yun with a smile. Master of the poison sect Huan. Upon hearing Huan's introduction, Han Jing felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The surrounding area of the city of honey was predominantly under the control of the Wan poison sect, and the poison sect was situated quite far away. Yet, their master had appeared before him. What brings you, Elder Hua, to seek the Poison Maiden? Han Jing asked with renewed respect, still in shock. Noting Han Jing's inquiry, Huan's expression darkened noticeably. Having made himself so clear, it irked him that Han Jing had failed to acknowledge Lu Yun. If Lu Yun were to take offense. With this thought, Huan scolded Han Jing in a low voice. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I have stated that I am here to accompany Lu Yun. At this point, Huan raised his hand again, indicating Lu Yun. The implication was clear. It was Lu Yun who was the main figure. Elder Hua, I comprehend human speech. It is merely that I sense the overwhelming pressure of your battle emperor aura. Han Jing stammered in explanation. However, before he could finish, Huan's anger intensified as he bellowed. Are you implying that I am not human? I assure you, that was not my intent. Please, esteemed elder, do not be angry, Han Jing replied, his legs trembling in fear that this battle emperor might take his life. Just then, Lu Yun, with a calm demeanor, addressed Huan. Enough. Huan, you have frightened him into silence. How am I to inquire further? My apologies, Lu Yun. It was thoughtless of me, Huan replied, his authoritative aura dissipating, replaced by a fawning demeanor. Han Jing, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed to Lu Yun. Kneeling on the ground as he exclaimed, "Esteemed senior, I did not recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance." "No matter." Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively, stating directly, "Please share with me all you know regarding the Poison Maiden." As Han Jing recalled Lu Yun's words that had subdued the master of the poison sect, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. He pondered, why does someone of Huan's stature show such deference to a youth who has yet to reach the Battle King realm? Could this young man's background be so formidable that even a battle emperor must tread carefully? It seemed Huan referred to him as the head of the Lu Yun Pavilion. What kind of power was this Lu Yun Pavilion that I have never heard of before? In response to Lu Yun's inquiry, Han Jing began to recount. The Poison Maiden has indeed been active in the vicinity of the city of Honey recently. Her mastery of poison is formidable. Even I, at the Battle King level, do not dare to confront her toxins directly. Should she continue to seize cultivation resources in this manner, it could become quite troublesome once she ascends to the Battle King level. It is said that several prominent families around the city of Honey have united to devise a strategy against her. Knowing that the Poison Maiden has a fondness for toxic substances, they plan to hold an auction at the secret port near the city of Honey, featuring rare and precious poison insects and herbs. They intend to lay in wait. If the Poison Maiden dares to come, she will have no chance of escape. Upon hearing Han Jing's account, Lu Yun felt a surge of confidence that the Poison Maiden was indeed the Little Medicine Fairy. He had not anticipated that this young girl, with her battle spirit cultivation, could cause such headaches for a group of battle kings. She truly was someone awakened with the poison body of calamity. Although the poison body of calamity allows for rapid cultivation, it exacts a toll on her well-being. This time, Lu Yun resolved to locate the Little Medicine Fairy and address the hidden dangers of her poison body of calamity. Finding one person amidst the vast sea of people was indeed a daunting task. Luring the Little Medicine Fairy out with the poisons at the auction seemed a viable plan, as suggested by Han Jing regarding the other family scheme. When will this auction take place? Lu Yun pondered for a moment before curiously asking. It is said to be scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, Han Jing replied. Will both esteemed seniors be attending? Upon hearing this time frame, Lu Yun's mind began to formulate another idea. Based on his understanding of the Little Medicine Fairy, she would likely catch on to such a blatant scheme. However, even if she did, she might still choose to take the risk. To acquire the poisons she desired, she would probably strike when the auction's defenses were at their weakest, rather than waiting for the ambushers to gather and then walk into a trap. With this thought, Lu Yun decided not to waste any more words with Han Jing and turned to Huan, saying, "Let us go." Without hesitation, Huan followed Lu Yun as they departed the Han family. The city of Honey and the secret port were in close proximity. Lu Yun and Huan arrived at the secret port within just an hour. The city of the secret port was interwoven with numerous rivers and ponds, with most of its architecture partially submerged in water. The largest auction house in the secret port was no exception, as half of its structure rose above the water's surface. Beneath the moonlight, the reflection of the grand waterborne pavilion of the auction house shimmered in the pond. Upon reaching the vicinity of the pond, Lu Yun and the man in green, Huan, concealed themselves on the opposite bank of the auction house. Lu Yun Pavilion Master. You have come here today to ascertain that the Poison Maiden will arrive a day early to seize the auction items, am I correct? Huan mused thoughtfully. Lu Yun did not refute this, merely signaling for silence and beginning to mask his own presence. The two remained quietly hidden among the bushes on the bank. 2 hours passed in silence. Suddenly, a peculiar ripple broke the previously calm surface of the pond. She is here. Seeing the ripple emerge, Lu Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. Huan also noticed the strange disturbance on the water's surface. The peculiar ripple gradually migrated beneath the pavilion of the auction house. It appeared that the Poison Maiden intended to infiltrate the auction house from below the water in order to steal the treasures, Huan quietly analyzed. As the ripple dissipated, Lu Yun also deduced that the person submerged in the water had already entered the loft. Lu Yun, the one you are waiting for has likely already made her way inside. Shall we continue to wait here or venture in to investigate? Huan inquired respectfully. No need to go in. She must have succeeded, Lu Yun replied. Following Lu Yun's gaze, they observed a dark figure rising from the serene lake waters, slowly making its way toward the shore. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the somewhat slender shadow emerged from the water's surface, numerous figures suddenly converged around the tranquil pond, creating a siege. Chapter 276. Battle with the Master of the 10,000 Poisons Sect Poison Maiden. We have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Today, you shall find it impossible to escape. The once tranquil surface of the pond echoed with several voices. As these individuals appeared, the slender figure in the water cautiously stood on a branch, eyeing the encroaching crowd. Lu Yun was not particularly surprised by their emergence. An hour prior, Lin Hai had transmitted a message to Lu Yun, warning him of an ambush nearby. He, Ma Deyuan, Wang Jing, and Ho Yunfeng have all arrived. How flattering of you to grace me with your presence, the frail figure in the pond sneered, counting the number of Do Wang experts surrounding her. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yun was 100% certain that the frail figure beneath the black robe was indeed the little medical immortal. Among the newcomers were 3 Do Wang and 7 or 8 Do Ling. It was astonishing how she had managed to grow to such heights in such a short time. Lu Yun mused, "Let us not waste words. We must subdue her first." At that moment, one of the individuals in the encroaching crowd was the first to attack the black-robed woman. Countless fierce bursts of Do Qi surged toward her. Before these attacks could reach her, the black-robed woman decisively dove into the pond, vanishing from sight. As her figure submerged, white bubbles began to rise around her, and the water turned an ominous black at an alarming rate. A middle-aged man, having reached the level of an 8-star Do Ling, immediately followed her into the water without a second thought. Quickly, be cautious of her poison. Observing someone following the black-robed woman into the water, the others loudly warned. Hastily retreating to the shore. Although the people nearby had cautioned the middle-aged man, it was too late. The 8-star Do Ling who plunged into the pond let out a blood-curdling scream as he burst forth from the water's surface. His skin had begun to rot, and blood streamed from his 7 orifices. Witnessing the middle-aged man's plight, no one dared to enter the water again. "Fear not, we are surrounded by our own. Today, this poison maiden shall not escape." After some discussion, the 3 Do Wang experts hovering above the pond began to bombard the water below with their Do Qi. Meanwhile, on Lu Yun's side, after the black-robed woman submerged, he stepped out from his concealed position. Upon noticing the sudden approach of Lu Yun and Huan, the members of several prominent families quickly heightened their vigilance. Master of the demonic poison sect. As the two drew closer, one of the 3 Do Wang experts, Ma Deyuan, recognized Hua and exclaimed, "Master Hua, are you also here for this poison maiden?" Hearing Ma Deyuan's words, the other 2 Do Wang experts ceased their attacks on the water and turned their wary gazes toward Huan. Before Huan could respond, Lu Yun called out into the water, "Little medical immortal, come out. I am your elder brother Lu Yun." Brother Lu Yun, the black-robed woman, submerged several meters deep, trembled upon hearing Lu Yun's voice. Beneath her black robe, her gray-violet eyes flickered. This cannot be a dream, can it? How could brother Lu Yun be in the Cloud Empire? Did he come here specifically to find me? At that moment, she completely forgot about the 3 Do Wang experts intending to strike her. Her body gradually floated to the water's surface, her eyes searching for Lu Yun in the direction of his voice. Little medical immortal. Their gazes locked, and Lu Yun called her name once more. At the sound of Lu Yun's voice, the black-robed woman seemed to recall something, suppressing her inner turmoil. She replied flatly, "I am not the little medical immortal. You have mistaken me for someone else. Little medical immortal, regardless of how you have changed, I, Lu Yun, will always be your truest friend." Witnessing her reaction, Lu Yun felt a twinge of sorrow. Hearing him refer to her as his best friend, the little medical immortal's eyes hesitated once again, and they fell into a moment of silence. Meanwhile, Huan, seeing that the poison maiden had an old acquaintance in Lu Yun, did not wish for anyone else to intrude upon their reunion. He immediately commanded the 3 Do Wang experts, "Ma Deyuan, this matter ends here. Take them and disperse." "Master Hua, what is the relationship between this youth and the poison maiden?" "Master Hua, the capture of the poison maiden was arranged by Elder Lu." Realizing that Huan had come for the poison maiden, the 3 of them hesitated and invoked their backing, the master of the 10,000 poison sect. It is well known that among the numerous cities in the vicinity, the demonic poison sect and the 10,000 poison sect wield the greatest power. These 2 sects had clashed several times, but the 10,000 poison sect had always emerged victorious. At this moment, upon discerning the implications of their words, Huan could not help but feel a surge of anger. What was Lu Rulong to him? "Even if you were to come in person today, I would still ensure the poison maiden's safety. If you do not leave, then prepare to remain here," Huan stated bluntly. After he uttered this, a deep voice echoed from afar. "Haha, brother Hua, it has been quite a while. Your temper has not changed much." As the words fell, a white-bearded elder with green Do Qi wings appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing the white-bearded elder, Ma Deyuan, Wang Jing, and the other Do Wang experts immediately bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Elder Lu." Lu Rulong. Seeing the newcomer, Huan's expression shifted, now laced with caution. It had been many years since he had last laid eyes on Lu Rulong, and he sensed that the latter's power had significantly increased. The master of the 10,000 poison sect, Lu Rulong, regarded Hua and with a faint smile, saying, "Brother Hua, this poison maiden holds great significance for me. It seems today you will not be able to take her away." "Oh, is that so? Then let us see what skills you have honed over the years," Huan retorted, retrieving a silver spear from his spatial ring. The weapon radiated a formidable aura, revealing it to be a 6th-tier magic core weapon. TSK, Brother Hua, since you have so readily revealed your 6th-tier magic core weapon, I too shall not hide my prowess." As he spoke, the white-bearded elder Lu Rulong produced a peculiar white staff from his spatial ring. Boom. Huan concentrated his Do Qi at the spear's tip and charged fiercely toward Lu Rulong. In response, Lu Rulong swung his peculiar staff to meet Hua's assault. The battle at the level of Do Huang sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Just as Hua and Lu Rulong engaged in combat high above, Ma Deyuan and Wang Jing's gazes fell upon the little medical immortal. Chapter 277. The little medical immortal Ma Deyuan signaled to his companions, his eyes glinting with malice. In the next instant, all three Do Wang experts unleashed a massive wave of Do Qi energy directed at the little medical immortal, while Lu Yun had long been overlooked. Brother Lu, be careful. Upon witnessing the indiscriminate assault from the three formidable Do Wang experts, Xiao Yixian swiftly issued a warning. At that moment, she could have submerged herself once more into the water to evade the attack, but her concern for Lu Yun restrained her from doing so. Hearing Xiao Yixian finally acknowledge his identity brought an unexpected joy to Lu Yun. To him, the three aggressive Do Wang warriors appeared merely as foolish jesters. As the impending attack loomed, Lu Yun made no attempt at defense, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Yixian. Three dazzling waves of Do Qi, imbued with lethal poison, surged toward Lu Yun. Yet, just as the attacks were about to make contact, a faint golden barrier suddenly enveloped Lu Yun's body, repelling all incoming strikes. This ethereal shield was a result of Lu Yun donning the heavenly dragon true armor, which was resilient enough to withstand such an assault without even exerting a fraction of its defensive power. Lu Yun Gij, are you alright? Xiao Yixian asked with concern, examining his well-being. I am unharmed, but they will not fare as well, Lu Yun replied gently, turning to cast a cold gaze at Ma Deyuan and Wang Jing behind him. What? How is it possible that a mere Do Ling can remain unscathed against our combined attack? Wang Jing exclaimed in disbelief. I suspect he must be wearing a high-grade protective armor, Ma Deyuan speculated. At that moment, the chilling glare in Liu Yun's eyes caused an inexplicable shiver to run through the hearts of the three men. It is just a high-grade protective treasure. There will come a time when its energy is depleted. I shall see just how many waves of attacks you can withstand, Ma Deyuan encouraged his companions. Brother Ma speaks wisely, Wang Jing concurred, then threatened Lu Yun, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or today shall mark your demise. Who shall perish remains uncertain, Lu Yun retorted, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the three men, two wings, one azure and the other silver, suddenly sprouted from Liu Yun's back. Flight Do technique. The three, though not lacking in experience, quickly recognized that Lu Yun was not merely utilizing the Do Qi wings attainable only by a Do Wang. As they stood in shock, the wind and thunder wings on Lu Yun's back trembled, dramatically increasing his speed as he transformed into a blur heading toward them. Sky-covering palm. In an instant, a colossal handprint materialized from Lu Yun's palm, crashing down toward Ma Deyuan and his companions. Completely taken aback, Ma Deyuan had never anticipated that a mere Do Ling Jr. would dare to initiate an attack against them. Upon seeing the enormous handprint looming above him, he hastily gathered several streams of red and white Do Qi in his palm. As Liu Yun's sky-covering palm collided with the energies of the three men, a thunderous boom erupted, sending black mist from the pond soaring to heights of 7 or 8 meters. Beware of that poisonous woman. After the clash, the three men hurriedly circulated their Do Qi to shield themselves from the pervasive black mist enveloping the surroundings. Lu Yun Gij, quickly avoid the pond. Xiao Yixian, witnessing the impending splash of water, urgently leapt from the depths, her graceful black figure soaring into the air before Lu Yun. Seeing the concerned gaze of Xiao Yixian beneath her black robe, Lu Yun instinctively reached out, catching her just before she began to fall. Ah! Feeling the warmth radiating from Liu Yun's body, Xiao Yixian trembled, then exclaimed in panic, No, Lu Yun Gij, let go of me. My poison will. Before she could finish, Lu Yun covered her mouth with his hand. Fear not. Your poison cannot harm me, he assured gently. Xiao Yixian's previously anxious eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement upon realizing that they were so close, yet Lu Yun remained unharmed. Had they not been surrounded by others, she might have instinctively thrown herself into his embrace. Xiao Yixian, allow me to deal with these three bothersome adversaries first, and then we shall discuss the events that transpired during this time, Lu Yun said, his left arm encircling her delicate waist while a sphere of eerie blue flame appeared in his right hand. Strange fire. Upon witnessing the emergence of the tiny divine flame from Liu Yun's palm, Wang Jing gasped, his eyes filled with trepidation towards Liu Yun. How can a mere Do Ling possess such power? What can a strange fire accomplish? Ma Dian exclaimed, attempting to rally his companions against the evident fear in their eyes. Ignoring their reactions, Lu Yun maintained a calm demeanor, slowly raising his right palm toward the trio and casually shooting a wisp of tiny divine flame in their direction. The moment the eerie blue flame left Liu Yun's palm, it descended upon them with the speed of a meteor, targeting Ma Dian, the strongest among them. Poof! Despite Ma Diyuan's desperate attempts to evade, the wisp of blue flame struck his chest directly. In an instant, his body was incinerated to ashes before the horrified gazes of his companions. Ugh! Seeing this, Wang Jing and Ho Yunfeng were drenched in cold sweat, with Wang Jing's legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Spare me, esteemed senior. I was blind and failed to recognize your might. I beg for your mercy. As Lu Yun unleashed the tiny divine flame, the master of the 10,000 poisoned sect, Lu Rulong, who was engaged in battle with Huan nearby, also took notice of this unfolding scene. Who is this youth? He possesses not only a remarkable flight do technique, but also a terrifyingly potent unknown strange fire, he murmured, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment when Lu Rulong was distracted, Huan thrust a silver spear imbued with immense force toward Lu Rulong's face. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the fabric of space around their clash distorted, and a dazzling light erupted in the pitch-black night sky. Under duress, Lu Rulong endured Huan's powerful strike, but found himself at a disadvantage, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Brother Hua, if you continue to entangle with me now that the strange fire has emerged, do not blame me for my ruthless nature, Lu Rulong warned with a menacing tone. Old fool, let us see just how ruthless you can be, Huan replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by Lu Rulong's threat. Chapter 278. Huan's bold gamble. Huan was well aware that Lu Yun possessed strange fire. However, he had never harbored any covetous thoughts about it. This was due to his previous visit to the Wu family, where he had witnessed the immense handprint and residual pressure left by Lin Hai. At the sight of that colossal handprint, Huan had been profoundly shaken. He understood clearly that even if his power were to multiply tenfold, he could never produce such formidable force with a single strike. Thus, he could not help but speculate that Lu Yun was likely backed by a Dozong expert. At this moment, seeing Huan remain unfazed by his threat, a fierce glint appeared in Lu Rulong's eyes. You seek death, and I shall not be blamed for it. With a vicious remark directed at Huan, Lu Rulong propelled himself forward with his white Do-Chi wings, rapidly closing the distance. Boom. After another confrontation in the skies, both Huan and Lu Rulong quickly separated. Die. Just then, Lu Rulong emitted a cold snort, and from the peculiar white staff he wielded, a thumb-sized snow-white worm suddenly shot out. This worm resembled an ordinary earthworm, but was covered in a multitude of limbs. As if under Lu Rulong's control, the white worm sped toward Huan, who was turning to face him. Sizzle. Caught off guard, Huan was astonished to find that a minuscule white insect had breached his Do-Chi barrier, leaving a pinhole-sized wound on his left wrist. Hiss. Realizing the anomaly, Huan swiftly crushed the insect's body with a wave of his hand. However, when he noticed the sudden change in his arm, his complexion turned ashen. Ha ha ha, Brother Hua, you've been poisoned by the thousand-legged bug. Even a high-ranking Do Emperor would struggle to resist its lethal toxin. Lu Rulong guffawed upon witnessing Huan's plight. The thousand-legged bug is a sixth-tier poisonous creature, and its venom can claim the life of a low-tier Do Emperor within the span of a single incense stick. At this moment, as the poison rapidly spread from his wrist to the rest of his body, a flash of determination flickered in Huan's eyes. In the next instant, he sheathed his silver spear and transformed his right hand into a sharp blade, preparing to sever his right arm. With a splatter, a mist of blood filled the air as Huan stifled a groan, his left arm, bitten by the thousand-legged bug, plummeting to the ground. Lu Rulong, initially taken aback by Huan's decisive act of severing his own arm, soon erupted into laughter again, exclaiming, Ha! Brother Hua, you truly are my longtime rival. So resolute. But alas, with one arm severed, you can hardly hold a spear now, can you? Let us see how you can obstruct me. Lu Rulong cast a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Hua, and before preparing to soar toward Lu Yun. Yet, in the next moment, a silver spear once again obstructed Lu Rulong's path. Perceiving Huan's tenacity, Lu Rulong furrowed his brow and curiously inquired, Brother Hua, who is that young man to you? Suppressing his discomfort, Huan replied loudly, he is someone you cannot afford to provoke. Lu Rulong, somewhat surprised by Huan's words, couldn't shake off his skepticism. His impatience evident as he retorted, the poison of the thousand-legged bug within you is not fully severed. You should retreat. Otherwise, you may indeed perish here today. Meanwhile, having dealt with Ma Deyuan, Wang Jing, and Ho Yunfeng, Lu Yun and Xiao Yixin also took note of the unfolding scene in the sky not far away. Brother Lu Yun, the Do Emperor elder who accompanied you seems to be injured, Xiao Yixin remarked, her eyes reflecting concern as she witnessed Hua and severing his arm to thwart Lu Rulong. Do not worry, I will not allow his injuries to be in vain, Lu Yun assured her, his admiration for the poison sect's leader, Huan, growing within him. Lu Yun understood Huan's intentions. He was gambling on the presence of the figure concealed behind him. Huan's current display would undoubtedly stir something in Lu Yun's heart. Due to the matters involving Wan Gui and Mo Qingshan, Huan had already intertwined his fate with Lu Yun, albeit with a rather unfavorable impression. In this precarious situation, Huan had only two choices, to forever avoid Lu Yun and leave the poison sect, or to follow Lu Yun. It was evident that Huan had chosen the latter, even at the cost of an arm. With a splatter, under Lu Rulong's fierce assault, Huan, already weakened and still suffering from the lingering poison, coughed up a mouthful of black blood. From this day forth, the territory of your poison sect will be entirely under the control of my Wandu sect, Lu Rulong exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of claiming the poison sect's domain and acquiring an exotic fire. The joy on his face was indescribable. Cough. Huan spat out another mouthful of black blood, his gaze growing unfocused, his heart filled with reluctance. Hearing Lu Rulong's boisterous laughter, Huan silently lamented, "Have I, Huan, truly miscalculated?" At that moment, the sky above where Lu Rulong and Huan stood began to warp violently. Observing this anomaly, Lu Rulong's eyes filled with wariness, while a surge of ecstasy illuminated Huan's pale visage. Xiao Yixian, standing beside Lu Yun, felt a tremor of unease at the sight of the distorted sky. "Who dares to toy with the fabric of reality?" boomed Lu Rulong, a battle-hardened warrior accustomed to tumultuous storms. Just then, Lin Hai emerged from the warped space. As he laid eyes on Lin Hai, Lu Rulong sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from him. "I apologize for any offense, esteemed senior. I was unaware of your presence," Lu Rulong said, bowing to Lin Hai, marking the first time in decades since he became a Dou emperor that he had bowed so low. However, the figure that had suddenly appeared ignored Lu Rulong and respectfully inquired of Lu Yun below, "Master, should this man be kept alive or eliminated? I must be mistaken. Such a terrifying powerhouse is merely a servant to the young man below. The background of this youth must be unfathomably formidable." Earlier, Lu Rulong could not comprehend Huan's desperate struggle, but now it all made sense. As boundless regret welled up within Lu Rulong, Lu Yun's icy voice resonated from below. "Huan, how would you like to deal with Lu Rulong?" Chapter 279, the finale. "I must be mistaken. Such a terrifying powerhouse is merely a servant to the young man below. The background of this youth must be unfathomably formidable." Earlier, Lu Rulong could not comprehend Huan's desperate struggle, but now it all made sense. As boundless regret welled up within Lu Rulong, Lu Yun's icy voice resonated from below. "Huan, how would you like to deal with Lu Rulong?" As Lu Yun finished speaking, a sinister expression crossed Lu Rulong's face. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Having traversed the clouds of the Union Empire for many years, Lu Rulong was not one to sit idly by. At this moment, his speed was likely doubled compared to before. Seeing Lu Rulong flee, Lu Yun remained largely unperturbed, for Lin Hai had also disappeared. Xiao Yixian glanced at the severely weakened Huan and reminded Lu Yun, "Brother Lu Yun, your friend is gravely injured. He needs immediate attention." "Fear not. The life of a Dou emperor is not so fragile," Lu Yun replied, as Huan, despite his grievous wounds, managed to fly closer to him. "Huan, your performance this time was commendable," Lu Yun remarked warmly upon Huan's arrival. "Thank you for your praise, Sectmaster. I merely did what was necessary," Huan responded with surprise. Just then, Lin Hai returned, holding Lu Rulong as if he were a mere chick. Lin Hai casually tossed Lu Rulong to the ground and reported to Lu Yun, "Master, this fellow was captured shortly after attempting to flee." Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Huan. "This man is now yours." Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Huan's eyes fell upon the kneeling Lu Rulong. "Old fool, did you ever imagine that today would be your last?" Huan spat a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva onto Lu Rulong's face. In response to Huan's humiliation, Lu Rulong's expression remained largely unchanged, and he pleaded with a tone of desperation, "Brother Huan, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. If you spare me, I will offer you all the resources of the Wandu sect and promise never to set foot in the Union Empire again." "Are you jesting? Killing you will naturally mean the Wandu sect's power will revert to Lu Yun," Huan retorted, pausing momentarily before continuing. "It will naturally return to Sectmaster Lu Yun. Huan, you may take the members of the Poison sect to oversee the Wandu sect, but in return, you must assist me with certain matters in the future." Regarding managing any factions, Lu Yun harbored little interest. Accustomed to being a hands-off overseer, he intended to delegate the task of reorganizing the surrounding powers to Huan. "Thank you, Master. Huan is willing to follow you faithfully as your loyal servant," Huan expressed with palpable excitement, only to cough up a mouthful of dark blood. "Take this. It will cleanse the lingering toxins from your body." Observing his condition, Lu Yun casually produced a Wandu pearl, having received 1,000 of them during the last auction, rendering the pearl a mere trinket in his possession. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." Huan's voice was somewhat feeble, yet he did not hesitate to swallow the ebony pill. In mere moments, he felt the myriad of toxins within him dissipate completely, and his injuries began to mend. At that moment, Lu Yun spoke earnestly, "Huan, today you lost an arm while thwarting Lu Rulong. Should the opportunity arise, I will assist you in regrowing it." The notion of regrowing an arm sent a shiver through Huan's body. Lu Rulong, along with Xiao Yixian and Lin Hai, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The idea of reconstructing a body was quite beyond Huan's comprehension. He had resigned himself to a life with one arm. Yet, Lu Yun's words ignited a flicker of hope within him, filling his eyes with anticipation. "Huan, I have located the person I was searching for. The remaining matters are yours to manage." With that, Lu Yun wrapped his arm around Xiao Yixian's slender waist and soared away from the scene. Once Lu Yun departed, only Huan and the sealed Lu Rulong remained by the pond, with a few others lurking in the distance, having accompanied Ma Deyuan. "Brother Huan, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to disclose the locations of the treasures I have hidden over the years. Lu Rulong once again pleaded with Huan treasure locations. You still harbor such a habit? Huan appeared skeptical of Lu Rulong's words, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Brandishing a silver spear, he swiftly severed Lu Rulong's arms. Old man, allow me to show you what it feels like to lose an arm. No secure treasure location is safer than keeping it on oneself. Do you think I would grant you that chance? After venting his frustrations, Huan confiscated Lu Rulong's spatial ring and a white rod. Lu Rulong's wealth was considerable, even possessing 2 or 3 sixth-grade pills. However, Huan understood that once these treasures returned to the Mo Du sect, they would first be presented to Lu Yun for approval, and only the remainder would become his. After examining Lu Rulong's spatial ring, Huan gathered the items and then lifted Lu Rulong's bleeding body, flying towards the distant figures of the 3 prominent families. In Lu Yun's embrace, Xiao Yixian removed the hood of her black robe, her face aglow with a smile. Brother Lu Yun, why did that formidable elder refer to you as master? She inquired curiously. Hearing the question from the enchanting maiden in his arms, Lu Yun inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from Xiao Yixian before responding without hesitation. That individual is compelled to follow me by a truly terrifying entity. A truly terrifying entity. Is it a Dozun expert? Xiao Yixian pressed further. No, Lu Yun replied, shaking his head. Could it be a Dosheng expert? She speculated. That existence is beyond even a Dosheng. Lu Yun continued to shake his head. At this point, Xiao Yixian found her thoughts tangled. Could it be that the terrifying entity Lu Yun referred to was a Do-Di? However, as soon as this notion crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Such beings had not been seen on the continent for ages, so how could Lu Yun possibly know one? Noticing the doubt in Xiao Yixian's eyes, Lu Yun gently patted her head, chuckling softly. All right, stop the wild guesses. Just trust that your brother Lu Yun would never deceive you. In Lu Yun's heart, the might of the system rendered even Ten Do dis insignificant. Xiao Yixian obediently rested her head against Lu Yun's chest. Contemplating Xiao Yixian's solitary existence over the recent period, Lu Yun gazed at her with tender eyes and reassured, Xiao Yixian, fret not. Your brother Lu Yun will swiftly resolve the latent dangers posed by your cursed poison body. It's all right. Knowing that brother Lu Yun is not afraid of the poison within me fills me with great contentment, Xiao Yixian replied, lifting her gaze to meet Lu Yun's eyes with a joyful expression. However, despite her words, Lu Yun could discern a hint of melancholy concealed within her. He understood that the curse of her poison body would only manifest after reaching Do Zone, providing him ample time for preparation. Thus he chose not to dwell further on the subject. Under the night sky, Lu Yun and Xiao Yixian strolled along the riverbank in the dark harbor, conversing about their recent experiences. Suddenly, Lu Yun turned to Xiao Yixian, smiling. Xiao Yixian, it's been a while since we arrived in the Cloud Empire. Would you like to return to the Giamata Empire and take a look? Return to the Giamata Empire? Xiao Yixian felt a stirring at Lu Yun's suggestion. Yet, recalling her initial reluctance to reveal her current appearance, she hesitated. Nevertheless, she was loath to part from Lu Yun again, so she nodded in uncertainty. All right, I also miss the scenery of the Giamata Empire. When shall we return? She asked, her face beaming with delight. If you wish to go back, we can do so at any time, Lu Yun replied, swiftly summoning the Void Earth Beast. What a cute little creature. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Xiao Zi, Xiao Yixian was eager to reach out and touch it, but just as she was about to do so, she cautiously withdrew her hand. Noticing this, Lu Yun promptly reassured. It's fine. This little fellow is called Xiao Zi. Its true form is a Void Earth Beast, and its strength is already comparable to that of a human Dohuang. Your current poison won't harm it. Really? Relieved by Lu Yun's explanation, Xiao Yixian reached out to stroke the Void Earth Beast. Brother Lu Yun, didn't you say we could return to the Giamata Empire? Are you summoning Xiao Zi now to take us back? Correct. You're quite perceptive, Lu Yun praised with a smile. Let's get to work. At Lu Yun's command, the Void Earth Beast reluctantly wagged its tail. In the astonished gaze of Xiao Yixian, the shrinking Void Earth Beast swiftly created a void gate beneath their feet. In the final moments of the portal's completion, Lin Hai also stepped into the circle. With a flash of purple light, Lu Yun, Lin Hai, and Xiao Yixian's forms instantly vanished from their original location. Outside the Black Rock City, as a purple light descended, Lu Yun, Xiao Yixian, and Lin Hai materialized in this new locale. Where's this? What just happened? Xiao Yixian inquired with curiosity. We have arrived at the Black Rock City of the Giamata Empire, Lu Yun explained, gesturing towards the Void Earth Beast. This little fellow just transported us here from the Dark Harbor. Is this little creature really that powerful? Upon learning of the Void Earth Beast's abilities, Xiao Yixian exclaimed in surprise. In her understanding, such spatial traversal seemed a feat only achievable by those at the Dozong level. Moreover, the transmission speed of the spatial teleportation stations established by those formidable beings is simply inconceivable. So, in the future, can I ask Xiaoji to take me wherever I wish to go? Certainly, but this little creature is quite lazy. You must first ensure it is well fed before it will be inclined to work. Lu Yun gently patted Xiaoji's head, and then produced dozens of bottles of companion purple crystal essence. Handing them to the little physician, "Feed it this. Hee, little one, would you like to eat?" The little physician, upon receiving the companion purple crystal essence from Luyun, happily opened a bottle and held it to Xiaoji's mouth. Luyun hurried back to Black Rock City, partly to bring the little physician back to the empire of Jiaoma, and partly because, after tonight, it would be time for the auction prepared by the Li family in Black Rock City. This time, the auction hosted by the Li family will feature dozens of 5th-tier and 4th-tier medicinal pills. Once the auction concludes, Luyun will acquire a substantial quantity of high-grade medicinal pills, thereby sparing the little physician from enduring the torment of consuming toxic substances to enhance her strength. Let us proceed into the city. After placing the void-burrowing beast into the system space, Luyun took the little physician's hand and slowly made their way toward the Li family residence in the city. Suddenly, a cerulean light orb in the sky not far from Black Rock City captured the attention of both Luyun and the patrolling guards. "Look, what is that in the sky?" exclaimed a patrolling soldier who had reached the rank of 3-star fighter, pointing at the increasingly approaching cerulean orb. It must be a senior Do Wang arriving. The other guards joined in with their speculations. Luyun, standing beneath the city gate, also glanced upward. At that moment, a hint of dawn was breaking in the sky. Even so, the cerulean orb remained strikingly radiant. As the cerulean orb drew closer, Luyun discerned the silhouette of a graceful woman within it. "Yun, why has she suddenly come to Black Rock City?" Luyun murmured upon recognizing the figure within the cerulean orb. At that moment, Yun, within the cerulean orb above, also noticed Luyun's presence. She glanced downward, and upon realizing the ages and cultivation levels of Luyun and the little physician, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. Though taken aback, her speed did not diminish as she soared directly into the city. Upon hearing Luyun's murmured words, the little physician inquired, "Luyun Gij, do you know that sister who just flew by?" "Yes, she is the sect leader of Yunlan's sect." Yun, Luyun replied with a nod. "The sect leader of Yunlan's sect is such a young, beautiful, and elegant lady. I imagine many people must be fond of her," the little physician remarked. Recalling the expression in Luyun's eyes when he first saw Yun, she teasingly added, "Luyun Gij, are you one of them?" Chapter 281. Yun's purpose. Upon hearing the little physician's playful remark, Luyun's expression momentarily froze before he shook his head and replied, "In my eyes, little physician, your beauty rivals that of Yun. It is merely a matter of different styles." "Oh, then what style am I, and what style does that sister Yun possess?" The little physician relentlessly pressed for an answer. Cough. Faced with the somewhat awkward question from the little physician, Luyun cleared his throat and said uncertainly, "Do I really have to say?" "Yes, you must." The little physician's expression was one of undeniable determination. "Very well." As he spoke, Luyun extended his hands toward the little physician's waist. This action caused her to instinctively twist her body. However, Luyun's movements did not falter. He spread his hands and gently grasped the little physician's delicate waist. "First of all, your waist is the most slender and supple I have ever seen among women." As Luyun embraced her waist and feigned seriousness in describing her figure, the little physician's cheeks flushed with warmth, her gray-purple eyes sparkling with a peculiar mirth. She then gestured for him to continue. "Moreover, from you, I always perceive a refreshing and ethereal aura." Luyun continued to lavish compliments on the little physician. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing Luyun's lengthy evaluation without conclusion, the little physician suddenly interrupted him. "All right, Luyun Gij, I understand. You may now describe that sister's figure and appearance, as well as her style." Upon her words, Luyun couldn't help but internally lament. Indeed, it is quite daunting when a girl becomes serious. Up to this point, Luyun had encountered Yun on 2 occasions, yet they had never exchanged a word. With little interaction, he could only comment on her appearance and physique. The sect leader of Yunlan's sect has long hair, a pleasant face, long legs, and a decent stop. Upon hearing Luyun's rather lecherous description of Yun, the little physician's forehead creased with annoyance, and she promptly interrupted him to prevent any further indiscretions. "Huh, you lecher, only fixating on inappropriate aspects." The little physician shot Luyun an exaggerated glare before turning her face away. Luyun, appearing rather helpless, thought to himself, "It was your inquiry, and now you are upset with the response." Women's hearts are indeed as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Following that brief interlude, Luyun brought the little physician to the Li family estate in Black Rock City. "Master, you have arrived," greeted Li Yin respectfully upon learning of Luyun's presence. When he noticed the little physician clad in a black robe, curiosity flickered across his face, though he dared not inquire further. "Li Yin, prepare a quiet courtyard." Luyun instructed the head of the Li family. With the auction still some time away, Luyun thought of how the little physician must have prepared for the auction items at the Dark Harbor for quite a while last night, and had not rested since. Once they reached their room, Luyun gently said to the little physician, "After a night of toil, you must be quite weary. Please rest for a while." The little physician nodded slightly, then removed the black robe draped over her. Beneath the black robe, she wore a light, white dress. cinched at her slender waist with a green ribbon. Observing her familiar attire, Lu Yun couldn't resist tucking a loose strand of her silky hair behind her ear. Their gazes intertwined at that moment. Confronted with Lu Yun's amorous eyes, the little physician's cheeks and earlobes flushed a delicate pink, her heart racing wildly. Lu Yun giggled. I shall lie down to rest now. After a long while, the little physician's sudden words gradually dissipated the intimate atmosphere. Lying on the bed, she felt a long-lost sense of relaxation, and soon after closing her eyes, she drifted into a deep slumber. Lu Yun, seated before the bed, gazed absent-mindedly at the long eyelashes that became visible as the little physician closed her eyes. Approximately an hour later, feeling the sunlight gradually streaming into the room, Lu Yun lightly brushed his fingers against the little physician's nose before stepping outside the room. Little one, stay in the courtyard and ensure that no one disturbs the person resting inside while I am away. After giving a brief command to the summoned mini-void burrowing beast, Lu Yun made his way toward the Li family's auction venue. As the billowing clouds arrived, the entrance to the auction house was already bustling with a continuous stream of visitors. Teacher, hurry. I've heard that this auction features many fifth-tier elixirs. If we arrive late, they may be claimed by others. Just then, an anxious voice echoed from not far away. It was Faline. Upon seeing this lively girl, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile faintly. The alchemists from the Alchemist Guild are indeed important clients for their auction. Simultaneously, Lu Yun unexpectedly spotted Yun Yun among the crowd at the entrance, concealing the aura of a Do Huang. At the entrance, Yun Yun was adorned in a golden and purple-fitted brocade robe. Her long hair elegantly styled like a phoenix in flight, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility. Her serene and beautiful countenance resembled a clear spring hidden within a tranquil mountain. Even though she had mastered her Do Chi cultivation, the aura she emanated still deterred many eager onlookers from approaching her carelessly. So, Yun Yun has also come. Could it be that her purpose for visiting Black Rock City last night was to attend this auction? That seems unlikely. While this auction does feature fifth-tier elixirs, it hardly seems sufficient to entice a Do Huang powerhouse. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yun. Could it be that some of the elixirs being auctioned were those taken from the spatial ring of Yunling during the last robbery? If that is the case, Yun Yun's presence here is likely motivated by the auction house. Stepping into the auction venue, Lu Yun entered the luxurious private room that Li Yan had reserved exclusively for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. As Lu Yun settled into his room, Li Yan's familiar voice resonated throughout the auction hall. Chapter 282. Bountiful returns due to the numerous items up for auction at this event hosted by the Li family. Lu Yun suggested that Li Yan have some of the fourth-tier and lower items displayed in glass cases along the walls of the auction hall. Passers-by could clearly see the items inside. Correspondingly, each item had a description and a marked starting bid. Curiously, one of the auction rules stated that any participant who submitted a bid exceeding the starting price by more than 10% after the auction commenced, and if no one outbid them within 3 minutes, would win the item outright. Naturally, to prevent exploitation, the starting price was generally set at around 95% of the market valuation of the item, and each bid increase had stringent standards. This way, even if a particular item attracted few competitors, the auction house would not incur losses. Thanks to this innovative auction format, the number of attendees at this Li family auction was 3 to 4 times greater than usual. Many spectators, or those lacking sufficient funds, wandered around the dazzling display cases, while those truly capable of purchasing valuable items positioned themselves beneath the auction stage, ready to bid at any moment. At this moment, in a VIP room, a flicker of perplexity crossed Yun Yun's previously tranquil gaze. As she made her way from the auction entrance to her private room, she had observed the exquisite display cases showcasing the auction items. Moreover, she noted the presence of several dozen staff members who had reached the rank of Grand Master, and a few even at the Spirit Master level. With such stringent security, the Li family had no reason to worry about any extreme individuals attempting to break the glass and seize the auction items. However, why did the Li family of Black Rock City suddenly have so many fourth and fifth-tier elixirs available for auction? Could it be that the robbery involving Yunling was somehow connected to the Li family? Ladies and gentlemen, I will not elaborate on the items up for auction this time, as I believe you are already well aware. Li Yan skillfully began his introduction from the auction stage. Next, we will auction the first item of this event. This is a fifth-tier elixir, the Windwalker Pill. Its effect is to significantly enhance the speed of the consumer for a short duration. In times of peril, it may very well preserve one's life. The starting bid for the Windwalker Pill is 3 million gold coins. After hearing Li Yan's introduction, many attendees' eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would have thought that a fifth-tier elixir, capable of saving one's life at a critical moment, would have such a low bidding requirement, being auctioned off for gold coins? This undoubtedly provided an opportunity for wealthy merchants lacking valuable treasures. At this moment, a voice of astonishment emerged from Yun Yun's private room. The Li family auction house has actually set a price of 3 million gold coins for a fifth-tier inferior elixir. What a bargain. No one could have anticipated that all of this was orchestrated by Lu Yun, who feared that the auction would drag on for too long and thus devised this method for a swift resolution. After all, Lu Yun was unconcerned about whether the auction items would sell at a loss. While others might suffer losses, he would never incur any. As the crowd began to place bids, a series of system notifications rang in Lu Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the 4th-tier elixir, Beast Power Pill. You have received a 10,000-fold return, resulting in the acquisition of the 6th-tier elixir, Frenzied Beast Pill. The Frenzied Beast Pill has been issued to the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the 4th-tier elixir, Purple Heart Detoxifying Pill. You have received a 10,000-fold return, resulting in the acquisition of the 6th-tier elixir, Purple Chi Source Pill. The Purple Chi Source Pill has been issued to the system space. Please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the 4th-tier elixir, Weather Pill. As each successful auction notification flooded Lu Yun's mind, a victorious smile spread across his face. Just moments ago, he had acquired several 6th-tier elixirs, enough to drive the empire of bidding into a frenzy. This proved that his new method was indeed effective. Displaying auction items in glass cases had clearly garnered the system's approval. As the notifications continued to sound in his mind, Lu Yun decided to temporarily silence the system prompts for items below the 5th tier and focused intently on the unfolding auction. Before long, the bidding for the Windwalker Pill had soared to 7 million gold coins, more than double the original starting price. Because Li Yin had disclosed information about the auction items in advance, more attendees were eagerly anticipating the subsequent elixirs and did not get overly fixated on the Windwalker Pill. Ultimately, the Windwalker Pill was claimed by a wealthy merchant from another city. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the 5th-tier elixir, Windwalker Pill. You have received a 10,000-fold return, resulting in the acquisition of the 7th-tier elixir, Cross-Border Pill. The Cross-Border Pill has been issued to the system space. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the announcement of the first 7th-tier elixir return today, Lu Yun eagerly examined the attributes of the Cross-Border Pill. The Cross-Border Pill, a 7th-tier elixir, as its name suggests, grants the consumer the ability to effortlessly cross a major realm in speed for a short period. When consumed by a Do Huang powerhouse, their speed could rival that of a Do Huang. This elixir could even yield similar effects for Do Zong and Do Zun powerhouses. Observing the effects of the Cross-Border Pill, a look of dissatisfaction crossed Lu Yun's face as he inwardly mused, if only I could acquire another 10,000 of such elixirs. Congratulations to Mr. Ding for winning the Windwalker Pill. Next, we will auction a 5th-tier elixir, Restoration Pill. Following the conclusion of the Windwalker Pill auction, Li Yin swiftly presented the second item for bidding. This elixir possesses powerful healing properties, rapidly restoring the health of those gravely injured. The starting bid is 3 million gold coins. Let the auction begin. As Li Yan's words fell, a flurry of bidding voices erupted in the auction hall. Many sought the life-saving Restoration Pill. I bid 6 million gold coins. The city lord's residence bids 7 million gold coins. 8 million gold coins. Beneath the auction platform, the bidders brimmed with excitement, for the Li family had decreed that all attendees could have their items evaluated by the staff behind the scenes, thereby establishing a reasonable quantity of gold coins to serve as auction funds. Consequently, the participants in the auction hall remained unconcerned about insufficient gold coins. I bid 15 million gold coins, came a sudden, magnetically alluring voice from the VIP room of Yun Yun. Her audacious bid, exceeding the previous price by 7 million gold coins, indeed astonished many. They turned their curious gazes towards the upper floor where Yun Yun resided. Chapter 283. A bountiful harvest. I bid 15 million gold coins, echoed the captivating voice of Yun Yun from her exclusive suite. The audacity of her bid, surpassing the previous offer by 7 million gold coins, left many in a state of shock. They curiously directed their attention to the room where Yun Yun was situated. Such a sum of gold coins was merely a trifling amount for someone of her caliber, a Do Huang powerhouse. For a Do Huang, even the slightest item could be exchanged for a substantial sum of gold coins. That enchanting voice must belong to the beautiful lady we saw at the entrance, mused one of the individuals in a nearby room. At that moment, within a certain suite, a whisper emerged. Seated within were the president and vice president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, accompanied by their 2 apprentices, Xuan Mei and Fei Lin. The one who had spoken was the whimsical Fei Lin, who had arrived earlier than the others and witnessed Yun Yun's entrance into the auction hall. She had been captivated by Yun Yun's aura. Upon hearing the bid, her first thought was of Yun Yun. This woman is no ordinary individual. In response to Fei Lin's observation, Vice President Otto of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild remarked, although she conceals her aura, I can vaguely sense the powerful might contained within her voice. What? Even you think this woman possesses formidable cultivation? Could she be a Do Huang powerhouse? Inquired the silver-haired Xuan Mei in astonishment. Perhaps, Otto replied uncertainly. However, I have not heard of such a figure within the confines of Black Rock City. Xuan Mei, equally intrigued, added, just because she is unknown here does not imply she lacks presence elsewhere. Given the extensive promotion of this auction by the Li family, there are likely many participants who have traveled from afar to bid. At that moment, many attendees having learned from the Li family's announcements about the availability of numerous fifth-grade elixirs, felt no urgency to escalate the bidding atmosphere prematurely. Subsequently, as Li Yin announced the results, Lu Yin received a prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning the fifth-grade restorative elixir, receiving a tenfold return with 10,000 restorative elixirs. The 10,000 restorative elixirs have been issued to the system space. Please check your inventory. 10,000 restorative elixirs. While the quantity was substantial, Lu Yun found them unnecessary for personal use, yet they would serve splendidly to bolster her own faction. As the auction progressed, Yin Yun continued to bid on 3 more fifth-grade elixirs in rapid succession. The onlookers were astonished by her lavish spending, speculating about the identity of the individuals within the suite. What manner of person is this, bidding so generously, each time surpassing the previous offer? The expression of confusion was evident on the face of Yu Guang, the city lord of Black Rock City. Indeed, there are only a handful of women in the empire capable of such extravagant bidding, echoed another individual beside him. However, not all attendees hailed from Black Rock City. The Li family's promotional efforts had attracted a diverse crowd. Among them, a middle-aged gentleman in elegant robes displayed a contemplative expression, murmuring, the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, Yin Yun. This man, hailing from a prominent family in the imperial capital, had once glimpsed the young leader of Yunlan's sect during a ceremony. Prior to Yin Yun entering the suite, he had seen her and was momentarily uncertain. Now, after witnessing her unhesitating purchase of so many fifth-grade elixirs, he felt confident in affirming her identity. 2 nearby individuals caught wind of the middle-aged man's murmured words, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them exclaimed, "Are you saying the one who purchased all these items is the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, Yin Yun, one of the 10 greatest experts in the empire?" This exclamation drew the attention of many others. In no time, nearly everyone in the auction hall was aware that the sect leader of Yunlan's sect had come to the auction. Nonetheless, curiosity loomed over the crowd. What could someone of such stature find appealing in these ordinary fifth-grade elixirs? "Teacher, I heard below that the beautiful lady is the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, Yin Yun," Fei Lin asked, astonished, of the alchemist guilds Frank and Otto. "It must be true. I should have deduced it earlier," Frank and Otto replied, their expressions revealing a dawning realization as they speculated. "However, I heard that not long ago, the sect leader had some conflict with the Meitel family in the imperial capital. What brings her to Black Rock City all of a sudden?" Inside Yin Yun's suite, her expression mirrored the collective confusion of the crowd. Just moments ago, she had instructed the auction staff to bring forth the items she had successfully bid on. Among the items taken from her brother Yunling was the restorative elixir, along with several other fifth-grade elixirs she had acquired. As she meticulously examined these elixirs, Yin Yun grew increasingly convinced that the batch of elixirs from the Li family contained those that had been stolen from her brother. She discerned the Yunlan sect's marks subtly imprinted on some of these elixirs, as certain alchemists habitually scrape a bit of powder from their elixirs to authenticate their quality. The markings on these elixirs bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Yunlan's sect. Having discovered the answer she sought, Yin Yun promptly exited the suite, leaving the auction hall amidst the astonished gazes of the attendees. Is she leaving? Lu Yun observed Yun Yun's departure keenly. Given the elixirs Yun Yun had bid on, Lu Yun surmised the purpose of Yun Yun's visit. Was she still investigating the truth behind her brother's abduction? Surely the old fellow Yun Shan had not divulged her existence to Yun Yun. Based on Lu Yun's understanding of Yun Yun's character from the original narrative, it was likely that guilt from her earlier pressure on the Meitel family prompted her to pursue the matter of her brother's abduction, perhaps merely to offer the Meitel family some closure. Never mind, no need to overthink it. Lu Yun shook her head, her mind descending into the system space. The appearance of Yun Yun and her swift bidding undeniably accelerated the pace of the auction. Lu Yun had already received several system prompts, and her system space now brimmed with a few 7th-grade elixirs. The subsequent auction was endured in a tedious wait. The Li family's auction continued until the afternoon, concluding successfully. Every elixir Lu Yun presented, including those displayed in the showcases, was sold without a single item left unsold. In this instance, Lu Yun reaped a bounty of over 100,000 4th-grade elixirs, tens of thousands of 5th-grade elixirs, and a considerable number of 6th to 7th-grade elixirs. At this moment, the total quantity of elixirs in Lu Yun's possession likely surpassed that of all others combined in the entire Jiamai Empire. Chapter 284. Breakthrough. The Li family's auction continued until the afternoon, concluding with resounding success. Every elixir Lu Yun presented, including those displayed in the showcases, was auctioned off without a single item remaining unsold. This time, Lu Yun directly harvested over 100,000 4th-grade elixirs, tens of thousands of 5th-grade elixirs, and a substantial number of 6th to 7th-grade elixirs. At this moment, the total quantity of elixirs in Lu Yun's possession likely exceeded that of all others combined in the entire Jiamai Empire. Master, all the auction items have been sold successfully today. After the crowd dispersed, Li Yin entered the private room of Lu Yun to report the situation. I see. You did exceptionally well, Lu Yun remarked, a satisfied expression gracing her face as she praised Li Yin. Here are 100 5th-grade elixirs, and they are your reward. As she spoke, Lu Yun retrieved 100 5th-grade elixirs from her system space and placed them on the table. Upon seeing the table laden with vials containing elixirs, Li Yan's breath quickened with excitement. 100 5th-grade elixirs. He could scarcely fathom the implications. With this batch, the Li family, lacking only in formidable warriors, would ascend to become one of the premier families of the empire in terms of wealth. This was far more valuable than all the elixirs sold at the recent auction. Master, are you truly giving all these elixirs to me? Li Yan asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. His mind was rife with questions. Why would Lu Yun part with such treasures in exchange for mere coins, particularly at such a low price? Could it be that she harbored some peculiar inclination? In that moment, Li Yan could only choose to trust that Lu Yun enjoyed the act of giving, relishing the expressions of others when they gained fortune. If you do not wish to have them, I can reclaim them. In response to Li Yan's tone of skepticism, Lu Yun spoke calmly. I want them. Upon hearing this, Li Yan hastily accepted all the elixirs from the table. After returning from the auction, Lu Yun made her way back to a small courtyard within the Li family estate. Having returned laden with spoils, Lu Yun gently pushed open the door to the little medical fairy's room. At that moment, the little medical fairy lay quietly on the bed. As Lu Yun approached, she suddenly threw off the covers and wrapped her arms around his neck. Brother Lu Yun, why were you gone for so long? I'm feeling a bit hungry, she said, her tone somewhat sulky as she looked at him. Hungry, are you? Feeling the warmth of her breath against his face, a rush of heat surged within Lu Yun's abdomen. He spoke tenderly to the little medical fairy. Then let me prepare some grilled meat for you. Oh yes. It's been ages since I last had the grilled meat made by you, Brother Lu Yun, she replied excitedly, her face alight with joy. Within moments, Lu Yun had procured a fresh piece of magical beast meat from somewhere and expertly placed it on the grill in the courtyard. As the enticing aroma wafted into the room, the little medical fairy, now refreshed, slowly opened the door. Upon seeing her emerge, Lu Yun placed the grilled magical beast meat in front of her. It smells so good. Gently inhaling the savory scent, the little medical fairy took a hearty bite, savoring it before swallowing, a look of pure satisfaction spreading across her face. Burp. After indulging in the feast, she rubbed her slightly distended belly, inadvertently letting out a contented belch. Hee. Noticing the mock disdain in Lu Yun's eyes, she pouted and said, What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a lady burp? Lu Yun chuckled. I have seen ladies, but never one who eats like you and burps. Humph. Brother Lu Yun, you're so mean. You dare to say I'm not a lady? I'm going to be upset. The little medical fairy retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Haha. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh at her expression once again. He then picked up a pill, placing it before her eyes. What is this? She asked, puzzled. It's a pill that can enhance your cultivation, Lu Yun briefly explained. Staring at the pill Lu Yun presented, the little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback. During her time in the Outcloud Empire, she had grown accustomed to consuming poisons, and the thought of eating grilled meat like earlier was foreign to her. Originally, she had come to the Outcloud Empire merely to escape. However, during her stay, a deeply sorrowful event transpired. One day while out, her dear friend, the flying magical beast Xiaolon, was poisoned to death right before her eyes by a group of poison masters. At that time, the powerless little medical fairy could not avenge Xiaolon, leading her to frantically consume poisons, driven solely by the desire for revenge. After she eliminated the culprits who harmed Xiaolon, she realized she could no longer suppress her craving for toxins. Now, as she recalled her beloved companion Xiaolon, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Yun asked with concern upon witnessing her distress. Brother Lu Yun. Xiaolon is gone. Sob sob. The little medical fairy finally broke down, burying her head in Lu Yun's embrace. Lu Yun, cradling her in silence, did not speak. Since their reunion, he had suspected Xiaolan's fate, especially given her absence by the little medical fairy's side, yet he chose not to pry into her wounds. At that moment, Lu Yun contemplated the possibility of reviving Xiaolon. After all, with the return system at his disposal, anything strange could occur, perhaps even a treasure capable of resurrecting the departed. Brother Lu Yun, I'm sorry for getting your clothes all wet. After a considerable time, the little medical fairy finally lifted her head from his chest and spoke softly. Observing her tear-streaked gray-purple eyes, Lu Yun gently wiped away her tears and reassured her. Little medical fairy, do not be sad. I will always be by your side. She nodded obediently at his words. Now quickly take this pill. When Lu Yun produced another pill, this time the little medical fairy showed no hesitation and swallowed it whole, subsequently closing her eyes to absorb its essence. Before long, a powerful surge emanated from her body. Shortly after that, a fierce aura erupted from the little medical fairy, continuously escalating until a pair of azure and violet battle wings manifested on her back. I've broken through to the Do Wong level. The little medical fairy exclaimed in delight, her gaze fixed upon the transformation behind her. Chapter 285, The Battle Outside Blackrock City. The little medical fairy, flapping her azure and violet battle wings, soared into the air, joyfully calling out to Lu Yun, Brother Lu Yun, I can fly. Witnessing her ascend, Lu Yun's face beamed with a smile. Yet, given that she had just broken through to Do Wang, with her wings still not fully solidified, he felt a twinge of concern that she might fall. Indeed, before long, the azure and violet wings began to fade, and her slender form wobbled precariously in the air. Feeling herself plummet towards the ground, the little medical fairy gasped in surprise. In the next moment, Lu Yun unfurled a pair of wings, one azure and the other silver, propelling himself to her side just as she began to descend, catching her in his arms. Beneath the night sky, the bonfire in the courtyard cast a warm glow upon Lu Yun and the little medical fairy, their faces flushed. Savoring the delicate sensation of her presence, Lu Yun leaned closer, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from her, his hands firmly enveloping her. As she felt his actions and the growing intensity of his breath, the little medical fairy's heart raced uncontrollably. In the next instant, Lu Yun's lips pressed against her delicate cheek. Brother Lu Yun. In response to his kiss, the little medical fairy trembled, and after a brief silence, she began to reciprocate his gestures. Brother Lu Yun, let us sleep together tonight, but you mustn't move around. All right. As they spoke, Lu Yun and the little medical fairy gradually made their way into the room. On the night of the Li family's auction, a figure appeared in the sky not far from the Li family estate. In the heavens above, a woman clad in a simple gown enveloped her voluptuous form, brandishing a peculiar long sword that emanated an ethereal azure glow. This figure stood serenely in the sky, her tranquil yet exquisite visage betraying an undeniable air of elegance and nobility that the simplicity of her attire could scarcely conceal. This individual was none other than Yun, who had departed from the auction house earlier that day, now reappearing with the intent of stealthily infiltrating the Li household. During the bustling auction, she had refrained from making her move due to the multitude of onlookers, but now she was determined to uncover the truth behind the Li family. However, just as Yun approached the skies above the Li estate, in an unremarkable courtyard below, a man clad in a purple robe, his countenance fierce and his hair thick, abruptly opened his previously closed eyes. With a thunderous sound, he vanished from his spot upon sensing Yun's aura nearby. In the next instant, the purple-robed figure materialized directly above Yun, glaring menacingly as he warned, "Dare to come any closer, and you shall bear the consequences." Upon encountering this sudden apparition, Yun parted her crimson lips, a hint of suspicion crossing her features as she remarked, "Indeed, you are the one orchestrating the affairs of the Li family from the shadows. I never imagined a young girl like you would attain the rank of Do Huang at such a tender age." The purple crystal-winged Lion King, astonished by Yun's cultivation that belied her years, felt a surge of intrigue within, yet his expression remained grave. "Who are you? When did Black Rock City gain such a formidable Do Huang?" Yun inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Surely, that is a question I ought to pose to you," the purple-robed man retorted, his patience wearing thin. "Who are you to visit the Li family in the dead of night, and for what purpose?" "I am Yun, the current sect master of the Yunlan sect," she declared boldly. "I have come to ascertain the origins of the various elixirs at the Li family auction." Yunlan sect. The purple crystal-winged Lion King showed little reaction to her introduction, having faced formidable opponents like the 9-star Do Huang, Jiexing Tian. How could he be concerned by a mere 2-star Do Huang like Yun? "The source of the Li family's elixirs is of no concern to you. Depart at once, lest you provoke my wrath. There are markings of my Yunlan sect on those elixirs. Are you denying it?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yun's eyes. The purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a boisterous laugh, unrestrained. What do I have to fear? Not even Jiexing Tian from the royal family would dare to intrude upon the Li household in Black Rock City. Is that so? Then, will you dare to face me outside the city? Although Yun's eyes burned with fighting spirit, she remained wary of involving innocent parties in her confrontation with the enigmatic figure. With a huff, the purple crystal-winged Lion King bellowed, "What is there to fear?" Before long, the two found themselves soaring above the mountains, several leagues from Black Rock City. The purple crystal-winged Lion King gazed at Yun with a hint of regret, saying, "Child, there is still time to reconsider. Once I unleash my full power, you shall have no opportunity left. No need for further words." Yun dismissed his caution. In the next moment, a massive azure tornado erupted at her command, accompanied by the howling winds, surging violently toward the purple crystal-winged Lion King. As the tempest roared through the landscape, trees were uprooted, revealing patches of bare earth, while numerous forest creatures fled in terror. Observing the approaching storm, the purple crystal-winged Lion King scoffed disdainfully, then unfurled his wings, gathering a searing energy that erupted into a towering pillar of violet flame, launched directly at the tempest. The two colossal forces collided in midair, creating a momentary stillness in the fabric of space. The ensuing thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky as the storm and the flame clashed, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that rippled through the atmosphere. After several minutes of a fierce stalemate, the storm began to show signs of faltering, gradually being consumed by the violet flame. Observing this, Yun's delicate features finally bore a look of concern. She had not anticipated that the puppet master of the Li family would wield such formidable fire. One strike had already revealed her disadvantage. Realizing that she could not afford to engage in a battle of raw strength with the purple-robed man, Yun flared her azure battle chi wings and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of lightning, traversing the turbulent energy around her. In the next moment, she appeared behind the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Her peculiar sword aimed swiftly at his neck. On the tip of her sword, a swirling ring of wind blades rapidly formed, resembling a blue sphere covered in razor-sharp edges. The sword, propelled with the wind blades, soared toward the neck of the purple-robed figure with alarming speed. Roar! Sensing the murderous intent of the woman behind him, the purple-robed man unleashed a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast, his eyes turning crimson as he swiftly turned, raising his right arm to defend. Bang! A series of sharp metallic sounds erupted in the air as Yun's blade met his flesh. What? A look of astonishment crossed Yun's face as she registered the fact that the purple-robed man had braced himself against her sword with his body. To her further surprise, her thunderous strike merely left a faint white mark on his arm, not even breaking the skin. Yet, the purple-robed figure wasted no time. His right palm suddenly unleashing a massive violet flame, half a meter wide. The searing heat of the purple fire caused Yun's brows to furrow, and her hands swiftly formed seals before her. Huh! With a soft exclamation, a violent azure wind erupted before her, surging forth to counter the immense violet flame. Sizzle! 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 The purple fire was even more ferocious than before, and soon Yun's winds could no longer withstand the onslaught, forcing her to retreat as beads of sweat began to glisten on her fair, smooth skin beneath her attire. Amidst her continued retreat, Yun finally seized a fleeting opportunity, narrowly escaping the searing flames emitted by the purple-robed man. Seeing her evade, the purple-robed man's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, his right hand morphing into a claw, radiating with a dazzling purple glow as he struck toward her location with unyielding ferocity. The claw marks tore through the air, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. Witnessing the ferocity of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's attack, a grave expression settled on Yun's lovely face. She swiftly flapped her azure battle chi wings, manifesting a massive blue wind shield, standing between herself and the purple-robed figure. Boom! At that moment, the purple-robed man transformed his claw into a fist, a brilliant purple light exploding from his hand as he drove it forcefully into the windshield. With a sharp crack, the windshield shattered into countless fragments, scattering like wisps of dust, while the residual force struck Yun directly. Cough! The impact caused Yun's complexion to pale slightly, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. Such overwhelming physical might, coupled with the blazing ferocity of the beast-like flames, left her reeling. After sustaining this injury, a contemplative look flickered in Yun's eyes as a realization dawned upon her, prompting her to exclaim at the purple-robed figure, "You are not human." "Oh, dear little girl, your perceptiveness is commendable. You have discerned that I am not human." Upon hearing Yun's words, the figure in purple robes calmly responded, "Now that you are privy to my secret, it is all the more imperative that I do not allow you to escape." At this moment, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, having consumed the transformation pill and benefiting from the resources provided by the flowing clouds, had significantly enhanced his cultivation compared to a short while ago. The reason he had yet to subdue Yun was solely due to the late hour. As a fire attribute beast, his combat prowess would be augmented under the blazing sun, yet it would wane somewhat at night. Thus, the present state of the purple crystal-winged Lion King was not at its zenith. "Human woman, I have warned you before, should you force my hand, you shall not leave here today." The purple crystal-winged Lion King paid no heed to Yun recognizing his identity, for he was filled with unwavering confidence in retaining her. "Is that so? I, Yun, wish to depart, and you cannot impede me. The next time I come, I shall certainly reveal you, the beast concealed within the human city." With that declaration, Yun vigorously flapped her azure wings, swiftly distancing herself from the purple crystal-winged Lion King. "Roar! You think you can leave so easily?" A lion's roar erupted from the lips of the figure in purple, and his body radiated an increasingly brilliant violet light, revealing his colossal true form. As the purple crystal-winged Lion King manifested his true self, Yun, in her escape, felt a growing heaviness in her heart. She could distinctly sense the peculiar surge of energy enveloping the surroundings. In the span of 2 breaths, the violet radiance enveloped the entire realm, appearing exceptionally resplendent against the night sky. Even in the distant Black Rock City, many were stirred by its brilliance. After a moment of gathering power, the light suddenly contracted, and in the blink of an eye, the vast violet glow compressed into a deep purple beam, merely half a foot in diameter. This deep purple beam shot forth from the sky with lightning speed, its velocity terrifying, almost as if it flickered, in just 2 bounds. The purple crystal-winged Lion King appeared not far in front of the fleeing Yun. As the violet light flashed, the figure in purple unleashed a low, rumbling roar that resonated throughout the mountains outside Black Rock City. At the moment the deep purple beam manifested, Yun's complexion shifted, and the formidable combat technique she had been cultivating was unleashed amidst the swirling energy, rending wind spiral. With a soft exclamation from Yun, the space before her rippled slightly as countless massive, deep azure wind blades, each a dozen feet long, materialized, twisting together to form a cylindrical vortex of razor-sharp edges, spiraling outward with great velocity. With a thunderous crash, the violet beam collided with the wind blades, causing the space to warp slightly. In an instant, the two forces met with a cataclysmic resonance akin to a meteorite impact. The clash between the purple beam and the wind blades clearly favored the latter, which, in a mere moment, erupted in a violent explosion, while the purple beam only dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the purple beam, with an unstoppable momentum, pierced through the multiple wind shields Yun had erected before her, ultimately penetrating her very being. As the purple beam struck home, the massive form of the purple crystal-winged Lion King materialized before the mysterious woman, his enormous claws grasping her body with unyielding force. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, in a certain courtyard of the Li family estate, Lu Yun stretched comfortably after pushing open the door. At that moment, he noticed Li Yin standing outside the courtyard. Lu Yun beckoned Li Yin over. Li Yin, have you come to report something? Last night, Lu Yun had embraced the delicate form of the little medical sage and retired early, thus remaining oblivious to the fierce battle that had transpired outside Black Rock City. Master, last night, from several dozen miles outside the city, there was a towering purple light, and many within the city witnessed it. Li Yin reported softly as he approached Lu Yun. Oh, a towering purple light. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Lu Yun contemplated briefly and surmised it was the disturbance caused by the purple crystal-winged Lion King. My subordinate investigated during the day, and based on the traces left at the scene, I deduced that two Do Huang powerhouses may have clashed there last night. Li Yin continued his report. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression appeared in Lu Yun's eyes. Given the strength of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, how many individuals in the current empire could match him? The formidable Xingtian had already been frightened off by him once and would certainly not dare return, while that old man Yunshan had been engrossed in seclusion since acquiring the Wangchuan technique. Suddenly, a graceful figure flickered through Lu Yun's mind. Could it be her? Knowing that Yun had been in Black Rock City yesterday and her purpose for being there, Lu Yun quickly deduced that the one who had battled the purple crystal-winged Lion King last night was indeed Yun. However, with her low-tier Do Huang strength, facing the Lion King now would likely prove insurmountable. He couldn't help but worry about the fate of that stubborn woman. All right, I understand. You may leave now. After concluding the report, Lu Yun gestured for Li Yin to depart. Once Li Yin had left, Lu Yun turned and entered his room. Brother Lu Yun, do you have matters to attend to? In the room, the little medical sage, clad in a white nightgown, was intently brushing her hair. She had just overheard Lu Yun speaking with someone in the courtyard, and upon seeing his somewhat unusual expression, she curiously inquired. Yes. Hearing the little medical sage's question, Lu Yun gently nodded and explained. Just now, someone below came to report some matters. Then you should go. Before Lu Yun could finish, the little medical sage interrupted him directly. Remember to return early, she said sweetly, her expression adorably earnest. Seeing the little medical sage's endearing demeanor, Lu Yun tenderly caressed her exquisite face, leaning in to press his lips against hers. After exiting the room, Lu Yun summoned Lin Hai. The moment Lin Hai appeared, Lu Yun immediately inquired, Lin Hai, who fought the Lion King last night? It was that young lady from the Yunlan sect, Lin Hai replied, clearly well informed about the events of the previous night. Indeed, it was her. Why was I not informed sooner? What happened to her in the end? Lu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Well, my subordinate observed that the young lady did not come with good intentions, and it was not appropriate to disturb you last night. Lin Hai replied, his gaze somewhat evasive. In the end, I managed to stop the Lion King from delivering a fatal blow, but that young lady fell victim to the Lion King's sealing technique. And now, where is she? Where is she? Lu Yun pressed on. I instructed the Lion King to release her and refrain from killing her. Although the Lion King complied, he seemed agitated and abruptly flung the young lady from his grasp. After that, I did not pay close attention. Hearing Lin Hai's account, Lu Yun felt a surge of urgency. In the next moment, azure and silver wings of Do Qi manifested from his back as he commanded Lin Hai, lead the way. With that, Lu Yun swiftly ascended into the sky, racing toward the outskirts of the city. In the sky, Lin Hai and Lu Yun moved in tandem towards the mountains where the Lion King and Yun had clashed the previous night. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lu Yun gazed down at the mountains. Much of the vegetation had been obliterated, leaving behind patches of yellow earth, some areas even blackened. From the devastation of the mountains, one could only imagine the ferocity of last night's battle. In which direction did the Lion King throw her? Lu Yun inquired. My subordinate recalls it being in that direction. Lin Hai pointed toward a distant thicket. The flowing clouds signify the formidable power of the amethyst-winged Lion King. When Yun was struck by its sealing technique, her strength diminished significantly, and being cast away so far under such circumstances undoubtedly posed grave danger. In the next moment, Lu Yun reduced his flying speed, meticulously scanning the area below. As he passed a mountain waterfall, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the river beneath the cascade. There, a beautiful woman clad in simple attire floated above the water, her closed eyes and pallid complexion indicating that she had suffered severe injuries. Lu Yun silently prayed that nothing untoward would occur. He then descended towards the river. Upon entering the current, Lu Yun extended his arms to embrace the drenched Yun Yun, whose entire form was soaked due to the water. His hands encircled her calves and the back of her head, instantly feeling the exquisite softness akin to warm jade. A sensation that was extraordinarily delightful. No, how could I, Lu Yun, take advantage of someone in distress? He shook his head to dispel such thoughts, and with a powerful flutter of his thunderous wings, he lifted the drenched Yun Yun away from the river. Upon returning to the shore, Lu Yun retrieved a jade bed from his system space and gently placed Yun Yun upon it. Observing her closely, he was gradually overcome by a feeling of awe. Describing her as a vision of beauty, with features akin to a picturesque painting and skin as flawless as ice and jade, seemed hardly an exaggeration. Moreover, the air of elegance and nobility she exuded left Lu Yun in deep admiration. His gaze swept across her delicate visage, but as he lowered his eyes, he furrowed his brow. There, at the base of her neck near her chest, 5 horrific claw marks marred her skin, oozing blood that stained her garments crimson. Though she lay unconscious, her brows were slightly knitted, and a hint of pain lingered on her cheeks. This appearance, though somewhat at odds with her usual grace, was nonetheless strikingly captivating. Fortunately, the Lion King's lethal intent had been thwarted by Lin Hai. Otherwise, this extraordinarily beautiful woman might have met with a tragic end. The disparity in strength between her and the Lion King was insurmountable, and surviving this ordeal truly required exceptional luck. After assessing Yun Yun's condition, Lu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was breath within her, he was confident he could pull her back from the brink of death. He swiftly extracted a recovery pill from his system space and diligently placed it between Yun Yun's tightly closed lips, channeling a gentle flow of energy to guide the pill into her abdomen. Chapter 288. Healing, however, recalling that Yun Yun was currently unconscious and her powers severely sealed, making it difficult for her to assimilate the medicinal effects on her own. Lu Yun hesitated momentarily. Resolving himself, he no longer lingered in doubt and gently lifted a corner of Yun Yun's garment, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster skin. In that instant, Lu Yun found himself momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. Just as Lu Yun was lost in thought, Yun Yun's eyes suddenly flew open, her beautiful orbs glinting with a blend of coldness and indignation as they fixed upon him. "You are awake," Lu Yun said, a gentle smile gracing his face upon seeing her sudden awakening. However, as he became acutely aware of his actions and Yun Yun's peculiar icy stare, he awkwardly grasped her clothing to cover the exposed area, hastily retracting his hands. "I merely wish to assist in your healing," he explained with calmness. "There was no other intent. You were unconscious, and I thought to transfer my battle energy to aid in catalyzing the medicinal properties within your body. Furthermore, your wounds require treatment. Otherwise, they will leave scars. But now that you have awakened, the process will be much simpler." Stepping back, Lu Yun mused. I never expected Yun Yun to exhibit such a fierce expression. Yet, there was a certain charm to her fierceness. Seeing Lu Yun retreat, Yun Yun let out a small sigh of relief, her gaze softening slightly as she regarded him. However, when she attempted to channel her internal battle energy, she discovered her entire body was in a state of numbness. After a brief struggle, she closed her eyes once more, only to reopen them moments later, biting her silver teeth as she muttered, "Damn it, I fell victim to its sealing technique." Lu Yun, leaning against the other side of the jade bed, regarded the still motionless Yun Yun with an innocent expression. To avoid further misunderstandings, he had no intention of approaching her to offer assistance. After another futile struggle, Yun Yun resigned herself to stop, turning her head to scrutinize Lu Yun closely. A flicker of recollection danced in her eyes before she softly inquired, "Are you a member of the Mitter family?" Yun Yun's voice was melodious, yet it carried an unmistakable trace of nobility, likely due to her esteemed lineage. "I never imagined that the esteemed sect master Yun Yun would still remember me," Lu Yun replied, a smile playing on his lips as he feigned surprise. "I have seen you within the Mitter family. You are the young master, are you not? And it was you who appeared at the city gates the other night." Yun Yun recounted gently. "Indeed," Lu Yun nodded without hesitation. At that moment, the tone of their conversation was remarkably calm, devoid of any embarrassment or anger from Yun Yun regarding Lu Yun's earlier glance at her body. "My body cannot move much at present, so please continue to assist me with the medication," she said, recalling Lu Yun's earlier warning about the potential for scarring if the wounds were not treated promptly. Even someone as composed as Yun Yun felt a twinge of urgency. "Would you like me to help you, my lady?" Lu Yun asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Yes," Yun Yun replied softly, but then suddenly added with a cold reminder laced with threat. "However, you must keep your hands to yourself, otherwise. Rest assured. After all, I have already." Lu Yun began, but upon realizing how frivolous his words might sound, he quickly amended. It is only natural for me to assist you since I have already helped once. Doing so again is no trouble. As he spoke, Lu Yun feigned a reluctant demeanor. Then I shall rely on you. Yun Yun expressed her gratitude, her tone imbued with appreciation. Let it be known, however, that while I am willing to assist, do not expect me to take responsibility for any consequences that arise from my actions, Lu Yun warned in a tone that suggested negotiation. Upon hearing his words, Yun Yun paused momentarily, recalling that night outside the gates of Black Rock City when she had held hands with Lu Yun, her expression thoughtful. It seemed that this young master of the Mitter family was indeed a devoted individual. At that moment, Yun Yun's feelings towards Lu Yun deepened significantly. However, her lips curled into a subtle smile as she mused. In this imperial capital, it has been many years since anyone dared to speak such words in my presence. I am not so antiquated. As long as you can manage your hands and mouth, I will not repay kindness with malice, she replied, her voice calm and composed. Hearing her response, Lu Yun leisurely approached the jade bed, settling cross-legged as his gaze swept over her beautiful countenance once more. He cleared his throat and gently lifted the fabric covering her chest with utmost care. As he unveiled Yun Yun's pristine garment, Lu Yun's reaction was once again one of momentary distraction. Once he completely removed her outer layer, he discovered that she wore a pale blue metallic armor beneath, which bore 5 deep claw marks. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining the armor crimson. Had it not been for this protective layer, the Lion King, that foolish brute, would have likely torn her upper body asunder. Gazing at the faint blue armor adorned with marks, Lu Yun murmured to himself, Yun Yun, the scars lie beneath the armor. To staunch the bleeding and apply medicine, this young master must remove it. Observing the delicate blue armor encasing Yun Yun's graceful form, Lu Yun spoke candidly. At this moment, Yun Yun, whose cheeks were already flushed, visibly trembled upon hearing Lu Yun's words. Taking a deep breath, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes quivering gently, and with a rather indifferent tone she replied, just do it. It's troublesome. Witnessing Yun Yun's decisive demeanor, Lu Yun felt a twinge of discomfort. With a helpless shake of his head, he assisted her in rising from the jade bed, and then turned his back to her as she sat down. As Lu Yun beheld the alluring silhouette of Yun Yun's back, along with her slender waist that could drive any man to madness, he abruptly bit his tongue, stifling the wicked thoughts that had just surfaced in his mind. While helping Yun Yun remove the armor, his fingers occasionally brushed against her skin, and in that instant, he could distinctly feel her body tense up. It appeared that this young matriarch of the Yunlan sect, a top contender among the 10 strongest in the empire, did not truly possess the nonchalance she had just professed regarding their physical proximity. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get to it. Noticing Lu Yun's prolonged inaction, Yun Yun softly urged him. Chapter 289, Call Me Young Master. This was a perfectly ordinary statement, yet in this context, it rendered the atmosphere somewhat delicate. Alright. Responding to Yun Yun's prompt, Lu Yun hastened his movements. He carefully unfastened the buttons of Yun Yun's soft armor, anxious that his carelessness might cause her further pain. Before long, Lu Yun had successfully dismantled the entire suit of armor from Yun Yun's body. At that moment, her exquisitely smooth back was fully revealed before him, standing before a stranger with her upper body exposed. The pristine skin of Yun Yun began to take on a faint blush, her delicate form trembling slightly. Do not look around. In that moment, Yun Yun emitted a weak warning from her nostrils. Upon hearing her feeble admonition, a faint smile curved Lu Yun's lips. He retrieved a large black robe from his spatial ring and gently draped it over Yun Yun's body, then slowly turned her back around and laid her flat on the jade bed. As he turned back, Lu Yun discovered that an enticing flush had already spread across Yun Yun's cheeks. However, the gaze she cast upon him held little coldness. Clearly, Lu Yun's gesture of draping the robe over her had garnered him a fair amount of favor in her eyes. I need to clean the wound now, he reminded her, gently pulling down the black robe until the injury was fully exposed, at which point he hastily stopped, for at this angle, he could already see a tantalizing glimpse of her alabaster bosom and the alluring valley that could drive any man wild. Taking some clean cloth from his spatial ring, Lu Yun poured a few drops of a light green liquid from a jade vial and began to gently wipe away the blood around Yun Yun's wound. With each delicate stroke, Yun Yun's eyelashes fluttered softly, and the exquisite phoenix hairpin atop her head began to slip slightly, causing her to appear less regal and more languidly feminine. Gazing at the young man before her who was diligently tending to her wound, a sense of gratitude blossomed in Yun Yun's eyes. After meticulously cleansing the wound, Lu Yun poured some white powder from another jade vial onto it. The powder's irritation prompted Yun Yun to frown slightly, a low groan laced with discomfort escaping her delicate nose. Rest assured, it will heal soon. With a gentle smile, Lu Yun evenly sprinkled the powder onto the wound, then took out a piece of cotton cloth for staunching the bleeding, carefully wrapping it around her injury. Naturally, throughout this process, Lu Yun feasted his eyes, fully absorbing the view before him. However, he managed to conceal his reaction well, for otherwise, Yun Yun's expression would not have remained so tranquil. All done. After tending to Yun Yun's wound, Lu Yun stood up and stretched languidly. Thank you so much. By the way, I still do not know your name. Lying quietly on the jade bed, clad in the oversized black robe Lu Yun had draped over her, Yun Yun smiled radiantly, her smile nothing short of enchanting. Hearing her inquire about his name, Lu Yun chuckled lightly and responded, You may call me Young Master Lu Yun. If I call you Young Master Lu Yun, then your name shall be my Tel Lu Yun, she jested, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes as she regarded Lu Yun's youthful and somewhat innocent visage. In the empire of Kaima, Yun Yun's status was extraordinarily esteemed. Yet, at this moment, this young man from the Maitel family displayed no semblance of reverence, even insisting that she address him as Young Master, which only intensified her curiosity about him. Young Master Lu Yun. Complying with Lu Yun's request, Yun Yun softly said, Once again, I am truly grateful to you. How do you wish for me to repay you? If you desire medicinal pills or combat techniques, I possess many 5th grade pills and the combat techniques of the Yunlan sect. No need. This young master lacks for nothing in that regard. Lu Yun interrupted her, dismissively refusing her offer. Indeed, coming from the Maitel auction house, you would certainly be familiar with many fine items. Upon hearing Lu Yun's refusal, Yun Yun chose not to press further. Damn it, I never expected that the true identity of the Li family's puppet would be the amethyst-winged Lion King, and that the claws of magical beasts would reach into the human city. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Yun Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Currently, my strength is sealed by the amethyst-winged Lion King, and I can only muster a mere 10% of my power. To fully recover will likely take considerable time. Noticing the worry etched on Yun Yun's face, Lu Yun retrieved a purple pill from his system space and extended it toward her. This pill can break the seal within you. A seal-breaking pill, the Breaking Calamity pill, a 6th grade pill. Yun Yun recalled having read about the Breaking Calamity pill in ancient texts. Now, hearing Lu Yun affirm that this pill could indeed break seals, combined with its color and the aromatic fragrance characteristic of 6th grade pills, she confirmed in her heart that this was indeed the fabled Breaking Calamity pill. Lu Yun had already astonished Yun Yun numerous times. As she gazed at the pill Lu Yun held, her astonishment deepened. She remembered Lu Yun's remarkable talent. At such a young age, he had reached the high ranks of a combat spirit, and given time, he could undoubtedly evolve into a combat emperor, perhaps even break through to a combat sect. Moreover, he possessed such a rare 6th grade pill, something even the venerable Gu he could not concoct. Considering the exquisite items that had appeared at the Maitel auction house, Yun Yun began to suspect that Lu Yun might have inherited the legacy of a high-ranking alchemist. What are you dawdling for? If you do not want it, I shall take the pill back. Observing Yun Yun's hesitation, Lu Yun began to retract his hand slowly. I want it. I want it. At that moment, Yun Yun was eager to regain her strength. Seeing Lu Yun's hand with the Breaking Calamity pill retreating, she called out in a hurried tone. Lu Yun, holding the pill, teasingly urged the flustered Yun Yun, Open your mouth. I will feed it to you. Complying with Lu Yun's request, Yun Yun did as instructed. As the Breaking Calamity pill was digested within her body, a surge of purple energy blossomed inside Yun Yun, fiercely battling against the purple energy left within her by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Throughout this process, Yun Yun's aura continuously intensified. The violet energy emanating from the formation of the broken Yedon unmistakably carried a restrained power, gradually expelling the energy of the amethyst crystal seal above Yun Yun's head. And then, with a force akin to a collapsing mountain, it surged forth from her body. Before long, Yun Yun's cultivation once again ascended to the Do Huang realm. Chapter 290. The return journey. Upon realizing that the seal had been broken, Yun Yun took a deep breath, her eyes calmly gazing at the flowing clouds beside her. To be honest, prior to the restoration of her strength, she felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of Lu Yun, worrying that the young man might plot against her while she was injured and weakened. However, with her powers restored to the Do Huang level, all her previous concerns dissipated. Young Master Lu Yun, should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, Yun Yun promised, aware that Lu Yun might not value her offerings. Upon witnessing Yun Yun's regained strength, a hint of a charming smile graced Lu Yun's face as he playfully remarked, Oh, is it true that any trouble can be resolved by the esteemed Yun Yun Zongzhu? It was evident that a teasing undertone lingered in Lu Yun's expression. Yet, after regaining her power, Yun Yun felt no anger at his words. After all, Lu Yun had behaved quite well while she was injured and sealed, so she had no reason to think otherwise. She was simply delighted that Lu Yun was willing to accept her gratitude. In the next moment, Yun Yun nodded earnestly and said, Indeed, regardless of the matter, Yun Yun will assist you. Younger Master Lu Yun, now that I have broken the seal, we should hasten to the imperial capital. Reflecting on the words of the amethyst-winged Lion King from the previous night, even Xingtian would not dare to easily come to Han City, and the formidable power displayed by the Lion King. Yun Yun felt it necessary to seek clarification from the royal family. Let us return, let us return. Lu Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. At the moment of parting, Yun Yun glanced at the black robe she wore, a sudden blush creeping onto her face as she swiftly gathered the garments Lu Yun had removed from her. This scene did not escape Lu Yun's notice. Until we meet again in the imperial capital, Yun, unable to meet Lu Yun's gaze, hastily uttered a farewell and, with a surge of azure Do-Chi wings erupting from her back, took to the sky, departing from the area. Having been out for a while, little medical fairy must be hungry, Lu Yun murmured as he watched Yun's retreating figure. Suddenly, he gently sent forth a golden Do-Chi orb into the flowing river. Boom. With a splash over 3 meters high, Lu Yun lightly raised his hand, drawing one of the moving fish into his system space. To his surprise, there were such plump, big-headed fish in this mountain stream. Glancing at the fish swimming within the water orb in his system space, Lu Yun's face lit up with joy. And soon after, azure and silver Do-Chi wings sprouted from his back as he hurriedly made his way towards Hien City. On his way back to Hien City, Lu Yun unexpectedly encountered the anxious amethyst-winged Lion King. At this moment, the Lion King, transformed into human form, bore an expression of intense nervousness upon seeing Lu Yun. Lion King, what brings you here? Lu Yun inquired. With a quiver in his voice, the Lion King replied, Lu Yun, let me explain. I truly had no idea you were acquainted with the young matriarch of the Yunlong sect. Had I known she was your woman, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on her, even if I had 10 lives. All right, I understand, you simpleton. If that woman comes again, you need not show yourself, Lu Yun reassured, knowing that the Lion King was adhering to his command to protect the Li family, and acknowledging that there had been little connection between him and Yun prior. Thus, he merely offered a simple explanation before disregarding the amethyst-winged Lion King and flying straight to the Li residence. Upon returning to the Li family estate, Lu Yun quickly set up a pot in the courtyard and placed the prepared big-headed fish into it to cook. How fragrant! Before long, little medical fairy appeared behind Lu Yun, drawn by the enticing aroma. At that moment, the broth in the pot had turned a pure white, bubbling with steam. Try this. Fresh big-headed fish soup. Gently ruffling little medical fairy's hair, Lu Yun skillfully ladled a bowl of fish soup and placed it before her. Gulp, gulp. Within a few moments, little medical fairy devoured the bowl of rich white soup. Take your time while drinking. Noticing how quickly little medical fairy finished, Lu Yun ladled another bowl for her. It's delicious. If only I could eat your cooking every day. Satisfaction radiated from little medical fairy's face after finishing yet another bowl of fish soup. Certainly. Hearing the anticipation in her voice and the happiness that shone through, Lu Yun affectionately caressed her fresh and elegant cheek. Having spent nearly 2 days in Hien City, Lu Yun recalled that the auction in the imperial capital was set to commence the following day. With this in mind, he spoke to little medical fairy in a tone of suggestion. Little medical fairy, would you like to come to my home for a visit? Upon hearing Lu Yun's invitation to return home, a hint of nervousness crossed little medical fairy's face. However, the next moment, she obediently nestled into Lu Yun's embrace, feigning relaxation as she said, All right, I shall follow whatever my elder brother Lu Yun decides. Little one, it's time to get to work. In the next moment, Lu Yun beckoned to the miniature void earth beast in the courtyard. We're about to set off. Before long, a familiar purple pattern illuminated around Lu Yun and little medical fairy, to which she showed little surprise now. In the next instant, the figures of Lu Yun, little medical fairy, and Lin Hai appeared in Lu Yun's room. After being transported, Lin Hai skillfully concealed himself in the shadows. Little medical fairy's gray-purple eyes surveyed the environment that unfolded before her. Upon observing the room's furnishings, a smile broke on her face as she excitedly asked Lu Yun, Is this your room, brother Lu Yun? Indeed, this is where I reside at home. Lu Yun nodded in affirmation. From now on, we shall live here. How peculiar. As Lu Yun led little medical fairy toward the bed, she suddenly murmured, Brother Lu Yun, why does your room have such a strange fragrance? Fragrance? Is there? Upon hearing little medical fairy's murmur, Lu Yun took a careful whiff of the room's scent. When Lu Yun also detected the distinctive aroma, he seemed to guess the reason, but then calmly explained, There is indeed a fragrance, likely left by the servants while tidying up the room. Is that so? Little medical fairy clearly did not believe Lu Yun's explanation. Having once been a physician, her sense of smell was exceptionally keen. Chapter 291. Resolution. With her gray-purple eyes glaring at Lu Yun, little medical fairy released his hand and, with a delicate sniff, walked over to the bed. The scent is strongest here. Little medical fairy lifted the large red blanket on the bed, her nose twitching slightly before she turned back to Lu Yun, her gaze filled with mild reproach. With her gray-purple eyes fixed intently on Lu Yun, she questioned, Brother Lu Yun, why does your bed carry the fragrance of another woman? Upon stepping closer, Lu Yun noticed the traces left on the sheets, indicating someone had lain there. Perhaps during my absence, someone else occupied this room, he suggested. Humph. Little medical fairy remained unconvinced by Lu Yun's explanation. Her gaze meticulously searched the bed, and soon she discovered a long strand of black hair beside the pillow. Holding the long, fragrant hair, she indignantly confronted Lu Yun. Tell me, for someone like you from a wealthy family, do you not have a warming maid from a young age? Upon hearing Xiao Yixin concoct a reason for herself, Lu Yun swiftly seized the opportunity to respond. Ah, this has been arranged by my family since my childhood. Observing Liu Yun's admission, Xiao Yixian's voice suddenly escalated. Lu Yun Gij, I never imagined you actually had a bed-warming maid. Xiao Yixian, allow me to explain, Lu Yun began, but Xiao Yixian buried her head into the blanket, shaking it vehemently. I won't listen, I won't listen. I don't wish to see you right now. You should go outside. Noting Xiao Yixian's current disposition, Lu Yun tactfully exited the room. As dusk fell, outside Liu Yun's courtyard, Yafei, clad in a flowing red gown, walked side by side with Qing Lin towards the entrance. Sister Yafei, tomorrow marks the day of the heavenly tier auction at the Mitre auction house. Do you think the young master will return? Qing Lin inquired just as they neared the courtyard. He should be back, Yafei replied with a degree of certainty. I hope the young master returns to witness your splendid presence on the auction stage, Qing Lin expressed hopefully. During this time, Qing Lin and Yafei had grown remarkably close, becoming inseparable confidants. Ah, what a delightful aroma of roasted meat. Both Yafei and Qing Lin exclaimed in unison as they reached the courtyard entrance, hurrying inside. Upon entering, they discovered Lu Yun expertly seasoning the meat on the grill. What a rare sight. The young master is actually grilling meat in the courtyard, Yafei remarked, having never seen Lu Yun personally prepare food before. Young master, young master. In the next moment, both Yafei and Qing Lin joyfully called out to him. Lu Yun had sensed their approach long before they reached the courtyard. Now seeing them, a gentle smile graced his face as he addressed the two. You certainly know how to time your return. The barbecue is nearly finished. Young master, how could you engage in such menial labor? Let Qing Lin take over the grilling, Qing Lin suggested, rushing to Liu Yun's side, prompting him to step aside. At that moment, Xiao Yixian, who had been sulking in Liu Yun's room, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from outside, along with the sounds of conversation. She abruptly stood up and stormed outside. Creak. Hearing the door open, Lu Yun, Yafei, and Qing Lin all turned their attention towards the doorway, where Xiao Yixian stood. Who is she? Both Yafei and Qing Lin exchanged curious glances at the elegantly attired Xiao Yixian who emerged from the room. Are you hungry? Lu Yun, with a rather shameless grin, inquired. Hungry? You big-headed ghost. Xiao Yixian retorted, her irritation flaring at Liu Yun's teasing demeanor. In the next moment, she mournfully declared, Lu Yun, I never expected you to have two bed-warming maids. Bed-warming maids. Upon hearing the exchange between Xiao Yixian and Lu Yun, the timid Qing Lin blushed in embarrassment and hurriedly interjected, You've misunderstood. I am merely the young master's maid, not a bed-warming maid. Relieved by Qing Lin's denial, Xiao Yixian sighed, thinking to herself, Thankfully, Lu Yun Gij has not harmed the little sister. If you are not, then it must be her. Xiao Yixian's gaze shifted to Yafei, clad in her form-fitting red gown that accentuated her exquisite curves, the exposed segment of her fair leg igniting a fervent impulse within, while the silver sash around her slender waist highlighted her delicate figure. This sister has such an admirable physique. It seems Lu Yun Gij has a discerning eye. Xiao Yixian shot a pointed glance at Lu Yun. Noticing the peculiar look in Xiao Yixian's eyes, Yafei chuckled lightly. Why do you gaze at me so? I am not a bed-warming maid either. Sister, surely you've misinterpreted the young master's intentions. Yafei, despite her naivety, could surmise the relationship between Xiao Yixian and Lu Yun. Indeed, Xiao Yixian, do not overthink it. First, have something to eat, and then I will explain everything to you. Who wants to hear your explanations? Xiao Yixian pouted, unwilling to listen to Lu Yun. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, her stomach audibly protested. Reacting swiftly to the sound, Qing Lin hurriedly presented freshly grilled meat to Lu Yun. Quickly, young master. Oh. Lu Yun acknowledged with an approving glance at Qing Lin, swiftly bringing the grilled meat to Xiao Yixian. No? Do you think you can placate me with food? Xiao Yixian turned her back to Lu Yun, refusing to look at him. Yet, in the next moment, the sizzling piece of meat was tantalizingly presented before her. Xiao Yixian's eyes darted momentarily before she opened her mouth to take a bite. Did you not say you wanted to eat the dishes I personally prepared every day? Liu Yun's somewhat sentimental voice chimed in from beside her. However, Xiao Yixian ignored his melodramatic words, continuing to devour the roasted meat with gusto. Before long, the portion of meat had been entirely consumed by Xiao Yixian. After finishing, she slowly turned to face Lu Yun, the earlier irritation in her eyes momentarily subdued. I want more, she said, casting a longing glance at the meat still grilling on the rack. Noticing the evident retreat of Xiao Yixian's anger, Qing Lin quickly responded, There's plenty more. Chapter 292, Duel of the Respectful Pill. Qing Lin, delighted, approached Xiao Yixian with the grilled meat in hand. Yet, just as Qing Lin was about to step closer, Xiao Yixian suddenly stepped back in alarm, retreating 2 steps. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Yixian's abrupt movement, Qing Lin assumed she was startled by her presence, her eyes flashing with concern. Do not come near. It could harm you, Xiao Yixian said, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Qing Lin and Yafei, both taken aback by Xiao Yixian's unexpected words, exchanged puzzled looks. Observing Xiao Yixian's state, Lu Yun reassured, Xiao Yixian, it's all right. Both of them have consumed the Wandu Zhu. enabling them to resist toxins up to 6th tier. Your cursed poison body will not harm them. Wan Duju. Is that the black pill you gave to Huan last time? Xiao Yixian recalled, relieved that the previous black pill had neutralized the poison of the thousand-legged centipede. At that moment, she felt a weight lift off her heart. During her time in Haiyan City, she had harbored concerns that her cursed poison body might lead to her isolation within Liu Yun's home. However, hearing Liu Yun mention that both girls had taken the Wan Duju brought her immense joy. Thus, she could interact with others in Liu Yun's household as a normal person. Liu Yun affirmed, rest assured, they will be fine in your presence, and I will soon find a remedy for your cursed poison body. Xiao Yixian wholeheartedly trusted Liu Yun's words, putting aside the earlier incident from her mind. This is Xiao Yixian, a renowned physician from Qingshan Town. Liu Yun introduced her to Yufei and Qinglin. This is Sister Yufei, the host of our miter auction house, and this is Qinglin. Thanks to Liu Yun's introduction, the three quickly became acquainted, and after resolving the prior misunderstanding, both Yufei and Qinglin developed a fondness for the unexpectedly present Xiao Yixian. The next day, the Miter family, one of the three prominent families in the sacred city, convened yet another heavenly tier auction, a mere half-month after their last event. The news sent ripples of astonishment through many family factions. Typically, this auction is held only once every several years or even decades. It has only been a short while since the last one. They simply cannot fathom how the middle family is able to present such a plethora of exquisite items. This time, those who are fortunate enough to attend the middle auction are predominantly members of the elite. It is said that even the least valuable items in this auction are of the 5th tier, with 6th tier elixirs serving as the grand finale. Liu Yun, accompanied by Yufei, Xiao Yixian, and Qinglin, arrived early and took their seats in a private room, where Yufei was designated to host the auction. As the doors of the auction house opened, numerous prominent figures from the imperial capital began to make their entrance. Princess Yao Yi of the royal family entered a private room, flanked by several formidable guards. Following her were Nailan Su, the head of the Nailan family, along with Nailan Yanran and Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family. General Mu also made his appearance. Upon seeing Mu Chun and Nailan Su present, Princess Yao Yi approached to greet them. A group of acquaintances gathered naturally engaged in pleasantries. Their conversation undoubtedly attracted the attention of many attendees at the auction house. However, this attention swiftly shifted with the arrival of another figure. At that moment, a remarkably slender silhouette appeared at the entrance. Upon her arrival, her mere appearance astounded everyone present. Master, you have arrived. Seeing that Yun Yun had also come to the middle auction, Nailan Yanran joyfully approached her with utmost respect. I came to see what treasures are available. Yun Yun replied simply, and as she entered the auction house, she began to scan her surroundings. She wondered if he might be present in this auction venue. Anticipation glimmered in her eyes. However, he had not yet reached the Dowang stage and could not fly. It would likely be challenging for him to return to the imperial capital in such a short time. As more individuals arrived, Yufei, clad in a striking red qipao that showcased her smooth, fair legs, took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you must have heard of the items up for bid in this auction, she began. Without further ado, let the auction commence. The first item for bidding was a 6th tier elixir, the Do Ling Dan, which could enable a Do Wang to directly break through to the next level. However, a Do Wang could only consume one in their lifetime. The starting bid was set at 5 million gold coins, and the bidding is now open. As Yufei's words echoed, the eyes of the crowd were fixated on the Do Ling Dan. Notably, the heads of the Mu and Nailan families exhibited a visible yearning for this elixir. I bid 6 million gold coins. 6,500,000 gold coins. I bid 7 million gold coins. Instantly, many individuals in the auction house began to compete fiercely for the Do Ling Dan. Suddenly, Mu Chun made a bold bid of 10 million gold coins, leaping ahead by 3 million. Just when everyone thought Mu Chun would secure the item, Nailan Su interjected with a decisive remark. I, Nailan Su, bid an additional 100 gold coins. Observing the competitive bidding between the two family heads, the onlookers understood their fervent desire for the Do Ling Dan, given that both were at the Do Wang stage. I bid 16 million gold coins. Mu Chun raised the bid by 5 million once more. This time, Nailan Su refrained from increasing his offer. After the previous auction of the Wandu Pearl, his family's resources were nearly depleted. Although they had replenished somewhat during this period, he still had to consider that his elder was not fully recovered. Regardless, it was highly likely that Mu Chun would outbid the Nailan family this time. 16 million gold coins, first call. 16 million gold coins, second call. 16 million gold coins, third call. Congratulations to General Mu for winning the first item of this auction. Following this, the next item up for bid was yet another 6th tier elixir. As Yufei began to introduce the second elixir, Liu Yun's mind was already resonating with the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the 6th tier elixir Do Ling Dan. You have received a 10,000-fold return, resulting in an 8th tier elixir, Do Zun Dan. The Do Zun Dan has been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. At that moment, within the private room, with Xiao Yixian and Qinglin present, Lu Yun chose not to delve into the system space to examine the Dozun Dan. Instead, he continued to watch Yafei host the auction while engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. This auction was certainly more engaging than the previous one in Haiyan City. Chapter 293. Dan Wang Guhi arrives. The second item for bidding was the 6th tier elixir, Qing Ming Shou Dan. It is said that this elixir can extend a person's lifespan by 10 years, but it can only be effectively consumed once in a lifetime. The bidding starts now, with a base price of 15 million gold coins. Many in the audience had heard of the Qing Ming Shou Dan. However, at this moment, as Yafei introduced it, many attendees appeared disinterested. The reason was, naturally, that not many were nearing the end of their lives, and thus the concept of extending lifespan held little significance for them. Nevertheless, a small number of individuals still coveted the Qing Ming Shou Dan, such as Princess Yao Yi. Upon hearing Yafei state that this elixir could increase a person's lifespan by 10 years, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she was aware that Jian Xingtian was currently practicing the Earth Tier technique, Wang Chuanju, she couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to break through to the Dozong stage in his lifetime to extend his life. At this moment, if she could secure the Qing Ming Shou Dan, Jian Xingtian would gain an additional 10 years, alleviating his inner pressure during seclusion while also enhancing the royal family's deterrent power. The Nailan family bids 17 million gold coins. My family bids 20 million gold coins. As Yafei announced the commencement of the bidding, even though most attendees were disinterested in the longevity elixir, a considerable number still participated in the bidding. 22 million gold coins. 25 million gold coins. Soon, the price escalated to 25 million gold coins, yet even this amount was still insufficient to secure a 6th tier elixir. At that moment, Princess Yao Yi, with unwavering determination, declared 40 million gold coins. For the royal family, their greatest asset was Jian Xingtian. Granting him an additional 10 years of life would ensure the prosperity of the royal family for another decade. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing an entire city, she would not hesitate. The crowd gasped at Princess Yao Yi's sudden increase of 15 million gold coins, leaving many in shock, forcing them to withdraw from the bidding. Originally, Nailan Yinran had intended to purchase this elixir for her grandfather, Nailan Jia, to extend his life by 10 years, thereby potentially increasing the Nailan family's strength with another Do Huang. However, upon hearing Princess Yao Yi's bid, she shook her head, realizing that the princess's resolve was far greater. In this auction, she knew she would not be able to compete with Princess Yao Yi, so she retracted her impending bid. Noticing the silence among the attendees, Yafei elegantly spoke. If there are no further bids, the Qing Ming Shou Dan will belong to Her Royal Highness. 40 million gold coins, first call. 40 million gold coins, second call. 40 million gold coins, third call. Until Yafei struck the gavel, no one dared to raise the price further. 40 million gold coins. This price could be considered the highest recorded for a sold elixir in recent times. At this moment, Lu Yun's mind was again filled with the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the 6th tier elixir Qing Ming Shou Dan. You have received a 10,000-fold return, resulting in an 8th tier elixir Fu Lin Dan. The Fu Lin Dan has been allocated to the system space. Please check your inventory. Hearing the system's notification about the Fu Lin Dan piqued Lu Yun's interest, prompting him to immerse himself in the system space and observe the newly acquired Azure White elixir. Fu Lin Dan, an 8th grade elixir, has the potential to extend one's lifespan by 20 to 80 years, depending on individual constitution. An extension of 80 years is tantamount to a full lifetime for an average person. It would likely enable even those of modest talent to steadily cultivate to the rank of Do Wang. For those with exceptional gifts, it might even provide a direct opportunity to ascend to the realm of Do Zong. An extension of 80 years may seem neither excessively long nor particularly short. Regardless, it holds little significance for Lu Yun. As his consciousness withdrew from the system space, Lu Yun turned his gaze back to the auction stage. At this moment, Yafei was adeptly introducing the third item up for bid. The next item for auction is a 5th grade magic core. Upon hearing that this third item is of a lower grade than the previous two, the crowd began to murmur in confusion. What is happening? How could a 5th grade magic core be placed after those two 6th grade elixirs? Could it be that this particular 5th grade magic core is exceptionally unique? Noticing the bewilderment in the crowd, Yafei smiled gently and clarified, please do not misunderstand. The auction does not signify a ranking of the items based on their value. It is possible that items of considerable worth were auctioned off earlier, or they may be reserved for later. Yafei's approach was undoubtedly aimed at enhancing the atmosphere of the auction while also preventing items from being left unsold. If everyone were solely focused on the final, high-value items, few would dare to bid on the earlier offerings. This strategy was also in alignment with Lu Yun's intentions. With the auction of this ordinary 5th grade magic core, Lu Yun once again acquired 10,000 5th grade magic cores. Brother Lu Yun, how can there be so many 6th grade elixirs at the Mitre auction house? The little medical fairy, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired as she observed the 6th grade elixirs presented by Yafei. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before responding. Would you believe me if I said that many of these elixirs were concocted by me? Ah, could it be that Brother Lu Yun is a sixth-grade alchemist? The little medical fairy exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Yun. Indeed, Lu Yun acknowledged with a calm nod. In truth, during his last attempt at crafting fifth-grade elixirs, he realized he still had the capacity for more. That night after returning to the Yunlan sect, Lu Yun endeavored to concoct sixth-grade elixirs. Drawing upon the alchemical legacy within his mind, he set out to create the rather unusual Qingming Shodan. After a few failed attempts, he finally succeeded in producing a reasonably well-crafted sixth-grade elixir, thus entering the ranks of sixth-grade alchemists. It is said that Gu He, the foremost alchemist of the Jiamai Empire, could only manage to concoct initial-stage sixth-grade elixirs. Brother Lu Yun, your talent is extraordinary. Achieving such a level at such a young age. At this moment, the little medical fairy gazed at Lu Yun with admiration. Coincidentally, just as she mentioned the alchemist King Gu He, a prominent figure arrived outside the auction house. The alchemist King Gu He has arrived. With the announcement from a steward of the Mitre auction house, all eyes turned toward the entrance. The first to catch the crowd's attention was a young man clad in a long alchemist's robe, tall and seemingly in his early 20s, with a strikingly handsome visage. His features sharp and slightly effeminate, particularly due to the gentle smile that graced his face, an expression likely to charm many a woman's heart. Notably, the most striking aspect was the alchemist's emblem emblazoned on his chest, adorned with 3 silver ripples, gleaming brilliantly. This young man was none other than Lu Ling, the prized disciple of the alchemist King Gu He. Master, please, Lu Ling announced, stopping suddenly at the entrance and bowing respectfully. Just as Lu Ling finished speaking, a refined middle-aged man appeared at the doorway, also bearing the insignia of an alchemist, but markedly different from Lu Ling's. This man was none other than Gu He, the foremost alchemist of the Jiamai Empire and a sixth-grade alchemist. Gu He, seemingly unbothered by the crowd's astonishment, gave a slight nod to Lu Ling before leisurely making his way towards the auction stage, with Lu Ling respectfully following closely behind. Many present had previously encountered Gu He, who was renowned for his extensive connections within the Jiamai Empire. Countless families had benefited from his generosity. For instance, Nailan Jie had barely survived his poison affliction thanks to Gu He's elixirs. At that moment, Nailan Yinran and Nailan Su stood in respect as Gu He approached. Esteemed alchemist king, you have arrived, Nailan Yinran greeted happily. Indeed, I came to witness the grand endeavors of the Mitre auction house, Gu He replied indifferently. What grand endeavors? Is it merely the auctioning of a few sixth-grade elixirs? Upon hearing Gu He's words, Lu Ling bore a proud expression and boasted, Master, have you not concocted enough sixth-grade elixirs? Your presence here is merely to lend support. Yinran, do you not agree? He added, casting a sideways glance at Nailan Yinran, who was clad in a moon-white robe. Yes, of course, the status of the alchemist king is such that he is merely here to support. Nailan Yinran nodded in agreement. Gu He, hearing his disciple's words, did not offer further explanation. His gaze was directed toward a private room within the auction hall. Next, we shall auction the 7th item of this session, Yafei announced, her demeanor momentarily faltering at Gu He's arrival before returning to the usual proceedings of the auction. This unexpected interruption broke the flow of the crowd's flattery toward Gu He. You. Hearing Yafei's declaration, Lu Ling's face darkened with anger. Had it not been for Nailan Yinran's presence, he might have already chastised Yafei for her disrespect towards Gu He. However, Gu He seemed to take little heed of Yafei's words, simply finding a quiet spot to sit and watch the auction with interest. Next, we shall auction a 5th-grade medicinal cauldron. As Yafei's words fell, the staff of the Mitre auction house brought forth a large, entirely black medicinal cauldron. The surface of the cauldron was adorned with vivid flame totems, seemingly designed to enhance the melting of medicinal materials. A 5th-grade medicinal cauldron. Even Gu He expressed surprise at the sight of the cauldron displayed on the stage. Such an item was of considerable value, as the quality of the cauldron often plays a crucial role at the moment an alchemist attempts to refine their elixirs. Thus, the instant the cauldron was presented, Gu He contemplated acquiring it. Within Lu Yun's private room, upon seeing the black medicinal cauldron presented by Yafei, a subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed that during this period, Yafei had indeed made effective use of the resources I provided, successfully procuring such fine items and bringing them to auction. This cauldron, known as the Black Eyrie, commenced with a starting bid of 1 million gold coins. Once Yafei announced the beginning of the bidding, numerous participants began to place their offers. 12 million gold coins, 13 million gold coins. Soon, the 5th-grade Black Eyrie cauldron had soared to a staggering price of 20 million gold coins. At that moment, Gu He signaled to Lu Ling standing beside him. Understanding Gu He's intent, Lu Ling immediately shouted, 30 million gold coins. Upon hearing Lu Ling's announcement, the crowd quickly recognized that it was Gu He who desired this precious cauldron. Such a treasure could surely only be wielded by the alchemist king himself. Indeed, with this cauldron, the alchemist king's ability to refine 6th-grade elixirs would be greatly enhanced. Many promptly withdrew from the bidding, while simultaneously praising Gu He. Brother Lu Yun, is this really the alchemist King Gu He? He appears rather ordinary, the little medical fairy remarked, peering through the curtains of the private room at Gu He in the arena and shaking her head. As the petite healer peeked through the curtains to assess Gu He, it seemed that from this angle, Gu He sensed something as his gaze suddenly fixated on her. Despite Gu He's formidable reputation, he was merely at the level of a Do Wang, and to the already ascended Do Wang healer, his oppressive aura was practically negligible. How peculiar! This little girl possesses a cultivation level that leaves me somewhat perplexed. Noticing that the healer remained unaffected, Gu He murmured to himself, an utterly ordinary person. And yet you seek to make them extraordinary. That is truly strange. Lu Yun gradually approached the healer's side, meeting Gu He's gaze with nonchalance as he remarked, Gu He is merely a big fish in a small pond. Once in Zhongzhou, he is nothing but a speck. Zhongzhou? Brother Lu Yun, have you been there? I've heard that the people of Zhongzhou possess tremendous strength, making survival there quite challenging unless one is at least a Do Huang. The healer inquired, curiosity dancing across her features. Not yet, but it won't be long before the entirety of Zhongzhou is brought to its knees beneath my feet. Lu Yun maintained an air of calm as he uttered these words. Upon hearing Lu Yun's declaration that Zhongzhou would bow to him, the healer initially felt inclined to laugh. But the conviction reflected in Lu Yun's eyes caused her to reconsider, leading her to believe he was not merely boasting. Although Lu Yun's expression was placid, it radiated a potent self-assurance. Meanwhile, Gu He, seated below, furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Yun and the healer, unflinchingly addressing Gu He, engaged in casual conversation, which only served to irritate Gu He further. Have you two finished your chatter? A chilling voice suddenly echoed within the auction hall. What is happening? Is Lord Gu He angry with someone? The crowd's eyes turned inquisitively upward, peering through the curtains to glimpse Lu Yun within the private box. That individual is the young master of the middle family. Many in attendance recognized Lu Yun, and someone quickly revealed his identity. Outrageous. How dare a mere junior from the middle family critique the esteemed Dan Wang? Get down here and apologize at once. Chapter 295, Conflict. Outrageous. How dare a mere junior from the middle family critique the esteemed Dan Wang? Get down here and apologize at once. Upon hearing this reprimand aimed at Lu Yun, Yun, who had been quietly seated in her private box, suddenly displayed a glimmer of joy, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. She hadn't anticipated his swift return to the imperial capital. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what had caused him to provoke Gu He. In another box, Princess Yao Yi, who had been elated after acquiring the Qingming Shodan, paused upon hearing the scolding directed at Lu Yun. Oh, Lu Yun, the last I heard, you had ventured to the Outcloud Empire, and yet not long after, you reappear at this banquet. When I sought you out a second time, the middle family claimed you were still in the Outcloud Empire. Now, here you are again at the auction. Do you make round trips in just a day or two? Yao Yi muttered in frustration before stepping out of her box, her gaze fixated on Lu Yun's private quarters to the right. At that moment, Lu Yun's calm voice cut through the auction hall. What's this, Gu He? Am I to be silenced in my own auction house? And by the way, why do your eyes bulge so much? Doesn't that tire you out, or do you believe it intimidates anyone? With that, Lu Yun grasped the healer's hand and slowly exited the room, resting one hand on the yellow pearwood railing, his gaze serenely surveying the crowd below. His unexpected retort left not only the onlookers astonished, but also cast a puzzled expression upon Gu He's face, his fingers drumming against the armrest of his chair. Among those reacting most vehemently was Gu He's disciple, Lu Ling. Arrogance. How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? Allow me to teach you a lesson. With those words, Lu Ling's muscles tensed, ready to leap onto the rooftop to confront Lu Yun. Lu Ling, come back. You are no match for him, Gu He called, restraining his disciple to prevent him from embarrassing himself in public. He had already discerned that Lu Yun had reached the Do Ling stage, and he also recognized that the healer beside him had attained the Do Wang level. Beyond Lu Ling, at least a third of those present were infuriated by Lu Yun's words. How dare this presumptuous junior act so brazenly before the esteemed Dan Wang? Even the middle family Esting Shan would not dare such insolence. You should immediately come down and kneel before the Dan Wang to confess your wrongs. Gu He needn't speak. Several others quickly chimed in to curry favor with him. Nailin Yanran observed the unfolding scene, her thoughts swirling. How could Master Gu He suggest that Lu Ling is inferior to Lu Yun? After all, Lu Ling is Gu He's most esteemed disciple. Renowned for his prowess and alchemical talent. Has Lu Yun truly advanced to such an extent during this time? Not only Nailin Yanran, but many in attendance found themselves perplexed. Lu Ling was significantly older than Lu Yun and was Gu He's most trusted disciple. Yet now, the Dan Wang asserted that Lu Ling could not contend with Lu Yun, which indeed was puzzling. Everyone was aware that Lu Yun had possessed only the strength of a low-tier Do Shi during the last assessment, and yet within the span of a mere month, the young master of the middle family had seemingly reached such heights. At that moment, aside from Yun and Gu He, only the head of the Mu family, Mu Chun, had surmised Lu Yun's true strength. Mu Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the two, contemplating what kind of prodigy has emerged from the middle family. Furthermore, That young girl beside him exudes an aura of danger. You possess quite the confidence, young man, Gu He began, having restrained Lu Ling. As he slowly rose from his seat to address Lu Yun. Do you not realize that even the middle family Esting Shan would not dare to speak to me in such a manner? In comparison to the Dan Wang's arrogance. I humbly admit my inadequacy, Lu Yun retorted, his tone shifting from calm to icy upon hearing Gu He invoke his grandfather's name. Gu He's expression darkened at Lu Yun's unabashed words. In the next moment, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Yun. He coldly remarked, little brat, do not think that just because you have a Do Huang backing, you can act with impunity. Though Gu He was merely a Do Huang. His assertion that he was unafraid of Do Huang experts elicited no skepticism from the crowd. The resources and connections a sixth-tier alchemist could command were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, and enlisting a Do Huang was certainly within the realm of possibility. In the Jiamada Empire, if there was one individual one should never offend, it was undoubtedly the Dan Wang, Gu He. At that moment, upon hearing Gu He subtly reference the Do Huang expert, Habadong, from the middle family, a meddlesome onlooker chimed in, Dan Wang. The Ice Emperor has long departed the Jiamada Empire. He likely ventured alone to Zhongzhou, and whether he returns is uncertain. Oh, is that so? Habadong has gone to Zhongzhou. Now that is intriguing, Gu He mused, a smug smile crossing his face. It appears today. If I do not teach this junior a lesson, people might mistakenly believe I, Gu He, am easy to trifle with. With that, a palpable aura of threat enveloped Gu He's countenance. As for why he has yet to take action, it is likely due to his consideration of his own status, making it inappropriate for him to directly confront such a junior. At this moment, having comprehended the implication of Gu He's words, a bald, burly man clad in a black robe stepped forward, eagerly volunteering. Master Gu He, there is no need for you to personally intervene in teaching this junior a lesson. Allow me to take care of it. Upon hearing someone ingratiate themselves, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu He's eyes, and he casually nodded in acquiescence. Standing beside Gu He, Lu Ling wore an even more triumphant expression. The crowd was taken aback, not anticipating that Lu Yun would so blatantly disrespect the Dan King, leading to an irretrievable situation. It is worth noting that this is the first incident at the middle auction house to date. One could not help but lament, having offended the Dan King. It seems that the influence of the middle family will significantly diminish from this day forth. The bald man who had just volunteered was the captain of a mercenary group from the border, possessing impressive strength, having already reached the realm of a one-star Do Wang. At this moment, with Gu He's tacit approval, he did not even consider whether the middle family might seek retribution against him, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Lu Yun. Suddenly, the bald man clenched his fists, a surge of earthy yellow dough, chi rapidly coalescing. Boom! The burly man stomped forcefully on the floor, propelling himself into the air and charging toward Lu Yun, who stood atop the pavilion. Chapter 296. Is Lu Yun a beast in disguise? The bald man's sudden attack took many present by surprise. They had merely expected a reprimand. Just as the mercenary captain made his move, Gu He interjected. A mere lesson will suffice. In Gu He's eyes, Lu Yun was merely an exceptionally gifted junior, whose insolence, while not deserving of death, warranted a necessary reprimand. Lu Yun, why must you be so stubborn? Could you not simply concede? Meanwhile, Princess Yao Yi, observing the unfolding scene in the auction house, appeared exceedingly anxious. As the burly man charged toward him, Lu Yun's gaze turned frigid. This was the first time since Lu Yun had commenced hosting the auction that order had been disrupted by another. The mercenary captain would have to face the consequences of his actions. At that moment, the petite healer standing beside Lu Yun suddenly clenched her fists. She could discern that Gu He was clearly looking for trouble, were it not for her awareness of Lu Yun's capabilities and the mysterious expert covertly protecting him. She feared that he might have unleashed a deadly poison without regard for the lives of those present. Boom! The mercenary captain's fist, imbued with formidable power, was rapidly approaching Lu Yun. Yet to the onlookers, it appeared that Lu Yun had no intention of defending himself. Witnessing this, the bald man's pupils constricted. He merely intended to assist Gu He in reprimanding Lu Yun, never harboring thoughts of taking his life. Hesitating, the force behind the bald man's strike instantly diminished. On Lu Yun's side, his eyes turned crimson, emanating an exceedingly violent bloodlust. With a gentle lift of his right hand, he waved forward. Boom! Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed throughout the auction house. Under the collision between Lu Yun and the bald man, many floorboards in the loft began to splinter. However, to everyone's astonishment, after exchanging a single blow with Lu Yun, the mercenary captain was sent flying. Bang! The descending figure of the burly man was caught by Gu He below and gently placed onto the ground. Uft! The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression one of immense agony. Gu He was taken aback to discover that the entire arm of the burly man and even the bones within his body had shattered, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Quick, take this. Gu He hastily retrieved a grayish-blue pill from his spatial ring and stuffed it into the man's mouth. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the burly man struck to being defeated by Lu Yun, it had taken less than 2 breaths. Having temporarily saved the man's life, Gu He furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Lu Yun above. In his eyes, a flicker of apprehension flashed unnoticed. It was essential to recognize that the mercenary captain had entered the Do Wang level, and was one who favored honing his physical body, possessing overwhelming strength. Yet Lu Yun had not even utilized his Do Qi. He had solely relied on his physical prowess to inflict such damage, and it appeared he still had strength to spare. Heavens, what just transpired? A realization struck Gu He. He couldn't have been mistaken. The young master of the middle family had actually defeated a Do Wang with a single strike. He had not even seen Lu Yun unleash any Do Qi. Merely relying on his physical strength, he had injured a Do Wang to such an extent. Such physical fortitude was comparable to that of powerful beasts. Could it be that he had cultivated some extraordinary technique that endowed his body with strength akin to that of a beast? In the auction house, murmurs of speculation arose regarding Lu Yun's bizarre display. Beast-like physical strength? Hearing the crowd's discussions outside, Yun Yun, who had been concealed in a private room, felt increasingly perplexed. Just a short while ago, she had encountered a figure cloaked in purple, transformed from the purple crystal wing Lion King, whose physical might was terrifying, leaving her still shaken. Lu Yun had fortuitously appeared in Black Rock City and had rescued her. Could there be some connection between him and that purple crystal wing Lion King? Could it be that his formidable physical power stemmed from his own beastly transformation? At this moment, Yun Yun's emotions were complex, and she found herself questioning whether Lu Yun was indeed a beast in disguise. You should consider yourself fortunate that you lessened your strike's force. Otherwise, you might have already become a corpse, Lu Yun remarked in an exceedingly calm tone as he addressed the fallen man below. Just as Lu Yun's crimson gaze swept over Gu He, the confusion in Gu He's eyes instantly cleared. You are not a member of the middle family. What beast are you in disguise as, to infiltrate the human city masquerading as a member of the middle family? Gu He suddenly questioned Lu Yun loudly, his thoughts aligning eerily with Yun Yun's in the private room. The crowd in the auction house was left bewildered by Gu He's peculiar words. Impersonating a member of the middle family? Shape-shifting beasts? Each sentence uttered by Gu He struck a chord within the hearts of the listeners. Although Gu He's words seemed somewhat preposterous, the combination of Lu Yun's now crimson eyes, the violent bloodlust emanating from him, and his physique, which bore no resemblance to a human, led many to believe in Gu He's assessment. Haha. Upon hearing Gu He's remarks, Lu Yun let out a hearty laugh. Offering no further explanation, he had not anticipated that merely revealing the first layer of the 10,000 beasts' true canon, showcasing the form of a beast, would lead to such suspicions of being a beast himself. Observing Lu Yun's somewhat reckless laughter, Lu Ling chimed in beside Gu He. So you have no words left to say? Does this mean you tacitly acknowledge your identity as a beast? Meanwhile, Gu He's expression grew grave as he continued to analyze for the crowd. I do not voice these suspicions lightly. Firstly, I have investigated the young master of the middle family, Lu Yun. 6 months ago, he was merely an ordinary scion of a noble family, with mediocre talent. After visiting Wutan City, he experienced an encounter in the Beast Mountain Range, and since then, his training speed has become rather extraordinary. Consider this. How could someone who was not even a fighter 6 months ago have made such a rapid ascent to near Do Wang's strength in such a short time? Within half a year, from being a mere waste who was not even a fighter, how could he break through to the realm of a near Do Wang and even incapacitate a 1-star Do Wang without using Do Qi? Gu He's words served to unveil the doubts harbored by certain individuals. Is it not the case that transformation into a beast is only achievable upon reaching the 7th tier? At that moment, a voice of skepticism arose. Well put. Upon hearing this doubt, Gu He wore an expression of unwavering confidence. Are you aware of a certain elixir that allows beasts to transform ahead of time? Chapter 297. The choices of the crowd. It is the transformation pill. At this juncture, upon hearing Gu He's analysis, Lu Ling spoke without hesitation. Indeed, it is the transformation pill. Gu He continued, stating that for a beast, the value of the transformation pill is comparable to that of a 9th-tier elixir. By consuming the transformation pill, a beast can permanently take on human form, possessing both the cultivation talents of humanity and the prolonged lifespan of a beast. Although Gu He's remarks served to expound upon the effects of the transformation pill, they were, in essence, aimed at solidifying the fact that Lu Yun is a beast. Do you still refuse to acknowledge your true nature as a beast? Gu He suddenly fixed his sharp gaze upon Lu Yun. Splendid, splendid. Upon hearing Gu He's assertions, Lu Yun could not help but clap and chuckle. Since you, Gu He, are so certain that I am a beast, can you discern which specific beast I have transformed from? This. Upon hearing Lu Yun's inquiry, Gu He's eyes flickered with uncertainty. At this moment, Lu Ling, noticing Gu He's silence, spoke up loudly. There are countless types of beasts in the world. How could the master possibly know them all? Since you have already confessed to your identity as a beast, there is nothing more to discuss. Lu Ling's words clearly garnered the agreement of the crowd. Lu Ling's young master is quite correct, since you have admitted it, regardless of what type of beast you are. You shall not leave this auction house without revealing the purpose behind your infiltration into human cities. Beasts, unless they become servants, cannot be allowed to run rampant in human cities. At this moment, voices of accusation directed at Lu Yun arose throughout the auction house. Many were already on guard against Lu Yun's potential escape. The petite healer standing beside Lu Yun felt a chilling rage upon hearing these slanders against him. How despicable of them to claim that brother Lu Yun is a transformed beast. If anyone were to be most familiar with Lu Yun's exploits in the Beast Mountain range, it would undoubtedly be the petite healer. During those days, Lu Yun and she were inseparable. If the current Lu Yun were merely a beast in disguise, he would not escape her keen perception. Haha. You think I cannot leave this auction house? Lu Yun was genuinely angered. To be labeled a beast in his own territory and even be threatened with expulsion was intolerable. Contemplating this, Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Let me see who among you believes I am a beast and intends to capture me. Subsequently, Lu Yun's gaze swept across every individual in the auction house, and upon noticing some murmurs and commotion among the crowd from the Metel family, he bellowed, "All members of the Metel family, leave this place at once." With Lu Yun's thunderous shout, the previously astonished staff of the auction house appeared relieved and hastily vacated the premises. Fear not, even if he possesses the strength of a battle king. Can we not subdue him with our combined might? Just as the members of the Metel family stepped aside, a resonant voice reverberated throughout the auction house. Upon hearing this, many who firmly believed in Gu He placed their hands on their weapons. Yet, there were exceptions. For instance, Princess Yaoya, who had been anxiously sweating for Lu Yun since the beginning. It must be noted that the current royal family rose to prominence by virtue of a 6th-tier beast and continues to revere it as their guardian deity. At this moment, hearing these individuals disparage beasts, claiming they must be enslaved to exist in human cities, she found it utterly ridiculous. If you have the gall, speak those words to my royal family. At this time, the enchanting Yafei, who had originally been on the auction stage, had appeared at Lu Yun's side without him noticing. Her alluring eyes held no trace of panic. Young master, I apologize. I did not foresee this situation developing. Yafei looked at Lu Yun with an expression of regret. This matter was indeed a deliberate provocation from Gu He. How could Yafei have anticipated it? It's fine. Those who disrupt the order of my auction house will pay a heavy price. Lu Yun's gaze was icy as he regarded those intent on capturing him. Let us confront them together. With a loud roar from the crowd, two individuals at the high tier of battle spirit unleashed their techniques to attack Lu Yun. Two dazzling streams of battle energy converged in an encircling attack aimed at Lu Yun. Remaining composed, Lu Yun gestured for the petite healer, Yafei, and the azure-scale dragon behind him to retreat. The blood energy around him surged, emanating an aura of extreme ferocity, still without any attempt to evade. Lu Yun met the opponent's blades head-on with his bare fists. Bang! With a resounding crack, the weapons of the two battle spirit experts shattered upon impact. In the next moment, Lu Yun's form transformed into multiple afterimages, and before the two could react, each received a powerful punch to their chests. This single strike pierced through their bodies, sending them crashing through the yellow pearwood railing, plummeting heavily to the ground below, saturating the auction house with the stench of blood. Witnessing Lu Yun effortlessly dispatch the two battle spirit experts, many in the crowd displayed signs of trepidation. At that moment, a powerful individual with the strength of a 3-star battle king bellowed, "Impudent beast! How dare you wreak havoc in our human city? We cannot allow this." Indeed, there were numerous battle kings present. No matter how formidable your physique or your ability to fight beyond your tier, what of it? General Mu Chun, head of the Nalan family, do you too wish to intervene? Some turned their gazes to the Mu and Nalan families, who had yet to express their stance. These two families, alongside the Metel family, constituted the 3 prominent families of the imperial city. Should they be drawn into this, the Metel family's young master would undoubtedly be doomed. Observing from the sidelines, Mu Chun firmly stated, "This matter requires further confirmation. Moreover, if Lu Yun is indeed an imposter, Brother Tingshan would not remain oblivious." Undoubtedly, Mu Chun had a keen eye for discerning people and situations. He understood that a significant portion of the crowd was merely acting on Gu He's behalf. Whether Lu Yun was a beast was hardly the crux of the matter. Head of the Mu family, I never imagined you to be so timid. Today, the Alchemist King has already provided irrefutable evidence. What further confirmation do you require? Do you not see that this person is already slaughtering indiscriminately? Yes, this beast is taking the lives of our people. How can you stand idly by? Lu Yun's killings were merely acts of self-defense against those seeking to harm him, nothing more. In the face of the crowd's agitation, Mu Chun uttered a final statement before ignoring their gazes and departing the auction house. Little did Mu Chun know that his decision that day would spare the Mu family from an impending catastrophe in the forthcoming upheaval of power in the imperial city. Chapter 298. Yun Yun emerges. In contrast to Mu Chun's resoluteness, Nalan Su, who was accompanying him, appeared somewhat indecisive upon hearing the crowd's inquiries. He was acutely aware of the current situation, Alchemist King Gu, he possessed ample evidence to suggest that Lu Yun could potentially be a disguised beast. And Lu Yun's silence was tantamount to acquiescence. The Alchemist King had successfully incited the emotions of the majority present, and following Lu Yun's slaying of 2 individuals, he had undoubtedly become a target of public ire. Yinran, what do you believe your father should do? Nalan Su glanced hesitantly at Nalan Yinran, who wore a robe of moonlight white. Observing her father's predicament, Nalan Yinran contemplated briefly. Having been taught by Yin Yun, and given the close ties between the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, alongside the connections between Alchemist King Gu He and both the Yunlan sect and the Nalan family, should the Nalan family misstep in their stance now, they would likely offend many in the future. In a moment of contemplation, Nalan Yinran's expression shifted rapidly. After a while, she spoke on behalf of Nalan Su, saying, "Rest assured, everyone, the Nalan family has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Meitel family. If these clouds before us are indeed a ruse orchestrated by magical beasts, the Nalan family will undoubtedly intervene without hesitation." In truth, Nalan Yinran's statement was vague, still presenting an air of detachment. Very well, the endorsement from the Nalan family suffices. With their declaration, the remaining attendees in the auction house seemed to reach a consensus. Nearly 1/3 chose to depart, no longer concerning themselves with the matter. Among the remaining 2/3, aside from a few bystanders, the majority were poised to oppose the clouds. Excellent. Splendid. Observing the substantial crowd that lingered, Lu Yun wore a calm smile, yet the next moment, that smile faltered. Ding! Alerting the host. As the bidder for the Ice Spirit Pill has exited, the transaction for your auctioned 5th grade Ice Spirit Pill remains incomplete, and the system has automatically retracted the awarded rewards. Ding! Alerting the host. As the bidder for the 5th grade Magic Core has exited, the transaction for your auctioned 5th grade Magic Core remains incomplete, and the system has automatically retracted the awarded rewards. Ding! Alerting the host. Upon receiving these notifications in his mind, Lu Yun's expression darkened. Initially, Gu He's disruption of the auction had not inflicted significant damage upon Lu Yun, but now, with the successful bidders abandoning the final transaction, the rewards Lu Yun had obtained were also reclaimed by the system. Temporarily silencing all system prompts, Lu Yun cast a glance at Gu He, his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Noticing Lu Yun's expression, Lu Ling mockingly remarked, "What is the matter? Are you enraged? Ready to reveal your true nature? Enough." Immediately, a violent surge of bloodlust emanated from Lu Yun as his hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. "Since you deem me a magical beast, allow me to send you to the heavens by the means of one." Lu Yun's body darted forward rapidly, landing before Lu Ling. Seeing the murderous glint in Lu Yun's crimson eyes, Lu Ling felt an overwhelming panic, unable to even draw his sword in haste. "Step back." Just as Lu Yun's claws were about to seize Lu Ling's neck, Lu Ling sensed a force pulling him hastily away. However, the retreat was slightly delayed, and Lu Ling's neck was still grazed, leaving a gruesome gash. Boom! Throwing Lu Ling aside, Gu He summoned a surge of golden fighting spirit between his hands and swiftly struck at Lu Yun's approaching claws. Bang! With a colossal sound, Gu He's expression changed drastically as his body was propelled backward. The crowd that surged forth, apart from the 2 other Do Wong powerhouses, were all effortlessly torn apart by Lu Yun. Such sharp claws. This person is indeed transformed from a magical beast. Witnessing Lu Yun's semi-bestial form, nearly everyone present confirmed Gu He's claims. Just as Lu Yun swiftly dealt with those disrupting his auction, Gu He shouted towards the upper balcony, "Yin Yun, are you not coming out?" Upon hearing Gu He's call, many faces lit up with joy. The next moment, a figure clad in luxurious robes, the noble Yin Yun, appeared atop the adjacent balcony. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Yunlan sect, the Do Huang powerhouse Yin Yun, is here. Now, let us see how Lu Yun will cope. In the arena, as Lu Yun showcased the magical beast form of the 10,000 beast scripture, Gu He and the other 2 Do Wong powerhouses found themselves on the brink of collapse. However, Yun Yun's appearance undoubtedly instilled them with renewed confidence. No matter how strong this individual is, can they truly contend with a Do Huang powerhouse? Lu Yun, return with me to the Yunlan sect. I will certainly clarify this matter. As their gazes met, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yun Yun's face. Currently, Lu Yun was in a frenzy, exuding a potent magical beast aura. "Return with you so you may freely inspect my body to prove I am not a magical beast." Upon hearing Yun Yun's words, Lu Yun revealed a disdainful smile. "Rest assured, if you are innocent, I will surely restore your honor." Observing Lu Yun, now the target of everyone's scorn, Yun Yun urged, "Sister Yafei, do you think the young master will be all right?" At that moment, Qing Lin, also watching from the balcony, expressed her concern to Yafei. "Have no worries. These individuals are not a threat to the young master," both Yafei and Xiao Yixian stated with confidence. "There is no need. Such trivial matters can be resolved now." Lu Yun was entirely dismissive of Yun Yun's words, as there was simply no necessity. The Yunshan had already surrendered to Lu Yun, and within the Yunlan sect, it was uncertain who would judge whom. How could Yun Yun recognize this magical beast incarnate, especially given their apparent familiarity? At this moment, as Gu He overheard the exchange between Lu Yun and Yun Yun, doubt filled his mind. Lu Yun's formidable strength was beyond Gu He's expectations. He had initially believed Lu Yun could only contend with ordinary Do Wang, yet to his astonishment, the three Do Wang on his side were still being suppressed by Lu Yun. Yun Yun, stop wasting words with a magical beast. Quickly subdue him to prevent further casualties. Seeing Yun Yun hesitate to act, Gu He urged. Upon hearing Gu He's insistence, Yun Yun's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled the tender moments of Lu Yun's healing, remaining motionless at that moment. Gu He, it seems today you are determined to seek death. If that is the case, I shall oblige. With those words, Lu Yun transformed into a blur, his claws poised at Gu He's neck before anyone could react. Chapter 299. A bloodbath. Yun Yun, stop wasting words with a magical beast. Quickly subdue him to prevent further casualties. Seeing Yun Yun still not acting, Gu He urged once more. Upon hearing Gu He's insistence, Yun Yun's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled the tender moments Lu Yun had saved him, yet stood still, taking no action. Gu He, it appears today you are intent on courting death. If so, I shall fulfill that desire. As his voice fell, Lu Yun became a mere shadow, his claws pressing against Gu He's neck before anyone could react. Seeing Gu He restrained by Lu Yun, Lu Ling, whose throat bore a fresh wound, anxiously shouted, "Release my master." In that moment, only Lu Ling was concerned for Gu He's safety, while the previously fawning crowd fell silent, paralyzed with fear. Each was too nervous to utter a word. At this moment, as Lu Yun's iron-like claws pressed against Gu He's neck, Gu He's demeanor was no longer as composed as before. With a swift increase of pressure, Lu Yun's claws pierced Gu He's neck, quickly staining his garments in crimson. Stop! As Lu Yun prepared to strike, Yun Yun shouted loudly. Who exactly are you? Gu He managed to utter with difficulty. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to wish you had never been born. Lu Yun replied coldly. As he spoke, a mysterious glow began to emanate from around him. Waves of eerie blue flames erupted from Lu Yun's body. What? Extraordinary fire. Feeling the terrifying heat of the flames, Gu He's pupils widened in shock. However, with his body restrained, he had no time to react before being consumed by the tiny divine flame unleashed by Lu Yun. Lu Yun swiftly captured the feeble soul that escaped from Gu He's obliterated body into the system space. With Gu He's physical and spiritual power dissipated, Lu Yun effortlessly seized the falling Gu He's spatial ring. Teacher! Lying on the ground, Lu Ling cried out in despair, his throat continuously bleeding. Thus, the Dan Wang met his untimely demise. This sudden turn of events left those who had just attacked Lu Yun feeling as though their very souls had shattered, an indescribable terror enveloping them. Meanwhile, Nalan Su, who had remained passive until now, felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Yen Rant's decision had safeguarded the Nalan family. A flicker of relief passed through Nalan Su's eyes. How formidable! What kind of terrifying entity has Master Gu He provoked? Princess Yao Yi, who had been merely an observer of this battle, could not help but express her astonishment. Her expression was somewhat dazed. She simply could not comprehend how someone who had barely reached the level of a combatant just half a year ago had become so immensely powerful in such a short span of time. Lu Yunyu. Yun Yun gazed at the dissipating aura of Gu He, a mixture of shock and sorrow crossing her face as she realized that her former friend had perished just like that. Lu Yun, what manner of person are you? To act with such brutality? A look of profound sadness emerged on Yun Yun's countenance. Huh, I am brutal. Seeing Yun Yun's accusatory expression, Lu Yun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Had my strength been lacking today, have you ever considered what might have transpired? These individuals relish the law of the jungle. I am merely emulating their ways. Brother Lu Yun, your actions are justified. These people deserve death. The little healer on the pavilion quickly supported Lu Yun's stance, stating that there was no need for mercy when faced with enemies. Furthermore, all of your reluctance stems only from the fact that the deceased were acquaintances. Would you feel the same if they were strangers? The little healer's final remark was clearly directed at Yun Yun. However, when the words reached her lips, Yun Yun found herself at a loss for how to respond. For even she seemed to concur with Lu Yun and the little healer's sentiments. Everyone flee. At this moment, after a brief silence, one of the remaining individuals in the auction house, a mercenary with combat spirit strength, mustered the courage to shout. As this combat spirit mercenary was the first to dash toward the exit, more individuals followed suit in their haste to escape. No one is leaving today. Upon seeing these fleeing figures, Lu Yun unleashed his shadow clones, and in an instant, countless phantoms of Lu Yun surrounded the auction house. Ethereal blue walls rose abruptly, enveloping the entire venue. With a scream, those who charged to the front found their bodies instantaneously melted upon contact with the suddenly materializing blue firewall. Lu Yun's myriad of afterimages relentlessly reaped the lives of the fleeing crowd. The entire auction house was shrouded in a palpable atmosphere of dread. Run, he's a demon. Spare me. I beg you, do not kill me. Waves of terrified pleas echoed throughout the Mitre auction house. Lu Yun, cease this slaughter. I implore you. At that moment, witnessing Lu Yun's merciless rampage, Yun Yun seemed to forget her identity as a Do Huang powerhouse, pleading with Lu Yun in a tone almost desperate. Today, no pleas will be of any use. These individuals must pay the price for their actions. Lu Yun disregarded Yun Yun, continuing to harvest the lives of the fleeing ones. I cannot allow you to continue this slaughter. Observing Lu Yun's unwavering resolve, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yun Yun's eyes. Extreme wind, with a soft murmur. A wind vortex, dozens of meters long, surged toward Lu Yun's phantoms with a devastating force. Are you also going to attack me? Sensing the assault of a Do Huang powerhouse, Lu Yun's eyes grew even colder. Lin Hai, hidden in the void, had initially intended to assist Lu Yun in blocking Yun Yun's attack, but upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from Lu Yun, he abandoned that thought. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Lu Yun's form was enveloped in a blue radiance, and a colossal blue fireball materialized, resembling a blue sun. Just then, an utterly astonishing scene unfolded. The blue sun emitted an enchanting azure glow, and soon after, a dazzling blue beam shot forth from it, piercing through space and racing toward the massive wind vortex aimed at Lu Yun. At that moment, the entire structure of the Mitre auction house could no longer withstand the force and collapsed with a thunderous roar. A wave of destructive energy diffused from the void, causing the empty space to ripple. In the aftermath, as the blue beam collided with the wind vortex unleashed by Yun Yun, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the void. What kind of unparalleled powerhouse is engaged in this battle? It is truly terrifying. A cold shiver ran down the spines of the ordinary spectators in the Saint City as they gazed in disbelief. Even amidst the violent explosion, the blue radiance did not diminish in speed, instead piercing through the wind vortex. Thud! The blue light, having lost a fraction of its power, directly penetrated Yun Yun's left shoulder. Yun Yun let out a soft groan as her azure battle wings began to dim, her body gradually descending. Is it over? Even the leader of the Yun clan has been defeated. Filled with despair, Lu Ling, nearly buried beneath the collapsing structure, was overwhelmed with regret. If only he could turn back time, he would do anything to prevent his teacher from offending such a ruthless person. The extraordinary prowess displayed by Lu Yun extinguished any flicker of vengeful courage within Lu Ling. With Yun Yun's defeat, the fury in Lu Yun's eyes finally began to wane. He surveyed the Mitre auction house, now reduced to ruins, and noticed that Qing Lin, Ye Fei, and the little healer remained unscathed, a hint of relief gracing his features. Young Master Lu Yun, from beginning to end, my royal family has unequivocally supported you. Observing the calm demeanor of Lu Yun amidst the ruins, Princess Yao Yi abandoned her royal airs and earnestly expressed her willingness to assist in the establishment of Lu Yun's alliance. At that moment, within the remnants of the devastation, apart from the few women by Lu Yun's side and the fate of Yun Yun still uncertain, only Princess Yao Yi and the remaining members of the Nalan family remained. Casting a casual glance at Princess Yao Yi, Lu Yun spoke in a remarkably indifferent tone. Everything belonging to these families will be taken over by the Mitre family. Moreover, I, Lu Yun, shall establish an alliance within the Jiamar Empire, and I shall name it the Yun Alliance. Upon hearing Lu Yun's proposal, Princess Yao Yi dared not show a hint of dissent, nodding vigorously in agreement while expressing her willingness to support the formation of the Yun Alliance. Just then, Nalan Yunran, clad in a moon-white robe, appeared in the ruins, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone. Teacher, she gently supported the unconscious Yun Yun, her face awash with sorrow. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun chose to remain indifferent. He had already held back in that last strike. Otherwise, even a Do Huang powerhouse like Yun Yun would not have withstood the full brunt of his attack. Let us return. Following this battle, the visible strength of the Jiamar Empire had diminished by a significant margin, originally lacking in Do Huang powerhouses, for had perished in this conflict. Princess Yao Yi reflected pensively. What kind of existence has Gu He provoked? From this day forth, the skies over the Jiamar Empire shall change. My great-grandfather is currently in seclusion, and it is imperative not to disturb him at this time. In the stillness of the night, Yao Yi took a deep breath, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. A moment's carelessness could potentially lead to the collapse of the Jiamai Empire. After arranging the reconstruction of the auction house, Lu Yun returned to the middle family. The Jiamai Empire had been nearly drained of its resources, leaving little of value to extract. It was now time to prepare for a journey to the Black Corner region, where resources were far more abundant. Having made his decision, Lu Yun promptly readied himself for departure. This time, he chose not to bring anyone along, as he could traverse between the two locations at will once the Void Gate was opened. At dawn the following day, Lu Yun set off alone from the imperial capital. Seated atop the Void Beast, he entered a state of tranquil cultivation. During this period, Lu Yun had amassed considerable combat experience, and even without consuming any elixirs, he felt on the verge of breaking through to the rank of Do Wang. Naturally, His ability to achieve this breakthrough was closely linked to the supreme technique that continuously operated within his body. As he absorbed fighting spirit, his aura surged dramatically. 3 hours later, Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes, the intensity of his aura gradually dissipating. With a flicker of thought, a pair of radiant golden wings composed of fighting spirit emerged from his back. The hue of these wings directly correlated with the technique he practiced. After a day of flight, Lu Yun finally arrived at the border, the last stronghold of the Jiama Empire. Despite having a magical barrier to detect flying intruders, was virtually ineffective against the Void Beast. Lu Yun and the Void Beast stealthily departed from the Jiama Empire without drawing any attention. Beyond the stronghold, after traversing several hundred miles and passing through small nations and tribes, he entered the renowned and chaotic territory known as the Black Corner region. Due to its unique terrain, this area had become one of the most tumultuous regions on the continent. Countless fugitives from various nations had sought refuge here, establishing the most savage of laws. Furthermore, this place gathered a myriad of races, aside from humans, resembling a miniature reflection of the continent itself. In the Black Corner region, no legal constraints existed, only the jungle law prevailed. In simpler terms, it was a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong. Here, the powerless held no rights. Additionally, the Black Corner region served as a crossroads for information across the continent. Countless pieces of intelligence flowed out daily, while numerous tidbits circulated in from the outside. To put it plainly, if one sought fame and recognition across the continent, the Black Corner region could provide the quickest shortcut. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing sufficient strength and resources. Otherwise, aspirations for fame could swiftly lead to demise. As a notorious chaotic domain on the continent, the Black Corner region lived up to its reputation. Each day witnessed the fall of powerful individuals, while new challengers arrived from afar. This area was rife with death, yet also brimming with challenges and temptations. Here, high-level techniques, advanced combat skills, and various divine armaments, medicine cauldrons, herbs, and elixirs, typically hard to come by, were in abundance. These treasures dazzled the senses, and it was even said that, within the auction houses of the Black Corner region, Earth-grade techniques had made an appearance on 2 occasions.